on.
You have a rivalry with your toothbrush? That's the follow-up.
That's the first thing that came to my head,
from Louisville Clemson.
It's the first thing that came to my head. It's not a rivalry if it's just tradition. And think about the new rivalries. I just gave 3 basically off the top of my head that I looked at some stupid ranking on some God-forbidden website. But there are some other ones in recent years that you wouldn't, like, in the last 10 years, like, yeah, okay. A little bit of juice. Texas Tech. There's another one. Now, Texas is going to the SEC, so that was short-lived.
That's off the list. That's a terrible list you're looking at. Let's put Carson Wentz quickly in our crosshairs. Poor Carson's looking for a job, and I'm not sure he's going to get one because obviously Carson on the field is no longer what he once was as an Eagle, flirting with an MVP before that knee injury. There's also more and more whispers and rumors that Carson can be tough to take in the clubhouse, that he's a little kind of, or the locker room I should say, that he's kind of one of those you either love him or hate him kind of guys. He's a lot to handle, or he's the kind of guy you want leading you. So, and he wants to be a starter still, which is almost definitely not in the card. So it makes sense why Carson Wentz is working out on his own right now and not in NFL training camp. But I guess a quick little, quick sympathetic hug for Carson, because a picture circulated yesterday of him working out on his own, and he is wearing, because why wouldn't he be? He's wearing an Eagles helmet, a Commanders practice jersey, and Colts shorts. So he's got all 3 of his teams, and at one point I think all 3 of them were paying him not to play for them. He's wearing all of their gear and throwing passes to non-NFL receivers on a field somewhere, hoping that somebody picks up the phone because their 4th-string QB just blew out his shoulder or his knee and they need Carson Wentz's help. I mean, it's as sad as it gets. Not undeserved, but I mean, when you've got basically your entire closet on your body while you're working out, hoping, and that's what you're showing the NFL world is your 3 different pieces of team memorabilia that you're wearing on the practice field. It's a tough weekend to be Carson Wentz, except when he goes and looks at his bank account. And then things are fine. Because, again, a lot of teams paid him a lot of money to end up not being their quarterback. And here he is now. And I'll remind you, our good friend Ross Tucker's told this story. NFL teams are strangely chintzy when it comes to their equipment. They don't let you take your helmet. You got to buy things like that. You can't take your jersey. They're oddly cheap. You think those would be your things when you're done.
How did he get away with it?
I don't know. I mean, maybe the Colts are nicer, but I asked Ross about this on the show because he had told me the story one time off the air. When he left the Cowboys, he wanted his helmet, and the Cowboys charged him. They took it out of his last paycheck. Whatever money they still owed him when he left, there was a deduction for his Cowboy helmet. You can't reuse a helmet. It's fit for particular guys. It doesn't go back in the closet and get cleaned and given to the next offensive lineman, but they made him pay for it. So I'm impressed that he has a Colts helmet or an Eagles helmet to have. But I mean, dude, you can't go on have pictures circulating of you wearing all your old NFL gear. It's already a sad situation. I don't need this visual now of Carson Wentz. But again, he's fine. I think he made over $150 million in the NFL. And I'm hoping he was a better saver/investor than QB, that he's fine these days monetarily.
Hopefully he didn't get on board with Tom Brady's FTX.
We'll stay in the NFL.
Joni.
How good actually is Jordan Love? And more heat for Aunt Joni. It's the DA Show on CBS Sports Radio.
Don't miss the final days of end-of-season deals during the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, save on major appliances and get an additional 10% off in-store clearance appliances. Plus, take up to 25% off select storage totes like the Project Source Commander tote. Just $11.98 was $15.98. Find big savings now. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/9. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details.
The Brake Best brand family is growing at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Their new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for best domestic brake pads and rotors with vehicle-specific friction formulations, QuietTech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware for those who demand the very best when choosing their brake parts. Brake Best Select Pro, professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property and your tenants aren't paying you? We can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now. 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR-FS San Francisco, the sports leader.
ripped into right field, base hit. In to score Diaz. Here comes Kemp, the throw, the tag. He's out at home, and that's the final out of the inning. Seth Brown, though, comes through with the hit to put the A's ahead. Line towards second, knocked down by Geloff, picks it up, throws to first in time for the out. And the game is over. 2-1, the final score. The A's get the win. Allen hits a high drive to left field. Going back on the ball, Jock Peterson, and it is gone. The littlest guy in the game, Nick Allen, takes Alex Cobb deep. A 2-run homer to put the A's ahead 3-2. Allen hits a high drive down the left field line toward the corner. Nick Allen has done it again. I can't believe it. His second home run of the game against Cobb. Lined it to left field, base hit. That's going to tie the game, maybe more. Coming around third is Diaz. The throw will be cut off. It's a 2-run single for Langoliers, and the A's have taken a 7-6 lead. Crawford tops it toward first. It is a fair ball. It hits the bag, but it's fielded by Brown cleanly. And he goes to the bag himself for the putout. And the A's have won their second in a row against the Giants. The final score of 8-6.
And that should do it.
That should do it for the Bay Bridge Series. The Giants lose back-to-back games out in Oakland. And yeah, you heard Stomper out there celebrating in the background. What's up, everybody? It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher making his return to the leadoff spot this morning with my guy Overnight Dave back in action, back from being on assignment. And Dave, you're back just in time to watch the San Francisco Giants lose back-to-back games against the Oakland A's this weekend. Yeah, cue the music, Dave. They were celebrating Stomper, whatever the hell that elephant sound effect was when Nick Allen goes deep twice yesterday. The number 9 hitter, Nick Blanken Allen, goes deep, and the Giants get out-hit back-to-back days by the swinging Oakland A's. The same A's team that we've been making fun of all season long for really not even putting a competitive roster out there. Well, this weekend, they were competitive as hell. And I know we always joke about how in most seasons, the Bay Bridge Series is like the World Series trophy to the Oakland A's. I really do think that they were playing for something bigger than just a 2-game series this weekend. Because we saw again, whether it was 30,000 fans out there on Saturday, 27, 28 on Sunday, there was another message being sent by Oakland A's fans.
Shout out Oakland, California.
Yeah, to John Fisher, to Dave Cavill, to that clown Rob Manfred, who somehow, some way got a 4-year extension to become the MLB commissioner. 4 more years of Manfred. Yeah, I can't wait for that. 4 more years of the damn Ghost Runner. That cost the Giants a game the other day. But hey, I digress. This weekend was about the Oakland A's fans and San Francisco Giants fans, again, uniting the Bay. After we saw the protests earlier this month, or I guess technically last month in July, when the A's came across the Bay Bridge and played at Oracle Park. And we had the president of the Oakland 68ers on with me and Paulie Mack. Shout out to Jorge Leon. We talked to him about the reverse protest. I'm handing out the black cell shirts for Giants fans and handing out the posters that I bring in the next day that replicated the 1989 World Series poster. And during the game this weekend, you could hear it loud and clear on the broadcast, whether it was Saturday or Sunday. In the 5th inning, there were the sell the team chants. There was the silent protest, and there was the message being shared once again. And just to be completely honest with you, we don't know how many more Bay Bridge series there's going to be. And if you're a team like the Oakland A's, playing maybe your last year or two at the Oakland Coliseum, it's cool to see the yard get sold out, or at least close to it. I know they're not selling out. They're not taking the tarp off Mount Davis anytime soon. But it is cool to get that energy back in the ballpark. Now, from a Giants perspective, it would have been cool to win a couple games against an Oakland A's team that is 32-80 on the year. Yes, I'll repeat that, folks. 32-80. There's no point even looking at the standings for the AL West for the Oakland A's. And here they were, not only out-hitting, but out-pitching the San Francisco Giants this weekend, too. An Oakland A's rotation that, I'll mind you, was so bad that even with them being the number 1 seller in MLB, they didn't trade away any of their guys. I know Fujinami went to the Baltimore Orioles, but he was a guy that was bouncing around in their rotation to the bullpen. So it's not like the A's even had some talent that they're going to go out there. But we did see some prospects this weekend from the A's, whether it was a guy like Zach Geloff, Tyler Soderstrom, Shea Langoliers came through. Like, this is the young group of players that, you know, A's fans are going to see kind of blossom into their own once they get out to Las Vegas. Whenever the hell that move's going to be. But as far as this weekend goes, it was not an impressive performance from your San Francisco Giants.
I did not see that one coming.
No, I did not, Dave. Even with the struggles that this Giants team has been going through during the month of July, with them being one of the worst offenses in all of baseball. I didn't think they were going to go out on Saturday and only have 3 hits on the day. 3 hits, 1 run against the Oakland A's. And hell, 2 of them came from Wilmer Flores, a guy who is the hottest hitter on the team. The only guy who can seem like he can hit water if he falls out of a boat. And this is a guy that's still not in your lineup every single day. So Wilmer's got to get back into the lineup. He was on Sunday, ended up going 0 for 4. But another guy made his return to the Giants lineup on Saturday. That, of course, being Tyro Estrada, which leads to a bunch of other moves like Casey Schmidt being sent down. We saw Marco Luciano be sent down last week, but I think this was kind of an expected move with the return of Tyro Estrada. And hell, Tyro is one of the few guys that gave him life on Saturday when he got that single, went first to third, and then scored, I believe it was on a Jock Peterson RBI. And that was really the only juice that the Giants had in their lineup on Saturday. It was Wilmer and Tyro. And then you get to Sunday, and you look at the 6 runs they put up, and I think we're all sitting there on our couch thinking, all right, Giants are up 6-3 on a Sunday, on a summer Sunday, against a team that's won 32 games this year. And you couldn't close it out. A Giants bullpen that has been so good the entire season. Or maybe not that first month of the season, but ever since then, it's been one of the best bullpens in baseball. And so whether it was Luke Jackson coming in and Brandon Crawford making that big throwing error that, kind of had the wheels fall off the machine, the car, the truck, whatever the hell the Giants were driving this weekend. Or maybe they weren't driving anything since they got those self-driving cruise patches on the side of their jersey now. But when Luke Jackson comes in, Brandon Crawford makes an error, walks a guy, walks another guy in. What do we always talk about? Not giving away free 90s. Giants gave away too many free opportunities this weekend, and that's the bottom line. And they continue to struggle with runners in scoring position. And so when you give up 8 runs to an Oakland A's team, when you only score 7 runs over the weekend in a 2-game span, when you don't leave the ball yard once. You heard it in the show opening. Nick Allen, the number 9 hitter from the A's, went deep twice. The swinging A's were out here dropping bombs this weekend, but the Giants, a team that, Farhan told us that before the season started was going to be one of the tops in the league with home run hitting potential, didn't see any home runs this past weekend. And to be honest with you didn't see a lot of runs scored. I know Sunday they scored 6. But still, when you allow the Oakland A's to score 8, it's not a good weekend for the Giants. So I would not be surprised to see them or a couple other players pop up on Brian Murphy's bum baby list this morning. Shout out to Logan Webb and Sean Manaea, who I actually saw on Saturday night. Went out to Stanford, Frost Amphitheater, went to go watch Revolution Iration and the Expendables. And there was Logan Webb and Sean Manaea celebrating on stage. But, of course, Webby did not throw this weekend. He's back in action today against the Anaheim Ohtanis. That's right, Shohei Ohtani and the Giants are facing off this week. And if you want to look ahead to the Giants' schedule, it starts to get tough at this point of the season. Whether it is taking on an Anaheim team that has always been underachievers with Ohtani, whether it's Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers coming to town next weekend, then you look at a team like the Tampa Bay Rays coming over from the AL East, and then it's a couple matchups with the NL East, the Atlanta Braves, the Philadelphia Phillies, then you've got the Braves again, and then here comes America's team, the Cincinnati Reds. So this next stretch of August, the dog days of August, the Giants have got to play better than they played this past weekend. But that's kind of been the storyline with the Giants this year. Has them playing to the level of their competition. How many times have we seen them come out and perform against good teams? And how many times have we seen them come out and not perform against bad teams? Whether it's the Washington Nationals, the Detroit Tigers, back earlier in the year, the Kansas City Royals. You can add the Oakland A's to the list after they take the final 2 games of the Bay Bridge series. And I think by technicality, since it is a 4-game series and they hand out this trophy, the team to win the last game gets to keep the trophy. So, hey, celebrate A's, cue the music. Congrats. You're the 2023 Bay Bridge Series champions. We'll see how long that trophy lasts when, they go to Las Vegas. But, hey, it's time to turn the corner on this weekend for the Giants. We should probably discuss more this Casey Schmidt move, what it means for his future, and if he will be back up with the Giants later on this season. We've got some Gabe Kapler sound from the weekend talking about the Giants' struggles and more specifically against these teams that have been struggling. So we can hop into some Giants sound. We can also start taking a look at the 49ers, who are back in action this week as soon as this Sunday on the playing field at Allegiant Stadium, taking on Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders.
I got a little getting even to do.
And we'll see if Jimmy G does have some getting even to do, or if he even gets into the game, Dave. Because, Jimmy just got cleared to practice, and from everything I'm hearing, practice ain't going too well for Jimmy Garoppolo right now.
7.
Reports of, yes, Dave, 7 interceptions over the last 2 games. But, hey,
7.
He's playing against that fearsome Raider defense, Dave, the one that ranks like 28, 29, 30th in the league. So we'll see how Jimmy G looks if he gets on the field against the Raiders this week. And, of course, first preseason game, you don't get too much action from the starters. But now with the NFL going down to three preseason games, there is much more of an opportunity. But it's going to be an opportunity for guys like Brock Purdy to get some work, guys like Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, all 3 49er quarterbacks. And hell, I'm sure Brandon Allen's going to get into the game also. All 4 quarterbacks should get action this weekend. Going to be interesting to see their strategy with Brock Purdy. But I'm starting to salivate, starting to lick my chops because I know that the real action starts this Thursday when the 49ers and Raiders hold their joint practices out in Henderson. And guess who's going to be there? Yours truly, the Water Boy. So I'll make sure to give you guys a full update on everything going on with the 49ers and Raiders this weekend. Some highlights and lowlights from the head-to-head matchups that I'm going to see at the joint practices on Thursday. I'm already thinking about like one-on-one matchups between like Max Crosby and Trent Williams, or maybe a Colton McKivitz, who is looking like he's in line to start this year for Mike McGlinchey. I know we focus a lot on the quarterbacks in the media with the 49ers, but there are a ton of storylines to get into this year with the Niners, whether it's a nickel corner position and a guy like maybe Sammy Womack stepping up for Jimmy Ward going to the Texans, who's going to be that weak side linebacker, who's going to be the bookend defensive end opposite of a Nick Bosa, and when is Nick Bosa going to sign his contract? I guess that's the question we're still waiting for with the 49ers.
Only God knows.
Yeah, I guess so, Kyle. I know we were down there last week at Levi Stadium, and we didn't really get an update. I was on Nick Bosa watch. I was on my bear watch. I left the bear spray at home. I was putting out bear traps, trying to get Nick Bosa to show up to training camp. But I think we're all kind of on the same page. We all understand that it's going to happen eventually. Nick Bosa is going to become the highest paid player outside of NFL quarterbacks. And we'll see how that affects the 49ers roster moving forward and how they capitalize with this window, with these cheap rookie quarterback contracts that they're currently dealing with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance. So let's get into some football talk. Let's get into some baseball talk. Let's talk Giants. Hell, we could talk about some couple fights over the weekend too. Whether it's the big fight in baseball that happened with Jose Ramirez and Tim Anderson. Jose Ramirez with the overhand right from hell drops Tim Anderson. Probably the number 1 shot of the weekend. I know there was a lot of tension on the Nate Paul, Jake Diaz fight. Or excuse me, the Nate Diaz, Jake Paul fight. I'm even at a point where I'm getting mixed up and confused. And it was a little bit of a confusing fight to watch, I got to say. I know we got to address it. We told you on Friday that I would throw down a few shekels on a Nate Diaz. That is if, you can find a book that was actually putting out that fight and giving you legitimate odds. But Nate ended up losing, did get caught with a left hook in that 5th round. But then came back and kind of put the work on Jake for those final 3-4 rounds of the fight. I think my favorite moment was the 10th round when Jake was trying to hold on for dear life and Nate puts him in a guillotine choke. Shout out to Nate Diaz. Shout out to the Nick Diaz army. Everybody up in the 209. Even Gilbert Melendez was there during the fight. He hopped on and said, yeah, if this was a fight to the death or if it was 20 rounds, Nate would win. But I feel like that's kind of the scenario with most of Nate's fights. But guess what? He's not fighting. He's in a boxing match, which he even said after the fight. He said, I participated in a boxing match. If you want to run it back in MMA, I guess we can do it. And it sounds like those are the rumors. Nate Diaz versus Jake Paul, potentially out in the PFL, $10 million. I'm sure Nate would choke him out in the first round if he really wanted to toy with him, maybe play with his food a little bit if Jake does want to enter the world of MMA. But hey, credit to this kid who went from a Disney star to a YouTuber to hanging 10 rounds with Nate Diaz and hell, getting in the ring with guys like Anderson Silva, Tyron Woodley. I know Ben Askren got slept in like 10 seconds, but hey, the kid's putting on a show. He's putting up some entertainment value. And this weekend, he got the win versus Nate Diaz. the quote-unquote win, and we will see if they do have their quote-unquote real fight. But back on the other side, let's get back into some real baseball and some real bad news for Casey Schmidt, who was set down over the weekend, and what it means for his future with the Giants, and if he could be back up later this season. We'll discuss all that and more on the other side. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher with my guy Overnight Dave back in the saddle on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's Nick Allen. 2 outs, runner at first, Soderstrom. 2-1, Giants leading. Allen hits a high drive to left field. Going back on the ball, Jock Peterson, and it is gone! The littlest guy in the game, Nick Allen, takes Alex Cobb deep. His second home run of the year. A 2-run homer to put the A's ahead 3-2. I did not see that one coming. And Allen hits a high drive down the left field line toward the corner. Nick Allen has done it again. I can't believe it. His second home run of the game against Cobb.
The little guy with the long ball, Nick Allen, goes deep, not once, but twice. Doubles up his home run total for the year, and the A's double up on the Giants on Saturday and Sunday, winning the final 2 games of the Bay Bridge series and taking the trophy over to Oakland and putting it up in, the rooftop with the possums and everything else swarming around the Coliseum this weekend. But hey, shout out to everybody who did make it out to Oakland for this weekend's Giants series. We talked a lot in the first segment about the reverse protest and how guys like Kruk and Kipe, hell, even on the A's broadcast with Dallas Braden, and how they let it breathe and let the message be sent to everybody. We've talked about this message a lot with teams like the Oakland A's and why it's so embarrassing to watch them leave town like this with the product that they're putting on the field. You know what's even more embarrassing than that, though? Losing back-to-back games against them to a team that is 32-80 on the year. In the middle of this quote-unquote postseason stretch of baseball, I know we're not quite there yet. We're still in the midst of the dog days of August. But the Giants, man, you want to talk about a team that is hot and cold. You want to talk about a team that is hit or miss. And you want to talk about a team that plays down to their level of competition. Now, we'll give them credit. Occasionally, they do play up to the level of competition as well. But we're getting to a point where we might be looking back at the final week or 2 of the season and adding up these losses, looking at that Washington National series, looking at the 2 days in Detroit, the rain out, then coming back for a third and getting swept back-to-back days, looking at series earlier against the year against the Royals, against just some bad baseball teams, if we're being honest with you. And now this weekend, you can add 2 more games to the list. And we all know how these 1-2 games can impact a pennant race down the stretch. Now, with the Giants losing these 2 games over the weekend, they are now 4 games back of the LA Dodgers, who currently have a 64-46 record. The good news is, though, they didn't lose too much ground in the wild card race. They're still tied for that number 1 spot with the Philadelphia Phillies, a Phillies team that the Giants are going to see in a few weeks now. But again, as we look ahead to the Giants' schedule, this is going to be the toughest part. This is going to be the toughest road. I believe they actually have the 5th hardest schedule in the MLB down these final 2 months. Now, of course, this is all based off of who's playing well at the moment, what teams are in the wild card / playoff hunt, and how you're going to face off against not only top dogs from the NL, but the AL also. The Tampa Bay Rays, Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers, the Philadelphia Phillies, and 2 series against the Atlanta Braves. So you're going to have to do more than just getting 3 hits on Saturday against the Oakland A's to win ball games against these clubs. They've got a couple pitchers that are better than Luis Medina and Patrick Baldwin or Paul Blackburn, whatever the hell the guy's name is. I mean, that's the problem with the A's. No one knows who these guys are. Just these mysterious characters. And here they were this weekend beating down on the Giants and out-hitting them. So even with Alex Cobb on the mound on Sunday, it wasn't enough for the All-Star to be the stopper, which we've seen him do multiple times this year. You know what else we've seen him do? Struggle on the road. His stats are just so much better at Oracle Park than they are anywhere else, even pitching 30 minutes across the Bay Bridge. So Alex Cobb was a guy that, again, on Sunday, got hit around. You heard the 2 home runs right there from Nick Allen. He ends up going 5 1/3, allows 5 earned runs, which, compared to his standard this season, has not been the all-star level that we have seen from Alex Cobb. So before we get into the next weekend series, or should I say this week's series against Shohei Ohtani and the Angels, I wanted to play some sound from this weekend and also get some sound on Gabe Kapler on the Casey Schmidt situation. But let's go ahead and start with Alex Cobb talking about losing this series to the Oakland A's And talking about what I was discussing, that hopefully in a month when we're looking at the final stretch of the season, the Giants aren't looking back on series like these and missing out on games they could have easily won. Not easily won, but games that they should win against teams that are at the bottom of the barrel.
To get where you want to be, you have to beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and then you're supposed to play really good baseball against good teams. And it seems like this year we've been playing really good baseball against good teams, but letting 2 games go like that is hopefully it's not going to cost us at the end of the year, but definitely has the potential to.
Yeah, well, it's cost you 2 games in the standings already. And again, this isn't like some out of the blue, out of nowhere thing for the Giants. It's happened multiple times this year. And so when you're looking at that 81-81 record last season, you could pick out 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games that the Giants should have won against bad teams or just playing bad defensively. Well, this weekend, folks, you got the combo of both. You had some bad defense. You had Michael Conforto losing balls in the sun, Brandon Crawford throwing balls away. And you lost back-to-back games against arguably the worst team. Hell, a team that might be arguably on track to be the worst team ever in MLB history. A team that might go out and lose 110 games this year. So that's why, again, it's not like, oh, the season's over, the sky is falling, but it's a bad look when you do lose to your crosstown rival. When you can't beat a team that's paying, $30, $40 million for their entire roster? It's not good. But hey, maybe that's why they say in Moneyball there's the good teams, there's a bad team, there's 50 miles of crap or whatever the hell the line is, then there's the Oakland A's. Well, there they were this weekend. And in baseball, we all know any team can show up and win on every given day. That's why baseball, they play 162 games. It's a marathon because you need to see the entirety of the season play out. And here is Alex Cobb talking about the small differences between winning ball games and losing ball games and the difference between being a good team and a bad team.
I don't know. Just baseball's weird. There's things that just happen that don't make sense. And also, everybody that's put on a big league uniform has earned that right and have the ability to, if you're off, to take full advantage of it, because the game's small margins, and the difference between really good and really bad is not that far off. And when you're off, you can be really bad, and anybody can take advantage of it at this level.
And that's the thing about this Giants team. With a 61-51 record right now, still being 10 games above 500. It's impressive as hell that they got a winning record after the brand of baseball that they played in the month of July. When by almost every offensive statistic, they are one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball. And this is an offense that really hasn't sparked it up and got hot in the month of August either. I mean, if you want to go back against that Cincinnati Reds series on July 18th, since then the Giants have scored more than 4 runs twice. That's it. Just twice. Yesterday was one of them, and they still lost. They were up 6-3. And again, with the way that the Giants bullpen has been performing this year, you would think that would be enough of a cushion for them to win this game. Now, it's been a topic that we've been talking about, the bullpen and whether or not they are being overused. They lead Major League Baseball in innings pitched this year. How many bulk pen games do we see a week? 2 or 3 of them. And all that stuff does add up. And that's why it's great when you actually have a guy like Logan Webb on the bump today who can go out and eat 6-7 innings. But the fact that they have been winning these games over the month of July, I know there was that losing streak tossed in the middle of it, but they've been doing it with pitching and defense. Well, on Sunday, we didn't see that. Alex Cobb got lit up for 5 runs, and we talked about the bad defense that was on display. And then you add that to the lack of offensive consistency, and that's why you're losing back-to-back games from the Oakland A's. And here was the skipper, Gabe Kapler, talking about that lack of offensive consistency and if there's anything to worry about at this point of the season with this Giants' current roster.
Some can be better. There's no question about that. It's a game of inches, and obviously Lamont leads off the game with a ball that seems like it's going to be a home run. It's not a home run. There's several other balls that were kind of squared up, and good things weren't happening, but that's part of the game, and we're just not going to get caught up in it. It's part of a 162-game season, and we'll get ready for tomorrow and be better then.
It's part of the marathon, Gabe. And we should know from your comments a couple weeks ago that hitting is more math than it is luck. So as the Giants bust out the calculators and Pythagorean theorems and all the equations they can get, I don't know. Something's got to change it up. Something's got to prep different. I don't know if you need a shakeup to the lineup, or maybe the shakeup that they got was a guy like Tyro Estrada returning this weekend, because he was a guy that really was kind of the cog in the ignition for the San Francisco Giants lineup, hitting atop of the order in that 2-3 hole, getting on base, setting the table, leading the Giants in stolen bags this year. And that's why after missing, 25, 26 games, it's not a surprise that the Giants offense struggled during that period. But then again, let's be realistic. As great as Tyro Estrada has been this year, as much as I talked about him maybe being a potential all-star for the National League, we're not talking about Tyro Estrada being Shohei Ohtani. I don't think it's going to be one man to save this lineup. And that, of course, leads to people wondering why the Giants didn't go out to try to add a bat to this lineup during the trade deadline. And we heard from Farhan and the front office that reinforcements were coming in the form of Tyro Estrada and hopefully a Mitch Haniger, who has resumed baseball activity now. But when you look at Tyro being back in this lineup, I do think it's going to have an impact. Hell, it had an impact on Saturday when he had the only run scored in one of the 3 hits by this Giants lineup. So here was Gabe Kapler pregame on Sunday talking about having Tyro Estrada back in this lineup and what it means for the Giants offense.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him get a base hit. You saw him draw a walk. You saw him go first to third. You saw him score on a sacrifice fly. These are some of the things that we've been missing offensively. Now, yesterday was no offensive explosion, but it was nice to see Tyro kind of do his thing and bring the things to the table that we've been missing a little bit. So now we just have to kind of add in, the veterans having their best at bats. The bottom of the lineup is well rounded now, and it looks like a group that's going to give you a good at bat, and Tyro coming back just adds to the mix.
Yeah. You look at the bottom of the lineup yesterday, it was Brandon Crawford 0 for 5, had the error on the day. Luis Matos did go 1 for 3. Blake Sabol came in. Patrick Bailey got a couple knocks. So I guess, I don't know. Because we used to get real excited about looking at the bottom of the lineup. Whether it's Tyro hitting at the top or guys like Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, and Luis Matos hitting at the bottom of it. Even when we had Marco Luciano for a cup of coffee. And I think that's what we got to address now is the fact that Casey Schmidt did get optioned this past weekend. Because if you add Tyro Estrada, you obviously got to subtract somebody from the Major League roster. So even last week at the trade deadline when they went out and traded away cash considerations and a player to be named later for A.J. Pollock, we saw the move to send back down Marco Luciano after only playing in 4 games at the Major League level. A big reason why they wanted to send Marco back down is because he does not play second base, or at least has not gotten reps at a high level. And so he's back with the River Cats, hanging out with Kyle Harrison, who has made his return, Joey Bart, and Elliot Ramos, who continue to swing a hot bat. And maybe we will see a guy like Casey Schmidt turn it around and heat that bat up in Sacramento. This is a guy that needs at-bats. And that's why I could hit you with a Nate Diaz quote this morning. I'm not surprised that he got sent down.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
This is what kind of like the plan was for the Giants, especially with getting Tyro Estrada back. That's why I was questioning their kind of motives or strategy at this year's trade deadline when they said they needed middle infield depth. When you had Crawford and Tyro making their returns, when you already had 2 of your top prospects, Casey Schmidt and Marco Luciano, up at the Major League level, when you got Wilmer Flores, who you're trying to find a way to get into your lineup, whether it's at first, second, third, or DHing. And that's why they didn't go out and add a bat. But now it's up to Casey Schmidt to take advantage of these at-bats down at the minor league level, and we'll see if he does get called back up for a potential stretch run. And I think that's probably the big thing of my takeaway of him being sent down is we knew how good he was defensively. We knew that he could play second, short, and third. And that was his value to the team. But right now, the Giants feel like it's more valuable for him to go see some at-bats down at AAA with the Sacramento River Cats. And here was Gabe Kapler discussing that decision to send Casey Schmidt down and to get him some more reps before returning to the Major League club.
We optioned Casey Schmidt. Happy to share the contents of that conversation. And as we stand out here pregame, we see Mark Mathias out there working at second base. Mark's a right-handed hitter, has shown the ability to have a good quality at bat, and this is one of the reasons that we made this swap. Not that Casey's not capable of having these good quality at bats. We know he is. We saw that early in his Giants career. but there are some things that he needs to work on to get back to those high quality at bats. Mark is somebody that has seen pitches and just managed a pro at bat, particularly against left-handed pitching, and so he's a nice backup middle infielder for us. He can play a little bit of shortstop. On a day when Craw's not in the lineup, you might see Tyro at shortstop and Mark at second base, and if we make moves in game, that will probably be the configuration. But conversation with Case was, we know there's better in there, and we need you to continue to work and develop and need to get you some regular playing time. With Tyro coming back, that wasn't going to happen here.
That's the bottom line. It all comes down to playing time. And if you're going to try to develop Casey Schmidt to be one of these cornerstones of your franchise that everybody thought he was going to be when he came up and lit the world on fire and played 3 different positions in his first 7 games. I mean, can we go back to the simpler times of Casey Schmidt bursting onto the scene? His first 22 games where he batted 325, had a 329 on-base percentage. Yeah, he wasn't walking back then either, but did hit 470 OPS. The dude lit the world on fire and really sparked the youth movement that we're seeing this year from this San Francisco Giants team. But now, like I said earlier, it's going to be up on him to make the adjustments, to look at those sliders on the outside half of the plate and try to stay off it. And I think over the last couple of weeks, he has improved his approach a little bit. But now he's going to have plenty of time to do it at the AAA level because there's just not a place for him to play every day at the Major League level. And that's why they're going with a guy like Mark Mathias, who, nothing against the kid who was apparently born in Santa Clara, played high school baseball out in Fremont, but there's a reason why he was thrown in the A.J. Pollock trade for a player to be named later in cast consideration. These aren't guys that are making a huge impact on your team. And I know A.J. Pollock's made a few nice defensive plays out in the outfield. He ain't the answer. And that's why people were asking questions at the trade deadline, and that's why a lot of people looked at the farm system saying, hey, we already got a lot of reinforcements, and now we're asking for guys like Kyle Harrison to maybe step up and be a part of this rotation. Again, still part of the process down the stretch. He's still got to expand a little bit, but I do think Kyle Harrison will be up with the big league club at some point this season, and I think Casey Schmidt's going to be back. I think later on, defense is going to be important, obviously, down the stretch, and if the Giants can have Casey Schmidt coming off the bench, late inning replacement, it could be a good thing for this Giants ball club, and hey, maybe down the road, this is better for Casey Schmidt to go down, get those at-bats, and come back to the Major League level. So we'll keep you updated on all of the Giants' top prospects, what's going on in Sacramento, and the Giants being back in action today in Anaheim, taking on Patrick Sandoval on the bump versus Logan Webb. But I think the big story this week is going to be the recruitment pitch for Shohei Ohtani. And if the Giants are going to get into any legal tampering with Shohei over the week,
not going to San Fran.
I don't know. I was thinking about it. Like, do you think it's going to be better if the Giants let him hit 1,000 home runs against them, or if they go out and no hit the Angels? What's more impressive? And does any of it matter going forward in the offseason? Dave, we could probably hit him with the Kevin Durant. It doesn't really matter. It's going to come down to money. It's going to come down to dollar bills. And Shohei Ohtani, I suspect, is going to get the biggest contract in MLB history. But on the other side, let's talk about another man who needs a contract. Nick Bosa with the 49ers, and whether or not he's going to be out in Las Vegas this week for the start of 49ers and Raiders joint practice out in Henderson, and I'm going to be there. So let's break down some NFL storylines on the other side, and hell, even talk about everything else going out in Las Vegas with UFC fights, out in Dallas with Jake Paul and Nate Diaz, and maybe the fight of the century on Saturday between Tim Anderson and Jose Ramirez. We got to get into that story, too, on the other side. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 6:80 a.m., the sports leader.
No, we don't game plan. I guess that's more of a question for Kyle. But preseason games, typically over the last 2 years, we don't really game plan. But yeah, definitely going in, having watched some tape and at least know, what to expect, not necessarily going in blind.
The voice of Jim Nantz on the rejoin and Trey Lance talking about 49er football returning to your life this weekend against the Las Vegas Raiders. Week 1 of preseason football, August 13th. I believe it's a 1 p.m. kickoff. And yours truly, the Waterboy, is going to be there in person to go check out how Jimmy Garoppolo plays against his former team, the San Francisco 49ers, and more importantly, how guys like Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, and Brandon Allen take advantage of extra reps as they had been competing for the backup quarterback role all season long. And you heard Trey Lance talk about this preseason game coming up with the Raiders. I think we all remember multiple performances against the Raiders in the preseason and the year that he hurt his finger after throwing a touchdown pass. Now, everything from 49er camp has been about the health and the improvements of a Trey Lance. And I'm sure we're going to continue to give you every single snap and throw from 49er practice. Yeah, we're talking practice. And we're talking training camp. And we're talking about actual games being played on Sunday. But the big reason why I am going out to Las Vegas is for the joint practices on Thursday and Friday. And in case you are wondering about the 49ers' current schedule, they are practicing today at Levi Stadium. Kyle Shanahan is going to speak to the media. So make sure you're locked into the sports leader for the latest Kyle Shanahan presser. They'll practice on Tuesday. They'll take Wednesday off, fly out to Las Vegas, and then Thursday morning, 8:40 a.m., early morning out in Henderson, will be day 1 of the joint practices, and then Friday, day 2. And from everything I've heard from guys like Greg Papa, from people around the NFL, the joint practices are more important, arguably, than the actual preseason game. So I'll make sure to give you guys a bunch of updates on everything from 49ers/Raiders joint practice. I'm off Thursday and Friday because I'll be out in Las Vegas, but I told Murph and Mac I'll hit him up and do a quick hit as the KNBR correspondent, boots on the ground. And then I'll be back next Monday morning, actually a week from today, filling in for John Lund, hosting with Greg Papa. So we're going to spend a lot of time talking about 49er football. Hell, I was talking a lot of 49er football with Greg Papa last night. Shout out to everybody from the 49ers. Our guy Bob Sargent throwing our little KNBR family dinner last night. North Beach Restaurant, the Prosciutto Room. The Waterboy basically become a made man, sitting with some top honchos from the 49ers organization. So shout out to the Niners for doing for that. And looking forward to some football starting back up this weekend. But if we're talking about Las Vegas, it is the fight capital of the world. And this weekend, there were a couple big fights. Now, one that we talked about last Friday between Jake Paul and Nate Diaz, and we'll get to that in 1 second. But this was the one that stole the show this weekend, was a battle back and forth. Not really a battle. Hell, it was a clean overhand right to the jaw of Tim Anderson as Jose Ramirez goes in for a double, slides in, and then doesn't like the tag that Tim Anderson puts down. Now, we know Tim Anderson has had a past in baseball, being a little flashy, running his mouth a little bit. Well, as the soundbite says in the cooler of content, the more you blank around, the more you're going to find out. And he found out this weekend what the right hand from Jose Ramirez looks like. Here was the play-by-play call. I believe this is the Cleveland Guardians radio station. And an all-time call you're going to hear right here.
Here it comes. A swing and a smash to first by the diving Vaughn. Down the right field line. Kicks into the corner. Ramirez on his way to second. Head first slide. Safe and in to score is Jimenez. And another hustle double. Right over the bag at first. Now Hosey and Anderson square off. They're fighting. They're swinging. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson. Ramirez went in with a head-first slide. Hosey never gets upset about anything. They came up chewing. Anderson squared off. Hosey decked him.
Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson. Perfect, Dave. Perfect. Set it up on a platter for me. Put that call up in the Louvre. Hang it up. That's legendary. Shout out Tom Hamilton from the Cleveland Guardians radio station. I mean, you want to talk about capturing the moment. That right there was awesome. That right there made me think that I was listening to a UFC fight or something going on. What a beautiful overhand right from Jose Ramirez. And I get it, folks. Not everybody likes fighting in sports. You guys know guys like me and Overnight Dave are big boxing fans, big MMA fans. So I got no problem if guys want to scrap every once in a while. I think this might have been baseball's biggest moment, hell, since Odor knocked out Jose Batista. Joey Bats. And so Tim Anderson, down goes Anderson. And dude, after he got hit with that overhand right, shout out to Jose Ramirez kind of throwing it like he's Chuck Liddell before he's about to take a single leg takedown. And I don't really know what the hell Tim Anderson was doing, trying to square up, come out southpaw, throw a jaw, and keep his hands down. It's always the one you don't see coming that drops you.
Down goes Anderson!
And it was the right hook that put Anderson down. Now, again, it is serious. These guys are fighting, and I'm sure the MLB is going to suspend them at some point.
Down goes Anderson!
But it was entertaining as hell, especially when you get calls like that.
Down goes Anderson!
Connecting the sports world. So I think everybody involved knew that this was a moment that's going to be remembered in baseball lore. And that's why it was hilarious to hear Terry Francona post-game be asked about his right hook, about Jose Ramirez. And check this out. Here's an answer from the Cleveland Guardians skipper, Terry Francona, on what happened on the field. And hey, you know, Dave, sometime boys are going to be boys.
What'd you think of Jose's left hook?
Right hook.
Right hook, right.
You know, it's not funny, but when I came in, I'm listening to Hammy, it's hard not to chuckle. I mean, but you know, again, it's not funny, but boys will be boys.
How about that? It's not funny, but I'm just going to sit up here and chuckle.
Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys, Dave. I love how he even corrects the reporter. No. It wasn't a left hook. It was a right hook. You know who did land that left hook, though, this weekend? Jake Paul. Unfortunately so. Knocked down Nate Diaz to the canvas in the 5th round of the fight this weekend. In case you missed it.
Oh, left hook is down. Left hook sends Nate Diaz to the canvas. Big-time shot down from Jake Paul. And that is what you call a turning point, folks.
And it was the turning point of the fight. Nate came kind of bull rushing in. He did it a few times where he just kind of put his hands up and just ran forward. And Jake, all credit where credit's due. He landed a nice left hook.
Down goes Anderson!
Down goes Anderson. Down goes Diaz for just a quick second, but then Nate pops up. And honestly, from that point forward, I think you can make the argument that Nate won the later rounds. But this isn't a straight fight. This isn't a real fight like Nate was joking about after going 10 rounds with Jake Paul and throwing him in a guillotine choke in the 10th round. Overall, it was a loss on the professional boxing record of a Nate Diaz, but it's another moral victory. I don't think there's anybody in combat sports, in fighting, that can go out there and lose multiple rounds, lose the decision, and get the love he does from the audience, from the crowd. Hell, one of his last fights in the UFC before fighting Tony Ferguson was him against Leon Edwards, the 170 champ. And there he was losing 3-4 rounds, but he almost slept Leon in that 5th round, and that's what people remember from the fight. And that's what people remember from Nate Diaz fights, is that warrior energy, is that never give up attitude. And in those 9th, 10th innings when Jake Paul was trying to hold on for dear life, I think we all would have known what would happen if it was an MMA fight. Nate would have choked him out. The fight would have been over, but hey, it's boxing. It's a particular skill set. And now they're talking about maybe running it back in MMA, which, hey, ain't good news for Jake Paul. Nate even joked after the fight. He's like, yeah, I had a takedown in the first. I had the single leg. And I choked him out in the last round. So we all would know what happened in a quote-unquote real fight. He loses the boxing match, but we will see if there is a part 2. Shout out to Nate for getting the bag. And now Jake offering him $10 million to go fight in the PFL. We'll see if that happens or if Nate makes his return for a potential trilogy fight with Conor McGregor. Anyways, shout out to 209's own Nate Diaz representing this weekend. Even though he did lose to a YouTuber, hey, Credit, this YouTuber has the cojones to get into the ring with Nate Diaz, and credit to him, he survived. Almost looked like he had a better gas tank than Conor McGregor in those fights, if we're being honest, Dave. But hey, we'll see what happens down the road with Nate Diaz, the Nick Diaz army. But on the other side, we'll make the connection with the Murph and Mac army. Paulie Mac and Murph will be in studio, and we'll get you ready for our morning show on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 6 a.m., the sports leader.
The winner, the problem child, Jay Hall.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the Sports Leader.
All right, glad to be back on a Monday morning on the leadoff spot, just in time for the Murph and Mac show. But I gotta say, welcome back to my guy OD. Pleasure having you back. The kids did a great job running the show last week, but I told him, Dave, it takes a village to run the leadoff spot, and that's why the head chief is Overnight Dave back in the saddle today, and now back in the studio are my guys Murph and Mac. Good morning,
I
boys.
can tell from the open whether Dave's working or not.
100%.
Because it's either a skilled open or it's a beginner open.
It's a dead giveaway.
No slide on those kids. They're working hard. They're learning.
Yeah.
But I heard today's open before you even spoke. I said, Dave's back.
Yeah, that's
Dave's
the thing.
back.
Those kids did a good job at dipping their toes in the water, but Overnight Dave's in the deep end.
Right.
Overnight Dave is in the wave
Listen,
pool.
there's nothing
Raging
wrong.
Waters.
You got to have a JV game before the varsity game, and then the varsity come out. You know what I mean? They're wearing the sweats. They're wearing they run around the court. You know what I mean? They got to do the layup lines.
Yeah, exactly. Basically,
but there has to be a JV game first.
Last week was the preseason for all the board ops. You know, you get your Trey Lance, your Sam Darnold, your Brandon out on the field, and now Brock Purdy's back in action. That's OD.
If we got
our QB1 is back.
If we got a varsity and a junior varsity staff here at KNBR, does that make Cole on the freshman squad? I'll tell you what, I'm the bad guy now. Hey, I'm just riffing. I'm going to go ahead and stand up for Cole after his performance last week. I think he got called up to the JV.
He did.
They called him up.
He's no longer freshman anymore.
Casey Schmidt, who went the other way. Then she got a jersey, for... I know, right? It was a little homie who went to Jersey? Little homie has it. Little homie,
R.I.P. little homie.
Yeah. So, hey, man, tell that Labrador Retriever puppy, go back to Sacramento, keep peeing on the rug, keep doing your thing.
It's a good life lesson for all of us. Sometimes you got to go back to the drawing board.
Marco Luciano's back there, too.
Exactly. You can go hang out with Luciano, hang out with Joey Bart.
Did you see that Marvel Comics thing that was on the... Oh, we'll play it for you later.
What?
Captain Joey? What do we got to
for later in the day.
Okay,
There's Joey
very
Bart.
nice. We got to tease.
We got to get
We got to tease, but we got to send Overnight Dave
you got to get back to your post.
Welcome back again. I'm going back into the production studio, and now it's time for the Murph and Mac Show. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Monday morning starts right now.
Big part of the story last night.
All right, happy Monday, everybody. We inch ever closer to 49er football. And Giants, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can't lose to the Oakland A's once, much less twice.
Not once, but twice.
Come on. That was terrible.
As Andrew Dice Clay said once, blanked is blank not once, but twice.
Yeah, I'll take that.
That's about...
And meanwhile, you got the A's hoisting the Bay Bridge trophy right in your face now.
Let them, whatever, with their 32 wins.
Did Cavill have the balls to come out there and grab it, or did he not? I don't even know.
I haven't seen him all year.
Those guys don't show face, right?
No.
Saw the A's, by the way, they had that. I'll tell you one thing I liked was their Hall of Fame ceremony. See that they... By the way, shout out the green jacket. Only two places you get a green jacket. Augusta National and then A's Hall of Fame ceremony. But Jason Giambi was out there. Gene Tennis. Who was the other one?
Gene Tennis. There you go.
Carney Lansford. Carney Lansford out of Santa Clara. So anyway, that was cool to see those guys. But yeah, bad. Double thumbs down for the Gigantes. Who knows? They might turn up on the bum baby. A lot of bum babies, Paulie. Since we last left. Oop, there it goes.
Very harsh out. Yeah. Very harsh out.
And just like that, it's gone. Dude, we signed off on Friday at 9:58 with the news that Washington and Oregon were going to join the Big Ten. Remember that? We got like 20 seconds of rift.
Yeah.
How about watching my conference just disintegrate over the weekend? How about that? How about Bill Walton's Conference of Champions just gone? We're going to have to process that over the next days and weeks and years, dude. That's 100+ years of Saturdays out in Berkeley and Palo Alto and all that. So that happened. U.S. women's soccer team flopped and all that stuff. So a lot of bum babies.
Yeah.
Tim Anderson went down like a sack of potatoes.
A lot of losses over the week. A lot of losses with you
feel about
people.
you see Tim Anderson go down, the White Sox shortstop go down?
I didn't see it. No.
What?
No.
Paul, I didn't see the Jose...
Tell me about it.
We'll have to bone him up. But there was a brawl, a good old-fashioned brawl. Good old-fashioned bare knuckle. I mean, you haven't seen two baseball players square up, Paulie, like this. It looked like gentleman Jim Corbett against John L. Sullivan. I mean, it was like they did this, Paulie. You ever do this? You ever
like Jack Dempsey?
Taking your stance? Yeah.
Here, I got it right now. Let me see what goes on here. I got the fight here. Let me give you the play-by-play. You don't see many baseball players get into a Jack Dempsey stance with the paws up like that.
Yeah. So Jose Ramirez swung wildly and clipped him on the chin.
Right.
And down he went.
Right.
So anyway, well, you can bone up on that during the break. How'd you feel about your...
Oh, yeah, this is good. This is good old school. Okay, there it is. Okay, I just got the Dempsey moment right there. Yeah, good old school. Wow, good dust kicking up there. I like it.
You're boned up now, buddy. All right.
How could I not be boned up? I was too busy shoving veal down my gullet all night. And by the way, walked into the prosciutto room in the North Beach restaurant last night, a little private room. We had a nice dinner in there. Said, what's up to Sarge? This is all I heard.
You see? You start out with a little bit of oil.
Just like this.
You fry some garlic.
Yeah.
Then you throw in some tomatoes, some tomato paste. You fry it. You make sure it doesn't stick. Yeah. You got it to a boil. You shove in all your sausage and your meatballs.
That was basically the operative mode of the whole night, and I'm still full.
Yeah.
I'm full from dinner last night.
We had a 49ers media dinner last night. We'll be happy to share some of the anecdotes with you. Shout out North Beach Restaurant. Shout out Tonelli organizing a quote-unquote meetup in which I was the only one to go to the meetup at the Saloon in North Beach. He said, hey, I sent the email out. He goes to Paulie. I said, Paulie doesn't check his email.
No, you're not going to see me. No.
He has no idea this is going down.
Yeah.
But, dude, Paulie, let me tell you what about the live blues that's being played at the Saloon on Sunday afternoon.
Not much better than live blues. And I'm not kidding. That's about one of the greatest forms of music you can go watch live. You don't need to see a superstar. You can see any just collection of guys playing blues and have a great time.
They were fantastic.
Yeah.
And by the way, we walked in. The first guy we saw was San Francisco Sunset District legend Irish Pat Lawler.
That's now you're talking.
The old
See,
boxer.
That's old school.
Tonelli bought him a Budweiser.
Yeah.
And that was it. So anyway.
We had an event with him years ago when I was on 1050. We had like a pub crawl. It was a St. Patrick's Day. Listen to what they did back then. Back in these days, they sent a limo over. Okay, and I was like a
Wait, what?
Yes. We did a pub crawl in a limousine.
With Irish Pat Lawler?
Yeah, he was at one of the stops. He was like the host of one of the parties. It was out in the... It was out like one of the pubs off.
Who was in the limo? You and Cue Ball and Darren Chan?
And Brooksy. Darren Chan might have been there. I don't recall Tony being there, although he might have been. It was dude, we just went from bar to bar and just drank all day.
Were you guys on the air?
No, it was like a St. Patrick's Day promotions. I think we gave a couple passes away to listeners or something. But anyway, Pat was at one of the stops we made, and he was like the host, the ambassador of that stop. So we all took pictures and we drank with him and stuff like that.
That was 25 years ago.
Something like that. Yeah, 23 years probably. Yeah.
Pat's still doing his thing.
How's he doing? How's he holding up?
Well, I haven't seen him in ages. A little older now, but hey, the guy had a big smile on his face.
How about the mug of a Lawler?
Yeah, the mug of a Lawler. Yeah, the mug of a Lawler.
Hey, you see those mugs?
He knows where to go on a Sunday afternoon. He goes to the Saloon for some live blues. So
is he a Sunset guy? I'm just going to have to guess.
Big time. So anyway, shout out North Beach Restaurant and the Prosciutto Room and Sarge and the 49ers
You
for
eat
hosting
dinner
us.
under... like hanging meats.
Yeah.
You got prosciuttos over your head.
There's a chance of about I don't know, what do you think, about a 7-pound ham will fall on you.
How about
There's a chance it'll fall on you.
And how about the great irony?
It's like hanging like chandeliers.
I don't know how many people know this. Like our whole like blank you Tony campaign that we do. That's Creative Tony, the anti-Crawford guy. So we have fun breaking his chops. Thank you, man. How ironic is it, too, that he's got to dig into his vegetarian like selection last night, like a veggie lasagna I think he had. But he's eating it right under a prosciutto that's hanging over his head.
That was
that's phenomenal.
A form of torture for him, but a form of great comedy and relief for us.
I enjoyed it.
Well, listen, no beautiful baseball.
Not today, man.
No Bobby Weird. No
nothing.
Just another Saber Duvall. I'll just tell you this. The good news for them is nobody around them made a move.
That keeps happening.
The Arizona Diamondbacks have lost 6 in a row. If you want to get into the wild card situation, the Reds have lost 6 in a row. Miami's lost 5 of 6. The Giants are actually, believe it or not, safely tucked in their bed in the wild card. They're still leading the wild card, all tucked in with their warm milk and their teddy bear. They're
I like that. Teddy bear.
They're 3 games up in the wild card.
Yeah.
They're like safely secure. But you'd like to make a run at the division. They did not. They fell back to 4 back. And they just played bad ball. And this is weird. They play worse against the worst teams. This is what they do. So if they're talking about this tough schedule coming up with the Rangers and the Rays and the Braves, well, it's going to bring out the best in them because they usually play the best against those teams. So they play the Angels, another team that's imploding. They've lost 6 in a row since the trade deadline. They went how Angels are the Angels? Poor Tolbert. They went all in on Ohtani, And all they've done is lost since then. How sad is
Boy,
that?
talk about a cursed franchise.
Cursed,
I mean,
except for 02.
Yeah, that's
then.
true.
They
Okay,
were not cursed then.
Not that year. No.
All right, we inch ever closer to 49er football a week from yesterday, so 6 days away.
All right.
But more important are the practices this Thursday and Friday in Vegas. Waterboy's going to be there.
I love that. We'll be checking in correspondent style. Yes.
Yeah, those practices are more instructive than the actual game on Sunday because I would believe Brock's probably not going to play on Sunday. I mean, Kyle hasn't said anything yet, but generally guys don't play the first preseason game. But he will play in those practices against Max Crosby and the boys.
Right. What about Jimmy G?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was walking by. I was in the coffee room getting my last blast to get my salt and pepper for my eggs, Paulie. And I was walking by, NFL Network was on in there, and the chyron at the bottom said, 6 interceptions for Jimmy G Friday, Saturday. Bad omen? Question mark. You're going to love him, baby. I asked him, I got to tell you, Logan Webb. I got to tell you, since I last saw you, I went to the Brandon Crawford golf tournament on Friday at Presidio, which, God, I wish Brandon didn't have 2 errors yesterday. It would have been easier to talk about the golf tournament. But, hey, fighting ALS, obviously the main deal here, were the insidious disease that is ALS, and trying to do the best he can to just get that research going. You know, it's a horrible, horrible thing. So shout out to everybody who contributed their money and donated the auction and all that stuff, but Logan Webb was there. I finally got a chance to ask him about Jimmy G. He said he's ready for him.
Yeah.
He's ready for him.
Yeah.
So
he'll wind up charming Logan Webb in the long run, like he did most of us, except for Marcus,
Paulie,
who's impervious to his charms.
After my experience on Friday, the reverse might be true. I don't know if I've met a more enjoyable or charming giant than Logan Webb.
Okay.
I mean, I got to tell you, this guy, first of all, stayed the distance, because those are long days. And Mike Crawford had us, it was a 6-hour round, God bless. Then you got the dinner, then you got the auction. You know, people got to go.
You want to keep those things up tempo, yeah.
I turn around, I'm doing the auction, I'm dying. And who's right there just bidding away with a big old grin on his face? Logan Webb.
Nice.
Just firing away.
Bidding away on what? Like what kind of items? Like,
well, a lot of Warriors packages. And he kept saying, are they playing the Kings? And he kept raising his bid up. Can you guarantee me the Kings?
We got to get Logan Webb more like San Francisco-centric.
He's just a grin of him, because he got into these bidding wars with other guys, and he kept this big ear-to-ear grin going, you know what I mean? Kept putting his hand up, you know? So he's just a charming dude. He's a charming right-hander.
Well, good. Can I get a charming 7-inning stopgap out of him tonight? Got to get a 7-inning stopper job.
He has to, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, all right. We'll get into the situation over in Oakland, losing 2 as the Giants didn't yet safely ensconced in the wild card. We'll get you ready for 49er football and all the weird flops from the weekend, whether it's Tim Anderson or the U.S. women's soccer team or my freaking conference gone.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I know that we, UCLA and USC, I knew we were going to the Big Ten. I didn't expect the whole damn thing to fall apart.
Shout out the Beatles track on Sgt. Pepper. It's called She's Leaving Home.
Yeah.
Former Pac-12 teams leaving home.
Yeah.
Shout out. That's my new parody.
Except for Cal and Stanford have nowhere to go. They're just standing there.
Yeah, that's a tough spot. They're like the kids that don't get picked on the playground.
Do you think it all started to go downhill when we had Evan Weaver on, when he said, please, please, please come to our game?
That was the start of something bad.
Do you think that was a sign?
Yeah, it was a bad, tough look.
If everybody remembers that.
Please come to the game. Like he was pleading.
Yeah.
There was sincere. It was, and
poor Copes, Copes just savagely cut that and played it all the time.
Please.
I was talking to Copes about that last night at the dinner. I said, that was mean. He said, yeah, you said it was mean that I kept playing. He goes, yeah, I'm going to keep playing it.
Shout out James Brown.
Here it is.
Yeah.
We will play really hard, and with your backing, we'll have a lot of energy in the game. Please come on Friday night.
Yeah, please. 2 pleases. Please me, Paul.
Please
come on Friday night.
please me. Yeah,
that's not a conference head in the right direction. All right, we'll get into all those and say good morning to Waterboy. Get the guest list next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Light the beam.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
The Giants announced this weekend that they are optioning Casey Schmidt down to the Sacramento Rivercats. To find out why Casey Schmidt has been optioned, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
The 3-2 is lined towards second, knocked down by Geloff, picks it up, throws to first in time for the out, and the game is over. The A's, for the first time this year, beat the Giants. Another tight, low-scoring game. Trevor May, the right-hander, winds, throws. Crawford tops it toward first. It is a fair ball. It hits the bag, but it's fielded by Brown cleanly, and he goes to the bag himself for the putout. And the A's have won their second in a row against the Giants. So a tough weekend here at the Coliseum for the Giants, and especially this one today where they had a 6-3 lead and end up losing by the final score of 8-6.
I mean, it will delight A's fans to know. If you're an A's fan out there and you want to know, am I, your boy, Murph from Murph and Mac, am I pissed and embarrassed and like irate? Yeah, I am. So if that's what you wanted, God bless. Because, I mean, the A's, even in their dying, wheezing state, still hurt the Giants. That's pathetic, man. Disgraceful losses for the Giants. There's just no getting around it.
No.
I think I got to go with my teenage son who's more mature than I am. I said, how are we going to handle this? He goes, I'm just going to do my best to ignore it. That's what he said. That's one way to go. Just ignore it.
Yeah,
Paulie.
pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah.
I don't know. The L's still show up in the column, though. That's a problem.
Say good morning to Marcus, the water boy.
Look at my guy over there.
That's where we're at. How about just ignoring it?
I mean, it sounds like a great strategy, but at some point, these losses are going to pile up. And if we're looking at the wild card standings down the stretch and the Giants are 1-2 games out, I'm going to be thinking about this Bay Bridge series.
Don't even
I'm going to be thinking about the Washington Nationals, the Detroit Tigers, and these bad teams that this Giants team continue to lose against.
They've had a hard time with the subpar inferior teams this year.
They actually have a winning record against them, 27-24, but it's one of the worst for all the teams. This is kind of an obscure stat here. For all the teams with winning records, they have one of the worst records against losing teams. Does that make sense? I know. So you take. Never mind. Point it this way: they don't play
confusing.
Yeah, a little bit.
Confusing. But they do play very well against winning teams.
Right.
Which will
raise their level. Yeah.
Maybe will help them against the Rangers on this weekend. It's, by the way, not too early to promote, Paulie. The King himself will be coming on Friday at 9:30. Bruce Bochy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Bochy will be back.
Where's
baby.
my applause?
I'm kind of good.
Yes,
there it is, right there, right, Paulie?
No question.
Speaking of Kings, too, I know he's coming on our show later today, but another great sighting at the Crawford Golf Tournament. Ron Wotus. I continue to lavish praise on his hair and his handsomeness.
As you should.
So other sightings, too. Shout out Mike Conforto, J.D. Davis. These are guys who took time out of their, they get an off day, and it's probably a pretty precious off day to go do whatever they want, and they went and spent the entire day at Presidio Golf Course raising money for ALS to fight ALS. And Brandon, of course, Brandon Crawford was great, and his dad and his wife and all that stuff. You know what was out there, Paul? It was Kalena Azubuike.
He's a good dude.
Kalena, dude. Well. So hung out with him a little bit, did a little rap there.
Any Fitz anecdotes?
Fitz wasn't there.
Oh, no, you should have asked him for some, give me some dirt on Fitz.
I should have.
Give me something.
Bob Fitzgerald.
Maybe be like, hey, Fitz, what's he really like? Does he have the Fighting Irishman, the Leprechaun, and the Warrior logo on the gates? When you enter the Fitzgerald estate, that's kind of how I've seen things. I told Murph, if we did a drone, like an overhead drone shot of the Fitz compound, I think that he's got like the Dubs logo in the bottom of his swimming pool, one of the swimming pool. Yeah. Maybe the indoor one has the Leprechaun, but the outdoor one has the Warrior logo. That's how I envisioned it in my head, the gates, all that stuff.
Kalena probably say, I don't know, he hasn't let me come over to the house.
You know what? It's probably a good reason, because I know Murph digs this. It's a Monday. Get us up on our feet. There's a little tribute to the guy.
But he's
This is for your head.
One of my favorites.
Yeah. Thank God you like this song.
I like it. I love it.
This one was a risk.
Must be the season of the Fitz. Must be the season of the Fitz. Yeah.
Come on, Murph.
Must be the season of the Fitz.
That's for you, Bobby. We miss
Bob. This is
Bob.
a rare time it's quiet in hoops. Although I see Steve Kerr's got the national team. They're going off to the FIBA World Cup, I think, in Spain. But
what do you want?
Not to give this any oxygen, just I know how sensitive it gets and how upset people get. But
oh boy,
just on the break, I'm like, hey, I better bone up on my sports news, make sure I'm the best possible sports talk host I can be. So I go to my default homepage is Yahoo for whatever reason. I don't know why. It just is.
I go over there too. Yeah, that's mine too.
And they have their little squares, their little headlines of the day.
Oh yeah, a lot of good squares.
This one says, you ready for this one? Let me make sure I read this correctly.
Yeah.
Trump makes fun of U.S. women's soccer team after loss.
Oh yeah, no, sure. I mean, what are you surprised?
I mean, it's just like the Onion can't do this, can it? So he is tweeting out there, he's just mocking him, but
Oh, no, this is like...
He wrote, nice shot, Megan.
Bro, he mocked John McCain. I mean, for God's sake.
I know.
This guy, no, you shouldn't be surprised.
Shouldn't even get in there.
Nah, it's better not to, man. Better not to.
going into
that. No, thanks, Marcus.
That was kind of funny that was on my sports headlines.
I can't believe you're surprised.
I know. So, anyway, well, listen, it was bad, but again, I want to emphasize the Giants right now are well positioned to make the playoffs, believe it or not. Even after all this, there's nobody, and this was the Marty Lurie speech that he gave me in the locker room, the clubhouse, as I like to say.
The speech, by the way.
When he was detailing all the teams. He goes, the Reds, they're going to collapse, they have. The Marlins, they're going to collapse, they have. The Diamondbacks, they're going to collapse, they have. And so I said, yeah, well, you're making a good point. It all sounds right. He said, yeah, of course it's right. I said it.
Boy, I mean, when someone says it to you with
But then I looked at him and I looked for the riff, and he was serious.
No, there's no riff.
It was like a college professor.
You're blessed to have been on the receiving end of that kind of knowledge. I mean, that's how he views it. You know what I mean? It was a blessing for you.
Bitch.
Totally.
So anyway, right now the Giants are 4 back in the West. You know, guys, you see who's making their move is the Cubs. Out of nowhere, the Cubs have gotten hot. They're 16-7 in the last 23. Waterboy, watch out. Here comes Cody Bellinger to haunt your dreams again.
And that's the thing. I remember we talked to Jesse Rogers right around the MLB trade deadline, who, of course, covers baseball from ESPN, based out of Chicago. And we talked about Marcus Stroman, who has struggled a little bit. Looks like he's back on track now. But Cody Bellinger was the story. And he was a guy who a lot of people looked at as the best bet at the trade deadline. The Cubs, surprisingly to most people, decided to hold on to Bellinger, and now here they are making a push.
They really are. And they right now are if the season ended today, they're in the playoffs. Believe it or not. The Cubs, it's a club I saw in April, and they get that little walk-off win against the Mariners back then. So anyway, the Giants and the Phillies both share the first wild card spot, 3 up on the Cubs, and in the NL West, you're 4 games out there. So there you go. An eventful weekend. Why don't we get the guest list going on
some horns.
Monday, 8/7/20. How were you pissed about the losses? You just ignore them? What are you doing?
I didn't ignore them, but I wasn't.
What's your strategy?
I mean, disappointed. I feel like, what I was thinking yesterday was, this whole lack of moves at the deadline and nothing to really bolster their starting rotation. What was going through my head yesterday was just simply the amount of pressure this situation is putting on the 2 starters. Even just saying that, the 2 starters. Yeah. I see where they are. I understand it's been working, but at the same time, I just feel like now, in addition to how unorthodox this is, you've only got 2 guys, and this is all assuming like this plan works when you're getting the very best out of your 2 guys. What happens when your 2 guys don't have great?
Well, yesterday Alex Cobb did not have his best.
There's an example. Or the day when Murph was out, when Logan Webb couldn't get out of the second inning. I mean, it's great when it's working and when those 2 guys are giving it to you, but boy, there's a lot of pressure on them. That's all.
You are 100% correct with you, and I agree with you on all that stuff. And yet, what was odd was they started Stripling on Saturday, and he pitched great.
He did. He's been. You know what? Stripling's been doing all right lately. His past few handfuls full of starts have been pretty decent.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. Well, listen, I'll hold this up here. This is a little disturbing. Well, not disturbing.
What do you need?
Maybe somber. Because here's the guest list, Waterboy, and it features a black and white. Sort of a portrait of Matt Barrows, right?
It's like a dramatic shot of
was it like a portrait, Paulie?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like you're posing for a painting.
Yeah.
What do you got here, Triple E or Waterboy?
Well, like you said, Matt Barrows is on the guest list.
Birthday month.
It's going to.
Still doing
what is the actual birthday?
Do we just gang up and ignore his birthday when it actually comes?
Is it even this month? That's the question.
It's
I have
either
no
the
idea.
16th or the 18th. One of those 2.
I'm going with the 17th. I'll split it down the middle, Murph.
That would be my lovely brides.
Ooh,
so
maybe if we just bring a box.
She's not asking for a month.
She doesn't remind you every day.
It's a lot to ask for a month. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, he's still going with it.
Above and beyond.
All I'm asking for is a guest list, and it starts this morning, 7:35. Mike Krukow talking Giants baseball. We'll check in to see if he's disappointed, just like Paul Mack is.
I'm not going to lie, and A's fans, you can delight in this. It's worse that it's you guys. Mm-hmm. It is, because even you guys in your dilapidated, pathetic, moving to Vegas state, the fact that you guys hurt the Giants, if you want to know if it hurts, yes, it does. Yeah. It hurts.
Uh-huh.
So, congrats.
And that's why I think it's great that Paulie Mack makes the point that he's not mad, he's disappointed. It's like my parents when I was like in middle school or high school. Yeah. And it almost feels worse that they're disappointed in you. Like I'd rather you be mad at me.
You don't want to disappoint your mom.
I'm just disappointed. No, I'm dumbfounded how this weekend even happened.
No, man.
I wanted that trophy, Waterboy. I didn't get that trophy.
Yeah.
So anyway.
It's going to Vegas now. But we'll talk to Mike about it. 7:35 Giants baseball. Get into the big hit and the cooler of content in the Power Hour as well. Then we'll check in with the man on your guest list, Matt Barrows, at 8:35.
There he is.
Get you ready.
How would you describe that picture, Paulie?
Of which one, of Barrows?
Yeah.
Well, to me, it's almost like a Rolling Stone cover shot. Like in any lead boy, it's like we sit down with Matt Barrows. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can just see the headline on that black and white.
There's a lot of is there a sadness there? Is there a depth?
There's an intensity. There's an intensity.
His struggle is man's struggle.
It's specific to Barrows, just that look in his eye. Similar to what you see when you look in the eyes of a Chuck Norris, that kind of intensity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, yes.
I don't know where that came from, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll check in with Matt Barrows, 8:35, and then wrap up the show this morning, 9:35, with Ron Wotis talking Giants baseball.
I saw Woe at the golf. He was great.
Oh, yeah?
He was fantastic.
How's his golf game?
You know what? We were
Probably
auctioning
cool, like
off
him.
a round with George Contos, and then we just threw Woe in. We said it's Contos and Woe, and the money went up.
Oh,
the money went up.
I mean, I bet you from the...
We raised more money to fight ALS because of Wotus
I would
throwing his
say
name
those
in the
numbers
race.
spiked specifically at the hands of the female persuasion.
I would agree.
Like, I get a chance to go into 9 holes of Wotus. Let me throw some money in there.
Tripoli also included a picture of the lake where he camped this weekend.
All right.
So
that's a good-looking lake, I got to say.
I was wondering what the hell that was doing on the business this morning.
Apparently he swam he swam across the lake.
He swam all over the dam.
Yeah. All right. We'll get into this horrible Giants loss and this Pac-12 situation. My God. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, I don't care about no different teams moving. We trying to win, man. I don't care where we play. I don't care what conference, who we're playing against. We're trying to win. All this is about money. You know that. It's about a bag. Everybody's chasing a bag. Then you get mad at the players when they chase it. How's that? How do the grown-ups get mad at the players when they chasing it when the colleges are chasing it?
Man, listen to Deion Sanders, man. He is something else. Colorado Buffalo head coach Deion Sanders. He's a quote machine, I'll tell you that right now. But he's, of course, right. It's all about money, and that ain't ever been in question. It's not about student athletes and their best well-being or
I would imagine
how to be the best they can be. It's about who can get paid the most.
Hence his track show must be the money. That was his track. He had that one single, Must Be the Money. Maybe cue that up later. We'll do it.
That is correct, buddy.
As a rejoin, yeah. Must be the money.
Speaking of rejoins.
Well, I got to remind everybody that Deion Sanders riff/take walk down memory lane was brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending at a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA.
And thinking of football that's not Deion Sanders, how about Kurt Warner joining Papa and Lund today at 10:50? He's always good on the radio.
Nice.
Tune in for that, my friends.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, shout out to the 650 texted in saying, hey, Murphy, because you jinxed Liguria Bakery. I'm like, I said, what do you mean? He said, it caught fire over the weekend. I said, oh, I know. It's always on fire. I hope the line wasn't too long. And he wrote back. He said, no, dude. An actual fire. What? Friday at 11 a.m. LaGuardia Bakery. Now, the good news is it was quickly contained.
Yeah.
So nothing too loud. But unbelievable. We talk about it for the first time ever because Dave Fleming had that beautiful rectangle in the butcher paper with the string, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And then that happens there. So anyway, listen, that's Deion Sanders talking about this pack. Well, listen, we knew that UCLA and USC were going to the Big Ten, and that caused all sorts of problems. What are they doing? I got all this scorn from all the rest of the Pac-10 schools. What are you guys doing, man?
Yeah, scorn.
What are you guys doing? And I understood. I love a good UCLA-Washington game as much as anyone else. I love a good UCLA-Cal game as much as anyone else. But I said, this is where the bus is headed. And if you either get on the bus or you get under the bus. And so UCLA and USC got on the bus. We're heading towards these mega conferences.
The bus came by and I got on. That's where it all began. Shout out Bobby Weir. That's the other one right there.
And I said, I suppose if I was a forward thinker, I would have said, you guys should probably join because this is where we're all headed. Instead, I said, you guys just have your Pac-10 and enjoy. Well, that wasn't going to last because once people saw, wait, there's somebody else making that kind of money. What can I do to make that kind of money? And then the problem was the Pac-10 had no TV deal. It all comes down to the TV deal, and the Pac-10 didn't have a good TV deal. So Arizona State, and Utah, and Colorado, they said the Big 12 offered them more money. So they went, now you're down to the Pac-6. Now you got Washington and Oregon saying, well, hey, Big 10, will you take us? Big 10 said, we'll take you at a cut rate. They're giving them lesser money.
Shout out Thrift Shop.
Washington and Oregon take it because that's where the bus is headed. Now you're down to 4. Washington State, Oregon State, Cal and
Imagine
Stanford.
if they had like a radio draft and like all the other shows got drafted into like new stations and Murph and I were just still sitting here.
We would be the Washington State, Oregon State of the Pac-4.
Can we broadcast on one of your stations and be like, well, yeah, but we're not going to give you, we'll pay like a discounted rate. You know what I mean? But Murph and I are like the Cal and Stanford of radio.
I truly don't know what's going to happen to these guys. The best case scenario is that they actually do join the Big Ten just at a heavily discounted rate.
Yeah.
But then again, all the things that people said they hated about the Big Ten, they always bring up Rutgers as the big example.
Shout out Scarlet Knight Ball.
They do. They bring up Rutgers. It's not Michigan and Ohio State. That's glory. Like, you get to play Michigan and Ohio State. That's cool.
Yeah.
It was, what about Rutgers?
Yeah.
What about Rutgers? They always say, like, what's it going to be like when UCLA women's tennis is playing Rutgers on a rainy Tuesday night?
I'll be like, I got 3 dimes on Rutgers tennis. Yeah, Marcus probably would too. You bet on some Scarlet Knight Ball. You don't care.
But man, oh man, is this just the case of just what we've always known? Money, money, money. That's it.
Must be the money. Yeah.
There's no purity of the sport.
Not anymore. Nothing.
There's no the good old alma mater. There's no the band running out of the tunnel giving you goosebumps.
Well, just to be fair to college football, though, that they're following the exact same model that the whole country is run on. Like, it's all about money in any industry that you want to look into. I mean, that's no different than any other business.
Waterboy, do we need to dig up the Rebecca from Ted Lasso's speech? How much more money do you need?
It does become a relevant question at a certain point. It does. You got to start asking guys, like, how much do you need at this point?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you had a chance to make as much as you could, would you take it?
Yeah, but I'm not in a school. I'm not in a salary range of some of the guys that are like bonusing themselves.
Do you think there's a point where if you got to, you're like, I got enough?
I like to think that there would be when you're like several $100 million in the bank kind of thing, and you got investments.
And then
all
somebody
over
says you can make more, but it'll cost the integrity of all this stuff. You would say, no, I'm good because I want to keep the integrity.
Well,
of the
again,
conference.
that goes back to the original question: how much do you really need?
Well, yeah,
like that's the question. Like how much?
The problem is Cal $400 million in debt. They need $400 million.
Like if your kids are all set, like then you say like, all right, what else is there to do? Like, what do you guys need at this point?
Yeah. And obviously, we've seen this in sports over the last couple of years, whether it's with the Live Golf Tour, where these guys are going out to Saudi Arabia, or a story that we talked about when Murph was gone and Kylian Mbappe turning down $700 million for a 1-year contract with Saudi Arabia.
A 1-year contract.
Tiger Woods turned down something like that for Live Golf.
Mm-hmm. So there are people who will turn it down.
Like there's a guy right there, right? That's
Tiger
an example.
has enough.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's not worried about where his next meal is coming from. Yeah.
Nor are his great-great-great-grandchildren.
No, there'll be Woodses walking the earth in 3023.
But I mean,
that are like, hey, my great-great-great-great-grandfather paid for all this, paid for this wedding that we're enjoying.
I wonder, can you even enjoy? Do you? Like, I know you're not as big a college football guy because you went to a smaller school and you don't have that crazed affiliation that Superfan does down in Westwood. But is it possible to still enjoy college football for what it is, or can you just see it? It's like NFL light, what it is. But I'm here to tell you.
The answer is yes. People are going to love college. Yeah, of course. Of course.
They're going to love it.
I mean, everyone's going to love college football.
It's wild. It's rollicking. It's Saturday. There's going to be some crazy scores back in triple overtime, whatever. And you're still going to have the big crowds and you're still going to have the bands. It's just set against this massive financial.
But that's the bottom line, Murph. It's still football. People are going to watch regardless of what conference they're playing or whatever. My bigger question is what's going to happen to like the Olympic sports out in the Pac-12?
That's the huge question. And nobody has a good answer on that.
No.
Nobody has a good answer. For example, like a sport like water polo, where California schools are great and they win all the time. There's no school they want to play outside of California. They might. I wonder if the Olympic sports can break off and have their own thing, but probably not. But anyway, but this Cal and Stanford thing, like I just take a moment. I know we got total weekend recall coming up, hums and bums, and I didn't have room for the Pac-12. There was a lot of bums this weekend, a lot of bums. But Cal and Stanford in particular, just because these are our people. These are our people. We've had both Cal and Stanford sports on our airwaves, right? Don't we still?
We currently do.
Do we have
on
Stanford
810
football?
the spread and Stanford on 1050.
Okay, we do. Well, then
that's good knowledge right
there.
there.
We're literally talking about our properties here, right?
Yeah.
Cal and Stanford.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking back to like, man, and I know things change and you can't, listen, horses
Evolution,
get,
Murph. The world, things evolve.
I'm thinking back to days where Memorial Stadium was packed.
Oh, boy.
And it wasn't that long ago. If you go back and look at the mid-00s under Tedford, that's only 18, 15 years ago.
Hold on,
Not
you're talking about
Waterboys are alive.
Just trying to remember the days when the Cal Stanford or the Cal Stadium was packed to the gills. You talking about that McCartney concert? What was that back in '89?
Yeah. No, I mean it's like it's not that they can't do it. It's like some would say Cal fans would tell you that their administration was openly hostile to college football success. Like they were like, no, we're not going to get down and dirty on that game. We're not going to pay for these coaches. We're not going to pay for these facilities
hostile.
and all that.
Yeah.
So that in some ways they're getting what they deserve. Somebody else had a great line. There's a guy who told me from Cal, he goes, Stanford just always thought they were better than everyone else. They're like, we're not going to get in the mud and sling around with you guys. We're just Stanford. Like they could go Ivy or independent or whatever. But it's incredible. These brands, John Elway, Aaron Rodgers, Marshawn Lynch, Andrew Luck, Christian McCaffrey, Chuck Muncie,
Jeremy Newberry.
Newberry,
good
Chris
old 6'2". Yeah, you would have loved Newberry.
Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
We
go all day on this. Yeah, come on.
Go on and on. And these programs are just out in the cold. I don't even know. Like, will Cal still have football in 10 years?
Wow, I hope so.
Well, I don't know. Because they're $439 million in debt, and now they got nowhere to play.
Maybe Springsteen can do a benefit for Cal football in December.
Anyway, just wanted to pour one out and say that it's almost like it was inevitable and things change and evolve and you have to either get on the bus or under the bus. And unfortunately, Cal and Stanford are under the bus. UCLA, USC, Oregon, and Washington are on the bus. So there's our teams that are on the bus. Schools are on the bus. Others are under the bus.
Well, like one of our texters said, first of all, shout out the Who's Magic Bus. Great track. And then number two, Murph, do you remember the little anecdote from Tony Soprano in The Sopranos where he was saying, he was talking to Dr. Melfi. He was doing one of his sessions with his therapist over there, this woman.
No.
Yeah, and he goes, life is like when you're born, it's like your mother's the bus driver. And then you're born, you get off the bus, and then the rest of your life, you're trying to get back on the bus. Remember when it's that whole rap?
That.
Yeah. So a lot of bus kind of metaphors happening today. You got Cal and Stanford under the bus, as you said, while all the other schools pull away.
It's really sad. Yeah. And I feel bad for my Cal Golden
With their
Bears.
new school clothes on, they feel good.
Oh, man.
Cal's just sitting there,
and the answer is what's going to happen, and the answer is we don't know. We don't know. Hey, it is, of course, time to tell you we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. I suppose, despite their disdain for it, their best option is to tell the Big Ten, can we join? We won't ask for that much money from you guys. We just need a place to hang out. We just need a place to go. We got nowhere to go.
Yeah, you mind if I crash at your place?
They said the Big Ten doesn't want to expand to 20 teams. I mean, then it becomes just,
Do like Marcus did with Copes last night. Hey, Copes, do you mind if I crash on your couch?
That's it.
Cal could be like, hey,
Cal
UCLA.
wants to be the Dupree and the you, me, and Dupree.
Can I stay in your guest house?
All right.
Yeah.
Hum babies and bum babies.
That's it.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports.
It's about a bag. Everybody's chasing a bag.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning. Thank you for listening today. You know, my friend Steve Moskowitz stops by the show, also stops by our podcast. We have nice long talks with him on the podcast. But on the radio show, we like to do a little hits with Steve throughout the week, give you some tax advice and tax tips to help you guys out of any jam you might be facing. So, Steve, good morning. Another nice weekend here in the Bay. Let's kick this week off on the good foot. What's on your mind today, my friend?
Hi, Paulie. An ERC where your listeners can get up to $26,000 for every employee they had during 2020 and 21, which can amount up to a lot of money for a lot of people. One of the things that's concerned me, there's been some talk, and I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but about thinking about ending the ERC program early. Now, it's already happened in the fourth quarter a while ago when they took it away. Will they end it early? I don't know. I don't know if anything will come of this, but this is still another reason why, if you're thinking about it, stop thinking about it. And if you qualify, not everybody does, but a lot of people do. Let's do it now before you find out, oh, they ended the program early. Let's not run that risk. Talk to us. Let's do the calculations. Let's do the termination, and let's see if you qualify. And if you do, let's get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
Perfectly said, Steve. And this is a great reminder from Steve. Don't let the clock expire. Talk to Steve now while the time is good. It's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, toll free. Reach out and talk to Steve about it today, your situation. And then visit Steve online as well for more information at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise.
Now here's Murph and Mac.
Oh, yeah. Monday morning tradition doesn't start until you hear your hums and bums. Your weekend doesn't end until you hear your hums and bums. I woke up this morning. I woke up in the middle of the night and I checked my clock or whatever the heck it was, my iPhone, and it said I was well short of my alarm. And I said, well, I definitely know it's the weekend because I haven't heard hums and bums yet. All right. And then I came to work, and now hums and bums are here.
No, it's a real thing. It's happening.
My week is beginning.
It's happening.
This week is beginning.
This S is underway.
Traditions like that, things like Friday football forecast coming in a few weeks.
Oh, dude.
Right. Oh, yeah.
You know how I feel about the forecast.
Well, last year the forecast was making you money.
Yeah, we
Both
did.
of
Had a
us
good
had
year.
in the green.
About time.
I heard Bobby Boucher's best bets was actually trying to take tutelage from our picks.
Well, that's it. Only took 18 years.
All
We
right.
finally got a winning year.
Anyway, hums and bums. I've lost track of who's who. Why don't you do the hum babies this weekend, Paulie? Find me some winners from the weekend.
I think I should because I am the poster boy for joy, happiness, and good cheer. So
Okay.
that being, you know what I'm saying? Most people think of that. Who's the happiest guy? Well, probably Paulie Mack.
Joy, happiness. Well, sunshine, daydream.
But
right?
Nice,
There you
dude.
go.
Nice, yeah.
That'd be
Walk
you.
me in the tall trees.
Yeah.
All right, Murph, so let's get into it. Hum babies all over the place. I got to do what I got to do, Murph. Don't hold this against me because this is not what I wanted. Okay, this is not what I would have chosen. This is the business we've chosen, though. So I got to talk about the A's, and I got to talk about the A's fans having a party over in Oakland. I'm sorry. Giant fans, I'm one of you. But I got to tell you what I saw all weekend long. Listen, we know it's grim for the green and gold. The Las Vegas move, it's all but done. How about their record? You're taking a look at the A's in the standings lately? If you haven't, feast your eyes and ears on this. They're 32-80. Okay, 32-80. How many games back in the West? A tidy 34.
I got to tell you, I was listening to the weekend.
34.
By the way, FP sounded great with Flem on the radio yesterday.
I'll second that.
And
I heard him too. He did sound good.
They were doing the opening lineups right before the first pitch, and FP's like, all right, here's today's lineups. And he does the lineup, for the Giants, 61-50, 3 games out in the National League West, leading off Lamont Wade. And then he goes, next for the Oakland A's, 31-80, 34 games out in the American League West. I was like, wait, what? 34 games out?
34. Yeah, 34 games back. They're getting ready to make their push. But anyway, listen, for 2 days this past weekend, I'll say Saturday evening and then yesterday afternoon, the glory was restored. First of all, the fans showed up. 27,000 on Sunday, 37,000 on Saturday. I got to tell you, that stadium looks really good when you got people like on every single tier, like the upper deck is full. Saturday, that was a good-looking picture. Kind of brings you back to the older days when the fans did come out and, the pre-Mount Davis era when it was just that beautiful look at the hills in the background. It was a really nice visual. But again, nice to see the fans. They were out there. The sell the team chants were happening. That's made national
Making
news.
bigger news every time.
Yeah, and here we go. How about this for a little extra good mojo for the green and gold? The A's inducted Jason Giambi, Gene Tennis, and Carney Lansford into the A's Hall of Fame. Luminaries like Eck and Stu, those guys showed up. The A's swept the series on top of everything else, hence their inclusion on the Bum Baby list, 2-1 on Saturday. Here's a day where the Giants finally score some runs, 8-6. They lose with that 6th spot. And, yes, they hoisted up that big old Bay Bridge trophy right in Farhan's grill. Gabe, too. What is that, the Bay Bridge trophy? Yeah. Damn, I want that. That looks good. Anyway, if you missed it, here's how it all sounded.
Paul Blackburn's hadn't given up a run. Here's a swing and a drive to left field. Hit well. Jock Peterson watches. It is gone. And there's your first run of the game. A solo home run by Diaz is lined towards second. Knocked down by Geloff. Picks it up. Throws to first in time for the out. And the game is over. The A's, for the first time this year, beat the Giants. Cobb's 0-2 pitch. And Allen hits a high drive down the left field line toward the corner. Nick Allen has done it again. I can't believe it. His second home run of the game against Cobb. A tough weekend here at the Coliseum for the Giants. And especially this one today where they had a 6-3 lead and end up losing by the final score of 8-6.
It's been great these last 2 games with the support we've gotten, the A's fans coming out and getting behind this team, this young team, supporting them. It builds their confidence, and it's always great. This Coliseum, the A's fans, you can't say enough about them. And as a player and now as a manager, you just love to see him in the stands. You love the drummers in the outfield, and it's been great. It's been a great 2 days.
All right, Murph. Well, there it is.
Manager Mark Kotze. How do you feel? He referenced the drummers affecting the game, and the fans affecting the game. Paul Blackburn said Saturday night that the chants of sell the team and all that energized the team.
I'm not surprised.
And I remember,
I'm not surprised.
Even in San Francisco when Alex Cobb was on the bump, he said the chants were so loud that he couldn't hear himself through the pitch calmer.
It was loud. Let's be honest.
It has an effect, especially when you are a ball club playing in an empty stadium every weekend.
808 KNBR, will the chant make a difference? Will John Fisher sell the team?
How great of a story would that be? Well, no, I was just thinking of how great of a riff and story that would be. Like, you know what? I heard the chants, and now let's rip this damn thing up. Just like on a press conference.
I mean, this guy is with the sell the team chant. My kid was asking, why are they chanting? They're not going to. I said, kid, don't you know about civil disobedience?
You got to protest. You got to push.
I said, you got to fight the man.
You got to.
You got to fight the man.
Yeah.
Now they say you can't fight City Hall. But you can try.
I've tried.
You can chant.
I gave it a shot. I fought the law. The law won.
By the way, I can also tell you you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So they're hum babies.
Yeah, and as they should be. And the Giants are going to have to try to pick up the pieces starting today. Murph, I'm just getting warmed up. Shout out Pacino in his older years. How about Jake Paul? What? You guys ready for this, S?
Guy with 2 first names.
I'm throwing Jake Paul on the he's on the hum baby list. I'm sorry,
he not
Marcus.
A hum baby one?
Let me justify.
Really?
Let me justify, and then I'll bring you in as a consultant, all things fighting. So first of all, it seems like nobody's going to give credit to this YouTuber Jake Paul, right? And he just keeps going out there and winning fights. This time, he does it against a pretty respectable name. Bring in Nate Diaz of Stockton. We all know Nate Diaz.
That's Waterboy's guy.
I know.
I'm not surprised, mother.
That's a great cut. I quote it all the time now, by the way.
It's a great cut.
In my personal life, you know what I mean? I'm out of milk. Hey, I'm not surprised, mother blankers. You know what I mean? I use it at home now. But anyway, so here's the stage. It was a sold-out Americans Airline Arena in Dallas. Paul won a 10-round decision over Diaz. Guy goes 10 here. He was making his pro boxing debut.
Diaz's pro boxing debut.
Keep that in mind. Yeah, that was his debut. And
maybe
Paul,
that played a role.
I don't know. We'll find out. Well, anyway, Paul has beaten 4 MMA fighters in the ring already, including Anderson Silva. We talked about that one. And Paul ignored Diaz's trolling throughout.
Let me ask you this, pause right there. What was the trolling that Diaz was doing, Waterboy?
So he pointed, he does this a lot in a lot of his fights. That's probably the main criticism with Nate is that he takes a lot of damage, but from a morale perspective, he's the guy that will slap you and then point in your face and laugh at you, despite the fact that he's down 4 or 5 rounds on the scorecard.
Talking S when he's down.
Oh, he'll flip you off.
Very Copes-like.
Oh,
very Copes-like.
100%. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, so the final couple of comments here. Meanwhile, Jake Paul, he ignored Diaz's trolling the whole time. Then he engaged in that tweet war with Conor McGregor.
Did you see these tweets last night, Waterboy?
I saw a couple Conor tweets.
Oh, man, it got ugly in a hurry.
Told him to go to rehab at one point.
Oh, dude, at one point, there's a shot of McGregor lying down after he got knocked out somewhere, and it says, McGregor, cocaine... Connor when the cocaine wears off.
Oof.
Was the caption that Jake Paul wrote.
Lying on the canvas?
Yeah. He started calling him Cocaine Connor. At one point he said something like, you better watch out. The next thing you know, you'll wind up in a bathroom with someone that's not your wife.
Yeah. Wow.
It got
going there.
Oh,
yeah.
It got ugly in a hurry.
Damn.
Yeah, this is what they do.
Yeah,
this is what they do.
Mess out there.
They'll talk that trash.
Hey, boys, listen, if you didn't see the fight, I know a lot of you didn't. We're going to give you a little taste right here. So Jake Paul, beating another 40-year-old retired fighter. This time it was Nate Diaz.
The winner, the problem child, Jake Paul.
I wasn't trying to, but I had the single leg in the first and the choke in the ninth, so I already won that battle.
And we were talking to each other the whole fight, man. He was saying words that I can't repeat here, but I was like, man, where's all that talk now? Bah, gotcha. Shut up. Boom.
You were talking to Jake during the fight. What were you saying to him in the ring?
I was just making fun of him, telling him to do more.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Do you know how much Nate got? What was it, payday?
Oh, I do not know what the purse is, but now the rumor is that Jake is offering him a rematch in MMA for $10 million.
And would that be something that Diaz would probably win that fight? Or
in an MMA fight, no doubt about it. Because you heard Nate even reference there in that fight, he could have had a couple easy single leg takedowns, or he actually put him in a guillotine choke in the final round, which was absolutely hilarious.
Guillotine choke.
All right. And that's the thing. Nate is a world-class jiu-jitsu player. He's got a black belt from the Gracie family. He would submit this guy easily in 2 seconds if he really wanted to.
Let me ask you this, Marcus. How is Jake Paul? I know how I feel about him, and you guys too, but how is he viewed in the fighting community, for real?
Well, like the script said, right, when you read it, like, a lot of people don't give the guy credit.
No,
but I will
he keeps
say,
winning.
The fact that he's going out there, he's fighting guys that are 38, 39, 40 years old. But the fact that he survived 10 rounds with Nate Diaz, a guy that has legendary conditioning, cardio, the fact that he didn't just gas out like we've seen other fighters against Nate Diaz is impressive. So I will give him credit for that.
It's a good breakdown, man.
And the guy's been boxing for the last 3-4 years every single day now.
I mean,
I hate doing it, but yeah. He is a hum baby, Murph.
All right. He's a hum baby.
I hate spitting it out, but yeah.
He's a hum baby.
Yeah,
He's arrived. His ship came in.
But it's funny. A lot of people will come away from that fight saying Nate won the last 3-4 rounds. If it would have gone another 10 rounds.
Was
or if
there any
was a fight to the
controversy
death.
about the decision?
No, not really, because Nate did get dropped in the 5th round, got caught with a left hook. That was the decisive point of the fight. But after that, Nate put it on him, and like I said, Jake held on.
Now, why
he
is
survived.
Conor McGregor sticking his nose in the middle of this? Just forget some pubs if we're talking about him?
Yeah, just because that could be the next big fight for Jake Paul. Like, he's looking for guys on the down end of his career.
McGregor retired several times.
Oh, dude, he retires once every month, Murph.
Right.
Does he?
So,
Okay. So he'll probably be back in their lives. If not that fight, then maybe a trilogy fight with Nate Diaz.
Well,
if they both return to the UFC.
Well, maybe he'll make another return to the hums and bums. In the meantime, I can deliver one more hum for you. Murph, you mentioned these guys earlier in the show today, a team I really didn't expect to make any noise this year in baseball, but here they come. Murph, your Chicago Cubs.
What?
How about this? The Chicago blanking Cubs have landed on the hum baby list. That's right.
What are they doing in the hum baby list?
Grab a pen and jot some notes down. I'll explain it right now. So don't look now, but the Cubs are back. Yeah, they're kind of back. 6-4 win over the Big Bad Braves yesterday at Wrigley. So the Cubs have a series win, rather, over Atlanta over the weekend. That moves them into a third National League wildcard spot. And for some perspective, Murph, the Cubs were 10 games under on June 8th. Now, they've been hot. They're 58-54. So they're 4 games over. And a factor after a 10-1 stretch, the Cubs are in July, turning them from sellers into buyers at the trade line. Boy, that sounds appealing. Buyers at the deadline. Anyway, Cody Bellinger is hot. Mikey Talkman throwing out Ron Acuna at the plate. Remember when he was making grabs for us a couple of years ago? Anyway, cue up the song. Bring in Eddie Vedder. Throw his helmet on. Whatever you guys want to do to celebrate Murph's Cubs because they beat the Braves. The fans are singing. They're drinking at Wrigley. Here's how it went.
Base hit the other way. Talkman charges. Washington going to send Acuna. Throw to the plate. Out of bounds. Out at the plate. Mike Talkman guns down Acuna. Line drive, base hit, left field. That's going to score a run. Bellinger around third. He's in to score. Swanson into second. It's an RBI double for Dansby, and it's 6-4.
Momentum's a powerful thing, and I think like when you play well and then you get the backing of the front office, I think that helps the momentum. I think that helps the confidence. I think that helps belief. So, yeah, there's a lot of energy spent in that, but I think the energy in when you're winning, you just start to expect to win and find a way, and the focus just ticks up just a little bit more. So I don't think it's just not shocking to me. There's a really good team we just played. There's a really good homestand we just had. And I'm proud of that. But we got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of games.
All right, well, there you go, Murph. The Chicago Cubs are back in business. The Go Cubs Go track, we played that. Do you remember that Eddie Vedder wrote a song for them, too, that was big the year they won the World Series? Remember that? I think Theo Epstein might have asked him to do something, and he came up with this, one of these days we'll go all the way. Do you remember that track?
It didn't get the traction that Go Cubs Go got.
And that's where I was going with this. Like, does Eddie Vedder now have a complex?
He should.
Being like, bro, I'm out here singing songs. One of these days we'll go all the way. We did go all the way, and now they won't give him the time of day.
Well, what do you give me for songs that should have gotten more run? Eddie Vedder's Cubs song, Lost in History.
Yeah.
And the great Fee Waybill and the Tubes, Belle of the Pacific.
I'll give you a 10.
Sung on Gary Radish's Sports Final.
Jockstrap on the outside of the bench.
Much more love, dude. Much more love.
Wait, was it a jockstrap or a cup?
It was a jockstrap.
Okay.
Like the cottony sort of thing.
Shout out to Tubes.
You know what I mean? I saw him at Sweetwater. He came out in a straitjacket.
Respect.
He came out in a straitjacket.
Respect.
By the way, the Giants go to Chicago Labor Day Monday. Labor Day Monday,
Ooh,
September
there we go.
4, 5, 6.
That could be a big series.
Yeah. They'll play a Wednesday day game, too, 11:20 in the morning there. So, yeah, that's part of their whole stretch they got
Hey,
going.
kids, hums
there
are in
you
the
go.
books. Hums are in the books. They've all been recorded. If you're just joining us, wake up earlier next time because you missed the Oakland A's. They're hums. They swept our Giants. What can you do? Jake Paul knocking fools out, going 10 rounds, and then the Cubs are hot again, so they made the list today as well, Murph.
All right, Polly.
Yeah.
It was more of a bum baby weekend, I think. The cup runneth over with bum babies. So why don't we do this? Why don't we take a quick break, refresh, come back and tell you these
Everybody refresh.
Historic bum babies coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
I had the single leg in the first and the choke in the ninth.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
San Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Mateo's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, some controversy here. By the way, Waterboy, we'll have to make up for that Amici's we just missed right there as we sat there. We do want to remind you guys the Fortinet Championship returns to the Silverado Resort in Napa. That's right, the Fortinet Championship. Good golf, September 14th through the 17th. For tickets, go to FortinetChampionship.com. So that's golf up at Silverado. Go check it out.
You going, Murph?
Maybe.
Yeah, why not?
I've never ruled it out.
PGA
I've been there
event?
before.
Why not?
PGA
Go walk
Tour
the
event
grounds.
for sure.
Yeah.
Go walk the grounds. Want to say a couple things. One, Waterbury brought up some great points. He said he was really unhappy with the hum babies.
I heard him complaining. I was running down to the bathroom, and I heard him, like, pissing and moaning in the hallway. Like, that was the worst group of hum.
A's, Jake Paul, and the Cubs.
I think, boys, if we're looking at the collection of talent there, that's the worst hum baby group we've ever had on the show.
I understand what you're saying.
A's, Jake Paul, and
But
Cubs.
You know what I'm trying to do over here, Marcus? I'm trying to sell a bit. So you can't be saying it's the worst S of all time when I'm out here trying to deliver a bit. You know what I'm saying? I'll say it on the air.
Two candidates that we could have put on there.
Yeah.
Number one, Mike Crawford and Brandon Crawford for their golf tournament on Friday.
Okay.
And the ALS fight against ALS out of Presidio Golf Course. And shout out to my partners. First of all, Nikki Blades. What a delight she was. My gosh.
And you were listening to Jack Blades?
Great energy.
From Night Ranger?
Great fun.
Out there, yeah.
And on a very personal note, Paulie, you know who I had with me? It was my buddy Rick Winters, who I met in Montana when we went and visited Dwight near the end. Rick was Dwight's best friend, and Rick was Dwight's caretaker. Rick's a former Navy SEAL. And Rick and Dwight met when Rick was doing some law enforcement for the Niners, and they became absolute buddies. And then Rick said, let me take care of you. He took care of him to the end. And Rick was my partner on Friday, and we had a ball. Shout out Rick Winters. He's a great guy. And today is 8/7.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Dwight Clark Day.
It's a Dwight Clark Day.
Which
Remember
we'll
Dwight
get into
Clark.
a little bit with Matty Barrows a little bit later on. But did I see Rick Winters?
Was he at the lunch at Capitola?
Oh, yeah.
I thought so. Okay, because I remember the guy who said he was Yes, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
100%.
Gotcha.
So anyway, those possible hum babies.
You know who
and the
else?
other one I could have done was Logan Webb and Sean Mania on stage with Revolution at the Frost Amphitheater
That
this
is
weekend.
pretty badass. I got to say, I love when like local celebrity athletes get on stage with like a band that's doing a local gig. It does happen from time to time. I'll give you one of my favorites was Journey. When they were at the peak of their powers and they had the Escape album happen and did a whole bunch of shows at the Cow Palace. And I know Joe Montana, Dwight Clark, the aforementioned, those guys actually wound up on stage. Or how about Dwight Clark singing?
With Huey Lewis, yeah.
Dwight was a good singer.
Really good singer. Huey said, you got to get off this stage right away because I got to get the mic
He's
back.
got the looks, the voice.
Yeah.
It's almost too much.
What did Sean and you were at the show, Waterboy. Lucky you.
Yeah.
And you said the opening acts too, right? Were good.
They were fantastic. Shout out the Expendables, local reggae group from Santa Cruz. Iration was there also, and at the end of the show, Revolution brought out both bands. They did like a joint performance, and that's when Sean Mania and Logan Webb came out.
Did they introduce them, or they just came out?
For Logan Webb and Sean Mania, they're like, we got some players here from the San Francisco Giants, and then the crowd erupted. Everybody loved it.
Good reaction?
Oh, yeah, there was great reaction.
Nice.
Here's my question.
There was Webb looking cool as hell on stage, as always.
Murph, here's my question. I go to you with all such issues when it comes to like getting from A to B in the Bay Area. Generally, I'll check in with Murph and be like, what do I do? It's in the middle of rush hour. How did those guys get to the Frost from Oakland
What time was
like
the show?
that fast? Like, how did they do that?
So show started at 5, but they weren't on stage until probably 9-ish.
Okay, so that explains
not
it.
to the end of the set.
Let's see here.
It's still kind of a long. It's still from Oakland down there. There's got to be a little.
That's still a
40.
good half. Yeah, 35, 45 minutes, no traffic, but
And they got to get out. And then Saturday's game lasted, let's see here.
it was a
Saturday's
quick
game,
one. Giants only had 3 hits.
It was a
Spoiler alert.
2-1 ball game here.
It was a speedy game.
And Mania pitched in that game. He went 1 2/3 shutout with 3 strikeouts, and then showed up at. It was 2:34. The game started at 4, so the game ended before 7. They could easily make it.
Yeah,
easily. So there you go.
Did they enjoy the Rastafarian sacrament at the Frost yesterday?
Legal?
Yeah, it's totally legal.
It is, but I'm not going to air anybody out on 50,000 watts.
I understand.
Logan was great at the Crawford Golf Tournament too. Very enthusiastic participant at the auction.
Enthusiastic fire.
Just fun. So anyway, those are potential hum babies that could have fleshed out what Waterboy called the worst hum baby list.
I would have took those
Of all
over
time.
Jake Paul and the Oakland A's.
Okay, now, I told you, it was a bum baby weekend. There's a lot of bum babies. In fact, I didn't even put the Pac-12's implosion on the bum baby. I figured it was like too big for the bum babies, like something we can do for multiple segments and days on end. So what, in God's name, edged out the Pac-12 disintegrating overnight? Well, it starts with our favorite, the Giants, soiling the sheets.
Oh.
Wow.
That's tough.
You lost 2 to the A's? When you need to stockpile wins before a brutal stretch of schedule? You're a bum baby. Saturday was the Bats in a 2-1 loss. 3 hits for the Giants.
That's what happens.
Waterboy just said Sunday, they actually score 6 runs and have a 6-3 lead. And then that's defense and pitching. Brandon Crawford made 2 errors. Michael Conforto lost a ball in the sun, maybe in right field. And my man Praisdale and Rays Hale, Luke Jackson was very underwhelming. Giants lost. They fall 4 back in the West. Now, I know they're still sitting pretty in the wild card, but still, they're about to embark on a rough stretch. It was not encouraging. It was bum baby.
Now the 2-2. Swung on. That's high in the air to right field. It's in the park. Conforto going toward the line. Shading the sun with his bare hand. He drops it. Brown into second. Geloff to third. But Michael Conforto was having a battle with the sun the whole way going toward the right field line. He put his right hand up to guard the sun. The ball hit him in the glove and fell out as he went to the ground. He kind of crumpled in a ball going toward the line, and the ball hit his glove, was in the web, and bounced out and rolled on the grass. So runners on second and third all of a sudden for the A's. And it's kind of been a sloppy one here in Oakland today.
2 home runs against the starter Cobb. Now a ground ball up the middle, right past Junis. Crawford gets to it and then throws wildly to first. It goes by Wade and into the Giants' dugout. Well, Junis couldn't get it. Then it was going to be a tough play for Crawford. He got to the ball, tried to make the throw with his body, headed toward left field, and threw it wide to first. So that'll be the second error of the game charged to Crawford, and it means another runner in scoring position for the A's.
To get where you want to be, you have to beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and then you're supposed to play really good baseball against good teams. And teams like this year, we've been playing really good baseball against good teams, but letting 2 games go like that is hopefully it's not going to cost us at the end of the year, but definitely has the potential to.
Yeah, that's Alex Cobb there. So what he's talking about is against winning teams, the Giants are 34-27, so that's +7. Against losing teams, they're 27-24, only +3, so they play better against winning teams than they do against losing teams. So that's a little frustrating, and that will make you a bum baby. Now, they start against the Angels tonight. The Angels have lost 6 in a row and are actually under 500. Which is bad news for
But
the
I'm not
Giants.
judging anything on record based on what we just saw.
Yeah.
Like to assume, you know what I'm saying? The Angels are struggling, but the A's are struggling more than anybody, and they just beat us twice.
Yeah. And by the way, Ohtani against the Giants on Wednesday.
That's going to be pretty
How about
awesome.
that?
That's
I know,
going to
it's
be pretty
exciting.
freaking awesome.
All right, that's bum baby number 1. Bum baby number 2, I got to say, so I wake up Sunday morning, how about this? You wake up now in the morning, grab your phone. Didn't used to be that way, Paul. You used to wake up, stretch, yawn, go look at the sun, say hi to your neighbor. Pet your dog.
That's what I still
pour
do.
a cup of coffee.
That's how I still open my days. I go right over to my neighbor's house. You guys need anything? You good?
Paul goes over to his neighbor's house and rings the doorbell and lights a bag on the doorstep.
When I get home later, do you guys want Public Enemy or do you want some old Aerosmith? It's your choice,
Instead, I grab my phone and what's the alert? It says U.S. women eliminated at the
that
World
sucks.
Cup. It happened overnight.
Saturday, right? 2 in the morning or something.
1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning.
Whatever they're doing over there.
was.
I know. It's disappointing, man.
Disaster for the U.S. women's soccer team, much to the delight of our 45th
Worst
president.
loss I've ever seen.
Taunting them
No, I know.
on
It's just like,
Twitter.
I mean, come on, guy.
How bad was it for the U.S. women's national soccer team? They got knocked out when you were asleep.
Yeah.
And it was a round of 16 penalty shootout loss to Sweden. Why is this a big deal? Because they're the 2-time defending world champs, and it's the earliest exit ever in this incredible run they've had. They've won 4 World Cups. So it all came down to a penalty shootout. Ironically, they actually played well in this game. They had several shots on goal that didn't go in. But so you go to a penalty shootout, and penalty shootouts can be so cruel. As I was just saying to my good friend Roberto Baggio, shout out the 94 World Cup. When the greatest player in the world, Waterboy, from Italy, had a penalty shootout against Brazil and airmailed it over the goal, like Megan Rapinoe.
Come on now.
Who then, did you see her reaction? She went to this like gallows laugh. Did you see it? She was doing like a bunch of laughing.
What does a gallows laugh sound like? I mean,
I don't know. She called it a sick joke and dark comedy. That in her last act as a U.S. women's national soccer player, she airmailed the crossbar.
Would this be a gallows laugh?
How about Kelly O'Hara? She jukes the goalie one way, and all she has to do is just tap it and she taps it off the post.
Listen. Sometimes in life you hit the post. You know?
And then our keeper, Alyssa Nair is his name, makes the save that's going to save the team. The ball bounces up in the air, then bounces back down. And they have to go to the VAR, and it says they declared 1 millimeter. The ball got in by 1 millimeter.
Listen.
Sometimes they say it's a game of millimeters, Paulie.
What?
You know what I mean? So anyway,
Something Tommy Lee never heard.
Number 2, or Jim Brown, as we understand.
Apparently. Shout out to 74 Playgirl
That's
spread.
a different story.
Yeah, that's for me.
Bum Babies number 2, USA women's soccer. Yeah.
Harting. Off there. Did it go in? Waiting on a signal. No. You've got to be kidding. Well, they're waiting. They're going to check. VAR can intervene. I couldn't tell from here. I thought it was going in, but it happened so quickly. Wow. Sweden wins.
It's a little surreal. Obviously, I know this moment has been coming, at some point. Obviously, it's disappointing to be out this early. So I'm sad for myself, but really sad for the group. Obviously, there's so many people here for the first time, and this is a bitter way in a shootout to end this one.
I thought the cut we were going to get was dark comedy, sick joke, because that was her kind of big famous line that she goes, it's a sick joke.
Sometimes I like dark comedy, like Dennis Leary talking about Lou Gehrig's disease. That's pretty dark, but it makes me laugh.
Oh, Copes was giving me some dark comedy yesterday.
Dennis Leary had a joke. He goes, poor Lou Gehrig. I mean, the guy died of Lou Gehrig's disease. How the hell did he not see that coming? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
it's about as dark as it gets.
I know. Don't get you got Copes going, though.
Well, can you give me a taste?
It's so dark I wouldn't even bring it to the air.
Wow.
Yeah.
You ever hear comedy that's so dark you're afraid to even repeat it for the karma of it all? It's like, I can't even.
Yeah. That's the one. Okay,
now I'm
there
curious.
we go.
Okay.
Thank you, Waterboy, for doing the work.
See how he works.
You know what? The kid, every now and then, you still got to knock him around a little bit. You got to have a nose for the news. And here's Megan Rapinoe's signature comment that got headlines everywhere.
Doesn't matter if you dominate. I felt like we controlled the game, but that doesn't win games. And at the end of the day, you got to put the ball in the back of the net. So, it sucks. It's tough because we finally played with a lot of joy and were able to express ourselves. And so proud of the group for that. I thought we played so well and just controlled the game. And there was so much more in it for us, but it's never given. So. It's a tough one, and there's just some dark comedy and me missing a penalty in my last game ever. So, that's a sick job. I can't believe that. I never even hit them over ever when they're saved. So, that's just how it goes.
There it is. She said dark comedy. We've never heard that from like a pro athlete in our chosen sports of football, basketball, and baseball. We're like, Steph Curry's like, man, there's just some dark comedy we lost to the Raptors tonight.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Some dark comedy that we got, that we got knocked out by LeBron and Kyrie in Game 7 of 2016.
Well, I would say this, though. Andres Beatrice on the free throw line was dark comedy.
So, what do you make of this, by the way? I'm not even going to say his name because he's the most conspiracy-minded guy of all time. He goes, you think Rapinoe missed on purpose? I'm like, dude, just get out. Just get out of here.
This guy over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's out. I mean, that's...
Stop. And by the way, did you see the 45th?
The problem with that, though, real quick.
The 45th president tweeted out, nice shot, Megan.
Well,
This is the kind of unifying behavior that we all
He's had a long
rally
He's
around.
been sparring with her for a while.
Yeah.
This kid over here, the guy, I know who you're talking about, who thinks it's a conspiracy. Does he actually believe that, or is he just poking?
I said
the
that to him,
question.
and you know what he did?
He might just be trying to get you wound up.
When I said it, he just shrugged his shoulders with a big smile like, I don't know.
See, I
Just
think he
throwing it out
believes
there.
it. That's the problem. That's why I'm concerned. Like, if he was just trying to get a rise out of Murph, okay, that's one thing.
I just said, bro, come on. Stop.
It's too early for
I
conspiracies.
said, do I even need to, waste oxygen on this right now?
And by the way, how do you
and
hit
then
the
he
post?
shrugged and smiled.
How do you hit the post on purpose? You know how hard that would be?
Well,
That's harder than scoring a goal. Think about how narrow that post is.
Bum baby number 3. I told you, robust bum babies. Giants soil the sheets. U.S. women's soccer soils the sheets. And then Tim Anderson gets knocked out. Oh, my God. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson. So said what is already an instant classic. Cleveland radio play-by-play man Tom Hamilton called it. It went viral instantly. And it all happened on Saturday evening. Chicago White Sox shortstop Tim Anderson. Y'all know him. We all thought Giants might trade for him. He and Logan Webb got into it this year. He and Josh Donaldson got into it this year. He's obviously very outspoken. He doesn't mind mixing it up with people. He's also rankled a few guys along the way. Turns out Jose Ramirez and the Cleveland Guardians, they don't like him.
Nah.
And he doesn't like them.
Right.
And I guess it turns out that the White Sox and Guardians, despite both being under 500, have a huge rivalry.
These teams don't like each other.
They hate each other.
Yeah.
Jose Ramirez, one of the great players, doubles, all-star, right? He slides for head first. I guess he thought Tim Anderson tagged him a little too hard. Didn't look overtly hard on the replay. But Ramirez stood up and said, basically, I've had enough. And he points at Anderson. Anderson says, okay, let's go. He throws his glove down. And, Paula, you never see this, assumes the John L. Sullivan, Gentleman Jim Corbett, bare knuckles fighter stance. Ramirez says, okay, he does too. And we have one of the, I guess, Roquenet Odor, Jose Bautista has been mentioned in the last 10 years as the only other one where you see guys just squaring off. You just don't see this.
Well, Murph, it's
particularly
funny.
Our Giants. Giants never do this.
You know what?
Never.
They don't. I could use a good brawl, to be honest with you. I got to say, Murph, this just occurred to me again. I might even have to cue this up to give you a look. If you look at the third picture down here before I explain this, you'll see what I'm about to describe. Look at the.
Obviously 80s, 88, St. Louis. Oh yeah, that's it. That's the 77 Blazers brawl with Maurice Lucas and
yet reason
like that.
Reason 735 where Murph needs to watch the Bill Walton 30 for 30 because they have extensive footage.
I think I did see that part.
Maurice
actually.
Lucas gets into it with Daryl Dawkins and he basically gets into like an old time prize fighting.
I was
stance.
watching at that point too. Anyway, the point is that initially I thought Anderson looked like, I thought in the first 3 seconds that he was going to, because he went in pretty hard. He went in. He was not afraid. The only problem is he missed twice.
And then never put his hands back up,
And
Murph.
did not put his, now a White Sox player is pulling Ramirez down. Ramirez, though, smartly says, I'm going to get one in before I go down. And as Waterboy, you told me this last night at the North Beach restaurant as a man who studies the science, sweet side, it's the one you're not expecting.
Yeah, it's the one you don't see coming. It's the one that drops.
Because I was wondering why he went down off of just what appeared to be a glancing blow, but obviously it was not a glancing blow because he went down. His nervous system collapsed.
Shut down.
The total humiliation for Tim Anderson getting knocked out. Bum baby, number 3.
And another hustle double. Right over the bag at first. Now Hosey and Anderson square off. They're fighting. They're swinging. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson. They came up chewing. Anderson squared off. Hosey decked him.
Yo sentí que le di uno.
I felt I was able to land one.
Think of Jose's left hook. Right hook. Right hook. You know, it's not funny, but when I came in, I'm listening to Hammy, it's hard not to chuckle. I mean, but you know, again, it's not funny, but boy, Boys will be boys.
Oh, that's Terry Francona.
Ultimately,
by the way, one of the most likable guys in baseball, Terry Francona.
No question.
He's talking about Hammy as Tom Hamilton, the radio guy. He said, I was listening to Hammy, you couldn't help but chuckle.
How about that? Just chuckle. The way he says chuckle, too.
And by the way, Tim Anderson has not done media since, and he sat out Sunday's game.
What's he going to say?
Well, now, he's been tweeting. Have you seen these bizarre tweets he sent
like
out?
What?
They don't make any sense.
No.
People are confused by the tweets. One of them said, this S bigger. He says, this S is bigger, and he says, we got like more to come or something like that.
Boy.
People are like, you can't be talking.
No.
You should just
And then
probably
also,
say,
people were posting.
tip my cap to Ramirez.
Guy just got his ass kicked. Now he's sending out threats.
And now, Murph, I saw people like screenshotting him deleting tweets from years ago where he talks about right hook, good night. That's exactly what happened.
Man.
Predicted his own future.
The funny thing is, I like Tim Anderson. You know, I like that he's trying to get young African-American kids to play baseball.
Hey, listen.
And I like it, but, dude, it's just tough. It's tough when you get knocked out. What can you say?
Well, you shouldn't say anything.
What can you say when you get knocked out?
That's the ultimate, result of an ass kicking is that the loser walks away with his, there's nothing he can say. I just got my ass kicked. I'm not going to start threatening fools.
He says here, let's see here. So he broke his silence in tweet. What people are calling them cryptic tweets.
Dude, he broke his silence.
All this happening for a reason. We stay in focus with this S. Been going through this S for a M-I-N.
All right.
But keep kicking on me while I'm down, he wrote yesterday. Anyway, that's the dealio.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Baby Tim Anderson.
Interesting.
He joins U.S. women's soccer team and the Giants. There you go. Bump babies were better than Hums today.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, they were. All right, so there you go. All right, Mike Krukow can tell us what he thinks, A, about the Giants weekend, and B, about Tim Anderson getting knocked out. That's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Edge.
Down goes Anderson! Down goes Anderson!
Ooh, get to talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. I love it. You've heard me talk about Amici's great delivery service, how it's always fresh and hot, drivers are on time, always courteous. That's all true. But in addition to making residential deliveries, Amici's also delivers to businesses and offers a full-blown catering menu for larger events. Yep, you can still order your favorite pizzas and other items individually if you wish. But the Amici's catering menu gives you options to order pastas, salads, and their famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. A more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amici's awesome range of menu items. So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com, and you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event. Amici's.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Tuesday, August 15th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
All right, everybody, Paulie Mack saying good morning. Let's talk about QC Kinetics. Listen, how many of you are out there with aches and pains that nag you on a daily basis? Believe me, I totally understand. I'm the same way. And it feels like every year, the older I get, the more pains start to surface. It's a drag. But listen, QC Kinetics is coming along as the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. It's now open right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And you're going to get some long-lasting relief for all of us people with joint pain. And again, the most important thing to realize, there's no surgery involved, there's no prescription drugs, and there's no downtime where you're home recovering. Regenerative medicine uses highly concentrated healing agents They actually extract from your own body. These powerful treatments can restore and repair damaged tissue in your aching joints so you can move again without all the aches and pains. Over 100 clinics nationwide, and right now 2 here in the Bay Area. So if you've got pain in your knees, shoulders, hip, or back, you really should check out these new treatments that can actually help your body restore and repair itself. So let's do it now. Call to schedule your free consultation. You've got local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Pleasanton, one coming soon to San Jose. And all you need to do is call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-RGEN.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Good.
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, obviously not a great weekend for the Giants. They lick their wounds and head to Anaheim tonight. So much to talk about with Mike Kruk. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Kruk.
Yeah, good. You're right. Not much to talk about. And lick your wounds and head out to Anaheim. That's pretty much what you have to do. This is the time of year where you cannot dwell on a negative. I mean, they didn't play well. They did on Saturday, but it was really actually a well-played game with Ross Stripling and Paul Blackburn hooking up two finesse guys, which it's rare that you see two finesse guys going at each other. And, you had a 2-1 ball game. That's a good game. And then yesterday, the wheels kind of fell off the car, and they didn't play well. What they've done so well the last 6 weeks is catch the ball and pitch, and it didn't happen yesterday. And the A's, to their credit, they took advantage of a couple of errors, and they cashed in. And that was the difference. Move on.
All right, this is stuff to talk about from the weekend of note. Start Saturday, they started Ross Stripling. That was news, right? I mean, they've been going with the opener, as we know. We've talked about it ad nauseum. What did you think of that decision to start Stripling?
No surprise at all. He's been locked in a good groove for the last 6 outings. And, they've been waiting for him. I mean, he really had mechanical problems in spring training. He never was right. And when he's right, you just don't get many opportunities out of the middle of the plate, and he stays on the corner. And he's finesse, complete finesse all the way. That's why I say that the matchup on Saturday was quite unusual. You don't see too many finesse pitchers in this game anywhere, really.
Right.
Not much anymore. It's usually power, and go for 4 innings and hand the ball off to a bullpen guy. But on Saturday, you had two finesse guys that were very similar in style. And I'm excited for Stripling because, when you're the guy that comes over and there's expectation and you sign a chunk of change, nobody wants to hear excuses. Nobody wants to hear that you can't find it mechanically.
Right.
And, he finally found it. He found it about 6 outings ago, and he found it, coming out of the pen, which I don't think really gets magnified as much as a pitcher in a start. But now I figure that he's going to be back in the rotation the way that he's been pitching. I expect to see him again.
Well, there you go. That would answer everybody's like, what's going on with the starters? Well, there he is, Ross Stripling and Alex Cobb yesterday, and Logan Webb goes tonight. That was also on Saturday. That wasn't the only news. The bigger news was the return of Tyro Estrada, and we knew there was a really good chance, and sure enough, they did. So, unfortunately, they lose the first 2 games he's back, even though he does contribute to their game on Saturday, goes first to third, scores on a sac fly. But, Mike, the corollary was that Casey Schmidt got sent down. And I think, most Giants fans say not a huge surprise, given the struggles of late. They bring up a kid, Mark Mathias, I believe is his name. He grew up in Fremont, a Giants fan, by the way, 29-year-old utility infielder. So your take on that whole thing, I'd love to kind of hear, what would you, if you're in the manager's office with Casey Schmidt, what do you tell him when you're sending him down?
Go down and work. You'll be back. You can play here. You've shown that, but you've lost your swing. You've lost your confidence in the box. So get in there, find out what relax. I mean, that's the one thing about you really can't relax in any professional at bat. But the difference between AAA and the big leagues is night and day, just an exposure and the pressure you put on yourself. And plus, he also knows that he's been successful down there with the bat. So I think he'll go back in there and just have the time to work on things. I mean, everything means so much more here because of how it applies to the race and to the season and to the playoffs. And you can get steamrolled by the weight of the responsibility. And I think we all feel the same way. He just needs to go down there and get his confidence back. You know what? We don't know when we're going to see him back. We know that he is going to be a big leaguer. Marco Luciano, I mean, if they make a call back and bring somebody else back up, he may be the guy. Because he's kind of really proven that he's a very interesting young player that we think that he can play here. He hasn't played second base, which is really why he went down. In order for that role, you have to be able to play third, short, and second. He knows how to play short. He doesn't know how to play the pivot at second, so that's why he got sent down. So with him getting a few reps at second base and learning the position, he might be the guy that comes back. Mathias, another Cal Poly guy, I'm a little biased to that.
Yeah.
So I'm rooting for him. But he's a guy that can do that. He can play 3 positions. He's got a little pop in his bat. He's got some more experience. Experience in August and September and October are key. So, I don't know when we'll see him in the lineup or how we'll see him put in, but, he's definitely a guy that can help you.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to have as many regular at-bats as Casey Schmidt. That would be the thing. So obviously, Mike, the question is, and you sort of addressed it, but just to follow up on it, is confidence. And Joey Bart, I guess, would be in the same boat. 2 guys who came up, they were given that big league uniform, they had a little bit of success, and then they were told, hey, you got to go back down. You've always mentioned Matt Williams, too, as a guy who's had to do it. Can't be easy, though.
No.
Right? They had that taste of the big leagues, and so...
Well, it's horrible. It happened to me. I mean, it happens to most players, really. You come up, you see the speed of the game, and you realize that you've never seen anything like that, and you've got to learn how to control it. The one thing that Casey Schmidt showed day after day was a consistent glove. He never took the bat out on the field. He never let his inability to hit the ball and produce offensively affect him at the play or on the field. And when you consider that he's playing 3 positions in the infield, that's pretty unbelievable. And the other thing, too, if you watch him, he just took it all in stride. He wasn't really impressed with his ability to play all 3 positions, which we all kind of laughed at. I mean, because he played so well. We had him up in the booth. We had a nice little, half-hour conversation with him. And he's a natural third baseman, played third base his whole professional career. And then he transitioned over to shortstop. And he really only had 3 games under his belt when they brought him up with the idea that he was going to play some second base. And he started taking more reps at second and playing more second. And we asked him, what's your favorite position? And we thought he was going to say, third base. That's my spot. And he said second base. I like second base. So, I mean, and he had that little twinkle in his eye. He's just such a rook. And a guy that you just really want to see do well. And he'll be back. I mean, we felt the same way about Matt Williams, absolutely, in the 80s. And look what happened to him. He kind of figured it out, didn't he?
It's funny you say that, Mike. I'm trying to look up right now. He wound up playing, if I have this right, 39 games at shortstop, only 17 at third, and 17 at second. So it's funny, you were saying third is his primary position when in fact
he played a lot of games elsewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and he did it flawlessly. I mean, that's what's impressive. I mean, it's so easy to get down when you're not hitting and then come out there and just kind of have your concentration fragmented because you're worrying about your at-bats and you see it affect defensive play. That happens all the time. That's the norm. And then for a guy to just completely come in off the field, go take his glove, whatever glove it may be, shortstop, third base, second base, and then play flawlessly, that to me, I mean, that tells you all you need to know about the guy.
Right. So, we wish him well, and like you said, it's hard, and I'm sure there's going to be, some tough days, but he goes down, there's Joey Bart, there's Marco Luciano, there's guys doing the same thing he's doing, and that's all part of the deal as the Giants get back to full strength. Try to go down to Anaheim tonight, take on the Angels, who've lost 6 in a row since the trade deadline, which is nuts, but a couple more items from over the weekend, Mike. Listen, Brandon Crawford making 2 errors, it's like a Halley's Comet type thing. It's like we said sort of at the start of the conversation, there's almost nothing to say because he's not going to.
Yeah, you don't expect 1, and 2 is almost like, how do I process that? That's not something we see, Mike.
No, I mean, we were talking about it through the broadcast 2 or 3 times about just how good he's been, and you kind of have to remind yourself that he's got some age on him now, and he still looks great. Well, the one area he threw short, and it didn't get dug out of the dirt. It would have been a really nice play from Lamont Wade Jr., who's been good over there, digging balls out of the dirt. So that's one. And then the other one was a ball that got hit up the middle, and the pitcher hit it, and he probably shouldn't have thrown the ball at all. He was just trying to make something out of nothing. At that point in time, the Giants were trailing, and he throws it and it one hops away, gets by him, and goes in the dugout forever. That's kind of a tough error, but. He wears it hard. That glove has been good to him, and that's a lot of his reputation. And when he makes errors, especially on that field, he was definitely thinking about getting on the plane.
Yeah, prideful guy. Other things that happened over the weekend of note, Luke Jackson's a guy we haven't had a great chance to enjoy because of injuries have sort of held him back this year, but always liked him, of course, obviously as a World Series champ with the Braves, but the 2 free 90s yesterday, huh? Those will haunt him. And then Gabe showed confidence in him by keeping him in against Shea Langeliers, I believe it was, who wound up getting a big knock. So you're sort of, how did you process the Luke Jackson outing?
I don't think he's been throwing well since he's come off the IL. I think that he's got some drag in his delivery, and I don't think he's out front. When you're not out front and you have drag, that means you have push in your delivery, which means that the whip is not cracking. It's not getting loud when you crack that wrist. And with him, it's essential because he's a 2-pitch guy. He's 4-pitch fastball, 4-seam fastball, and then a slider. And his slider is unique because of its shape, and it's really a great strikeout pitch. And the thing about him, when he's throwing well and he has his mechanics, and he is out front with his release, he has command of that big slider. And, a lot of guys have big breaking balls, but they can't really count on it to be able to throw it 1-0, 3-0, 2-0, 3-2. But he can when he's right. But, his misses are all over the place right now. And he's just out of whack. And I think with Gabe Kapler, you have a veteran. Veterans, it's such a difficult thing to get right when you're in the pen. Think about this. If you're a bullpen guy, you could be used in that game. You have to stay fresh for that game. Well, when you're out of whack, where do you go throw? When do you throw? If you throw before the game, well, you're wasting throws you need for the game. And you really can't throw after the game because it's difficult to do that. Well, what do you do? It's the only way you can get your feel back is if in the course of a ball game, and that's exactly what Gabe Kapler let him do. I see a veteran. I know he's fixed problems before. No, one thing that veterans stand out when you compare them to rookies is that they can fix their problems quicker. They've been through these problems. They've had mechanical problems, and that's what he did. He let him go out there and pitch, try and figure it out, and it did not work.
No, it did not. So something to watch, obviously, as we go forward here tonight. Giants taking on the Angels at 6:38 p.m.
6:38.
Yeah, I know. Oddly enough, taking them on. Mike, this whole conversation's sort of just been killing time before we ask you about Tim Anderson and Jose Ramirez.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. Oh, that was a good one.
You just don't see it anymore.
I was old school, man.
What'd you think, man? I love yours from start to finish. The Mike Krukow breakdown.
Well, I mean, this is something that's been around for a while. Once the league gets start talking about a hard tag, they look for it. And then they look for it when it's not always even completely 100% there. But the very fact that Anderson puts a hard tag on at second base, the league doesn't like it. And so Ramirez comes in, he gets a hard tag slapped on him, and then he jumps up and he kind of points in his face. Anderson takes offense to it. And then Anderson drops the gloves. And he gets into he starts getting into he starts jabbing at Ramirez. And then here we go. It was great. The umpire, he kind of was trying to break it up, and then he realized this thing was all falling between the cracks. He stepped aside like, okay, go get him.
That's it.
And then this is like a rare hockey fight.
Totally.
This is so unusual that and the thing about it that makes it more unusual now than any other period in history is that those guys are going down for a period of time. They're going to get suspended. And this time of year, I mean, that's going to hurt. It doesn't hurt the Sox. Their season's done. But it is going to hurt the Guardians. So anyway, they go at it, and there's a couple punches thrown. And then Ramirez kind of steps to the side, drops his head, and throws a haymaker with a right hand and just barrels, center cuts Anderson right in the jaw, and down goes Anderson. Oh my God. That's one of the all-time great sucker punch. Well, it wasn't even a sucker punch. This is one of the all-time great punches.
Yeah.
I mean, in your time of seeing fights, and maybe, I don't know how much you guys did in the minors. Did you guys fight in the minors?
Oh, God. Minor league fights are bad because you have young guys and they don't know the rules. I mean, there are unwritten rules about a fight. Number one, you don't bring equipment out to a fight.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, in minor leagues, you'll see guys bring bats, helmets. I mean, and it gets weird. Plus, you got a lot of macho down there.
Yeah.
When you have the main fight on the field, all of a sudden you have 6 other fights going off, and they can go for a while. You know, everybody's trying to prove themselves down there, and they don't really know that there's a way to do it and not to do it. By the time you get to the big leagues, that all gets ironed out. But yesterday, I mean, there was a lot of pushing and shoving, or 2 days ago. But I thought it was very entertaining when I saw the recap, only because you don't see it very often.
No, I guess I was going to say, in asking about the minors, if you'd ever seen a guy get knocked out, like a sack. And I guess people brought up Rougned Odor, I think, knocked out Joey Batiste. And I say knocked out, I mean where you crumble to the ground.
Knocked him down, yeah.
Not like
the
a
way
shove.
Anderson went down there, I think he saw stars too initially. I mean, he got up pretty quickly, but I thought he was definitely hazy.
Yeah.
But yes, to answer your question, I've seen it probably, I'd say in the minor leagues, I've seen it a half dozen times.
Okay, so yes, you see guys that punch. Waterboy, who
That's all it takes is one.
Marcus Boucher does our leadoff spot and pinch hits for us when we're gone too. Said he grew up boxing. Said it's the hit you don't see coming is the one that knocks you out.
Well, and that's what happens in the minor leagues. The sucker punches. When you're there, you start looking around. I mean, you're rubbernecking because who's coming from behind? Because, like I say, guys down there don't quite know the rules yet, and sucker punch is part of the gig.
Well, and poor Anderson now, like, if you're him, how do you handle this? Because you're the tough guy, and you were looking for it, and you've talked a lot. He got into it with Logan Webb this year.
Well, the crazy thing is, too, is he's been sending out, like, threatening tweets. And so, he just
tweets.
He's the guy who got knocked down, Mike.
What's the protocol when you get knocked out? You just come out and say, hey, I tip my cap, and let's move on?
I would keep my mouth shut, yeah.
That's exactly what you do.
Yeah,
I tip my cap. You don't say, I'm sorry. You don't say, hey, I tip my cap.
Yeah.
You got a better punch on me. Move on. Because once one guy delivers that punch to you, everybody else thinks they can deliver the same punch. Yeah. So your credibility as a fighter goes out the door. Now the next time this happens, you may see somebody that's a little froggy thinking he could do it too. So,
oh man, yeah.
And when you lose like that, I mean, that put it in his record, his lifetime record. I don't know how many fights he's had, but that's a loss.
That's a big L.
Have you liked what Tim Anderson has brought to baseball? He's been very outspoken, and in the dwindling number of African Americans playing baseball, I've liked that he's been out there championing.
Me too.
Black kids from America trying to play baseball, but he also has rubbed people the wrong way other times.
Well, I mean, it's a big concern for our game that we're losing the African American athletes. You see them on the football field every year in college and in the big leagues. I mean, 50 years ago, those were guys that were playing baseball, and that really concerns me. And we've had this discussion many times that it just doesn't create opportunity in college for the African American baseball player that it does for the basketball and football player. There's a lot more full scholarships with football and basketball. There aren't for baseball. Baseball, in Division I baseball, they have to split 11.7 scholarships, and oftentimes there's 30, 35 guys. So partial scholarships is the deal. Well, if you come out of the inner city and you're going to the University of Pacific and they recruit you and they say, we're going to give you a half scholarship for an 18-year-old kid, that's a big deal, huge deal. Well, the problem is that kid, he gets half of a scholarship. He still has to come up with over $30,000 a year to play there. Well, who can do that? And that's why you're losing athletes to other sports. So I love the fact that Tim Anderson has championed the need for more opportunity for black players, and I 100% agree. But having said that, when you are a flamboyant player, you are going to say and do things with your play that rub players wrong. So you have to be prepared to back it up. And it happened yesterday, and it looked to me like he kind of instigated the fight, actually.
Yeah. And I thought early on he was kind of going in. I thought, he looks like he knows what he's doing. He got caught.
Yeah, I absolutely thought that too. It just looks to me like he's put the gloves on.
Yeah.
But he didn't protect himself.
No.
His hands were down, and here comes the haymaker and dropped him.
Oh man! Did you see Terry Francona's analysis Sunday morning?
No, what did he say?
Oh, it was pretty good. Actually, hey, Waterboy, Marcus, if you can play the Terry Francona cut do you know Tito much, Mike, at all through the years?
Oh, yeah, great guy. One of the best guys.
Isn't he one
game.
of the good guys? I mean, he was an A's coach when I was over there in Oakland, and he's just an enjoyable guy. Here's what he said, and it involves you and Dwayne's profession, because he talks about Tom Hamilton's call. Did you hear the Hamilton down goes Anderson?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
okay.
I did.
Well, here's Tito Francona Sunday morning here.
What'd you think of Jose's left hook?
Right hook.
Right hook, right.
It's not funny, but when I came in, I'm listening to Hammy, it's hard not to chuckle. I mean, again, it's not funny, but boys will be boys.
There it is, Mike.
You know what? I have no problem putting a chuckle on it. It's like, yeehaw.
Yeah, and that Hamilton got instant fame. He really called it well on the spot. As a broadcaster, you can appreciate that.
He
right?
really did.
Yeah, he's really good. And I like the down goes Anderson. Oh, my God.
Oh, man. It was good for baseball. People were talking a lot about baseball Saturday night, that's for sure. So.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't laugh quite as hard as when I saw the Savannah Bananas, but it was close.
Nice, Mike. The Savannah Bananas are good for baseball, too.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, we get to see Ohtani for the next 3 nights, and he's pitching Wednesday. You excited?
I am. I want to see him. I mean, he's the best player in the game as far as I'm concerned, and I want to see him. And, I hope they light him up. I hope they get 6 runs off him in the first inning, But, hey, go get him.
Yeah, fun stuff, Mike. All right, enjoyed it. Have a great call. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow, good hit there. And speaking of hit, Tim Anderson. Down goes Anderson.
I think
what do you do when you get your ass kicked? You got to
just go. You take your L.
cap and
you
move
take
on.
your L and go home, and you don't say a word. That's the last thing you want to do is start talking mess after you get your ass kicked in front of the world. By the way, it's not like it was in some private bar. Like nobody. This isn't like ESPN. I just saw it on YouTube. I mean, like the whole world's watching. Murph, I got to tell you, I think that umpire probably took his cues from NHL refs, because that's what they do.
It was very NHL of him.
When
was.
Guys in hockey fight, well, at least in the old days when they would really square off, gloves drop, the ref would just get out of the way. And the idea is, first of all, if you get in the middle, you're probably going to take some crazy errant blows to yourself. You're just caught in the crossfire. And then number 2, I think the philosophy is, Murph, let these guys tire each other out. Because if you throw haymakers for 60 seconds, you're
they're doing
done.
It on skates, dude.
And then
what are you doing on skates?
Then they just basically tangle each other up, collapse in a heap, and then the ref can break them up. You got to let them just tire out.
Waterboy, college baseball fights?
So I've been in like the classic.
What a surprise.
Baseball,
Marcus had a couple.
Like,
yeah.
Everybody clears the benches and a lot of pushing or anything, but no, I've never cold clocked a dude on
Let's
the field.
hear your own history.
Ready for this, though?
Off the field, Paul. That's different.
Okay.
Hey, my freshman year at Tam High, we had a brawl with Terra Linda High School.
Terra
JV.
Linda?
Yeah. A shortstop from TL kept kicking dirt on my boy Adam Berkowitz. You know him as Bagel, the drummer in Petty Theft.
That's awesome.
All right, dude.
Yeah, he was involved, though.
Well, Burko didn't take any guff. So they started talking mess to each other because the shortstop was doing the whole I'm coming over, kicking dirt. And Berkowitz is like, hey, man, stop kicking dirt on me.
Yeah.
And so we're in the post-game handshake line. Good game.
Nice.
Good game.
Oh, I like that.
Boom, out it went. And always, and so, dude, you know what I did? I just kind of danced around. Just kind of looked around. Just kind of touched around.
Yeah.
But our coaches had to get involved, and they were pulling kids off the pile and chucking them.
You can't have kids. Yeah.
And so we had to go play Terra Linda up at their place the second game. So we had this kid named Jesse Polk, who was a running back on our football team, who was a beast, built like a tank. And he said, "I'll come with you guys."
Yeah.
And he didn't play baseball.
He's like, I just want to be there to kick somebody's ass.
He just sat in the dugout.
Just in case you guys need me.
No, dude, this guy, he was dripping just masculinity and I will kick your ass.
It's the kind of guy you want on your side, yeah.
And Jesse just sat in our dugout in street clothes the whole game.
Oh, beautiful. Shout out, what's the last name?
There was Jesse Polk.
Yeah, shout out Jesse.
There was no brawl the second time.
Well, some of those high school fights can get, like Mike was saying, like the minor league fights can get out of control. So can high school fights. And what happens is you see a lot, you just dial up YouTube high school fights and entertain yourself for hours. Starts with the players. But then a lot of times these days, parents start getting involved. They run on the court in the basketball fights I've seen, and then it gets really ugly. Because then you got grown men involved, the police run out. Anytime like adults get involved with a kids thing, it's horrible.
Bad. So anyway, the Anderson Ramirez thing was clean.
Yeah.
It was clean.
Yeah.
I'm impressed, Ramirez, because Ramirez is getting pulled down.
But back to Murph's original question, Marcus, you get knocked a blank out, you don't say a word.
No.
What's there to say?
You can't. The reason why you got knocked out is because you were running your mouth.
You get up and say, like, hey, I'd like to see you try that again. You want another? Here it is.
Come on. I'll put you to sleep again. Yeah.
Right.
It's always been for me, ever since elementary school when I see fights, I always feel bad for the guy who gets his ass kicked. I'm like,
that's part of life, though. See, that's what they taught you in Goodfellas.
No.
That's why Ray Liotta, when he was ditching school and his dad found that letter from the truant officer, they actually stopped the beating, freeze frame, and you hear Ray Liotta come in as a narrator, and he goes, hey, listen, sometimes I figure in life we're all going to take a beating.
It's tough, man.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
You got to walk tall and say, hey, it's like Muhammad Ali lost fights. You know what I mean?
No question.
Mike Tyson lost fights.
He
you
did.
know what I mean, dude?
He did.
He didn't. Rocky Marciano never lost one, right? Who else? Anybody else retire undefeated?
Floyd Mayweather.
Damn.
Habib Nurmagomedov in UFC 29.
Never lost a fight. All right. By the way, just my buddy Daryl checked in, says Jesse still lives in Marin City, still built. Earl Campbell Jr.
Shout out JP.
Yeah,
Jesse Polk. I don't even know the guy, and I'm already fascinated.
Peacemaker.
I'm just going to sit with you guys.
All right, we got big news here, guys. Papa and Lunder in Santa Clara today, and they are going to have Javon Hargrave, Javon Hargrave, Kyle Juszczyk, and Christian McCaffrey.
Damn.
CMC's first ever appearance on KNBR. They've kept him under wraps, man. So give me Papa probing with Christian McCaffrey here.
I was
coming
thinking,
up. So that all coming up, and you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. They're also supposed to have Kurt Warner today. So why would you leave the leader?
Well, you don't.
My God. We got Barrows. We got Wotus.
It's in your best interest.
We got the big hit.
Yeah.
It's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Down goes Anderson! Down goes Anderson!
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Giants relief pitcher Ryan Walker stopped by Talking Baseball this past weekend with Marty Laurie to talk about his different roles in the bullpen and what's the difference between the back end of the game and starting the game off as the Giants opener. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me.
A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Blackburn's hadn't given up a run. Here's a swing and a drive to left field. Hit well. Jock Peterson watches. It is gone. And there's your first run of the game. A solo home run by Diaz.
Here's a pitch to Crawford. Swung on, and that's looped into left field. Is it going to drop? No. J.J. Bleday comes in, makes a sliding catch. J.D. Davis was way too far off first, or Patrick Bailey was way too far off first base, and he was doubled up.
One Giants leading. Allen hits a high drive to left field. Going back on the ball, Jock Peterson, and it is gone. The littlest guy in the game, Nick Allen, takes Alex Cobb deep. 2-pitch, and Allen hits a high drive down the left field line toward the corner. Nick Allen has done it again. I can't believe it.
Swung on, that's high in the air to right field. It's in the park. Conforto going toward the line, shading the sun with his bare hand. He drops it.
Crawford gets to it and then throws wildly to first. It goes by Wade and into the Giants' dugout. And the A's have won their second in a row against the Giants. So a tough weekend here at the Coliseum for the Giants, and especially this one today where they had a 6-3 lead and end up losing.
Well, there's a good package there from Triple E, giving the sense an FP, by the way. You're doing great, kid. Sounded good on the air.
I was just going to say, that was a nice call right there. That's a really, really tough gig. I mean, if you any kids out there listening with dreams of being a play-by-play guy, the best way to probably study is just listen very carefully to these guys. I thought that was a nice call right there, a Lost in the Sun call.
We got an email from some woman named Laura who said, I've never written the show before, but who is with Dave Fleming today? He sounds bright, engaging, personable, and informative.
Not to mention
that's FP Santangelo.
And she didn't even mention good looking.
That's true, too.
Which he is.
Very good looking guy. By the way, Triple E did the big hit. Here's your artwork. It is a picture of the Bay Bridge at night, of course, symbolizing the Bay Bridge series.
Sure.
A picture of Stomper. Well, Waterboy, I got to tell you, in your opening package this morning, which I knew Overnight Dave was back because it was a slick package, I heard when Nick Allen hit a home run, I did not know they were doing this in Oakland. They're playing the frickin' elephant snout roar.
You should have seen my face this morning.
I don't know. None of us can really do it. And Marcus threw in the trunk. That was nice.
The third picture on the big hit is a shot of Vegas at night.
Who can do the elephant noise? Somebody needs to do that.
There's the elephant dance. Well, I mean, we don't talk
even know
about
how
the
to
elephant dance, right? That's like a rugby thing, right?
Oh, is it?
Where it's a big, some hijinks. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You know what I mean? So,
yeah. That's right.
there it is.
Thank you, Marcus.
Shout out great Mount Elephant Moore. I gotta go Babar. Number one, right? Babar.
Great call. Well, does Dumbo qualify too? Just
Dumbo,
sympathetic
number
figure.
2.
Yeah.
I gotta go. Wasn't there an elephant in the Jungle Book at some point? I believe.
Boy, that sounds right.
Yeah, they go 1, 2, 3, 4. They're like moving their packs along, and then Stomper, I guess, would be Mount Elephant Moore.
All right, I'm going to come in from the rock and roll community now, Murph. Shout out to, I think these guys are from, I think they're Brits. I saw them at Outside Lands a couple years ago. Shout out to Cage the Elephant.
Okay.
Look at him nodding. Look at my guys nodding over there.
Do they make Mount Elephant Moore? Do they knock out Dumbo? Do they knock out Babar?
The lead singer struck me as kind of a mini Mick Jagger guy who's running around with no shirt on. Guy either weighed like 73 pounds. So shout out to Cage the Elephant.
Triple E is furious. How can you leave off the elephant from Tarzan? Well, does it have a name or anything?
What kind of call is that? What's he talking about?
Come on, man.
What elephant from Tarzan?
I don't know. Anyway, Stomper. Stomper, by the way, is my go-to sort of put-down insult when an A's fan starts getting chirpy. I said, that's enough, Stomper. That's enough. You know what I mean? Something like that. But guess what? Stomper is laughing, and that's our big hit today. The Giants dropped the Battle of the Bridge, and the A's, we only have, one more of these? I think the A's play in Oakland next year, and that's it. Because they don't have his name is Tantor, says Triple E. Tantor.
Well, he's grasping at straws now. It's desperation.
I've never heard of I consider myself a trivia sort of. That's all I got is like pop culture trivia. I've never heard of Tantor.
I think he made it up. Yeah. I think he's making this up.
Tantor, isn't that what Sting and Trudy do? Isn't that
very good, man. Yeah, very good.
So there you go. Anyway, the Giants dropped the Battle of the Bridge. They won the trophy. And if A's fans want to know, does it piss off Giants fans? Yes, it does. I wanted the trophy. Just so we could laugh at the trophy and say, leave your stupid trophy.
Yeah, nice trophy.
Bridge is magnificent.
I had my tweet already saying, hey, by the way, that piece of junk you gave us, we're going to leave it in your clubhouse because we don't care. That's what I was going to. And instead, they won the damn thing. Because I guess when you go 2-2 It's the team that wins the last game, is my understanding. I might be wrong on that. Anyway, so, oh, God. So,
shout out Boots on the Ground.
I mean, Paulie, how did you process it? I mean, were you pissed or were you
Not pissed, just kind of bummed out. Like, really, you guys, because but this is something we've seen throughout the year. Their inability to play better than these inferior teams. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. But I felt like Saturday, okay, you let them have that one. You expect more on Sunday, and it didn't happen.
What about when they're up 6-3 on Sunday?
That's the worst part. I'm glad you said that's the worst.
That thing's in the books.
In the books.
That is in the. That's as close to a lock as you're going to get.
I got to tell you the truth. At that point, I figured, you know what, the Giants are probably just going to pile it on today. Like when it rains, it pours kind of thing. Like they already have a 6 spot on the board. Because that was, what inning was it when they already hit their 6-run mark? It was like, what,
the 5th inning.
Yeah. You're only halfway through the game. I'm like, boy, they're probably.
And the Giants' bullpen's great.
Yep.
Marty told me.
I'm like, this is a game they might put up double digits. Like this could be like a 10-5 kind of game. And then none of those things happened. The Giants' bats went to sleep in the 8th.
Well, this kid Nick Allen hits another homer, and they start letting off the elephant roar.
Thank you for mentioning Nick. Who told Nick Allen?
He had 1 bomb on the season coming in.
He had 2 yesterday. He's like, you see him running the bags? He's tiny.
Yeah, he is tiny. The littlest,
God bless Nick Allen, but
he's not the size of the man in the fight.
No,
size of the fight in the man. Size of the fight in Nick Allen.
Hitting the elephant sounders.
I was, as I told you, I take all my cues from my more mature teenage son. I said, well, aren't you furious? He said, I'm just trying to ignore it, is what he said, which is one way to go, right? You can just ignore. Isn't denial one way most people deal with problems in life?
Right here, dude. Yeah. That's me. As they say, denial, that never even happened.
Here's
the till you die.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, very good.
You got it. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Now, here's the good news. And this is, Marty said this to me in great detail on Thursday in the clubhouse. And when I told him he was right, he said, of course it's right. I said it.
Of course, bitch.
And then he wasn't kidding.
Knowledge, bitches.
He wasn't kidding at all.
Yeah.
He was 100% dead serious.
That's why he's the Godfather, right there.
Well, somebody
it's no laughing matter.
Somebody made a reference to the Godfather, and he was like kind of upset. He's like, no, that's me.
That's Marty pulling up right there.
Paulie, do you think if you and I carried ourselves with more swag like that, we'd be more successful?
No, I'd wind up getting my ass kicked lying on a base path somewhere.
You'd be like Tim Anderson?
Yeah, no, I got to use comedy as a defense mechanism, or at least try to.
By the way, Walter checked in. My new best friend, Friendship of the Year.
Yeah.
Murph and Mackey's already looked. He said, how are you leaving off Horton the elephant from Dr. Seuss?
Well, that's a good one. I know some Horton. That's a good one. Thank you, Walter.
Is that Horton Hears a Who?
Yeah, I believe you're correct. Horton Hears a Who.
I think we just found that in our, Candace and I are doing a huge cleanup. And
shout out
some
Whoville.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Including a bunch of bobbleheads I think I'm going to give to Triple E.
Tell me about this big cleanup thing. I need to do that, but I'm afraid. Like, what are you going to donate the stuff?
Well, I got to do a whole bunch of stuff. There's donations, there's storage, there's all this stuff.
And then what determines the stuff that gets saved?
Great question. Great. We're still being determined. In fact, Candace gets very upset at me because she says all you do is stop and you look at this stuff and you go through this stuff.
And then you start getting bummed out. I'm like, damn, look at this. So, Murph, I'm like you. See, I think it's an Irish-Italian thing, and I'm not saying like I'm a hoarder, but there are like certain things that I save.
You still carry candlestick tickets.
I do. I got like a whole envelope full of them.
But
I got to say, I'm glad I kept that stuff, though. Now that there are no more ticket stubs, like you guys see my barcode for the playoff game?
Oh, Paulie Mack.
Yeah.
I was just talking about this last week with Lee Hammer because obviously I went out to that perfect game, Domingo Germán, Yankees versus A's, and I was like, I wish I had a ticket stub to kind of take as a souvenir.
Same with concerts.
All I got, Paulie Mack, is this damn barcode now.
That's why for the Dead shows a couple of weeks ago at Oracle Park, they actually gave me the choice. They're like, do you want us to send these to you or do you want me to print them? I'm like, oh, definitely print. But Murph is one of the few people that knows how I used to. So not only did I save the ticket stub, Marcus, I showed Murph a couple of these. I would write like game notes on the back.
Yeah.
So I would write
Brad Mansion does the same thing.
Yeah, like Bert Hooten, lost to Ed Halicki, stuff like that. Like I would make little notes, and I'm glad I did that because it's just a nice way to revisit those days. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, guys, back to this big hit, which is the Giants blowing the series. Here's the only positive I'm going to give you here.
Okay.
Nobody's doing anything in the National League. Unless you count the Cubs, there's still 3 back of the Giants. But, guys, there are not 1, not 2. I got breaking news for you. There's 3 wild card teams, and that's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
And the Giants can be the 5th or 6th best team in the National League. They can be that team.
I'll buy that. I will definitely buy that.
They can even be the 4th best team.
Yes.
That's who they are.
Yes.
That's what Farhan and Gabe have built.
Does it concern you that they're so streaky?
That's what others have said.
This is just what they do, man. They give you 5, 6, 7 in some cases, and then lose 5.
The big question is what happens in the next month? Because they have, according to Fangraphs, the 4th toughest schedule in Major League Baseball remaining. Okay, and that starts now. The Angels were considered quote unquote tough because a week ago they were 6 games over 500, and they're now not because they've lost 6 in a row. How sad are the Angels, dude? Even when they go in, they're like the guy in high school who makes all the wrong moves around all the girls. They're like every move they make is the wrong move.
Yeah,
because they go all in, and now they lose 6 in a row. So Ohtani's like, we've traded our prospects, we've gone all in, and we're 56 and 57. Dude, I cannot wait to get out of here. You know what I mean? So. Although Orange County living is pretty comfortable down there in Newport. I was just down there.
Yeah.
The air is warm and soft down there. It really is.
Warm and soft. Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Yeah. Anyway, they're 56 and 57. So the Giants have 3 against the Angels. And then here comes Bochy's Rangers. And can I tease? Right ahead, the King is coming on Friday at 9:30. Bruce Bochy.
You say what up? Shoot me a text.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Yeah. Can't wait to hear the King.
He'll be on Friday.
Yeah.
So,
Palea, boys.
Anyway, here's Alex Cobb on losing the series to Oakland.
To get where you want to be, you have to beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and then you're supposed to play really good baseball against good teams. And it seems like this year we've been playing really good baseball against good teams, but letting 2 games go like that is hopefully it's not going to cost us at the end of the year, but definitely has the potential to.
And that's what I'm saying is like, yeah, did it hurt them? No, not really, because nobody made a move. They're still 3 games up in the wild card, like safely ensconced in the wild card right now. 4 back in the West, unfortunately. Dodgers took 2 or 3 from the Padres.
Yeah.
Dodgers just continue to slap the Padres around. Yeah. I mean, the Padres got
That's
one.
right. I'm not convinced the Padres.
They packed that house, and they're like, they go nuts on a comebacker to the mound.
It's so funny when
everybody.
everybody.
The loudest place I've ever been. Comebacker to the mound. I'm like, dude, that's a comeback.
They're having a good. Yeah. Their ball was struck.
They're out of their minds.
But they're
really
not. I am one of the few guys. At least I'm saying this. Like I believe this. I don't think it's going to happen with the Padres. I know a lot of people think it will, just based on how many great players they have. But Murph, I just don't.
That's maybe the one team that you look at that can get hot.
I'm saying they're not gonna. I'm saying they're not. It's not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm saying they're not going to be there.
By the way, Paulie, people checking in saying, "How did we forget the elephant symbolizing the grand old party, the Republican Party?"
Well, there you go.
Those are more innocent days.
Elephant never forgets.
It was very innocent days when it was just the elephant.
Oh, dude.
When it was just the elephant, it was like Ronald Reagan, Jack Kemp. It was like a bunch of normal guys walking around.
Now we're like dehumanizing World Cup athletes. You know what I mean?
Nice.
For your own country, by the way.
Nice shot.
Did you see what he wrote after that sentence? So, USA going to hell. Yes, he wrote, USA is going to hell.
I'm not going into that.
That's how he signed off. Hey, thanks, man.
Good call not to go into it.
Sorry.
Here's Mark Kotze on what it means for the A's to win the Battle of the Bay in this sad, sad year of theirs.
Okay.
Well, it's great. It's a great accomplishment for this team. As you said, we dropped the first 2 in San Fran. First game was a really tough one. The second game, they got us. And, it's great. It's great to come back and win a series against the Giants. This team, that's a quality baseball team over there. They're independent race. And for us to come out this weekend and show them that, we've obviously improved. This team, has gone from April until July or now in August, and we've just gotten better and better, and we're more competitive, and it showed this weekend.
There it is, man. Mark Kotze, give me the damn trophy. Did Cavill show up to take it? Do we know? He did in the past.
I'm sure he did. He loves that stupid
I don't know if
thing.
he shows it. He want to show his face. It's like dangerous for those guys. They'll get showered with popcorn.
That's actually not a bad observation. I would be nervous.
Of showering, Waterboy, did you see the footage of Jake Paul walking out of the ring? Somebody dumped a beer on him. And he just shook it off like a
hair flip. Yeah,
did like a hair flip on
that. Yeah, that was a big Triple H WWE heel move. They'll get beer thrown them all the time. You got to wear it. You got to embrace the heel.
Okay, last thing that happened over the weekend was Casey Schmidt getting optioned down. We haven't heard the Kapler sound on this. We love the Labrador Retriever puppy. We all know what happened the last month. He was hitting whatever. He was not hitting well. Here's Kapler.
We optioned Casey Schmidt. Happy to share the contents of that conversation. And as we stand out here pregame, we see Mark Mathias out there working at second base. Mark's a right-handed hitter, has shown the ability to have a good quality at bat. And this is one of the reasons that we made this swap. Not that Casey's not capable of having these good quality at bats. We know he is. We saw that early in his Giants career. But there are some things that he needs to work on to get back to those high-quality at-bats. Mark is somebody that has seen pitches and just managed a pro at-bat, particularly against left-handed pitching, and so he's a nice backup middle infielder for us. He can play a little bit of shortstop. On a day when Craw's not in the lineup, you might see Tyro at shortstop and Mark at second base, and if we make moves in game, that will probably be the configuration. But conversation with Case was, we know there's better in there, and we need you to continue to work and develop and need to get you some regular playing time. With Tyro coming back, that wasn't going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. He wasn't going to play a lot. And so it's, I thought maybe with Crawford's knees and all that, but, they're playing Crawford more and more down the stretch here. This guy, get ready for Matthias. Any relation to Bob?
I mean, it's got to be tough, too, for a guy like Casey Schmidt, because he was up here for a pretty decent stretch of ball.
Well, here's his reaction per Gabe Kapler.
All right.
Like a pro, but very quiet. He didn't really have much to say. He didn't have any questions. I think to some degree or another, all players over a course of like 150 or so plate appearances that don't go the way they want them to go start to think that this is a possibility. So I can't imagine, I can't swear, but I can't imagine that Casey was blindsided by this decision. You have Tyro coming back. He's going to play regularly at second base. Craw's doing a nice job at shortstop. He's going to be playing regularly at shortstop. J.D. Davis is, one of our better players. So you see how there's just a little bit of a squeeze there. And as a result, Casey goes and gets regular reps. He'll get him at second, shortstop, and third base. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if he came back and helped us down the stretch.
Okay, there it is, man. There's your big hit, guys. Giants spit up 2 in Oakland. They send Casey Schmidt down, and that's what you need to know. All right, guys, here's the deal. The cooler of content, always entertaining sound from the weekend. Next on the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Giants catching coach Craig Albernas stopped by around the ballpark with Dave Fleming yesterday to talk about the Giants' 2-game series against the A's and what it's like coaching Patrick Bailey. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's sports leader.
Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network World-Class Care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content as Tripoli tries to figure out the TV he turned off behind me. So when you watch us on YouTube,
look at
our Twitch app.
Here we go.
We now have new screens behind us, but the kid messed it up.
Well, yours behind Murph. I don't know what's going on behind me, but I can see yours says no signal.
Well, there was a signal until this kid decided to get.
I bet you the advertisers would be pretty happy that all their messaging has been taken down. That's a smart move in radio. You're breaking your chops, so you got to laugh.
You got anything to say,
me.
Marcus, about this here? What do we got going on?
Well, I'm just
here?
saying, if that TV's not working, I'm sure Murph can sell it for $5 at a yard sale.
Hey,
Not
there you
bad.
go.
Not bad.
Hey, speaking of which, we have one of the things we found in our book was an unopened Bob Minkin Grateful Dead photography book.
I think I gave that to you.
No, I don't think so.
I think I did.
No, you did not.
You sure?
No, I think that was a freebie.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it was a freebie.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Freebie from me.
I didn't. Okay.
I think it was. No, because we interviewed him on the podcast. Which book are you talking about? Like, what's it called?
It's a Minkin Grateful Dead photography, like coffee table book.
Yeah.
Well, I have it in pristine condition.
Take a look. It's a good book. Yeah. Some good shots of Jerry in there.
Okay, cool. I was telling you, find things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
find
yeah.
things, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Hey, here's the deal. Cooler of content. Jose Ramirez and Tim Anderson.
What are you going to do?
No joke. This makes baseball cool. People were buzzing about baseball.
Guy got his ass kicked. People are back into the game again.
So,
you know what I mean?
I mean, they squared up. Tim Anderson, and we just don't see Giants. I guess Bryce Harper and Strickland.
Two things the
Last
Giants
two
don't
ones,
do.
right?
They don't fight, and they do not throw at guys ever. I really can't even remember. I'm not exaggerating. I cannot remember the last time a Giant pitcher actually threw at a guy, like in retaliation.
Hunter Strickland, Bryce Harper, right?
Yeah, but that was so, like, there was really nothing to that other than Hunter Strickland being, like, kind of a little something's going on over there. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
He was just being, like, kind of, I don't even know how to describe it, like a little brat. He was being bratty.
Didn't Strickland hit him?
No, he hit a home run in the playoff game. You remember that?
Then the regular season game, doesn't Strickland hit him?
I'm not sure. He could have. I'm not sure about that. I don't remember.
I remember Buster just standing there while it
he
happened.
didn't want to get involved.
Well, Tim Anderson has been looking for a fight for a while, and apparently the White Sox and Guardians, I was reading up on this, they apparently have beef for a while. That they said, and then Noah Syndergaard, who just got traded to the Guardians, said, man, I got here right away. I found out these two teams hate each other.
Yeah.
So Tim Anderson tags Jose Ramirez. Ramirez doesn't like it. Ramirez stands up, points in his face. Anderson throws down the glove and squares up. I mean, like, we're putting up the Dukes. Literally putting up the Dukes here.
Here it comes. A swing and a smash to first by the diving Vaughn. Down the right field line. Kicks into the corner. Ramirez on his way to second. Head first slide. Safe and in to score is Jimenez. And another hustle double. Right over the bag at first. Now Hosey and Anderson square off. They're fighting. They're swinging. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson. Ramirez went in with a head-first slide. Hosey never gets upset about anything. They came up chewing. Anderson squared off. Hosey decked him. It's a 5-1 Chicago lead, but everybody from the dugouts and the bullpens congregated around second base. You never see Jose Ramirez get upset like that. And Tim Anderson was on the wrong side of that punch.
Tom Hamilton, radio man for the Cleveland Guardians, outstanding. Like the pitch of his voice. And how about the Cleveland fans chanting, Jose,
Is that what it was?
Jose,
Yeah, nice.
Jose. So we've talked about it with Mike Krukow. We've talked about it all morning. This shame for Tim Anderson to get knocked out. And then he's talking mess with his cryptic tweets.
That's the crazy part.
Dude, it's bad. And, like, you look at Jose Ramirez, he's like 5'9". Like, he's not the guy you expect to be dropping guys out here, but just like Odor, that was another small second baseman. I mean, we play this down in the cool all the time. The more you blank around, the more you're going to find out.
Tim Anderson did blank around.
And he found out.
Now, the catch is that Ramirez's agent posted a picture of Ramirez wearing 2 boxing gloves Sunday morning with a big smile on his face. So
you know what we need, Murph? We need Jose Ramirez in the ring versus Jake Paul.
That's the next step.
That's it. That's taking to the next step because Jose landed the biggest punch of the weekend by far.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, if you thought Bruce Bochy has a long lost brother in baseball, it's Terry Francona. They're both from the same cut, former players who are just good dudes who get it. So here's Terry Francona, the Cleveland manager, the next morning, asked to reflect on this. He talks about Hammy, meaning Tom Hamilton, the radio guy. So here's Francona doing his media the next morning here.
What'd you think of Jose's left hook?
Right hook.
Right hook. Right.
It's not funny, but when I came in, I'm listening to Hammy. It's hard not to chuckle. I mean, but again, it's not funny, but boys will be boys.
Oh, man, there it is.
Can you still say
Not
that?
funny.
I don't even know if you
That's a
can
good
say
call,
it. Say
actually.
boys can be boys. They're going to get that phrase
That is
pretty
for sure.
soon.
Yeah, we'll get him. Yeah, someone's going to have to carry out Francona from that press conference like Andrew Vaughn had to carry Tim Anderson off the field. Did you guys see
Shout
those
out
highlights?
my guy Andrew Vaughn out of Santa Rosa.
Mm-hmm. That's another Cal Golden Bear right there.
Yeah, that's a whole other topic, right? Here you go. One more here, guys. So this mini mic thing is the new thing where you just stand near a parade of players with your mini mic in your social media and you give them a fun question like, favorite elephant of all time.
Who's your favorite character in
Paulie's
Barbie?
running onto the field and Paulie goes, Dumbo, and runs onto the field.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I run on the field and I say, Babar. And then Tripoli runs on the field and says, Tantor. From, whatever.
Tantor.
Anyway, so this River Cats, or Sacramento River Cats, is the new home of Casey Schmidt and Marco Luciano.
All right.
They had their mini mic social media person out by the outfield fence as the players are coming back from BP.
Oh, nice.
Asked to name their favorite Marvel superheroes.
Okay, good question.
Do you have one?
Not off the top of my head. Let me think about this.
A lot of them say Iron Man.
Those are pretty. I mean, listen, you got Robert Downey Jr. What I liked about the Iron Man movies is he wears a Black Sabbath T-shirt in one of them.
Well,
because they have a song called Iron Man.
There's a sadness here to this. Joey Bart walks by and his shoulders are slumped, his head is down. And he gives an answer that's actually a little bit controversial. Then Sean Jelly, you'll hear Sean Jelly, the 6'11" guy. He's like thinking for a long time and comes back.
It makes you think.
He's very creative with his answers. Anyway, here it is.
Okay.
Favorite Marvel superhero? Iron Man. Let's start. Let's do it. Iron Man. Only one right answer here. Marvel. We'll go Spider-Man. Superman? No. Spider-Man. Batman. Favorite Marvel superhero? Look at that kid.
2 hours later.
Anyone from Lord of the Rings, because that's better.
Okay, so it's hard to hear that. But Jelly said he came back 2 hours later and said, anyone from Lord of the Rings, because that's better.
Shout out, Dumbledore, I guess, right?
That's,
Frodo.
that's
or is
Harry
that Potter? Okay,
Yeah.
I knew it's
You're talking
Mr.
Frodo, yeah.
Yeah, uh-huh.
But it was Joey, I know it was hard to hear, so let's go back. That was Joey Bart saying Batman.
Yeah.
And the sadness, because as we know, Batman's not a Marvel.
It's not. It's
Oh,
DC.
that's DC. That's a whole different universe.
So you get can you isolate the Batman? Because he's kind of sad when he says it, too. It was tough to see, Paulie.
Batman?
He's just
shrugs.
walking by, and his head's down. He goes, Batman.
dude.
Batman. Favorite?
Batman.
Poor bastard.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean? He was up here, too. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, man.
I mean,
should he know that Batman's not a Marvel
No,
guy?
I'm not going to crack him too hard for that because that's how now you're getting into like real comic book kind of geek territory. No disrespect. I know you guys are into it out there. I've seen all the movies too. But my kids were like that. They're like, no, Dad, there's DC and there's Marvel. They're like totally different universes. Yeah. You got to be able to distinguish.
You know who's huge into this is Howard Bryant. Huge.
That's
comic book collector.
Kind of surprising.
The whole deal.
Wow, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So was our guy AC.
Yes, that's a great call. Yes, he is.
Yep.
Did he hear about Joey Bart saying Batman?
Oh, and he's a Batman head, so he's going to be disappointed.
Who,
with this take.
AC?
Yeah, Copes is a huge Batman guy.
You want to hear about Joey Bart again?
Yeah.
The sadness
Batman.
here. He's just walking by.
Batman.
Yeah, there is some sadness there. I heard it. I did. There's a melancholy.
Batman.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your cooler of content for today. Matt Barrows, Niner football, going to Vegas Thursday. Coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Boys will be boys.
All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union. That's right. We're talking about the good people at Provident Credit Union and another great money-saving tip for you from Provident Credit Union. Yep, Provident Credit Union wants to help you invest on your own terms. So, enjoy the flexibility to choose your own investment terms with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate. So for a limited time only, you can pick a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and earn a high rate of 4.5% annual percentage yield, one of the most competitive rates on the market. Yep, with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate, you can choose to invest on your own terms. Whether you're saving for a short-term goal or looking for a longer-term investment, their certificate offers the flexibility you need to take control of your savings. Rate is effective May 30th, 2023. Limited time offer. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Fairly insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for terms and conditions.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's going to be nice to see Jimmy again.
Oh, yeah, I think it'll be great.
Quarterback.
I know that our defense is chomping at the bit. They cannot wait to see Jimmy G.
Did you already text him saying we'll hook up next week? And
no chance.
He didn't respond?
No, I did not text him. You know, if he wants to hang out, he can text me. It's on him. But, no, I can't wait to see him. I'll probably headbutt him just for fun.
So that's George Kittle on with Papa and Lund, who are still down in Santa Clara. And by the way, today we'll have Javon Hargrave, Kyle Juszczyk, and making his first appearance on KNBR, Christian McCaffrey, number 23. Nice little pickup by John Lynch. By the way, before we welcome Matt Barrows to Talk 49er Football, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. We're hitting that point of camp now where it's kind of like something different's got to happen. It's been a lot of the same stuff. So practices today and Tuesday, and then finally down to Vegas Thursday and Friday for the preseason opener Sunday, but the joint practices with Vegas and Jimmy G on Thursday and Friday. Good morning, Matt. How are you?
Hey, man.
I'm doing well. Yeah, right now I'm just scanning to see what the latest temperature in Henderson is. Oh, it actually dipped down.
To
it's going to be a high of 99.
Oh, doable.
On Thursday, and then only 101 on Friday.
You might want to,
little cold spell out there.
You should probably pack like a light sweater, you know what I mean, a jacket just for those chilly 90s days. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be holding binoculars, so maybe I'll bring my mittens.
You probably
so
need them.
My hands don't get too cold.
Oh.
Yeah, good idea. Thanks for the tip.
So these are. Is it fair to say that the joint practices are more instructive, informative, and will feature more feature players than the scrimmage on the 13th?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. I mean, certainly Kyle Shanahan sees it that way. Trent Williams will be taking part in those two practices. Trent Williams will not be taking part in the game, and that's probably true for a dozen or so players. So more players involved. You get to see different situations. And then, the nice thing is that we're going to have two reporters there. One person stationed, where the 49ers defense is, going against Jimmy G, and the other where Brock Purdy and Trey Lance and Sam Darnold are. So, there are basically two games happening at the same time during big portions of those practices.
Wow, that's kind of cool. I mean, man, got one pair of eyes on one. Man, I love the athletics commitment.
We got it covered, and I've heard that sort of the access or your viewpoints in Henderson aren't great. So I wasn't joking about the binocs. I think those are a must to bring with you.
There's no need to give the enemy a good look at our team. That would be my Al Davis there, Matty.
There you go.
Hey,
I think that very much that attitude is alive and kicking out there in Henderson.
When I covered the Niners and they're going to play the Riz, George Seifert he thought that there was a spy set up on a bridge. So, I mean, the way they've built up so much around Santa Clara, and I don't know if you could see it anywhere, but there was an overpass.
I want you to park yourself on the overpass.
Can you still see that overpass from the practice field?
You can.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's some trees have grown up in between now, but you could get a little glimpse from the overpass.
George thought that the Raiders had a spy. Yeah, he did.
Ridge of Spies, yeah. I think that's what that movie was about, yeah.
That's classic.
All right. Since we last talked to you, the biggest development of camp has been ... question mark?
Well, I mean, we have a whole story about 5 different observations from camp. One is that the quarterbacks, I mean, I think a big one is Trey Lance. I've said this throughout, is that he was going to be the most interesting guy of camp. And I think one of the interesting things about him, one is that I think he looks better and more comfortable than he has. And there's no sort of read option stuff. They're not emphasizing the running game with him. He's running the same exact offense that Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen are. He's working out of the pocket, and I think that's, you talk to Steve Young, and he will emphasize what a necessary step that is for anybody who's a good runner, because you have to learn how to play out of the pocket, and I think that's been an emphasis for him this offseason, and he looks better, looks more natural doing it. Obviously, getting Trey Lance out of the pocket resulted in him getting hurt both in 2021 and, of course, last season. So I think that's a big part of it as well. But to me, that's a major one. We wrote about how Christian McCaffrey is getting lots of passes out of the backfield, which is not a shock, but that's what the offense is going to be. Passes to tailbacks have been a huge point or part of training camp practices so far. So even when McCaffrey's on the sideline, Ty Davis-Price and Jordan Mason, and when he was practicing, Elijah Mitchell were getting tons and tons of throws their way. So they're getting better and better at that, and the QBs have to be good at it too. I was writing that, 1,000 seasons are extremely rare. Obviously, Roger Craig did it once, and Christian McCaffrey did it in Carolina, and Marshall Faulk has done it. I do think that it's a possibility for McCaffrey this year, with the receiving end of it being the real sort of challenge. That's the difficult one to attain, but he gets so many passes in a game or in a practice, and they're not just little dinks and dunks. I mean, a lot of times it's a deep bomb down the seam that I think that it's absolutely a realistic goal for him this season.
Good stuff. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. And the piece just posted this morning, 5 things we've learned through the first 9 practices. It's a good read. It's almost, I don't know, just sort of like you got to ask about Brock Purdy. I don't know if there's anything new, but we're asking about him. We had him a week ago. He's an expansive, reflective young man when you talk to him, likable, conversant. But is he... I guess, I don't know. I guess the question is he so clearly QB1? I mean, or it's like he's been anointed because he's the winner, but is it super clear that he's QB1?
I think it's super clear that he's QB1 for Pittsburgh on September 10. But, he hasn't won a Super Bowl and he hasn't been to Pro Bowl, so it's not like he's in Aaron Rodgers' position. So that if there is a hiccup at some point during the season, if there's a losing streak at some point during the season, I don't think he's beyond reproach to the point where you wouldn't replace him. But I do think that he is, especially in these last couple of practices, I think there was a definite rust factor. And, of course he's going to have rust. He didn't play at all in the spring. But that seems to either be off or is mostly off. And what the 49ers are seeing is the same guy that they were seeing, running the scout team right before he took over for Jimmy Garoppolo, and then those last 8 games of the year. So I think it's pretty assured that he's going to be the guy in Pittsburgh. I mean, my only question with him is health, really. He got hurt twice. You guys talked about it with him. The one against the Buccaneers, which had his next start, his first road start in Seattle, really probably in more jeopardy than we knew at the time. And then, of course, the elbow, and that's 8 games. So 2 fairly significant injuries. Just in basically a half a season worth of games. So the question becomes, can this guy, not the biggest guy in the world, likes to run, likes to scramble, can he make it through a 17-game season?
Right, which is why they're going so deep here. And
absolutely.
I keep reading from you guys about Brandon Allen.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. They can't keep 4, right? So what's going on here?
Yeah, they can't keep 4. I mean, it's too deep of a team. Maybe if they were in rebuilding mode, they could keep 4, and they liked all 4 guys. But I mean, I think the thought is you keep Purdy, Darnold, and Lance on the active roster, and you try to keep Brandon Allen on the practice squad. And they signed Brandon Allen late in free agency. So, there's a sense that, it's not like teams were clamoring for him. So I think there's a good shot that happens. Now, in the meantime, the Bengals, Brandon Allen's former team, had a major injury when Joe Burrow went down, and they think that he'll be ready for the regular season. But that would be a team, if there are more injuries or if they're not sure about Burrow, there certainly could be some teams that might like a Brandon Allen. So many of these teams run Kyle Shanahan's offense these days that the fact that Brandon Allen spent a full off season under Shanahan might be attractive to another squad as well. But I would say that it's pretty good chance he makes it through waivers and they're able to sign him to the practice squad.
Brandon Allen, part of this 4-man quarterback thing with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance and Sam Darnold, and the Niners going down to Vegas on Thursday, and still no Nick Bosa.
That's right.
I mean, is there a chance this thing goes all the way up to September 8, 9?
8, 9, I don't know, but like I wrote, I mean, I think that this guy is so sharp, keeps himself so in shape that he could come in on September 1 and be fine for September 10. But I think he absolutely would want a warm-up, a ramp-up, and the 49ers would want it. But, you go back to his rookie season, and I think he got hurt. He got a really bad ankle injury on, I want to say it was August 7. So basically a week into training camp, he's down for the count. And he misses the rest of training camp. He misses all of the preseason. He doesn't return to practice until September 3rd, and then in the very first game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, he's got 1 sack and 3 quarterback hits on Jameis Winston in a big win in Tampa Bay. So, now is his rookie season. I mean, he didn't know what he was doing back then, and his body is better now. He's obviously more experienced now. So, it's not ideal, but a scenario where he's coming in even a week before the season, I still think he's going to be pretty darn good in Pittsburgh in that Week 1 opener.
Talk about guys just earned the ultimate benefit of the doubt. Nobody. Who out there's ripping Nick Bosa? Nobody's ripping Nick Bosa. We need to have somebody rip Nick Bosa, man, just to keep it interesting.
Well,
well, the 49ers have signaled this. I mean, he doesn't come to any of the voluntary stuff in the spring, and it's always, we know what Nick Bosa's doing back there. He's working out with his brother, and so I think it's the same mentality now. We're not going to get exercised over this because we know what he's doing, and he's proven it. What he's doing works so well. We're not going to get worked up. But at some point, you do have to get worked up over it. And as I wrote, I think the real loser in all this is Colton McKivitz, the right tackle, because he's going up against some good defensive ends, but going up against Nick Bosa would really sharpen him to a point where he's more confident, he's more competent going into Pittsburgh. And who's he facing in Week 1 in Pittsburgh? It's T.J. Watt. So that would be a very nice warm-up for that game.
Yeah, and Max Crosby this week, though, right? Down in...
Right, absolutely. That'll be a nice warm-up as well. I mean, talk about kind of long-armed, relentless guys. But Crosby will give him a nice tune-up for Pittsburgh.
That'll be good. Last one for Matt Barrows of The Athletic. In your piece that everybody should read, the 5 things we've learned so far at theathletic.com, is Brock Purdy, you said the 49ers say Brock Purdy's GPS data is checking out. Now, it doesn't surprise me at all that they have GPS data. Everything's analytics and data now. But do you guys have access to that stuff?
No, we do not. I used to be able to get it from the strength coach, but now it's like, closely guarded Russian secrets that is just not available. You can't have any of this stuff. Is
it like handcuffed to a briefcase kind of thing, Maddie?
Exactly.
Yeah, right. I got you. Yeah.
There you go. It's very, very critical information that cannot be shared, certainly with the media, because once it falls into the wrong hands, Murph, I mean, who knows what people are going to do.
Right, we're talking about global repercussions.
But,
exactly.
So you have to just they tell you. So, because they told you this GPS was checking out good?
Yeah, but they could be telling Maddie anything.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I need to see these reports.
This was John Lynch before training camp started, when we were asking about Brock Purdy and his arm strength and whether there are any ways to sort of measure whether, the football is traveling at the same velocity it was before he was injured. And he said, yeah, we've got GPS data that suggests that. So I don't know what the data is. I don't know what the data shows, but John Lynch, not a big fibber, so I tend to believe him.
Did John go back to Canton this past weekend?
I don't know the answer to that. Yeah. I didn't see him, but a lot of those guys do. So it wouldn't surprise me if he did.
Well, it was a talking point for you when you guys are shooting the breeze down in the Henderson, Nevada, in the light cool air.
Yeah, don't forget to bundle up, Maddie. I know.
Well, hey, you're going to Vegas. I mean, listen, good restaurants, right? You're all set. You got your reservations?
Yeah, there's a nice Beatles show, I think, at the Mirage, maybe.
That's love.
Isn't Adele doing something down there, or no longer, or what?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, she used to be a mainstay down there. I have not seen Adele in concert. I might go Paulie Mack and choose the Beatles over Adele on that one.
I would recommend you do. I can't speak to Adele, but I've never seen her. But I have seen that Beatles show. It's really good. It's very, very entertaining. You'll love it.
Yeah, I've heard good things.
Yeah.
I think I will check it out.
He's been said. Paulie says that 8 days a week to us.
Nice.
He says
yeah,
that
very
too.
good.
Hey, I'm looking at current residencies. We go July. Where are you? August. Kelly Clarkson, Maroon 5, Adele.
Oh, wow, okay.
Adele is there.
There she is.
You got to go see Adele.
You got tough
buddy.
choices now.
You got to go see Adele.
Well, I'm saying go see the Beatles.
Those are your choices.
Yeah.
Your choices are Kelly Clarkson, Maroon 5, and Adele.
Can her catalog compete with the Beatles, Maddie? That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, she's building it. I mean, she's stacking days,
By the way,
as they say.
Do you think Adele is flat out just green-eyed monster jealous of the phenomenon that is Taylor Swift? I mean, Taylor's taking money from her pocket, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that everybody is jealous of Taylor Swift. I mean, when Taylor Swift was at Levi's, I couldn't walk 2 steps without being kind of, I'm somebody who's been going there since it was built. This is my 21st season in covering a training camp, and I've never been stopped that many times by people asking, are you sure you're in the right place?
Wait, do you know who I am?
He says, are you sure?
Matt Barrows.
Are you sure Taylor Swift's in the right place?
I'm Matt Barrows. I built this place. Yeah,
exactly.
Right, absolutely, yeah. I did. I had to pull the "Do you know who I am?" card.
And Taylor Swift said, "Yes, I do."
Right.
I read you in the Athletic.
No question.
Sir.
All right, safe journeys, Matt. Enjoy the trip and go see Adele and let us know how it is. All right.
I will. Thank you for the recommendation. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Matt Barrows on the UMA guest line from the Athletic.
Well,
Paulie,
I can only give him this advice, Murph. Next time they stop Matt Barrows anywhere on the streets and ask for credentials, you drop this on him.
I built this place with my damn hands.
Just like that.
Very good. By the way, I say, is Adele filled with rage and envy at Taylor Swift stardom? Don't forget, Liam Clancy, the great Irish bard, told Bob Dylan when he said, Bob, no fear, no envy, no meanness.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, who can pull that off? Who can pull off no fear, no envy, no meanness?
Maybe Marty Lurie, just because he's confident in his takes. Beyond that, I don't know.
Because I'm kind of 0 for 3 on those, by the way. I'm afraid, I'm full of envy, and I'm mean.
Murph, remember one thing. Yeah. I know you want to be me, but no envy.
Yeah, no envy.
Shut up, Marty. That's my guy.
All right, here's the deal. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Ron Wotus at 9:35. We got to talk about this Pac-12, 10, 8, 4 situation. Coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Take that for data.
You know how we feel about the lovely North Bay, world-class beauty across the Golden Gate Bridge. And now we want to tell you about a world-class secret called Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Man, I don't care nothing about no different teams moving. We trying to win, man. I don't care where we play. I don't care what conference, who we're playing against. We're trying to win. All this is about money. You know that. It's about a bag. Everybody's chasing a bag. Then you get mad at the players when they chase it. How is that? How do the grown-ups get mad at the players when they chasing it when the colleges are chasing it?
Well, there it is, man. Deion Sanders, the eminently quotable Deion Sanders, and Paulie Mack, your song, too.
Well, I called this out a little while ago because I was trying to explain to Marcus, like, back when MTV was kind of like a functioning station and they would just play music videos all day.
They still do.
Well, no, but they don't really play videos. They have like game. Do they?
Epic, awesome videos. Channel like 873 or something like that.
That's completely different than the regular MTV.
Yeah, that's not really MTV though. That's like a spin-off of MTV. Like
has the MTV has the M with the little TV on it.
Well, it's like an MTV production. Yeah, but
that's
it's
the thing.
not.
If you flip on the regular MTV, you're getting Teen Mom and ridiculousness. Yeah.
Shout out Teen Mom. Anyway, I was trying to explain to him, hey, back in the day, Deion released an actual album.
Paulie, I was covering the 94 Niners as a beat writer when he released this.
This was a thing.
So they came to the press room and said, you guys got to hear this. Deion just released this new single, and we were supposed to write about it. Like, it was a big, it was like a big deal. And I remember our general reaction was, that's not a very good song.
Well,
I remember it was our first reaction.
They played this video on MTV. It was like in the regular rotation. So if you watch, because back then everybody did, you would watch for a couple of days. You would definitely see
And it wasn't a very good video either.
Well, what's funny, though, is the hook from the song stayed in my head all these years. So somebody
I would
did
say
something.
that maybe the song actually was ahead of its time, because if it's catchy now, but at the time, when I heard it, I was like, nah, maybe I was wrong.
The only other person who can speak as eloquently, just about money and what money brings, I would say, is this guy right here.
We're all exactly the same. And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person. This is a liar. Everybody wants more money. I just want enough money. You're full of shit. It's never enough. You know when it's enough? When you're dead.
Okay.
That's when it's enough.
That's me, Gene Simmons.
Okay. Gene Simmons.
He knows.
Gene Simmons, commissioner of the Big Ten and the SEC.
Go to kissonline.com for your Cal and Stanford gear.
Just wanted to spend a few minutes here talking about this, because we signed off on Friday at 9:50. We were handing it down to Papa in London, Santa Clara, right as the news broke that Washington and Oregon were joining the Big Ten. That was literally like how we said goodbye on Friday morning. And then it just disintegrated, probably like a thread. You pull that thread on that like blanket, and all of a sudden the blanket, whoop, it's gone. I mean, so within minutes, Arizona State, and Utah were gone to the Big 12. Colorado was off to the Big 12.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, before you knew it, the last four teams standing with nowhere to go were Washington State, shout out Klay Thompson, Oregon State, shout out Gary Payton.
Nice.
And oh my God, Cal and Stanford. These are globally famous universities with unbelievable traditions and unbelievable brands, left standing there like chumps on the side of the road. And it's like, where do you even begin to explain this? A lot of people from Cal would start. They'd say Cal would be like, we'll go first, and they'll blame Cal's administration. I've heard it from the Cal Golden Bears themselves. They say our administration placed zero value. Didn't understand, like, college football is big business, baby. And you better set up shop and be a big thriving business, or you will be tossed to the side.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Cal has been tossed aside because they did not invest money in. Listen, all respect to Justin Wilcox and guys like that, but they didn't go hire the big name coach. They didn't go and hire the big name. They didn't push the edges of big name recruiting. Like their facility, I know they put some money into the facility.
Yeah, they did.
But it's still like not kind of what.
Let me ask you a question, Murph.
Yes.
Knowing that is the scenario and the situation, what you just described, college football, like it or not, is big, big business. It's a billion-dollar industry. Why would Cal be resistant? I don't know the answer. I'm asking you.
Because they would say it's not compatible with their institutional ethics or goals.
Yeah, but the money that comes in from that could definitely enhance their educational goals.
That is correct.
So I'm just saying, like, the money would go right back into the school.
But also USC is a classic example.
Let's get some new labs. You know what I mean? You could do all kinds of stuff.
How dare you speak of the toe jams, dude? USC was not a great academic school. When I was at UCLA, USC was not highly rated academic. It was viewed as a place where a bunch of Newport Beach D-bags with visors on went because their dad went there. And then they just went to their dad's business afterwards.
Except Ronnie and Tim Ryan. We got to always clause out.
Well, they had a football tradition, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But what Pete Carroll built, Pete made them into a monster. Pete made them and dude, it increased applications to their school, and they got academically better. They're now like
Great
a top
example.
25 academic school.
It's actually a difficult school to get into,
Almost,
yes.
I'm not going to say exclusively because of Pete Carroll's Trojans, but they played a big role in it.
See, that's fascinating to me right there, because that's where, but again, like the people that are standoffish just about sports or believe, it shouldn't be considered in the same way that your academics are considered in college. Yeah, I probably agree with that on some level, but at the same time, what Murph just said, that's the case that you need to like support and say, listen, look what happened to USC. Case in point. Now you got all this money coming in. The school's more competitive. Ultimately, that's what they want.
Let me ask you a question about what's happened here now. Tradition, right?
I like tradition.
We're going to let's go get the fiddler and put him on the roof, Paulie. But what does tradition have any value? Or I mean, listen, no, DH in the National League gone, right? DH in the National League here, a runner on second base, a pitch clock. I mean, like all these things changed in baseball, right?
But I'd say like college football is like a bastion to that, though, right? They got the axe, they got all kinds of traditions.
But these traditions are now gone. USC. Well, it started when USC and UCLA said we're going to the Big Ten. We're saying they said goodbye to Cal and Stanford, who they've played for 100+ years. So we got Nick Saban. Did Nick Saban check in? Nick Saban checked in on tradition.
There's a lot of traditions that we've had for a long time in college football, and I think we're in a time of evolution for whatever reasons, and some of those traditions are going to get sort of pushed by the wayside, I think, and it's sad. Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent for college football, I guess you have to define what is good, bad, what is good and bad for college football.
Ooh, getting deep with Saban right here. The duality of man stuff, good and bad.
I mean, listen, everything changes, right? I mean, you're like, whatever. Horses, people say, it was Henry Schulman had a tweet said, if you're not on board with this, you're the kind of guy who says, hey, don't put cars on the road. They'll scare the horses. You know
nice,
what I mean?
nice. What about driverless cars? Would those scare the horses?
Well, there you go. There's a tradition.
I saw one today. It was another one. Just went right. I see them every morning now. They're getting more and more. Like, I think they started downtown, but now they're starting to spread out. And I'm not kidding. In other neighborhoods.
Everywhere.
Yeah, they really are. And they test them heavily when we're driving to work because the roads aren't as crowded.
Yeah, but that's another great example of tradition. Baseball uniforms, and now they've got these ads on the sleeve because of money. That changes tradition.
Well, there's a whole other repercussion that's not like sizzling hot sports talk radio when everybody wants to talk about Brock Purdy and Trey Lance and all that stuff. But like what happens to all the other sports is crazy. I mean, baseball, Waterboy, you played college baseball. Mm-hmm. I mean, baseball itself, look at Cal and Stanford. Like, all of a sudden, they're not in a conference. They're not in the Pac-10. They're like, who do they play now?
I didn't even think about that. That's a good point.
There's all, and then all the other sports. Women's sports, for example. We just finished the Women's World Cup.
Yeah.
It's still going on, just not including the United States.
I read a couple of headlines. Apparently, we lost.
But what happens to all these other sports? I mean, my kid plays high school water polo. He sees colleagues of his going to play college. Who's Cal and Stanford going to play in water polo now? Like, what? Who are they going to play tennis against? Who are they going to play baseball against? Who are they going to play basketball against? I mean,
how about if you're Tiger Woods, where are you going to play golf?
There you go.
Who's going to write the last putt, for Christ's sakes? You know what I'm saying?
That was found in the cleanup.
Yeah.
That was found.
That was Murph's first book, the last putt.
I opened it up. I was reading. I was like, hey, we didn't do too bad, Lightly read. People say, how many did that sell? I said, it was critically acclaimed.
Yeah. It was an underground classic.
But anyway, the point is, wow, this happened. Yeah, there's that old line. How did it happen? Gradually and then suddenly, right? Or whatever. So, I mean, I guess everybody's been saying for years, there's going to be two big conferences. It's going to be like the NFL, where you have an AFC and an NFC. And it's going to be the SEC and the Big Ten in some form. And you're either on the bus or under the bus. And USC and UCLA were smart enough to get on the bus. Washington and Oregon kind of ran, like running to catch a bus. Run. Then they open for it. You jump on it the last second when the door opens for you. And they got cut rate revenues. Now, I will say this. I think there is, and I'm not purview to any of this, but I'm just spitballing here. Cal and Stanford should probably call the Big Ten and say, will you take us? We'll take a cut rate. Damn. I mean, because Big Ten doesn't want to, They're not giving Oregon and Washington the same money they gave USC and UCLA.
It's almost like at the end of Boogie Nights when Mark Wahlberg has to walk back into Burt Reynolds' house and be like, sorry, will you help me? I need help. And he's like hugging him and crying. That's going to be Mark Wahlberg is Cal and Stanford in that scene, and the Big Ten is Reynolds, Burt Reynolds.
The story is they said the Big Ten doesn't want to expand anymore, so they might tell Cal and Stanford, no, we don't. But I feel like at this point now, if it's going to be, I mean, they've gotten to 18 now. What's the difference between 18 and 20 at this point? You know what I mean? So probably Cal and Stanford's best hope is that they go to now. Will Stanford go to the Big Ten? Stanford thinks them when they go to the toilet they leave no odor. If you know what I mean. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I've heard that phrase. Yeah. I know what you're saying.
So do you think Stanford's going to try to take the same route as Notre Dame and go independent?
I don't know. If Stanford doesn't have a big. I mean, Notre Dame football is, but Notre Dame's not independent in basketball. They play in the ACC.
That's what I was confused about.
Their
Notre Dame.
Football remains independent, but that's because they're a unicorn. I mean, there's no Rudy for Stanford. You know what I mean? There's no
Bob Fitzgerald for Stanford.
Nobody ever said win one for no U.S. president ever said win one for the Plunkett. You know what I mean?
Well, I can't. That's perfect. Yeah.
Anyway, the point is that I don't know. Maybe they let the dust settle and they call the Big Ten, say, can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Now that I let that settle, maybe they should say let's win one for Plunkett. Maybe they should be saying that.
Should.
Come to think of it, guys won 2 rings.
The thing is that's sad is that Cal's brand is viewed as like the Big Ten to be like, why would we want you? You don't bring any eyeballs or prestige to us.
Well, that's a legitimate point.
Whereas Oregon and Washington bring eyeballs and at least some history. Brooksy got involved over the weekend. Rod Brooks was checking in on Twitter. He said the lesson is you either go big or go home in terms of your college football. And I had to say to Brooksy, I said, Brooksy, I love you, buddy, but in fairness, my school hasn't gone big in 25 years. UCLA has not won a conference since 97. I said, being USC's neighbor is a hell of a drug. We're I hate to say it, we're coattailing them because we're a pair.
Appreciate the honesty from Murph. That's got to be hard for you to say right there.
That said, SC hasn't won much either since Carroll left, by the way. It's been about 13 years, 15 years. Maybe.
Yeah, they've been down for a while.
I don't think USC's been in the college football playoff in over almost 20 years.
Yeah.
06 maybe, 17 years.
Since those Texas days.
Yeah,
and Murph, you're right. But, boys, since we're all being honest this morning, I want to ask Murph from his perspective. Now, obviously, we're a Bay Area radio station, Northern California, but Murph went to college at UCLA. Is there any guilt from maybe USC or UCLA for being the first domino that falls, or they get credit for being ahead of the pack?
No, we get credit for being ahead of the pack. I mean, this like I said, the train was leaving the station, man. And the train, and that's what we need to talk about. What caused that train to leave the station? When did college football get so big that this was the only inevitable solution? Why couldn't these conferences just stay amongst themselves?
You tell me the answer to that question.
Well, because TV started saying we want to pay you for this, and your product is more. TV started saying, hey, SEC and Big Ten, your product is so appealing, we'll give you this amount of money.
So what I don't understand is for the teams that do get left out or left behind or however you want to phrase that, like honestly, like what becomes of those teams? Like what are those?
That's where we're at. I mean,
like who are they going to compete? Honestly, like how are they going to do
like
this?
evolution where they just expire and go extinct?
Damn.
I don't know.
Like a primordial tail just
like
dropping off. Then you just keep walking. Oh, look at this.
I still think there's a chance.
My tail just fell off.
SC and Stanford. I mean, there's a thought that they would go to the Mountain West. But there's a thought, like, I hate to say this to my good people from San Jose State, your Mark Spears, your Brad Mansions, my mom and dad. My mom went to San Jose. All the good people from San Jose State.
Shout out Bill Walsh.
Coach Brennan. But people are saying, is Cal really going to go, like, rub elbows with San Jose State? I mean, it's not compatible.
I got you.
Historically.
I got you.
UC Date, like San Diego State. Listen, shout out San Diego Mike. Shout out Marshall Falk. Shout out the great Aztecs tradition. But Cal's like, no, we're not. We're not going to play with San Diego State and San Jose State, although maybe they should reevaluate.
Yeah. I mean, if they're trying to save the conference too, like, do they recruit San Jose State and Fresno State and some of those teams?
Historically, they would say that they were not going to rub elbows with those guys, and you're like, maybe you should reevaluate.
Well, you got to throw that out the window now. That historical view is no longer going to be. It's not going to be relevant. You're going to have to reinvent yourself.
Yeah, beggars can't be choosers.
I think the problem, if you're a Cal Golden Bear. And shout them all out there. Shout out Coach Jim and all the Bears out there. Is that I don't know if you can trust your leadership to figure this out.
Oh,
because our leadership's been bad. Yeah.
Didn't you say? Remember that one time Murph and I were doing this? Well, this was a long time ago now. Pat Connor was in the house. I'm going to say like maybe 08, 09. You can help me with the dates and everything. But was it Tennessee that came here? There was an SEC school that came to Cal, and it was when the kids were sitting in the trees.
Yeah.
And you
Tennessee,
were like, "This is the worst possible recipe."
But that said, the stadium was packed that day. Some kid wrote some piece over the weekend. I wish I could credit him, but It was in The Athletic.
They were sitting in
and
trees.
He was saying, timing matters. Like in the mid-00s, under Tedford and Deshaun Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, they packed Memorial Stadium. It was great. Those days are over. And then look at Stanford 10 years ago with Luck and Harbaugh and Christian McCaffrey and all that. They're, but they never packed it because they couldn't get.
And they got a beautiful new stadium down there at Stanford too, and it's never full.
Anyway, this is wild.
Yeah,
wild
it's
stuff.
Unfortunate, man, for the Bay Area.
If you're USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon, you're like, well, we're going to the party.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sucks when you don't get invited to the party.
I've been
you just
there
got to hear
many
about it the
times.
night you're sitting in homeroom on Monday. Dude, you believe what went down? I can't believe it. Everybody was there. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. And you're like, you're looking at it.
Welcome to my high school years.
Oh.
There was a party? What? I was the Cal and Stanford of the high school parties.
Damn it. Well, you're getting the last laugh, though. Here you are.
You know who invited me to parties? San Jose State and San Diego State. They invited me to parties.
Oh. Hey, not a bad. It's not a bad.
Those parties?
Those are probably better parties.
There was that movie.
Let's go to some San Jose State parties, man.
Good times partying at San Jose State.
Pride happening. Yeah.
Right. Anyway, just to comment on this situation. We'll see how it goes. I think we're going to talk to Kate about it tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
I think we'll have Kate Scott on tomorrow.
Yeah, she's like.
Well, she worked at the Pac-12 network.
Yeah.
A lot of people say the
Bear.
Pac-12's got nobody but themselves to blame. Larry Scott, George Kliakoff, they all did a terrible job promoting the brand. Larry Scott,
that's when
Larry Scott took the conference's prestige and dragged it down.
Oh.
Dragged it down.
Yeah, it was a mess with Larry Scott. For real, I remember all that.
Part of why this all happened.
Yeah.
Because the college football money that got so big started saying, let's go to the Big Ten and the SEC. And they're like, what about the Pac-10? They're like, no way. Those guys none of those programs care. And then all the institutions that kind of were, quote unquote, above it all. Oh, we don't need to spend on football. We don't need, well, guess what? The football train's leaving the station, baby. And you're not on it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen. Hey, Ron Wotus at 9:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Please come on Friday night.
Alameda. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Alameda's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants announced this past weekend that Casey Schmidt has been optioned down to the Sacramento River Cats. So to find out why and when Casey Schmidt could make his return to the major leagues, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The 3-2 is lined towards second, knocked down by Geloff, picks it up, throws to first in time for the out, and the game is over. The A's, for the first time this year, beat the Giants. Another tight, low-scoring game. Trevor May, the right-hander, winds, throws. Crawford tops it toward first. It is a fair ball. It hits the bag, but it's fielded by Brown cleanly, and he goes to the bag himself for the putout. And the A's have won their second in a row against the Giants. So a tough weekend here at the Coliseum for the Giants, and especially this one today where they had a 6-3 lead and end up losing by the final score of 8-6.
El Stinko, El Gamo. Paulie, it's been a while since I heard Charles Grodin's take on the Giants weekend.
It's probably the perfect take to try to assess what we just saw.
What the hell? What the hell?
Yeah,
nothing better. And by the way, one more time, because you got to appreciate the fact that De Niro is breaking into a car while he's saying that. Listen.
What the hell? What the hell?
Told you about Grodin's cameo in Louis that just laid me out.
No, Grodin's underrated, man.
He's eating an egg salad. He's a doctor who has only a passing interest in what Louis C.K. is offering. Louis C.K. is a patient.
Perfect.
And Grodin just barely cares, and he's just eating an egg salad sandwich.
I'm going to look for this right now. I'm going to need to see that.
Carefully.
Yeah,
He's like,
Way more concerned with the sandwich
and he's like
than
kind
Louis.
of licking the egg salad out of his teeth, and he's barely listening to Louis. And then he's kind of pursing his cheeks and then washing it down with a bottle of water.
Here we go.
And he's
I'm glad you mentioned that. I got it. I got him. He's in a white coat. Yeah. Okay.
And he could care less. Is he eating the egg salad sandwich?
Yes. And Louis is limping into his office.
Louis
He's
got
limping.
problems, and Grodin's like, He doesn't really care.
He's hitting his drink
at all
water.
as a doctor. He just doesn't care.
Oh, dude.
He just doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't care. He's just eating the sandwich.
Yeah, look at him going for the water bottle.
For the water.
Anyway.
Hey, Waterboy, that was also your band from the weekend, right? Wasn't that?
That was the Expendables, who not only I saw, but Logan Webb and Sean Mania also saw on Saturday night.
So I played Friday in the Brandon Crawford Golf Tournament, fighting ALS, great cause. Mike Crawford, congratulations on a fantastic tournament. Shout out to Giants like J.D. Davis, Mike Conforto, and the very entertaining Logan Webb for their energy and their time. JT Snow, Will Clark, Kalena Azubuike, FP, lots of great luminaries out there. I guess Logan Webb then later on went to the show Saturday with Sean Mania, was on stage at the Frost Amphitheater. But I was going to say, I played golf with a great group. I played with Rick Winters, who was Dwight's caretaker, Dwight Clark's best friend and caretaker to the very end, to the final day. Rick's a former Navy SEAL, and today's 8/7 day.
Rest in peace, DC. We love Dwight Clark.
We talked Dwight, man.
Yeah.
Rick and I were telling stories and just laughing and toasting. Believe me, we toasted. We had a couple of pops.
Well, good. That's what
we
want. DC would want that.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
But anyway, I also played with the young lady, Nikki, who was an absolute ball of energy. And we figured out our cart had Bluetooth. I never see this now, that these, usually gives you the yardage. It also had Bluetooth. So Waterboy, she queued up her music, and it was nothing but Revolution, Iration, The Green.
She should have been at the concert on Saturday.
She should have been.
That's all I'm going to say.
She might have, as the drinks continued to flow, she kept playing Iration's Time Bomb over and probably the last 6 holes. We might have heard Time Bomb 9 times.
Am I to assume with that kind of musical selection and that kind of good-natured vibe, am I to assume she's part of the community?
Ganja, spliff, reefer,
I think she's part of more of the. It was more of the liquid community.
Oh, I see.
She was popping.
Okay.
We were all knocking back a couple of pops.
Yeah.
Anyway, Paulie, this all led to all the things we've talked about: the Giants blowing the Bay Bridge series, 49er training camp, and of course, what's going on with the Pac-12, 10, 8, 4, leads to people sending in their text to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. So you want to welcome them in?
I do indeed, and yes, I do. Here we go.
If someone sent in a text to you. Oh.
Can I, in honor of Jerry Week, can we also get the other one there?
Oh, hell's yeah, as they say on the streets.
Text me.
Very weak.
Text me.
Yeah.
Why don't you just text me?
Yeah. 408's the first one checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, saying the Giants felt pressure in Oakland, which is the Moneyball Holy Land, to live up to the 20-year-old mission statement of platoons. That's what this person says.
Oh, I see.
So I guess they're saying Farhan went back to see his daddy, Billy, and got nervous. You know what I mean? Happens when you go against, like, your mentor or whatever.
Well, it's like Skywalker against Vader, that kind of thing.
There you go. 415 says these traders will get more money, but they will lose with the tougher schedule. Well, will be interesting to see how Washington, Oregon, SC, and UCLA do against these, your Penn States, your Michigans,
your Purdue's, your Boilermakers.
Ninerhead Rick says, guys, there's only so much a person can be pissed at. My concentrated anguish is at the sad Giants for dropping that 2-game series to the worst team in baseball. I can't have any anger right now for the sad sack state of Cal and Stanford football.
Murph, when it comes to your own health and your own nervous system and your stress levels and stuff, what's better for you, or what's worse for you, I should say? Is it worse to be angry, more detrimental to your health, or is it worse to be incredibly sad?
To internalize, you mean?
Yeah, you're going to pay a steep price either way.
That's a great question.
Which is the more damaging of the two, anger or sadness?
Probably sadness.
Okay.
559, you can blow off your steam and then
hit
move
a bag,
on.
hit the heavy bag, something like that, yeah.
559 says, what do you give me for Cal joining the Big Ten and Gary Sharon joining Van Halen?
I mean, how about a 10 on that one? Just because you mentioned Sharon.
What's the background on that?
Well, that was the guy. I mean, that was a really unfortunate move. That's the one I think when Eddie was drinking heavily. He was going through lead singers like one a week almost, and he decided to bring in the guy Gary Sharon. He was the singer in the band Extreme.
Yeah, I remember.
As Murph would say, about a variety of situations. That was just an unfortunate circumstance.
It was
It was
a tough deal.
unfortunate.
By the way, multiple people checking in talking about how Cal football and basketball can't hang with the likes of San Diego State.
Here we go now.
And they're kind of right.
The Aztecs are saying, don't throw us in there.
925 says Cal can't hold basketball's jock. 949 says, LOL, SDSU would kick Cal's A double snakes around the block.
Right.
It's kind of true.
Right.
And then 831 says, in Cal football, where's Dumpster Muffin when you need her? Save Cal football.
That was her, Dumpster Muffin.
Dumpster Muffin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
What can you do?
Thank you guys for the text. And thank you guys for the Golden State
for the insights.
Building materials text line.
Well said.
riffs.
Well said.
Okay.
Nice.
Ron Wotus. Okay. Come on. I saw Woe Friday. He was in great form at the golf tournament. He was awesome. In fact, we threw his name into an item and the bids went up. Playing golf with Contos. It was doing well.
No surprise there.
Contos was getting some bids, and then we said, what if Wotus joined? And the money kept going.
Ladies love Wotus, I guarantee you.
To fight ALS. So shout out Ron Wotus. Right. So we'll talk Giants baseball with Woe next on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
To get where you want to be, you have to beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and then you're supposed to play really good baseball against good teams. And it seems like this year we've been playing really good baseball against good teams, but letting 2 games go like that is hopefully it's not going to cost us at the end of the year, but definitely has the potential to.
As Alex Cobb after yesterday's disappointing game. Before we
how do you feel about this?
Welcome the great Ron Wotus.
How do you feel about me saying this BOC rejoin for Ron Wotus? Yeah, it's brought to you by Redwood Credit Union, where you can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns you cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA. Murph, BOC is in the house.
And I also want to say before we welcome Woe that stay tuned for Papa and Lund live from Santa Clara, where Javon Hargrave, Kyle Juszczyk, and Christian McCaffrey making his first KNBR appearance happens today. All right. Well, I had the great pleasure of seeing this gentleman Friday at Presidio Golf Course as we raised money to try to fight the insidious disease that is ALS, thanks to Brandon and Mike Crawford. And thanks to Ron Wotus for giving his time and being good cheer and donating himself to the auction. So before we get into Giants baseball, great seeing you on Friday, man. Did you have a good day?
I had a great day. Good seeing you as well. I mean, we're meeting like this an awful lot. I think it was in the winter. Yeah. We had the Hall of Fame, Bay Area, I believe it was.
That's right.
You emceed. You're a busy man. You're out there. It's great to see.
Well, you know what the deal is? I work cheap.
Yeah, they like our rates. Yeah.
Okay. I hear you. Hey, speaking of cheap, you guys know where I can get a free checking account?
Hey, yes. I'll go funny you should tell you Provident. Paulie might tell you something different.
Funny you should ask.
But anyway, by the way, I will say that you, when we had that Contos foursome at the Olympic Club that we threw your name in, the bids went up. Whoa, the bids went up.
Big time.
Yeah, I had some family there, and so they probably are going for it. Yeah, you threw me right in the mix, so I guess I got a nice round at the Olympic Club. Who can turn that down?
Right,
that's a great place to play. And did you play? Did you play in the tournament?
Yeah, I did. I was with Rick Winters, who's Dwight Clark's caretaker and best friend, and we had a ball. We just had an absolute ball. Now, don't forget that wind was an active and adverse force. That cold, foggy wind. People don't understand San Francisco. True summer weather. Yeah. Whoa, we got it out there.
Yeah, we did. We were talking about that. Dave Greshner, our trainer, I was playing with him, and Anthony Reyes, our other head trainer. And, we're such a unique place that we live in. When you see that fog rolling in, I mean, it got cold and windy, but then it was sunny and, the microclimates and the climates around here, it's just so unique. But it was a beautiful course and a great day. And looked like everybody had a great time.
Yeah, and raising money to fight ALS. And shout out Brandon. And, it was an enthusiastic participant all night was Logan Webb, right? And I mean, maybe kind of use that as a launching point to talk about the team. I mean, listen, most every team in sports has, some sort of camaraderie or chemistry, but you need certain linchpin guys. Seems like Logan's he signed the big contract. He's a NorCal kid. Seems like he's really come to be part of this family or this sort of clubhouse atmosphere. You can speak to that, right?
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. Look, he's been here, probably this is the second long. Obviously, Craw's been here longer, but he's homegrown. He's a giant. He's been here for a long time. He was here with the old regime. He's the ace of the staff, and he embraces all this. He knows the responsibility that comes along with that, and he's a great teammate. He's a guy that loves to enjoy himself. He said, someone asked him, he had 100 starts, and he said, do you learn anything from these 100 starts? He said, enjoy the moment a little bit more and not, sweat the little stuff, not get upset at the little stuff. But he's such a competitor, and he wants to win, that those little things do wear on you. But he's been around a long time. He is the A staff, and he's taking on that leadership role, which you have to have guys that want to do that. Hopefully you got one on the pitching staff, and Dusty Baker used to say, hopefully you have one in the bullpen, hopefully you have one in the position players, et cetera, and you have a good thing going.
Well, he gets the ball tonight down in Anaheim, taking on Patrick Sandoval, who's a lefty, and the Angels, who've lost 6 in a row. Now, the Giants, we're talking to Ron Wotus, of course, here on the Yuma guest line. They're giving the ball to Webb. They gave the ball to Cobb yesterday. The other part is who they give it to the other day. So what's the Ron Wotus view on how this opener thing has been going? And then is there anything to Stripling getting the ball Saturday as a starter? Are they moving away from it? What do you think?
Well, they've been doing this pretty much all year. I mean, they're performance-based. If a guy has a couple bad outings and they don't like the matchup, obviously they go to the opener, and then they use guys in bulk. I mean, they really love to match them up, and you can't argue with the success that they've had with the opener. And, even checked into after the opener, people might say, well, what's their record after the opener? Because, the bullpen could be depleted. They've been pretty good the next day as well. So they've been very good at it. We do need Webby and Cobb. Cobb wasn't on yesterday, as he stated. We need them to be rock solid, because if they falter a little bit, then it makes it even a little bit tougher, because you get into that pen even more. But they're going to mix and match. Look, this is who they want to be. This is what they believe in, and they've been pretty good at it so far. And, we're still in the wild right now. If the season ended, we're in the playoffs, so hopefully we can maintain this approach.
How's it been for you as a guy who's dedicated his life to baseball to see things change like this? I mean, I guess, you either evolve or die, right, in anything. And I know baseball probably even before analytics, maybe there are things you guys are doing slightly differently in the 00s than you did in the 70s. I don't know.
But now there's a DH in the dugout and all the, you're right, Murph. There has been so many changes.
How's it been for you to see all these changes?
Yeah.
Well, it's not easy, but look, when I say it's not easy, I mean, baseball is a game of adjustments as a player. It's no different as a coach. You have to adjust to, the personalities on your club. You don't coach guys, the days of, 25 guys have to adjust to me are long gone, right? You have to adjust to the 25 personalities on your club to get the most out of them. Things have changed on the field a lot. I'm not going to lie. I love the National League. I've been a National League guy. I've always had the pitcher hitting. I love running bunt plays. I love the interest, that you have with the pitcher at the plate. You can hit and run. You can run defensive plays. You try to create with a hit and run or something like that. So to me, there was a lot more interest, a lot more of a thinking man's game, especially being a bench coach. That's where your strength is. And I've always felt the American League style wasn't as exciting for me as a bench coach or as a player, because in the National League, you're ready to play when you pinch hit for the pitcher. Every day you're in and out of the lineup. You got a chance to pitch hit. There's double switches. All that's gone from the game. And, of course, the Giants, they platoon a lot, so everybody stays in the mix. But I remember years ago, if you were a bench player on American League club and you had a good team out there, you never played. You played on Sunday, right, when the other guy needed a rest. So, and the rules and everything keeps evolving. You have to roll with it. But some things, the clock is way different. It's good for the game. People are liking the quicker games. There's still aspects of all this that I really don't enjoy as much.
Yeah. We're with you, but
we are.
Yes. Our choices are to either give up baseball or just accept
you just got to keep rolling with it. That's
not
it.
ready to give up baseball.
No.
Yes.
No.
Right. Hey, a couple questions. It's wide ranging here with Ron Wotus, of course, the 3-time World Series champ. Bench coach for the Giants, and of course, still hanging around as advisor. What is your official title right now? What is it?
It's special assistant to player development.
Okay.
I love working with players and helping them. So I'm at most home games, helping out the coaches and the players. And I go up to SAC and work with guys, and I go to San Jose a lot as well, 2 local places. I went down to Arizona last week to see our new drafted players. I'm going to get out to see the AA club, but I'm focusing more around here in the AAA and the Major League club.
But perfect then. That was my next question, was going to ask you about Casey Schmidt. Listen, everybody's got their own things. Joey Bart's got his own story. Marco Luciano has his own story. Sean Jelly has his own story. Kyle Harrison has his own story. But the one is Schmidt, just like his debut was so electric, right? And so energetic. And everybody loved everything about this guy, the charisma of this kid. And then you saw the game come back and get him. I'm just kind of wondering, what can you share with us of what lies ahead for him, and how much of his work is going to be mental as well as physical, or is it just all physical? How do you handle a guy like this who had some highs and now has to deal with a low?
Yeah, that's a great question. Look, everybody is different, right? I've always believed that your time in the minor leagues is your opportunity to become a pro. And usually if you failed in the minor leagues at some point and had big slumps, you learn how to come out of it. So when these things happen when you're in the major leagues and now you're under, the bright lights at 40,000, you're on TV, you got the press on you, what's going on? It's a lot easier to learn how to handle it in the minor leagues. And, the fact is, look, he rose to the system awfully quick. Like a lot of these guys, he doesn't have a lot of at-bats against the higher echelon of major league pitching or even AAA pitching. He was only in AAA for a brief time. So, some guys can come right up and they handle it better. He started off so good that everybody's just shaking their heads, but that's what the Major League will do to you. They'll find your weakness. He's a swinger. He's like Pablo. He loves to swing. And once they find out you don't have to throw a guy a strike and what your MO is, they will exploit it. And it's up to you to make an adjustment. I think, he'll go down and he'll be a better player in the long run for going down, getting at bats, and hopefully he can make, I think, mostly mental adjustments. You can hit with bad mechanics, not that he has them, but, we overrate the mechanics. You can hit with bad mechanics if you can get that bat head on the ball. There's a lot of different type swings out there. And, so a lot of it is more mental approach, pitch selection, things of that nature, and he's always been a free swinger. So I think he needs to make an adjustment there.
Now, that said, you said everybody's different. Two guys who are sticking are in two of the most important positions on the field, catcher and center field. Those are rookies who have, and Bailey had, although he had a great game yesterday, had a little bit of cool-out period. But the other kid, the 21-year-old kid, oh, my goodness. And he's giving him, he made a great catch on Saturday against the wall. And, how about, you say everybody's different. Are they handling the adjustment period better, I guess?
Well, everybody's personality is different. Everybody's ability to adjust is different. Everybody, some things like, pitch selection at the plate, a lot of that is innate. You can tell people, hey, swing at strikes. It's like telling a pitcher who's wild, throw strikes. Yeah, we know we need to throw strikes, but how the heck do I do it? Right? It's the same thing. There's hitters that just have a good eye and are very selective. And I think a lot of that you can't teach. You can get better at it, learning what the pitcher's going to throw and have a better plan at the plate. So, that's where everybody is different. But to your point, Matos, one thing he does extremely well, even in batting practice, he swings at strikes and he barrels the ball. You throw the ball away, he's kind of a throwback. He hits it to right field. You throw it in, he pulls it. Now, it's batting practice, but if you can't barrel the ball in batting practice and move the ball around, I don't know how you're going to do it in the game. And Bailey, he reminds me of Posey a little bit. He's just got it. He wasn't this hitter in the minor leagues, and he's cooled off a little bit, but he's actually been a better hitter in the major leagues. He continues to get better, and he's very unique that way. Not a lot of guys come up and really find themselves at the major league level like he has as an offensive player.
All right, well, these two guys are sticking right now, and it's pretty amazing at catcher and center field. Last couple questions here for Ron Wotus. Great to have him join us here. Friday's going to be emotional. Here comes, he's going to come on our show. Bruce's Boach is coming on 9:30.
That is going to be emotional. I think for a lot of the fans, too.
And maybe for him.
Yeah.
And then the competitive part kicks in, right?
Well,
he's going to want to come in here and win this series.
I'm going to have to kick some ass now, Ron. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah.
How are you looking forward to this weekend, huh?
Yeah, well, he's playing in Oakland right now. He's in town now, right?
Yeah.
Isn't he playing Oakland Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? He has Thursday off, so he's going to have a nice stay in the Bay Area. He's going to have a good time to be able to see some old friends and some old restaurant tours in the area. I'm sure he's in the city, either staying in San Francisco. But I'm looking forward to it. Look, I worked for the guy for 12 years.
Yeah.
It's just like the players. I got a great relationship with Boach. We were side by side. When you win with people, too, it just solidifies those good times and those great memories, and you always enjoy being around those type of guys. So it'll be nice to see him. I know the fans. Look, the fans, what Boch has done here for the city of San Francisco, 3 World Series, it really established this organization as one of the great organizations. They already were with great players, but to win the World Series has put it at another level, and he'll never be forgotten. So it'll be great to see him. And I'm sure the fans will, they may be rooting against us a little bit. They may not be rooting against us. They're not going to root against us, but they will be rooting for Boch, and he'll get the love he deserves.
It's going to be, like you said, he's here in Oakland, and so that starts it, and then he gets a nice long week here, and they take him on. All right, hey, last one, just standings-wise. Listen, the 2 losses in Oakland were a drag. We can, those are done. You flush them, you move on. But, you look at the standings. I know 4 out in the West is not where you want to be, but you're in it. And then 3 up in the wild card. Is it time to get playoff fever? That's the question.
Well, there's a lot of baseball left. The further you go, it's like us. We were playing the 16th, 17th, and 18th hole, and we were down by 15 strokes. We had a lot of ground to make up. Fortunately for the Giants right now, there's not that much ground to make up, and only a few strokes to make up. So there's plenty of baseball left. They're in the playoffs today if it ended. You want to win the division. That's the key. So, from here out, we'll say this 100 times, well, maybe not 100, but, 50 times before the season's over. This is the biggest game of the year. Flan and I used to say that every day. At this time of year, you go to the park, you say, hey, this is the biggest game of the year, and you got to get up for every one of them and try to win the game because it is time to be thinking about getting in the playoffs and winning the division.
What are you throwing Ohtani tonight? How are we pitching him?
Great question.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, hey, look, don't let him beat you, right? Don't let him beat you. There's no Mike Trout. You go back to that. Let the other guy beat him. And, as you said, the Angels haven't played well. I don't know if that's good or bad. Over the years, I'll tell Boch, hey, this guy's 0 for 12 off of so-and-so, and you can look at it 2 ways. You can say, let's bring him in. He's 0 for 12. Or you could say, shoot, he's due off the guy, right?
Right.
So
right.
You don't know which way to go all the time. So hopefully they can win tonight because they got to face Ohtani. Is it tomorrow or the last day?
I believe it's Wednesday.
Yeah, that's going to be a tall order. I mean, he's
tomorrow. Their new guy, Giolito.
Yeah, and the kid tonight, Sandoval's, he's not bad at all. So, you have to beat the best to be the best. Just like Cobb said on your little promo before we came on, you have to beat the best to be the best.
Yeah. It's always great to hear your and we can't wait for the next one. And we'll see you at the park.
Thanks, Ron.
Hey, great being on with you guys. You guys be well, huh?
You too.
Ron Wotus, the man.
One of the all-time great guys, and I love what he said about Bochy, too. And that's cool. I didn't really
Who are you rooting for?
Well, come on. I mean, listen, I will say this, too. How about a nice little bonus for Boch, honestly, because he does have the 3 games against the A's, and he has a day off, I think, and then the Giants. So he's here all week, Boch. You see him rolling around town.
Anything you got? You got something.
Oh, yeah, no, stand by. Sorry, I would have done this sooner. Well, here's the first thing I see. Just give you a quick chorus.
Oh, Bochy, you're so fine, you blow out mine. Hey, Bochy.
That's right.
Hey, Bochy.
Don't think I'm not afraid to go there. I did go there, and then we got all the multiple sound bites.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
Did you have another Boch song? Well, past the musical Youth.
Yes.
It's games like this is why they make alcohol.
Yes. Who's got past the Bochy?
Yeah.
I don't got that, but I've got Bochy and the Jets.
Give it to me.
Bochy and the Giants.
Yeah. Love it, Ronnie.
All right. Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Yes. Got a B-side for you.
Pass the Bochy on the third base side.
Come on.
Pass the Bochy on the third base side.
That's pretty good.
I think Marcus heard this at the
Pop
Frost.
and Lund down in Santa Clara next on these Sports Leaders.
Faithful Pop and Lunder. From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
Oh, there it is. I heard that about 9 times in my final 3 holes at Presidio yesterday. As the drinks were pouring at the Brandon Crawford tournament, this was played more and more and more. All right. Making sure that the boys made it after our big dinner last night at the Prosciutto Room at the North Beach restaurant. Did the boys make it to Santa Clara? Papa and Lon, you there? Did you make it?
G-Pop.
We are. Not 9:58, Murph. You're a minute late. You said 9:58.
My bad. I'll take the blame for that.
That is true. That is true.
Here. You guys got to do me a favor. So after the dinner, I valeted my car at North Beach Restaurant, and then we went out, did a couple of spots. Tony Nix and what's the other place? Red Jack.
Red Jack.
Oh yeah, Red Jack.
Were you there, Paula? You were there for one of them, right?
No, I wasn't, but I love that you think I was. That shows you what kind of night it was.
We had a good group there. But anyway, I went back to the valet after, and they're all shut down. So I was able to get the car in the app. But the Tesla has, and they have a key card. I can get it on my app. But then they have little Matchbox. It's a little version of the car.
Right.
That is the key. So if you're swinging by the North Beach today, guys, grab that.
Your car's still there? Your key's still there?
No, I have the car. I have the car.
Well, where? Okay.
I can drive the car off the app, but I don't have the key. So at some point when I'm driving home, and I was worried about driving down here, you get the flash. Key not detected.
Oh, damn it.
Then you're like, oh, no.
Yeah, that's
I
a
can
problem.
drive it down, but once it starts,
Well, that's a good night. That's a sign of a good night.
It is.
When you leave the Tesla key
I think
behind.
we're all good. I think we're all good. But maybe they stuck it in the ashtray or something. I don't know.
That is hilarious.
It's under the floor mat. You never know.
Hey, well, you have to tell that story.
Doesn't have coat hooks.
Tell that story to Christian McCaffrey, who makes his KNBR debut with you guys today. So we'll look forward to that.
Good juice.
You got Juszczyk. You got, who was the other one? Javon. The Grave. T-Rock was calling him the Grave Digger. That's what he was saying.
He's a grave digger.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
College from South Carolina.
All right, guys. Well, it's all yours. Key or no key. It's all yours.
Yeah.
All right.
Key not detected, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
Send that little Matchbox Tesla.
Help you pops out.
And on the screen, you can tell Walter to get out of the picture.
Cheers,
he's
boys.
blocking the camera right there. Come on, buddy. Hey, it's time for a change. Sneak Speed Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I have a single leg in the first and a choke in the ninth. Down goes Anderson! Down goes Anderson!
Boys will be boys.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman! San Francisco!
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
And now the 3-2 pitch. It is hit on the ground. One high hop to Crawford at short. He throws low to first, and Wade can't scoop it. Oh, my goodness. Crawford just made a very poor throw, and Wade tried to scoop it out. It hit him in the shin. Brown goes to third. Rooker safe at first. Really, really unusual from Brandon Crawford. That's just a totally routine play for him. The ball bounced right to him. Soderstrom waiting. The 3-0 pitch is ball 4. A 4-pitch walk to force in a run. So since Jackson came in the game, error, walk. He hasn't gotten anybody out. The pitch is lined into left field, base hit. That's going to tie the game, maybe more. Coming around third is Diaz. The throw will be cut off. It's a 2-run single for Langoliers, and the A's have taken a 7-6 lead. Trevor May, the right-hander, winds, throws. Crawford tops it toward first. It is a fair ball. It hits the bag, but it's fielded by Brown cleanly, and he goes to the bag himself for the putout. And the A's have won their second in a row against the Giants.
Hi, yes, thanks for joining us. It's 8-7 Dwight Clark Day. So a bunch of Dwight Clark jerseys down here as we are at Levi Stadium. We got a ton of great guests, including Christian McCaffrey, who has never been on KNBR before. So it's going to be very cool to talk to him. You just heard Dave Fleming there. Not a great weekend for the Giants. And for some reason, if you're a plus 500 team, the Giants will beat you. If you're a sub 500 team, they struggle. We'll get into that. And speaking of struggles, Brandon Crawford's coming back. He's going to save everything. He was 0 for 9 with 3 strikeouts in a 2-error game. We'll get into that conversation where the Giants are. Casey Schmidt, those cards are going to have to wait. I got a great deal on some Casey Schmidt cards. All that discussion we will have today. Shohei Ohtani is going to pitch in the 3rd game, but we're going to see him DH a couple of times. Hopefully, Farhan is going down there and smoozing him a little bit. So we got that. Plus, as
that's
Murph
tampering.
Said,
I wouldn't do that yet.
As Murph just said, we got a dinner to talk about last night, which I am still full from. A ton to get to on a Monday. Welcome in and good morning.
No breakfast for you this morning?
Oh, my God. No.
So it is 87 day. I think of all the former Niners that could hang with us at the prosciutto room, it would be Dwight Clark.
He could.
Not sure Bob St. Clair would enjoy the fare there.
Yeah.
Everything's took. But anyway, it was,
everything's gone.
I mean, the drinking, and this is the 3rd year we've done it, where Bob Sargent, our boss for the Niners and worked at KNBR for years and years, brings everybody together. And
Sarge's Sunday dinner.
It's the Sunday dinner. It's usually right before we play the first preseason game on the Sunday. And team was off yesterday. They're back at it today and tomorrow. Then fly to Vegas, and we'll get into the joint practices. But so 3rd year, I finally figured out not to eat all day long. I fasted, did not eat anything. It does not help.
Nope.
It's like you get as full or more full. At one point, I looked at Sarge and I thought, there's not as much as last year, and I got the eye. So you had it's in the prosciutto room in North Beach Italian Restaurant, which is killer. I mean, literally hanging prosciutto.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So and
this big room where we
but
can
then
be
they
loud
have the
and obnoxious.
prosciutto and the melon, which is just such a combination.
It is so good.
And then right into a killer Caesar salad.
Yeah.
And then you have the choice of what entree you want. You could have gone eggplant parmesan, petrale
nice.
sole,
Yeah.
ossobuco. We took the ossobuco.
Very good.
And but what they don't include is the in between pasta layers that
Family
come
style.
after the Caesar salad, before the entree, and way before the seasonal cannolis, which I think they only come out in football season. So anyway, I've not eaten breakfast. I don't think I'm going to eat today after yesterday. It was a food coma. We went out for a few cocktails, hung out with a lot of people we don't normally hang out with.
It's nice.
Lamont and Antonelli are a hoot.
Yeah, they're great.
And obviously Murph and Mac. So we had fun last night. It was
did.
great. It was a great way to kick off the season.
And I did the same thing you did. I thought, okay, I'm going to fast. Didn't work. And like you said, it was the middle portion because there was some pesto pasta there. There was an amazing spaghetti. It was so good. And then Sarge will look at you because I was sitting right across from him, and he'll look at you, and if you're not eating enough, he'll yell at you. And so there was some leftover pasta and things, and he just looked at me and goes, "We're not leaving anything on the table. Let's go." So I felt obligated. So then I ate more pasta. Then when my meal actually came out, there was no way. And then when the cannolis came out, saved a little bit of room, but man. And then this morning, my wife's like, "Do you want any breakfast?" I'm like, "I have I feel pregnant. I have a bowling ball in my stomach." I'm like, "No, I don't. I need some water." And then, I was off to go. So anyway, good time had by all.
Yeah, it was fun last night. And I was here for practice on Saturday.
Yeah.
We'll give you a full report. And we came in with the A's, and it's just great when they play, the A's and Giants. And, practice was in the morning on Saturday, so I could watch and listen to the entire game on Saturday and Sunday. And just, lack of offense again them in on Saturday and lose 2-1. And then yesterday, Nick Allen is Richie Allen, Dick Allen. Where'd that come from? And then for Craw, and it's so curious, they sent Casey Schmidt down. We talked about his defense and how good it was last week in the final game against Arizona, but he's just not hitting. They bring up Matthias, who they got along with A.J. Pollock. And then Brandon Crawford has a meltdown defensively. And the first error was just, I don't know if he took the extra shuffle. It reminded me of Luciano's first game as a Giant. He held the ball a little bit too long, but Luciano put it in the pocket. Craw just bounced it. Lamont had no chance, and then it just got sideways. Obviously, Luke Jackson had a really hard outing.
He has been good.
And then the A's, one thing FP was saying was how, and they had big crowds. They had 37,000 there on Saturday, not nearly as big yesterday, but the energy was there. The sell the team chant and all that. But he was saying when he was at Montreal Expo, they wouldn't draw anybody. Then a big team would come in, Dodgers or somebody, and the place would be sold out or near capacity, and you play harder. It's like your World Series. This weekend meant a little bit more to the A's. They always do when the A's play the Giants, but in light of the whole Vegas thing, John, maybe more than ever. But those are two hard losses. The Giants are just having a hard time. And you said, it's the sub-500 teams, but specifically, you beat the A's twice in San Francisco last week, lost 2 over the weekend. The Royals, your home opening series, you lost 2 out of 3 to them. The Tigers, you got swept, and you had to come back, and finish up that series on the last. They've lost 8 in a row on the road, by the way. And they went 1-5 against the Washington Nationals.
4-12. It was what that
those
all
4
adds up
teams.
To. So you're 4-12 against Oakland, Washington, Detroit, and Kansas City. And as tight as everything is, if they don't make it or whatever the case may be, the fact that you're 4-12 in those 16 games against those teams, that's going to cost you. And then you turn around and look at the rest of the schedule. I know we'll do this the entire month, but the Angels are a sub-500 team now because they've lost 6 straight since the All-Star break. But when
since the trade deadline,
since the trade deadline, and so you looked at this whole thing and you're like, well, everybody's over 500. Well, everybody is, and then you even add the Cubs at the beginning of next month, and the Cubs are your third wild card team now because they've gotten red hot with their bats. So they got a tough stretch here. But the good news is they do terrible against bad teams, and if you're plus 500,
34-27 against which is, if they do get in the playoffs, that bodes well. So as you say, the Angels right now are under 500. They got swept at home in a 4-game series, swept by Seattle. Yep. It's hard to sweep a team when you're on the road. 3 games, they did it 4 games. They lost by a run yesterday in extras. And so they had 2 1-run losses and 2 2-run losses, but right when the deadline and they're all in on Shohei. So that's not a good thing that they're 56-57, John, if you go by that.
They're 2-8 in their last 10. They're 7 games out of a playoff spot. So, look, I don't know what's going to happen with Shohei, and that's a total off-season conversation. But like you said, they went and got Giolito. They decided
he's going to pitch tomorrow night against the Giants.
And then here's Seattle, who goes in there and sweeps them. Seattle moved their closer. They kind of did a little buying and selling. And
he went to Arizona and he gave it up yesterday. And the one saving grace is Arizona is struggling. Philadelphia's playing okay. The Reds are struggling. The Marlins, obviously, since the All-Star break. So those are the teams behind you. Reds, Marlins, Diamondbacks all have long losing streaks right now.
D-backs 6, Reds 6, Marlins 4. So that's your saving grace.
And the Padres, how about Rich Hill? We were driving to the prosciutto room last night. We're watching that game. He gave up 6 right away.
Yeah.
Rosario took him out, and then he got bombed.
Guy's like 90. They need to take his driver's license. I mean, seriously. He's been with everybody. I was listening to that. Roxy Bernstein was doing our pal was doing that game for ESPN Radio, and he went over all the teams that Rich Hill had been on. It was like, are you kidding me? 3 stints with the Red Sox, originally with the Cubs. I mean, he's been with everybody, the Pirates, etc. And it was just like, wow. And, that's the best you got with that rotation.
So Kike Hernandez is renting Rich Hill's house.
My God.
And because he's now in San Diego, the former Dodger. He's a former everybody. And then so he came up, Kike, and he slapped a base hit against him. Is that an oddity? You're renting someone's house?
Yeah.
And you get in the box against them?
So anyway, we got a ton to get to today. We will get all over camp. Pop was out here on Saturday. I was listening to Matt Barrows driving down with Murph and Mack. He has the 5 observations overall from camp. Still no Nick Bosa. We'll get into that. We'll tell you about the guest list. Plus, we have a Hall of Fame quarterback coming up at 10:50 today.
Hall of Fame weekend.
So we had a Hall of Fame weekend. So we got a ton to get to. So welcome in on a Monday edition. We got a ton to get to. We are live at 49ers training camp. So
no cannolis for breakfast?
You know what? I actually took...
we each took 2 on our little to-go box.
Yeah,
right?
I took a few on the to-go box, and this morning in my refrigerator they were gone. So
somebody got to
there's
them.
A few.
Was that George?
There's a few culprits. Could be him.
Yeah.
There were some things going on at my house when I got home.
Could be all your wives. They're all there together.
Yeah, it's like
very odd.
I got home and it was like Utah. It was like, what's going on here?
Big love.
Anyway, all right, we'll get to all of it. It's Papa and Lund. We're down at 49ers HQ, only here on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The Giants set down Casey Schmidt to find out why, more, and when he might be back. Check out that story tuning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Wherever you roam throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund as we're live from camp. Let's set everything up for you. We just did a little on the Giants. By the way, text line wide open. Hit us up there. You got any thoughts over the weekend with the Giants? We'll continue that conversation as well. Susan Slesser is going to join us in the noon hour. Kurt Warner, I told you about a Hall of Fame quarterback that's going to join us. Kurt Warner was at the Hall of Fame festivities, plus he always has an opinion on what's going on with the quarterbacks with the 49ers. And he knows Brock Purdy. I think we've had him on before. I mean, he lives in Arizona, so I know he knows Brock Purdy and that whole situation. So we're talking about the quarterback situation here with the 49ers. So we'll do that at 10:50. Susan Slesser is going to join us, like I said, in the noon hour at 12:15. We will go over Giants A's and look ahead to Shohei and the Angels. And then 1 o'clock hour, kind of like Friday, where we had George Kittle in here, and we had Brandon Ayuk come in, and we had I really liked was
Brandon Ayuk and Deshaun Gibson.
Gibson was awesome.
Yeah.
So today, CMC is going to join us, Juice, and Javon Hargrave. So that's going to be very cool.
So going out to practice on Saturday.
Yeah.
And obviously when they signed Javon Hargrave, this team became so loaded as far as the starters, and it's not just 11 on defense, 11 on offense. You have the sub-packages for both, obviously. There's no question this team is talented. Are they the most talented team in the NFL? We'll see. I think they're up there. Certainly if they get solid quarterback play, they will. But they lost so many guys in free agency. I mean, go through it all. McGlinchey and Garoppolo and Jimmy Ward and Azeez Alshire and Dan Brunskill and just a lot of guys who were starters, or Brunskill split time at right guard. So my main concern, or what I wanted to see, we know when they break the huddle, and I think McCaffrey's coming with Juice together. I mean, you got an all-pro running back, and Christian didn't make it last year because he got here middle of the year, but he is. He's clearly, the most well-rounded, best running back in football, he and Saquon. And, Josh Jacobs is a hard runner. We'll see. We're not going to see him in the joint practice. But anyway, you've got all-pros everywhere. You've got McCaffrey and Juice, and you've got Kittle, and you've got Debo. Then you got a 1,000-yard receiver in Ayuk, and, third and Jawan can mix in. The O-line, I think, is going to be solid. Losing McGlinchey, McKivitz is going to have to, but I think he'll be fine there.
We've had good things from Burford, right?
Burford's mauling people, yeah. So, but then it's the people behind. And I think that's what the joint practices will show with the Raiders. We know the 49ers starters, or even when you get into some of the sub-packages. So, say their top 30, 35 guys are really good, arguably the best in football. Where are they in the backup category? And that's what I'm looking at. And you look at, they got a lot of, young wide receivers. Danny Gray's gotten better. The 2 third-round rookies last year didn't contribute a whole lot. Danny Gray had exactly 1 catch last year on 7 targets. It was the end of the Tampa Bay game to be able to kneel that game out. And then, TDP, Ty Davis-Price just wasn't as advanced. You can blame it on the special teams, and J.P. Mason was more advanced there. But in reality, he didn't hit the hole. He didn't run as well. But he's not going to turn out to be Trey Sermon. So those 2 third-round draft picks are performing well. Among the young tight ends, I think Willis is ahead of Latu, John. Braden Willis from Oklahoma is just a good, they seem to be throwing him in a little bit earlier, and he's a good inline blocker. As far as the backups on the offensive line, signing John Feliciano, the former Raider, can play either guard spot, or he can be your backup center. Matt Pryor's a veteran. I see where the depth is. Obviously, a quarterback, they're extremely deep, and we'll get to mentions on that. And then, Deshaun Jameson, this undrafted guy that everybody's been talking about from the University of Texas. I just locked in on him. He's playing Charvarius Ward's side, where he's on the offensive right and left cornerback. And just the way he opens up the back pedal, whether it's press man or their, cover 3 bail technique, I just want to see him if he could tackle. And that's what you get in. In the joint practices, you won't take guys to the ground, I don't think. Maybe there'll be an occasional play where it goes a little long. But when you get into the games, you want to see him, on this Sunday, they're playing the Raiders at 1 o'clock at Allegiant Stadium. So I'm not as concerned. And then the 2 young linebackers, Graham and Winters, they make plays. And, obviously Jair Brown, the drafted player. I don't think Miles Hartsfield is going to have a hard time, I think, frankly, making the team. And I kind of thought he would going into it. So they're obviously loaded as far as the starters. And then when you get in the sub-package, the guys that play the heavy snaps from scrimmage, both offensively and defensively, John, the what is it, 30 guys when you add up offense and defense. But it's a 53-man roster, as George Kittle mentions. It's also a 13-person practice squad. And really what you get to is 69 guys you're going to tap into. And so I like the depth. I was concerned. This team has always been deep in the preseason. They always, if they don't win, they control most of the game. They may lose it at the end. But this team has a good preseason record here because they're so deep. I was concerned about the lack of depth, maybe the loss of all the people and the trickle down where your guys are moving into the starting lineup that weren't before, so you've lost some depth there. And then the quarterback position, just incredibly deep. The one thing, I think we'll ask Christian a little bit about Sam Darnold because he played with him last year in Carolina. I think the one thing, he's new to this offense. He was in a version of it his rookie year with the Jets. But you could just see, and it was one that, the move the ball period where it's basically, late half situation. You're simulating trying to move it at the end and get into a field goal range, 2-minute drill and below. Kyle was calling plays, and I was standing right behind him where he wasn't using his call sheet. He was just free-flowing. I don't know what he was doing. I've never seen him do that. Then he brought it out later. But as he was doing that, he was calling the plays into Sam Darnold's speaker helmet, and Sam, I think he had to struggle. He backed up. He said he had to hear it, visualize it. You could see him listen to it and then physically back up a little bit to hear it again. And then sometimes he would tell Kyle to recall it again, and then he would have to step into the huddle and call it. And there was a couple plays where Brian Griese, he was reminding me of John Gruden at Tampa with Chris Sims, where the last word, it's always red 18, and then they go into the audible system. And the last word, Sam didn't bark out, and Brian challenged him to be louder. So I think the one thing, and I also think that particular period, the last one on Saturday, affected Sam's accuracy, and he got off a little bit with the throws. He had one roll into his right.
Because of the mental side?
It was hard. What I was thinking of was Kirk Cousins on, the QB doc on Netflix, he and his wife, or Marcus Mariota going over trying to, memorize the play call and the group. I think the play calls were quicker because Kyle wasn't on the speaker. When he calls the play in practice and in training camp, it's a walkie-talkie. But it's just, I think that's an element. Trey's been in this offense longer than anybody, which is he hasn't played a lot, just the four starts. But Brock seems to not have an issue with that, and that's what we talk about processing and everything. But Sam Darnold, it's a lot of verbiage, a lot of hearing it quickly and not scripted. It's off, Kyle's kind of free-flowing. And it's just the one thing is, how well does Sam know the offense even? I know he had not a difficult adjustment, but it took him a little bit to adjust in the OTAs. Where is he at right now as far as knowing this offense?
Well, again, look, it's this is just his reputation is we've talked about through the entire offseason, and he's been lauded for all these kind of things. It's not his physical abilities. It's not the fact that the way he throws it. He's sneaky athletic. It's all these different things. The knock on Sam Darnold through this point of his career, whether it's fair or not with the Jets and with Carolina, has been, is he seeing it? Is he processing it? It's a mental side of the game for Sam Darnold. I haven't seen him enough to be able to decipher whether that's true or not, but that's the knock against. Not physical, it's mental.
And this offense is challenging, just trying to get it spit out. And I think Kyle was also challenging him, and then we'd call the play into the speaker helmet and then step into the huddle to hear him spit the call back out. And the 49ers don't wear wristbands even in training camps. A new quarterback, you think they would make it a little easier for him to get it out with a wristband. They didn't do that. So that's just one thing, to look at. But I think they're kind of tired. We'll talk to McCaffrey and Juice and Javon Hargrave when they get off the practice field, and Kyle will talk about 12-15. Yeah, well, they got one more day tomorrow, then they're flying. Then they're going to Las Vegas. So I think this is kind of the time. And everybody else is playing preseason games. We already got the Hall of Fame game last Thursday. We're going to have games Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The Raiders and 49ers game on Sunday is a standalone.
Last one, yeah.
It's the only one. It's kind of odd because the Raiders did play in the Hall of Fame game last year. They were the first ones to go, and now the Raiders and 49ers are the last ones to go. So you're going to have a full training camp before you even go down to Vegas to scrimmage them and then scrimmage them on top. But I think that they'll also lead to how much the guys play in the actual game, because most of the good work is going to be on Thursday and Friday at Henderson.
We'll talk more about camp and when you're going down to camp and what you're going to be looking for in that. But obviously the quarterbacks, will talk a little bit more about them because everybody loves to talk about that. And then our own quarterback, Kurt Warner, is going to join us at 10:50 from NFL Network, the weekend in the Hall of Fame. And, of course, he's a Hall of Famer. Plus, we'll get his thoughts on what he sees from the 49ers. And I know NFL Network is out here. He's not. But
Colleen
NFL
Wolfe
Network,
is here.
And Kittle's going to be – he was with us on Friday, George Kittle, but he is going to be with NFL Network. So we'll get all that to you coming up next as we're live from 49ers HQ, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Tuesday, August 15th. First pitch 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
I feel like as a coach or, a teammate watching, they might be scared about that, especially how things ended last year with my arm. But honestly, for myself, it's just football. I wasn't even thinking about it. He hit the ball out of my hand. I was going through to finish the throw, and, the ball ended up being on the ground. That's football, And so was I mad at Cleveland or anything like that? I told him, I'm like, dude, it's football. I get it. We're in a competing environment and things happen. But for myself, was I scared about it? Was I timid after that? No. That's just part of the game.
All right, there's Brock Purdy leading us back to 49ers HQ. So here's the deal. We're going to talk to Kurt Warner, Hall of Fame quarterback, at 10:50 in about 15 minutes. Susan Slessor at 12:15. So in between that, late on Friday, we had a great conversation with George Kittle on just about everything on the face of the earth. It wasn't even just about football. It was just all the things he did in the offseason.
Kelly Clarkson, him singing in honors.
Right. He was so nervous at that thing. And so we had a great conversation. So we did that late in the show on Friday in the 1 o'clock hour. So we want to play that for you. We'll do that at 11:30. Susan Slessor, 12:15, and then we'll get a bunch of guys start to come off the field, including Christian McCaffrey, Juice, and Javon Hargrave, among others. So we'll do that in the 1 o'clock hour. So that's the plan. I was reading and I was listening to Matt Barrows this morning, 5 things we've learned through 9 camp practices, and obviously he leads with the quarterbacks. And one of the things is we were just talking about Sam Darnold, and he's learned a new offense. We just heard from Brock Purdy there. I'd love your opinion on what you've seen there. But Trey Lance is getting a lot of traction, at least from a media standpoint, in all that. You and I kind of laughed a little bit about this because we had Colin Kaepernick's coach on years and years ago before training camp. His name was Dennis Guile. And he said we were going to be super surprised about how Cap looked. And then we watched, and we weren't super surprised because it looked like the same old Cap. But as far as Trey Lance is concerned, he does look different. What would have been?
He does look. I could see it in the OTAs. There's no doubt. His footwork is better. The way he grips the football when he had the index finger break, the fracture against the Raiders that last preseason game his rookie year, he couldn't bend the finger. He couldn't grip the ball, and it adversely affected him. And then obviously he also had a knee injury. Then he had the ankle that he fractured. So he looks better. I mean, the challenge, and it was for Colin, it's for baseball hitters as well, is to take all the off. Tim Tebow did it every year, to take all the off-season work and see if you can muscle memory that into when you're actually on the field. Trey is throwing the ball much better than he ever has. I think it even is better than going back to his North Dakota State days. He was real free and easy. So he's having a good camp. I think the quarterback play has been on point. Brock is clearly back and looks good. Saturday was a bit of a setback. I thought the defense kind of won that day. I remember a year ago at this time, the defense was just dominating. The offense is making some plays and moving the ball. So I think these joint practices against the Raiders will be really important because going back to Trey's rookie year, and before he hurt his finger against the Raiders in the third preseason game, the 49ers went down to Costa Mesa for the joint practices with the Chargers, and that's where I think he first got a little overwhelmed. He clearly throws the ball much better on air when there's no defense out there. When it gets a little cloudy and he has to, the pace picks up and the windows are smaller like anybody, that's where some of the inaccuracy comes in. But he's just last year it was 55% in training camp. This year it's up to 69%. There's no doubt he has improved. But the one thing I would say, all of you on social media that have an opinion, and a lot of people come here, first of all, the media is allowed in, and there's going to be a point where they're not going to be anymore to watch practice, and then the fans are here, and then the fans roll video on things, and they post it, and everybody's got an opinion. They're all Niners. They're all teammates. They all like each other. I know that's impossible for people to believe, that Trey and Sam and Brock don't get along. It's like Jimmy got along with everybody. And it's just, Trey's a great guy. I don't know Sam. Brock's an amazing individual. They like each other, and they pull for each other, and it's demanding in that room because Brian Griese is demanding. And obviously Kyle is demanding. But I think the quarterback play has been better. It's the best I've seen. You're deep here. Can they keep 4 on the roster? Brandon Allen has played well. There's no doubt. The 49ers cut him. Will they be able to get him on the practice squad? He was a number 2 last year to a team that went to the AFC Championship game and had that game at the end, and then Mahomes pulled it out, and then obviously the year before they went to the Super Bowl, and the 49ers do play the Bengals this year. It's a tremendous team. So he was their number 2 quarterback. If the 49ers cut him, will he be able to go to the practice squad? That seems unlikely. I think someone would scoop him up, and then, we'll see. I think the preseason is going to be very important, and obviously the scrimmages against the Raiders when they get out and go against other guys. But busy day today. We mentioned Colleen Wolfe is here, and George Kittle is going to be on Inside Training Camp Live here. They're going to do an interview with him. We have Steve Mariucci here.
I saw that.
Mooch is here.
Silver Fox.
And you know who else is here? And I saw him over the weekend. David Shaw after leaving Stanford, or Stanford left him, is now working for the NFL Network. They normally picked him up around the draft. They didn't do that this year. But I've seen him in a couple of training camp locations giving his opinion. So we got a little Stanford Cal while it's still good, John. We got Mooch from Cal, and we got David Shaw from Stanford in light of what's going on with the Pac-12. But I got to hear what these guys are saying and maybe pull Mooch off the field or Coach Shaw.
Yeah, well, it doesn't surprise me with Shaw because remember he did all the NFL draft stuff and he was really, really good at it, and he knows
McCaffrey as well. We should get him in to talk McCaffrey.
So, yeah, it's very cool to see those guys on there. So Brock's the starter, but as far as the two goes, is that a competition?
Totally. I would say right now Sam's ahead of Trey, but I don't know. Just based on how they work walkthroughs at night as well, and just the way they structure it, they do jump in and out. I'm interested to see if Brock is full go for both joint practices with the Raiders on Thursday and Friday. So, he was off on Saturday. By the way, he signed 1 million autographs, Brock Purdy. He is something. And then they were, he didn't throw on Saturday. Team was off Sunday, back at it today, tomorrow. Then they're going to, bus out of here around 3:30 to get to Vegas tomorrow night, and then, take Wednesday off. So in theory, Brock would be able to take part in Thursday and Friday. We'll see how the arm feels. I don't see any fatigue from him, and talking to him, he looks like he's fine. But I think that's what this is all about. Is right now, I'd say Sam is slightly ahead of him, just based on the way they rotate it. But they do a good job of what you want to do is make it equitable in the games. And the joint practices will be telling. Because I don't know how much the Raiders are going to play. Is Marcus Peters going to play in the game? Is Max Crosby going to play in the preseason game? And these will be important snaps certainly for Trey Lance to prove his value on this roster and his value in the league.
Well, and it's been interesting too. A lot of the guys that we know now cover the Raiders, obviously in Las Vegas, and a lot's being written about. This defense has been horrible talking about the Raiders for years and years. We know that, and the bad draft picks and all these kind of things. But they picked up some guys in the offseason, kind of under the radar a little bit. You mentioned Marcus Peters, Oakland zone. And apparently, there's a couple articles in The Athletic today that they've been flying around that the defense looks better, that the DBs look better. We'll see. Because you said this, we've said this many, many times. Trey Lance, early in his tenure here with the Niners, there was whispers before they went down and took on the Chargers in those joint practices, like, could he beat out Jimmy? Could he beat out Jimmy? Like, there was. Remember when Mayo go on?
That was not going to happen.
No, but but at least there was something where it was like,
it's
hey,
whispers with the
something.
media. That was never internally what they thought. He was not ready.
And then he goes down there though, and then everything got blown into smithereens, and it's really never come back.
But he did. I thought he did well against the Vikings last year.
Yeah.
And he was the number one, so he went against their number ones. But Brock is where Brock really excelled there, and there was a point at the end of the second day of the joint practices where he was jumping up number 2 in the move the ball period ahead of Nate Sudfeld after Trey.
Right.
So, but
to your point, this is really important because Brock's going to get obviously a lot of run and he's not going to play in the game. So getting to see what these other guys can do and then getting in a game in which I don't think a lot of Raiders will play. I don't think a lot of Niners will play because they're going to
have to suit up 11.
Yeah, but they're going to joint practice all week and play a lot of those guys.
Whatever it is.
But then,
when the Raiders came here for the third one, when John was coaching, he left like 30 guys in Vegas. He didn't even bring them all.
But a week from now, you and I will, and you're going to be down there. It's going to be really cool. You're going to be down on the field, and then you're going to jump into the show right off the field. What, Wednesday or Thursday, Friday?
They start at 8:30 on Thursday and Friday, off at 11:07.
Yeah. So
and the hotel we're staying at is right on the Raiders, right by the Raiders. It's like 5 minutes away.
So between that, between getting that information from you, and then on Monday evaluating what we saw. I'm not saying that is going to be the end, be-all, end-all, but we'll have a lot more information than we do right now.
Well, yeah, because they're just going up. Right now, the early stages of training camp, it really is evaluating a little bit. Steve Wilkes is clearly blitzing more. He brings, from the strong side, the weak side. You see the rotation coming down. And in order to do that in games, you got to practice it. But basically what you're looking to achieve in early – we're into week 2 of training camp. Is just evaluate the players. You're trying to figure out what the skill set is and just evaluate what they can do and what they can't do. And then, you put it together. The beautiful thing is once you see on what each guy can do, Isaiah Oliver in the nickel, I think that's going to be a bit of a challenge, frankly, for him replacing Jimmy Ward. He's a different athlete. He doesn't have the COD that K'Wan Williams and
big.
He's big, but you need more than long arms to run with Cooper Kupp and Rondell Moore and and Tyler Lockett. I mean, it is hard. So that some of these other guys could step in. I want to see, Deshaun Jameson, this corner. He just looks. I want to see if he can tackle, because there's no doubt he can move his feet and play the ball, and he can cover. The question would be, you got to tackle, especially on the outside when you're a force guy. He looks like he can tackle. His line in Texas looked like he can, but this is the pros. So there's just so many different ways. So the point is, you're evaluating their skill set, and then at some point you put it together in a team, and everybody has a certain role and how it all plays out. These wide receivers, Chris Conley can run. That guy's a veteran player who will block in the run game. I mean, and Willie Snead had that incredible catch the other day. He can't really run, but he's never been able to run. But you look at his career numbers, John. He had some big years in New Orleans and a big year in Baltimore. I mean, he'll probably be a practice squad guy. You know who else is really interesting is Isaiah Winstead, the young wide receiver from East Carolina with the video and Sherm and all that. He wasn't drafted. The guy is huge. He's 6'4", but most guys that size, he has more suddenness than guys typically that size, where you see him just come off the ball and you watch him in the one-on-ones, and he just explodes his get-off, on offense is getting off the ball. For a guy that has the combination of that size and length to be able to make guys miss in short areas, like, who the hell's number 2? That guy's good.
All right, we'll talk to Kurt Warner coming up next, getting a little Hall of Fame over the weekend. What was that experience like for the Hall of Fame quarterback? And then we'll get into some 49ers and what he sees out of the quarterback situation and moving forward. We'll do that coming up next with Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer, NFL Network, Super Bowl champion, joins us next as we're live from 49ers HQ, only here on the Sports Leader. It is always a great Monday to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC, that's where the federal government is giving away. That's right, giving away. It's not a loan. They just give you the money of up to $26,000 for every employee that you had in 2020 and 21 to qualify. Now, there's two different ways to qualify. There's the easy way, which is a certain drop in gross revenue. But I've met a lot of CPAs that are only stopping there. They don't want to do the other way, which takes a lot of work, analysis. But we're tax attorneys. We're happy to do the legal analysis. And if you qualify, let's go ahead and get everything to which you're legally entitled. And we've seen a lot of people that don't qualify under the drop in gross revenue test, but do qualify under another test. Also, we've heard rumors that the government is thinking of maybe ending the ERC program prematurely. Now, there's precedent for this because a while ago, they took away the fourth quarter to save money. So if you're thinking about this, or somebody told you, like your CPA, you don't qualify, call us for a second opinion before it's too late. It'd be a real shame if the government did end this program early and you get caught and you don't get the money to which you're legally entitled.
All your tax issues, Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP, they can handle it all. We're talking about ERC. To find out more, call 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join us, Pop and Lund. We're live at 49ers headquarters. And again, we'll have Christian McCaffrey on the show a little bit later, Kyle Juszczyk, Juice, and Javon Hargrave. You'll hear from George Kittle at about 11:30. NFL Network is here. Steve Mariucci, our good pal, is here as well. And, of course, Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer. We're going to talk to in a minute. We just enshrined the 2023 class in Canton. Joe Thomas, Rondé Barber, Don Air Coryell, Darrelle Revis, Chuck Howley, Joe Klecko, DeMarcus Ware, who did a nice job singing the anthem at the Hall of Fame game, Ken Riley, the former Bengals corner, and Zach Thomas, the Miami linebacker. And Kurt, let's talk all about it. Kurt Warner joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Great to talk to you again, Kurt. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Yeah, good. Obviously, you're a Hall of Famer. Tell us what it was like this weekend, and what is it like getting enshrined? That's got to be one of the highlights of your life, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely surreal when you go down there to Canton and you go through the process. You know, you get kind of elected or selected into the Hall of Fame right around Super Bowl. But it's not until you actually go down to Canton at this time of year and you get the gold jacket put on you for the first time. You get to walk the gauntlet of all these unbelievable players that you watched growing up that maybe helped you fall in love with the game, guys that you competed against, even guys that you played with, to kind of recognize that you're in that mix now. You know, you're kind of on that team. You're selected as part of the greatest players to ever play the game. It's, it's still hard to this day. You know, I go down there every year and I'm like, gosh, I'm not sure I belong with these guys, all these great players. So, but it's incredible. You play the game, obviously, and it's such a team game. You play to win, you play to have success, to win championships and what have you. But in the back of your mind, I think every player wants to be recognized as one of the greatest players to ever play the game. And so it is such a special time, special weekend to go back every year and kind of welcome in the new class of guys and then see, the other guys and catch up. One of the coolest things for me is always every year being able to kind of connect with what I would call kind of an old timer, a guy that I didn't really know, maybe watched him play a little bit, but connect with them and get to know who they are. And you come to realize how special each and every one of these individuals is, that it's not just about their play on the field, that they've got these other attributes that I believe lend themselves to these guys wearing gold jackets.
And, the hard part is that some of the guys are no longer with us. The great Ken Riley wasn't able to be there, lost his life a few years ago. Chuck Howley's just not, physically well. And Don Coryell from Air Coryell, his daughter had a great speech. But when you think of the great offenses in the history of pro football and, going back to the AFL and Sid Gilman and the Chargers and Al Davis and throwing the ball deep. But what Air Coryell was able to do, Kurt, with the deep passing game, and, Dan Fouts was there to introduce them. Was there commonalities in the Air Coryell offense versus what you guys ran with the Rams and the greatest show on turf? Because when I think of your offense, I just think of those deep digs, just hitting those two great wide receivers at 18 yards on the in-cuts. But did you have a little of the Air Coryell and the greatest show on turf?
We didn't have a little. We had a lot. It was
kind of knew that.
It was the same offense. It was the Air Coryell offense. What they called the three digits. There's a number of different offenses that kind of infiltrate the league. We've all heard about the West Coast offense, but the three-digit system is kind of what Air Coryell created. And so I remember growing up, I was a Cowboys fan because they were on all the time, but it always seemed like, the Chargers were on as well because their offense was so unique and so different. And watching Dan Fouts hit those, what we call bang eights, them running F post, which was a staple inside that offense, and watching them with all those offensive pieces that they had, kind of set the league on fire and do things that nobody had ever really seen before. And yes, that offense was what we ran in St. Louis, just inserting our pieces. We had great pieces, very similar to the Chargers. But I think that's the cool thing and the interesting thing when you're talking about coaches and contributors that get selected into the Hall of Fame is that, the prime way we look at all these positions is, wins and losses. And what kind of success did they have? And did they play in Super Bowls? And I understand that part of it. But then you have to take that step further, kind of like you're talking about with Air Coryell, and go, but his impact on the game wasn't just with the teams that he played. It was infiltrated through coaches, Joe Gibbs and, Ernie Zampese and guys that, really kind of, put their own, mark on the league and won championships. And then the fact that, teams are still running those concepts and those plays and running that system today really speaks to who I think Don Coryell was and how innovative he was at the time. So I believe this was, way overdue. And I wonder if it was overdue a little bit because they never really had that, Super Bowl success, in San Diego. But, his impact on the game, will continue to, infiltrate the league for years to come. And, I was excited, but as you said, it's always bittersweet when, guys get elected and they don't get a chance to truly enjoy that moment for, whatever reason, if they've passed on or if they're not in the best of health, because it is such a special, unique thing that you want everybody that gets a chance to be elected to experience.
MVP, two-time MVP, and of course was down in Canton. He's a Hall of Famer as well this weekend as they put the 2022 class in. Just as you were talking about all those guys, and I mean this with the utmost of respect, to have Marshall Faulk and Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce and those kind of guys, but can you see some correlations as you look at this 49ers team with a guy like McCaffrey and the receivers that they have, and you add in George Kittle? Because one of the things that you look at here with Kyle Shanahan, and not that the quarterback position is easy, but why Brock Purdy has had some success is because he's got so many different places to go with the ball.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think there's a number of teams around the league that, have this collection of pieces offensively. And then you add in the rules by which, the NFL is played now. And it just becomes so hard to stop offenses. And, you have a mind like Kyle Shanahan that does a great job of creating opportunities for his playmakers. I think Debo's a great example, is that, Debo can get big plays and he doesn't have to catch the ball 20 yards down the field. There's ways that they create opportunities for him, whether it's handing it to him in the backfield or tossing it to him or throwing him a wide receiver screen, and do a lot of stuff around the line of scrimmage. Brandon Ayuk, as you mentioned, I think kind of came into his own last year, such a quick, explosive playmaker. George is George. He's unique, and I still believe that position, the tight end position, can be the biggest mismatch on the field if you've got a good one. The ability to run play action, which puts all that onus on those linebackers and safeties to have to fill in the run game, and then have to try to cover somebody like George Kittle. It's impossible. And then you have and I like the comparison. Christian McCaffrey to Marshall Faulk. I thought last year they did an incredible job of really, being able to insert him and give him opportunities to do things on the outside. That to me was where Marshall was such a difference maker for us, was we could line him up outside and ask him to run wide receiver-esque routes. I'm not sure Christian's quite where Marshall was. We had Marshall running bang eights and, and things like that. But you saw some of that last year, that he was running some routes on the outside, running some double moves on the outside. I remember him catching a comeback on the outside last year. And so the more that they can do that, and it forces a defense to either put a corner out there because you're worried about all the different things that he can do, or if you put a linebacker out there, it gives such a unique advantage to your football team. And so, I do love the way that they used him last year, even though he, kind of came over and, but I'm excited to see what they can do. Brock, I'm excited to see where he can go in year two, being an Arizona kid, kind of followed him, also being an Iowa kid myself, follow him at Iowa State and, being that he's from here. And I love the success that he had last year. And so I'm excited to see where they can go with him in year two, and then all these different pieces that Kyle has a chance to, to play with.
I'm also anxious to see what the league does. And he started 5 games of the regular season last year. Kurt won them all. The Seattle playoff game, he went off. He put up huge numbers. The Dallas game, he had to manage a tough defense to get that win. And then the Philadelphia game, he got hurt so early in it. So, basically 7-0 in the games that he started and finished. But is it, when quarterbacks go into that second year, you talk about all these defensive coordinators and defensive-minded head coaches had an off season to look at all the film and pick up tendencies and weaknesses. Can you do that with Brock Purdy because he's basically just the point guard talking about all the weaponry around him on offense, all the eligibles, and then he's got the Kyle Shanahan system. Do you worry at all about a sophomore slump for Brock?
Well, he always, the name of the game at the quarterback position is consistency, being able to see it and make the right decisions and make the right throws. But I think you make a great point. I think when you look at this offense and when we talk about, defenses catching up to certain players, that makes sense to me if the primary thing that you do is throw the football, where you can really, kind of gauge, okay, this is what they do. This is what this quarterback does well. This is what we have to take away. I think the problem in San Francisco is that it doesn't start with the quarterback. It's one of those rare situations around the league where it starts with running the football, and it starts with the run scheme. And so you have to commit not to stopping the quarterback in this particular case. You have to commit to stopping the scheme and stopping the run game. And so it's really hard to do both. And so I do think Brock, benefits from this system. And, what defenses really have to do is they've got to force San Francisco to become a passing team. And that's where you can see what the weaknesses of a quarterback are. That's where you can attack, those weaknesses of a quarterback is when you force them to have to throw the football. But San Francisco's been so good at not getting off script or not falling behind to the point where you have to become a pass-first football team. And, so I think it's going to be much harder for teams to come in and go, well, we've got a little bit of a book on Brock and we can take him out of the game. It's not that easy. You got to take that run game first and foremost, and the play action out of the mix, and then you can start to focus on the quarterback. But that's one of those unique places in the league that that forces defense to have to do that.
Kurt, when you came in, Kurt Warner's talking to us. When you came in 99, you had such a tremendous season, the 41 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. When you came back the second year, what kind of adjustments were there? And the reason I'm asking is obviously with Brock, teams are going to, especially in the division of Pete Carroll, is going to take a look at that and he's going to drill down and say, okay, maybe let's try to have him do this or have him do that. Were teams doing that and you're going to have to adjust to then their adjustments?
Yeah, I think, at first year in 99, I think some of it, and again, it's never easy in the NFL, but comparatively to, year two and year three, it seemed like my first guy was open a lot more. Our system was new. Nobody really knew what to expect of us, what we were going to do offensively because Mike Martz was in his first year, all of that stuff. And so we were out there creating plays, and it almost seemed like my first read was there where it was just go back, read it out and get the ball out of your hands. And then as I got into year 2 and 3 and so on, teams started to understand what we were doing offensively, and we're going to take this away, and we're going to force Kurt to have to get to 2, 3, and 4. And that's where I had to grow or where I had to show my ability was not, trying to force it into my first guy or not expecting my first guy to always be open, but to have to play the game. And, I think that's what every team wants to do, especially with young quarterbacks, is that, there's a lot of guys and most guys in this league, if their number one guy is there, they can make the throw. And of course, more guys, some guys are going to be better at it than others, but most guys can make the throw. Where guys really separate themselves is the ability to read defenses and get through their progressions and eliminate guys early and find the open guy on any given play. And that's what you want to do with young quarterbacks is you want to force them and see if they can do that. Can they be that guy? Because if not, you feel defensively that you gain an advantage. If you can take that first guy away and force them to hold the football and force them to try to make something happen that they're not comfortable with, now you gain the advantage. So, for instance, I'll use Tua Tagovailoa as an example. Is that I thought, when they brought the system, the Kyle Shanahan system down there early in the year, he had so much success throwing to his first guy, playing the system, the play action and guys pulling up and boom, he can hit his first guy and he can hit it on rhythm and he's so good on rhythm and his timing down there. In the games that he struggled were the games where he couldn't do that and they took those first guys away and they started to get more aggressive, with his receivers on the outside. So he had to hold the football, and that's where he's going to have to progress this year. I think that's kind of the book that people have come up with on Tua. And, that's to me kind of where teams want to go with Brock, and they want to see, can he be that guy? Can he go beyond Kyle's system and creating a guy open, and can he find the open guy if we take away his first or second read? And that's something that I think we'll all be paying attention to. And, of course, Kyle's going to try to force it where he doesn't have to do that very much within the system. But that's the cat and mouse of offense versus defense in the NFL.
And the game where, I don't want to say he was exposed to it, but he came in red hot and rolling December the 4th, and the 49ers in that RPO game got such depth at the linebacker level with Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. He was hesitant. He pulled the ball out. The rush got to him, and the 49ers kind of overwhelmed him that day. That same day, Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt, and Brock Purdy comes in, and, it all starts. So right now, Brock is the unquestioned number one quarterback, QB1 here, Kurt. But you have a pair of quarterbacks that were each drafted number 3 overall in their respective drafts. Trey Lance just a couple of years ago, in 2021, and then, go back to 2018 and Sam Darnold. And in your big year, in 1999 year when you stormed through the whole league, you were 28 years of age. You'd been around the block. Sam's 26. He's on his third team. Kyle Shanahan has already likened him a little bit to what Steve Young was able to do here with Kyle's dad, Mike Shanahan, as the OC in the 90s. What have you seen from Sam Darnold to this point in his career, and how do you think he factors into the quarterback room for the 49ers this year?
What I've seen from Sam is I think we've all seen glimpses of why he was picked so high. You see the ability to throw on the move. You see at times, just the arm talent and the ability to get the ball out and put the ball where it needs to be. So you've seen that he's got the capabilities of being a big-time player in the National Football League. I think the problem to me with Sam is you don't see it consistently, is that there's been way too many ups and downs where, he looks good for a couple games and all of a sudden he falls apart. He starts to, to try to force things in there and he starts making mistakes. And that, to me, is playing quarterback in the National Football League. Everybody's got talent. Everybody can make throws. The goal is, can you be consistently good? Can you consistently make the right decision? Can you consistently avoid the big mistake or the bad, games, where it just goes completely haywire? And that, to me, is the piece that is missing with Sam Darnold up to this point in his career, is he just hasn't been able to capture that consistency. How does that play into the system? Because, again, I believe this system can take away, some of that forcing that you have to do, because you get a great benefit of being a complementary piece, not having to be the piece. And so, I'm excited to see what Sam can do in this offense, because I have seen those glimpses. And you're hoping guys like that can kind of settle in somewhere and find a system that fits them really, really well. And even if, because again, the one thing we have to realize around the league is that there's only 5 or 6 guys that you can say, this guy can carry us. We all want that. Everybody wants their Patrick Mahomes and their Josh Allen, but every year there's only 5 or 6 of those guys. And I know we want everybody to be that, but not every quarterback in the league is that. A lot of guys are good players, but maybe not that player. You might look at a guy like Jared Goff. He's been to a Super Bowl. He does some really good things. He puts up good numbers. I think he's one of those guys. It's a really good quarterback and a starting quarterback in this league, but maybe not a guy that carries you with his right arm. So you have to have those pieces around him. I'm excited to see Sam in this offense with those pieces around him, to see, if he can be one of those guys, a guy that can, start in this league, and a guy that can put up good numbers, but not have to be a guy that has to make every single throw, because that's what he struggled with. And so, I still believe this is obviously Brock's job to lose off of what he's done and the consistency that he showed in the games that he played last year. But I'm hoping that Sam can kind of settle in and find his place in this offense, and it can be something that kind of settles him in to have a really, really good career in the National Football League.
Real quick, Kurt, before we let you go, and again, Kurt Warner with us, the Hall of Famer, and he was in Canton this past weekend. The 24 eligibles obviously are out. Julius Peppers, Antonio Gates, Eric Berry, Brandon Marshall, Haloti Nadi among them, but Andrew Luck, and he only played in 86 games, only played 6 full seasons, had the shoulder injury, came in at 23 and had all the expectations, and injuries got him out of the league too early. Is 86 games enough to consider Andrew Luck?
Well, I'm a guy that obviously, you guys mentioned it started when I was 28. So I didn't play nearly as many games as a lot of guys that are in the Hall of Fame. And so, for a long time I thought, well, that might be the thing that, prevents me from going. But obviously I was fortunate to get in. A guy like Terrell Davis, who was in my Hall of Fame class, another guy that, didn't play that long, but he played great when he played. And so that, it's a factor, I think, how much you played, but it's a factor that can be overcome if people feel like that you played at a specific level in the time that you played. Andrew Luck is going to be an interesting one for me. In my, head right now, I say that he doesn't get in. Even though he did some incredible things, I think even in the short period of time, what we don't have is, his ability to kind of, take his team to a Super Bowl or to that level, which I think becomes a bigger part of things is postseason success and how you play against the best teams in the league come, playoff time, as opposed to just regular season stuff when you've only played that many games. And, we didn't get to see him kind of separate himself, or we didn't get to necessarily see him, say, I'm the best quarterback in the league for these few years. Very good, no question about it. Pro Bowl player, no doubt. But, I almost feel like you've got to say, I'm the best in the league over these, 2-3 years if I'm only going to play this long to get that nod into Canton. Did he do some things without a doubt that make you say he was special? Of course he did. So if he gets in it, I wouldn't be like dumbfounded by it, but I think it's going to be harder because of those factors, not playing as much and never really, putting a stamp on being the best quarterback in the league for a period of time or having that ultimate playoff success in those years that he played.
Great stuff. Kurt, it's such our pleasure always to have you on. Thanks for so much insight, and we look forward to the regular season when we hear you on Monday nights, too, with our good friend Kevin Harlan. So thanks as always. We'll talk to you soon.
I can't wait. I'm excited about the season, as I know you guys are. So, a few more weeks, and let's get this thing going.
Sounds great.
Thank you, Hall of Famer.
Kurt. All right, there you go. There's the great Kurt Warner. Good stuff.
Mooch is here today.
Yeah, we just saw Mooch. Kyle's sitting down with Mooch. So
did an interview
cool,
with Colleen Wolfe.
Yeah,
and,
very nice.
And Mooch.
They're going to have George Kittle on later. We're going to have George Kittle on in about 10 minutes. If you missed it, Friday was late Friday, so some of the early listeners probably didn't hear it. We had a great conversation, not just about football, but how he spent his summer vacation and how nervous he was to sing at NFL Honors last year. Just a ton of cool stuff from George Kittle. So we'll get into that conversation. And then Susan Slusser will join us. We'll get into a little bit of the situation with the A's over the weekend and a tough schedule to come. And Shohei Ohtani and the boys from the Angels coming up this week. And then they start coming in. Christian McCaffrey, Juice, and Javon Hargrave. So we got a ton of good stuff from you. Live from camp, it's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Antioch, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Antioch Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Kirko, he joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the Giants' disappointing weekend against the A's. That podcast and more returning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and you've heard me over the years complaining about wearing readers and bifocals and all different types of glasses, but you haven't heard me complain in over a year because I don't have to wear glasses of any kind now. Last summer, I learned about CLR, Custom Lens Replacement, and my good friend Dr. Craig Binding in the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley performed that surgery on me last June of 2022. I was in the chair for 20 minutes, and my eyes went from 20/60 to 20/20. Went back in about a month later for a checkup, and now I don't need readers or bifocals. I can see near, far, and wherever I am. And John heard me talking about it so much, John Lund. So he had the same procedure done in the fall, and now both of us have experienced the miracle of modern vision correction. So if you're tired like we were of reading glasses or contacts to get through your day, we suggest you call and schedule your free consultation with the team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They've taken care of patients here in the South Bay and throughout the Bay for over 25 years. They're also in the East Bay, including over 100 NFL players, and they want to help you too. So call now and schedule your free consultation. So it's 877-GET-2020, or you can visit the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley online at bayarea2020.com.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
first quarter of the second game, he was back to being our starter. And I was like, wow, I'm glad that we got him because, man, I don't want to have to put Brock in that situation for an entire year and the pressure. But Jimmy ended up coming in, playing well. I think he played about 6 games, and then he got hurt, and then Brock came in, and I just remember our owner saying, well, he said how good this guy was, and I was like, yeah, but that's practice. Yeah. This is real, so don't hold me to it yet. And he came in and looked the same way in games that he did in practice, and we had 7 games with him, and he played at as high of a level as I believe he could play, and it's kind of what made it easy going into this year.
Is he going to be ready?
Those 7 games.
Yeah, he's going to be ready.
Is that Mooch?
Yeah, it's just right on the field here, right outside of where we are. They're having practice as we're down at the facility. We're here Friday. We're here, of course, today, and we'll get some players coming in. But there's NFL Network hanging out, Colleen Wolfe and Steve Mariucci, and David Shaw was down there. But Mooch doing the interview with Kyle Shanahan.
So Jimmy did start 10 games. Pretty amazing. Trey Lance, what Kyle was saying, he got hit in the first quarter of the home opener against Seattle. Started the game the week before in the rain in Chicago. So Trey made 2 starts. Jimmy made 10 starts, went 7-3. And I thought Jimmy was playing his best football of his life. And then he got hurt against Miami, typical Jimmy fashion, trying to fight after the hit to get closer into field goal range. He knew Robbie couldn't make it outside of the 35, so he got it inside the 35 and even more. But he suffered the foot fracture, and now, it affected him obviously coming back. But Trey started the final 5, won all 5. When you add up the numbers of the 3 quarterbacks, John, they threw for over 4,000 yards. The touchdown to interception ratio was incredible. Jimmy last year was 16-4. He had 16 touchdown passes and just 4 interceptions. And then the one thing about Brock is just he did not turn the ball over last year. Jimmy was 16-4. Brock was 13-4. 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. And I remember one was a shot down the sideline to Ayuk on 4th down. Wasn't that the first game against Miami?
It was.
And so, there was one, Juwan Jennings clearly bobbled. Even what Kyle was talking about. Remember he came into the Kansas City game.
Threw that pick.
And Jed said, you told me this guy was good. I thought
the throw was too high.
Well, I thought Juwan Jennings could have got his hands up on that play. I watched that play back a million times. The game was over and Kansas City was routing him. But I thought Juwan could have made a better effort to go over and get the ball. But he did not turn the ball over. And he didn't turn the ball over in the playoffs, the Dallas game or the Seattle game. I guess he did turn it over in his last play when he got hit by Hassan Reddick because they challenged that, and it became
he got his arm ripped off.
Became a strip sack. Still, keep the ball, Brock. But in any event.
He's walking over the sidelines. Cal's like, don't fumble. My arm got literally ripped off of my body, but okay, I'll work on that. Papa Lunch, sponsored by good friends at Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company. This is rated A+ by the BBB, the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite. 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. So we're going to get into this. We're going to play George Kittle for you coming up next. So maybe I'll wait on this, but I'll wait on the specifics of it. But do you have anything planned? Are you going to go see a show? Is it all
in Vegas?
Like, what
work, John.
All of it?
I haven't even gotten the schedule yet. They're just sending it out now.
It's
we're
early
leaving
though because it's so hot, right?
No, as far as we're leaving tomorrow. Buses roll at 3:30. We get in at 7 o'clock on
Plus, you're
Tuesday
in Henderson,
night.
so it's going to be a jaunt. You'd have to take an Uber to Do
you know how far Henderson is from the Strip?
I made that drive.
I remember finding that out at New Year's Eve. The Strip shut down at 6 o'clock on New Year's Eve. I got my car in there at 5:59. But I could have walked like the last block. But anyway. So we'll see.
So you're just going to be hanging at the hotel? Because that's
I have a lot of paperwork to do to get ready for this game. I actually got all my Niners work almost done. But
preseason games are harder, huh?
The first preseason game is laborious. But you know what's great about it? Is it's odd to scrimmage before the first preseason game. I've never been around a team that's done that. It's always the second one. But what's so great about it, the hardest thing is the first preseason game. I know the Niners, but I haven't seen the Raiders and all their roster. Now I get to go to practice, and hopefully I'll get my board done and be able to watch Thursday and Friday practice like Guy Haberman does here on the field with his spotting board all ready so I can kind of eyeball the Raider players. So we'll figure it out. I'm sure me and the owner of the Raiders will have dinner just about every night. No, that won't be happening. But in any event, it's going to be weird. You know what's going to be great is just going to – and we were there playing the game at Allegiant. We'll see how much we even see each other.
Hey, that's a nice haircut.
No. So
you free below soup there?
You went Rodney Dangerfield there. So anyway, just to go to Henderson and the facility there and, how it all works and how they set that up. And there are a lot of people that I know from the years, but it's not, my involvement has nothing to do with it.
But you already got it out of the way.
There's always
right?
been
that's all out of the way.
No, I've not been to their facility in Henderson.
No, you haven't.
before.
But you called the game last year between the two teams.
This is different. This will be their day on the field with them for joint practices, interacting with their personnel, which I saw some. But a lot of them didn't come out because I had to go up in the booth an hour before the game. There'll be more it'll be constant interaction with the Raider personnel.
You know what it's going to be?
The ones that are left. I don't know. So many of them are gone. There's so few Raiders there from when I was there.
Because even though it's Las Vegas, you're gonna be walking around and you're gonna get it from the crowd. Not in a negative way, in a positive way.
No, I'm just going to lock in on, we'll get Raider fans tonight. It'll be nice. It'll be nice to have. I'm sure we'll have some get-togethers for. I don't know if the Raider Nation will invite me out. We'll see. But it's just we just had the A's and Giants over the weekend, and those days are numbered, and it's forever more different now that the Raiders are gone. Raiders and Niners didn't scrimmage. I remember the Niners. What year was it?
They wouldn't do it.
Going to Napa.
Right.
No, they did. They came in. Well, it was what happened
after
was
the 11 game.
Huh?
It was after the 11
So what happened was it was the hiring of Mike Shanahan. When the 49ers hired Mike Shanahan, Al called Carmen Policy and said, "Are you going to hire him?" And he said yes. And Al hung up the phone, and they discontinued. They used to play in the preseason annually, starting the first year, and it started really in '67. Before the merger, they would play preseason games against each other. They'd have a coin toss on Treasure Island. It was cool. They played annually in the preseason every year. If you were going to play them in the regular season like last year, not so much. But that was completely discontinued for years because of the hiring of Mike Shanahan. After Al fired him as the Raider head coach, he became the offensive coordinator of the 49ers. And obviously, with Steve Young and winning in '94, but he was here in '92, '93, '94. I remember... The only time I can remember the joint practice was when they came in Napa. It was in 2011. Jamarcus Russell was the quarterback. Remember Nate Clements, the corner they signed from Buffalo, intercepted Jamarcus, and I remember Patrick Willis and those guys, and they were in the same draft, Jamarcus and Patrick Willis, but I remember it getting really chippy on the practice field, and we'll see. I do anticipate, and the Raiders have had this with the Cowboys for years, whether it was in Oxnard or typically there are a lot of brawls when you have these joint practice. The 49ers don't tolerate that, but it's not. It's another. John's Raiders were a little chippy that way. We'll see what Josh McDaniels does, but it's just good the two teams are going to scrimmage against each other.
I love that they're back. I think they should do it every year. I think they should play every year in the preseason.
Well, they will now.
I think it's great.
Except the years that the 49ers play the AFC West. You don't want to play.
All right, George Kittle, we had him on late in the show, so we wanted to give the early crowd a chance to hear it because it's a great conversation. It's not just about football, tons of different stuff that we get into with George. We'll start getting the players today. This was on Friday. We'll start getting the players today with Christian McCaffrey, Juice, and Javon Hargrave in the 1 o'clock hour, but we'll give you a little George Kittle. We're live from camp. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your good friends, Papa and Lund here on the Sports Leader. And again, another day at camp. It was amazing. We had a bunch of guys on Friday. We're going to have Christian McCaffrey. Juice is coming by today, as well as Javon Hargrave. That in the 1 o'clock hour. We'll also talk some Giants with Susan Slusser at 12:15, but we thought we'd give you a little bonus because we were talking to George Kittle on Friday, and the conversation was great. We eventually got to football, but it was a lot about the offseason, what he did, how nervous he was singing at NFL Honors last year in Phoenix. So great conversation with George Kittle. We thought we'd share it with you because we didn't get to it till late in the show on Friday. So here's a little bonus, our conversation with 49ers All-Pro tight end George Kittle.
Throw on your headsets, bro. George Kittle's here.
Wait. Are we back? Are we live?
Yeah. No, we're just talking off the air.
Oh, I like how you did
He's got
that,
the bucket
man.
hat on.
I know. Some fan gave it to me.
That's nice.
I was like, I don't even have this. It's not even team issue, but I'm going to wear it.
You have one like that. I saw you in walkthrough wearing the one the other
It was
day.
camo, though. That was last year's.
Do you like this?
This is nice. It fits definitely better without the headphones.
Right.
This might be a tough look.
I like the look.
Yeah.
So how many autographs you signed? The military here today? I didn't think we were to get you today. I'm impressed.
You know what? I got to sign for all my military members. TAPS organization was out there, one of my favorite organizations. So whatever they ask for, I'm there for them because we do what we can do because of what they do. So it's pretty awesome. So I spend as much time as I possibly can out there. And it's not to avoid you, Papa.
No, I know.
It's not.
No,
It's honestly
to
avoid Tim Ryan. That's honestly what it is.
He's not here.
I know.
He's not
I know.
here.
That's why I came in. I thought he was in here, so he's not.
No, but you sign. You're unbelievable after practice. I see you every single day. Have you ever had a bad day?
Me?
Yeah, I mean, your energy level, your positivity around here, you're always even when you may be down, you don't show it. Do you have bad days and don't allow the world to see it, or are you just immune to bad days?
That's a good question, Papa. You know what?
He's shocked.
There are days that are challenging, more so than others, but you can find positivity in all aspects of life. You know, death in the family, heartbreaking news, horrible game, bad rep. Like, you can find positivity in there somewhere in it. While it's very difficult to find that sometimes, if you can kind of make that your mindset that, hey, you know, if someone like, a couple years ago, my aunt passed in the middle of the season, my dad's sister, and while that's heartbreaking for me, you know what, she was dealing with cancer for like 6 to 8 years, and the fact that she's finally through with it, she doesn't have to deal with that anymore, like, that's positive for her. She's off to a better spot. So, like, yes, is it hurt and does it suck? For sure. But there's steps that you can take and a mindset you can have to make sure that isn't the only thing you think about, and also you can focus on other things and still use it as a positive light. So, do I have bad days? For sure, I have bad days just like everybody else. But I can spin things pretty positively pretty fast.
So it seemed to me that you had a pretty awesome off season. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on, but I follow all your social media stuff. I think your sister got married. You guys were in a bunch of different places. I mean,
yeah.
What was the off season like? It seemed cool.
You want to like start back? Is it February?
Whatever you want to do.
Annual honors in singing. Did you see DeMarcus Ware sing the anthem last night?
No, I didn't.
Dude,
was it good?
Oh my god!
Well, it was interesting.
I'm sure we have it.
It was interesting.
Oh yeah, I'll check that out.
It was amazing that he did it.
That's pretty impressive.
But starting with honors to get up there and sing.
That was the most nervous I've ever been in my entire career.
Seriously.
Oh my gosh, I'm singing Kelly Clarkson, and we go in there.
Right.
We go in there the day before to do a rehearsal thing. And I'm like, yeah, okay, and like they sent me the script, and it's like 3 verses. I'm like, okay, this is a lot. And they're like, hey, you're going to be the last one to practice. And so Kirk Cousins goes first. Oh, yeah. Hey, turns out he's in the show choir since he was like 8 years old. Dude can sing, super talented. Also, he had 1 verse. And then he had backup singers. And then Kelly Clarkson started singing with us. I was like, oh, that sounds nice. Like, that sounds really easy. Hey, Cam Jordan goes up, 1 verse, backup singer. So I'm like, oh, this is incredible. It's me. I have 3 verses and a chorus by myself. I was like, guys. And then a guy goes, hey, what pitch do you sing in? I said, I play football, bro.
Slider.
Yeah. I said, I don't know, man. Like, just figure it out. Like, I'm just going to.
Off key.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what you want me to do. I don't sing Kelly Clarkson, but hey, you know what? I went up there and I did. I'm happy that I did it. I had a great time. You know, Creed is definitely more my speed.
Right.
You know,
yeah, that's what you can do.
With eyes wide open.
Yeah. That's more my speed. But you know what? I had to get the Kelly Clarkson out there. You know, it might not be in my full range, but hey, you know what? I'm confident enough to do it. But yeah, I was pretty nervous right there. I will say that. My heart was just beating. Thank God my wife was there. She's like, hey, just remember to breathe. I was like, okay. But yeah,
it's the confidence to sell it.
Oh my!
So right around that time, Travis Kelce hosts SNL.
Oh yeah,
and I'm thinking he was great at it. By the way,
he's good at it. Tight ends.
When the 49ers win the Super Bowl next year, and they ask you to host SNL, could you nail it like Kelce? I have full confidence in you.
I'm gonna try my best. Are you kidding me? Like this. One thing, because I talked about that, and he was like, it was just so cool because like I grew up watching SNL, and especially like the people that were on it when I was a kid, and like Jim Carrey was on that, like just like to share a stage of the same studio that like all these people that I grew up watching. That's what Travis said was like the coolest thing, just like you shared that space with those people. So that would be awesome. SNL is fantastic. You know, it's actually still that's my Saturday night routine before every game. Got to watch some SNL.
You do?
Oh yeah, it's comedy. I like the news segment.
Right.
Yeah, well, they just roast everybody.
Yeah. So good.
It's so fantastic.
For some reason,
I can see you doing that.
Totally. Well, I mean, it seems like they have kind of carte blanche and they can say whatever they want. Like most times in our country, you can't say anything.
Yeah.
But in that segment of
They don't
Saturday
care.
Night, you can say anything.
And I like, too, they roast everything.
Right.
It's like politics, sports. It doesn't matter who you are.
Right.
You're getting crushed.
It's all fair game.
Yeah. It's so funny. It's so funny.
And you have the comedic edge to you that you could pull it off. We played it earlier today. What was the ad he did?
Oh, Chubby? Chubby with
was
a
it
pineapple?
Chubby with a pineapple?
You like that one?
Yeah,
I like it. It was, first of all, how many takes did you need to do
ask
that?
him the question you really want to ask.
Yeah, what do you want to ask?
Were you completely naked when you did it?
What does it look like I was?
Well, the camera, it was like watching Austin Powers and Mike Myers.
Totally.
That's what made me want to do it.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking,
That was the
like,
selling point.
I don't know. You didn't have to be.
No, so
how many takes, and were you full Monty?
Oh, yeah, no, I was.
Wow.
Yeah, it's fantastic. There were 40 people in my living room facing the kitchen.
You did
and
that
they were like,
actually in your house?
Yeah, I was in my house.
Oh, my God.
That's my house.
that is
And they were like, action. And I was like, what's up, everybody? How we doing?
Turn the air conditioning off.
Holy cow. No, it was fantastic. Let's see. I think that one, that scene, probably like 5 takes each.
That's a great scene because it changed.
Yeah.
When you sat down, it was different.
The second one was much more difficult because it was like you had to. I'm holding the bowl, and I had to sit down. They're like, I know you got to lower that a little bit. You're on camera. I'm like, my bad.
We'll let it out.
Hey, my bad. Yeah, so
that's great.
That was enjoyable. That was one of my favorite things I've done though, because they came to me with like 4 different ideas, and like we're trying to we want to get a stir of the internet because like all of our promotions on the internet, and they're like, this is an awesome power scene. I was like, yeah, done. Easy.
So good.
I was like, yeah, you sold me because as soon as I had to go back and watch them all too. What a fantastic piece of cinema those things are.
Yeah, that was amazing. I remember seeing it for the first time. I'm like, oh my, that's exactly the Mike Myers thing. Right?
It was
so
hilarious.
So funny.
It was outstanding. It was very good.
What else has he done this offseason? Tight end U?
Tight end U was fantastic.
Tight end U, you've been nailing that every year?
We had 75 tight ends. We had Jordan Reed was a presenter this year. He talked releases, which was pretty awesome. Gronkowski showed up. His his first year at tight end U. He talked about his mindset and winning, which he was really good at, and so that was kind of fun to hear. And it's also cool too because we had I want to say 15 rookies there who have never met another NFL player besides OTAs, and for a lot of these rookies they get to go down there, get to meet Travis Kelce, Rob Gronkowski, Logan Thomas, T.J. Hawkins, Sid Robert Tunyon. They get to meet tight ends who've been in the league for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and to meet those guys and be like, oh wow, ask some questions. How did they make it for so long? What did they do? And it's just I don't know if it's extending an olive branch as much as it's just providing information to young guys so they have a chance to make it. And that's what we really want to care about. And so that was really fun. Honestly, my favorite thing about Tight End U this year, we raised $850,000. And then after paying for all the Tight End U stuff, we get to donate, almost $450,000 back to charities.
Oh, nice.
So it's pretty cool. So me, Greg, and Travis will split that. We get to send it to whatever charities that we want to. So I'm really, really excited about that too.
Speaking of Greg Olson,
I know what you're going to go.
I think he's the best analyst in football immediately, and he has been for a while.
Isn't he talented?
Well, it's also because of the inline stuff, and he sees the game, he sees the defense, he knows situational. He's great.
He talks about things I love Tony Romo too. I think he does a great job. But when you can see it from not a quarterback's perspective, because he sees the offensive line, he sees the run game,
everything.
He sees he just sees things differently, and he's really good at explaining it to where an everyday person can understand it.
Totally.
And just because not everybody has the in-depth knowledge of football, stems and his depth, and hey, you have to get to this landmark for this route to work on this timing because the quarterback has a 5-step drop instead of a 7-step drop. So he understands that, and then he can simplify that. So then everybody at home's like, oh, that makes sense. Wow, I learned something today. And he just does such a great job of that every time.
Which leads to 20 years from now.
Yep. You're
done. Your Hall of Fame speech.
20 years?
You got rings all over your fingers.
I plan on retiring at 25.
No, you're going to do something. You're not going to retire because you never have a bad day.
I don't.
What do you want to do? Do you want to do what Greg Olson does? Do you want to be next Mike Myers? Do you want to be a singer?
My number one thing I want to do, Papa?
What do you want to do?
My number one thing, I just want to be a dad. My number one thing.
So that's a good answer.
Whenever the kids come, I want to coach my kids. I want to be there every single day. One of the coolest things that my dad did, he always took jobs where he was available for us. He coached every single sports team I was on, me and my sister, from the ages of 5 to almost high school. So I really appreciate that from him, and I have the best relationship with my dad, and I want to have that same relationship with my kids. So that's what I want to do. I want to be a great dad. I want to be around with my kids all day. Hey, if there's opportunities when I'm done playing football, hey, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to say no to anything. Doors are open. We'll have fun with it.
That's so nice. That's a
good
answer. Does your dad still write you the letter before every game?
Oh, yeah. Every game.
When do you open that?
I usually open it right when I get to the stadium. So like on the bus on game day, I get there, and it kind of like sets the tone for the rest of the day, and it's fantastic. I love it. Sometimes they're aggressive. Sometimes it's like ties in like movie quotes and stuff like that. Kind of goes all over the place, but he definitely knows how to flip the switch, and I really appreciate that from him.
That's cool.
So beautiful.
You seem to have the most fun at camp as everybody. You're doing the contested catch thing. I was here on Sunday. They're chanting your name. You're like, hang on. You go out. You sign the autographs. Like you said, the military was here today. Yeah. You just seem to embrace the whole process of it.
You know what? We have the faithful are such a fantastic fan base. They are wonderful. They show out at home games. They show out on road games. They show up for training camp. You know, if a guy is a signing, they show up for that. Like, they just love the 49ers football. And our atmosphere would not be the same without them. You know, it just wouldn't be. And so the fact that they come to everything and they are so loud, they're so supportive, so positive, I can give back, whenever I can. And this is a perfect opportunity. I get to meet with like 200-plus people every single day, talk to them a little bit, meet their kids, take photos. And, at the end of the day, too, like if I can make like 10 kids smile and, they go home and have a great day, I did something positive today. Hey, that's why you just got to be a positive person, man.
You never have a bad day, my friend. How good was this catch against Dre Greenlaw? I haven't seen it yet. I'm reading about it.
I don't know. Was it good?
Well, you made it.
They said it was an underthrown ball and the contested catch thing again.
Right? I'll tell you this. One of these days, my quarterbacks are going to trust that I'm fast. They always think they're going to outthrow me. I'm like, hey, guys. You can throw at 50. I can move and scoot a little bit, guys. But you know what? That's what I love about that is it's contested ball. I love it. It's great practice. That's going to happen in a football game. So I appreciate that. It was great work for both me and Dre, and I love that. It's a nice drill of ball, though. You got a one-on-one is a three-point stance. It's like kind of a stutter go out of a three-point, which a lot of defenses don't see. Right. A lot of tight ends don't do that. No. So work the edge, get width, and just got to make a play on football. That's about it.
How good, now that you have CMC for an entire year, how good is the offense going to be with all you guys? God.
Isn't he special?
Yes.
Goodness gracious. He is fantastic. Huge fan of him. He just brings, when you have a running back, you know what? I don't even want to do him the disservice. He's more than a running back. He really is. He is a skill position. He is a wide receiver.
Offensive weapon.
Yeah, he is not just a running back because, yes, can he take 30 carries in the backfield? For sure, and he's going to have a great game. But you can line up in the slot, and you can do all the routes that all of it, like whether it's me, Debo, or Ayuk, Christian does those routes too. And it's just absolutely fantastic when you have a running back that can do that. And then you can just, hey, we're in 11 personnel, 4 wide receivers, 1 tight end, and we'll call Hezzy, and, oh, wow, Debo's at running back, and Christian's in the slot. Wait, what do you do defensively versus this? Are you just going to leave a linebacker on Christian? What's your check that you're going to make? It's just really fun because Kyle can be super creative with our offensive plays, and having too many mouths to feed is a great problem. It really is. It's it might be hard to have 5 1,000-yard receivers. But, hey, if we're winning games and our best players are touching the ball, making plays, that's all that really matters.
That's incredible.
What's the T-shirt you got going there?
Oh, it's my Eric Armstead T-shirt.
Eric was just here.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. Rub my belly?
Right before you.
That's the Stay Hungry one?
Yeah, Stay Hungry. Yeah, I got to wear all my teammates all the time, man.
That's a good idea.
I know. I wore my Rasta Boss Dwelly shirt yesterday.
That was a great one. I saw that.
Could you give some compliments to the quarterbacks?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
they underthrow him. He just said that.
No, I know, but one of these days it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think.
One of the guys. Here's my point. This roster is so loaded.
Yeah.
And all they talk about is quarterback. I know. You guys can win with any one of them, can't you?
You know what?
Doesn't matter what your name is.
That's a drop. See what we have here?
That was super smooth.
You like that?
Quick. You know what? We found out last year that you need a quarterback to win a football game.
Yeah.
I'm glad you could joke about it now.
McCaffrey could have done it.
Look, it is what it is. Hey, right. Football's tough sometimes, and stuff happens. And hey, you need to be able to throw the ball to win a football game, especially if you're already losing. Yeah. It's hard to come back when you can only run the football. But as long as we have one guy that's healthy, we have so many skill position players. Great offensive line. We have Trent Williams, who could have been voted in the Hall of Fame 5 years ago. We have fantastic players that are this great support staff for whatever quarterback plays. It doesn't matter who it is. Brock's playing at a high level right now. He's getting the ball out. He's getting the ball to our best players. Sam Darnold's throwing the ball, slinging the ball around. It's fun to see him, throwing laser beams out there. Trey's looking good. He's scrambling a lot. It's fun to see him just moving, have the confidence. You can see him in the huddle too. He's just got this composure to him, and it doesn't seem like he's questioning or he's not nervous. And I really appreciate that from him. You can just see his growth. And Brandon Allen's out there just slinging it, just like, hey, what's up? Woo! Just There's nothing. One of my favorite plays is when it's BA to BA, Brandon Allen to Brandon Ayuk.
Very good.
Absolutely fantastic. They've connected on a couple touchdowns in the red zone. So yeah, when there's good quarterback play, especially with the skill positions that we have, it's fantastic. Everybody's having fun. We're moving the ball. We had to move the ball period today. 8 plays, touchdown, fantastic. Everyone touches the ball. Everyone has some type of part of this offense, and it's just fun to be a part of something like that.
Nice. It's going to be nice to see Jimmy again.
Oh, yeah, I think it'll be great.
Speaking of quarterbacks.
I know that our defense is chomping at the bit. They cannot wait to see Jimmy G.
Did you already text him saying we'll hook up next week? And
no chance.
He didn't respond?
No, I did not text him. If he wants to hang out, he can text me. It's on him. But, no, I can't wait to see him. I'll probably headbutt him just for fun.
That would be amazing.
So
maybe give him a quick stunner.
The most nervous you've ever been, more than the full Monty pineapple bit where you're slightly...
Oh,
was Kelly Clarkson?
Have you ever sang on national television?
No, but you have.
Yeah, I know.
You want to hear this? Let's hear this.
I don't want to hear it.
Let's hear it. I think we have it.
I don't need to hear it.
I think we have it.
Yes, our season's over. And yes, that last game blew. But Brock, you should still feel proud.
Still got the words?
Wouldn't be there without you.
I practiced I had one song on repeat for this one song I had on repeat, and I was just singing it. Oh my gosh, was it stressful?
Too good.
Plus, it's got to be like you got the IFB in your ear, and they're like, they counting you down like 3, 2, and you're like, damn.
No, I had nothing in my ear.
Oh, really?
No, I had nothing in my ear. They handed me a mic at commercial break, and they said, "Hey, you got this." I was like,
no producer, like, can't you just like go?
They knew he could pull it off.
Wow.
He's George Kittle.
Jesus.
McCaffrey was sitting right next to you, wasn't he?
Not helping you.
No, okay. So you know what? The one thing about that bit that grinded my gears. Yeah. So in the song, I'm referencing Dak Prescott and I'm referencing Nick Bosa. Right during the commercial break, 10 seconds before I go on, Nick Bosa goes to the back to get his NFL Defensive Award.
Yeah.
And Dak Prescott goes to get his Walter Payton Award. And so the two guys I'm singing to aren't there in the crowd.
Wow.
And I look at them, and I'm just like, I pointed at both the seats because they put stand-in people right there so it doesn't look empty. I'm like, hey, guys, great job. Way to write a song that features people who aren't here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for making me look like a dick.
No support.
No, it's all right, though. Boys,
thank you, bro.
Thank you, man.
Never had a bad day.
No. No, just turn them into good days.
Turn them into good days. George
Kittle. Thanks for taking the time, man. Appreciate it. That is George Kittle from training camp. That was on Friday. We had George Kittle late in the show. We wanted the early folk to be able to hear George Kittle. So, and again, today from training camp, Pop and Lund, we will have Christian McCaffrey. And we were trying to think about this. He has never been on KNBR before. So Christian McCaffrey is going to join us. Juice, who has been on many times, Kyle Juszczyk, and Javon Hargrave. And we actually did the first interview that Javon Hargrave did. And so Javon's going to join us once again, and he's going to join us all in the 1 o'clock hour. We'll talk some Giants baseball coming up next. We'll get you ready for Susan Slusser, who's going to join us at 12:15. Pop and Lund today, sponsored by our good friends at Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite, a trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite. You got issues? 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Into the Giants' disappointing weekend and a tough schedule to come up, and then Susan Slusser at 12:15, live from 49ers training camp, only here on the Sports Leader. Show pal John Lund for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You know, you hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but did you know, many of them, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and many times, get this, you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. That's not good. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, on the other hand, they've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And the award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm are dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm have repeatedly been recognized as the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area and in the entire state of California. And the Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than, get this, big number, they've recovered more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for their clients. Now, they know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination can be devastating. They're going to evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm. They live here. They work here. They win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
We optioned Casey Schmidt. Happy to share the contents of that conversation. And as we stand out here pre-game, see Mark Mathias out there working at second base. Mark's a right-handed hitter, has shown the ability to have a good quality at bat. And this is one of the reasons that we made this swap. Not that Casey's not capable of having these good quality at bats. We know he is. We saw that early in his Giants career, but there are some things that he needs to work on to get back to those high quality at bats. Mark is somebody that has seen pitches and just managed a pro at bat, particularly against left-handed pitching, and so he's a nice backup middle infielder for us. He can play a little bit of shortstop. On a day when Craw's not in the lineup, you might see Tyro at shortstop and Mark at second base, and if we make moves in game, that will probably be the configuration. But conversation with Case was, we know there's better in there, and we need you to continue to work and develop and need to get you some regular playing time. With Tyro coming back, that wasn't going to happen here.
All right, there you go. There's Gabe Kapler on what's going on with Casey Schmidt. He gets sent down. We'll talk more about that with Susan Slusser in about 15 minutes at 12:15. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader. a Cumulus media station as we were live at training camp, and while we were playing George Kittle from late in the show Friday, and we wanted to have some of our early listeners be able to hear George because it was a fun conversation, especially at the end when he was talking about how nervous he was singing, and then, of course, the guys he was supposed to sing about, like Dak Prescott, they just got up and left him.
And Nick Bosa.
Yeah. So anyway, you were out. You jetted out there to watch the guys real quick. Anything
so when
good?
I got out there, and they do a lot of special team stuff after practice, but they were right into it. Special teams. Mitch was punting. His back looks fine. He had the high arcing, hang time on the punt. They're trying to figure out who's going to be the punt returner behind Ray McLeod. Ronnie Bell, the wide receiver from Michigan, was getting in there. And that's the first time I've seen him field a punt off of Mitch's right foot. Usually he's been fielding it off the jugs. And I was talking to Brian Schneider after practice the other day. I thought he was struggling to catch the ball. But he said, no, he's fine. There's a lot of things going on around it. I think he just kind of pressurized himself. And so he jumped in behind Ray to field some Mitch Wisnowski punts. But Deshaun Jameson. And if he makes this team, John, we're going to have to get a Jameson sponsorship here.
It's not a bad idea.
He was a punt returner at UT, University of Texas, and he does secure the ball. So he's an interesting athlete in all regards. If he can make the team number 2 punt returner. I think, frankly, Brandon Ayuk will go back and do it a lot like he did last year before Ray got here. So you may not save a spot on game day, but I think Jameson could be a gunner. First of all, when the 49ers are punting, they've lost some people from over the years that were really good outside, coverage guys. Sam Womack became pretty good at that. But in any event, Jameson and Ronnie Bell were mixing in just in punt return behind Ray. That's where when I first got out there. And then they did get into team stuff. They went right into the red zone. McCaffrey took an inside handoff, took it down to around the 3-yard line. They ran a speed out on the second and goal from the 3, and we were praising Danny Gray and how much he's improved this year from last year. And he's running mainly short to intermediate routes, which I did see him do. That's one of the things that impressed me last year. We know about the 4.33 speed from Danny, but I thought he had great change of direction and the ability to use his speed to create separation. And anyway, so in the second and goal from the 3-yard line, he runs a speed out, and he's wide open on the goal line. And Brock hits him right in his hands, and he flat out drops it. So they come back on 3rd down, and this was cool. McCaffrey will be joining us off the practice field. He goes into motion and lines up, not as a slot guy. He lines up as the most outside receiver. To Sean Gibson, the safety, comes down to pick him up. And Deshaun actually, coming down, because Christian was right on the line of scrimmage, he lined up offsides. So they got a flag for defensive offsides. And on that play, it was supposed to be a double move, I think an in and out move to McCaffrey, and Gibson just kind of holds him, and he couldn't get off that. They didn't flag that. But Brock's looking that way the whole time. He's rolling out to his right, and he just decides to run for the front pylon of the end zone. And we know, Purdy 4.84 in the 40, but he does have sneaky athleticism. And McCaffrey locked up T. Gipp. He blocked him on that play. No flag. There wasn't anything for Gipp for holding him. Just to Sean coming down and lined up offsides, picking him up. And then they got, so the ones were in, and I was able to watch a Trey Lance series where he got him down close. He got out and rolled to his left after getting him down to the short red zone. J.P. Mason took it down almost to the goal line. He got thudded pretty good. They didn't want him to score on there, and you're not supposed to hit guys like that, but the defense is prideful. So later, Trey was trying to roll to his left on a couple of plays. I think it was A.J. Parker, who's mixing in number 47 as a nickelback, from K-State, made a play on the goal line, so they weren't able to finish it off. And then I think Darnold was ready to jump in the next time when the horn went, and they went to the next series, and then they took a little time, and they went right back to Brock Purdy. So we did see Brock Purdy take him down and score. Danny Gray a drop, but then McCaffrey, a good block, was able to get Brock the end zone in a scramble.
What I'd love to see, because it's interesting you say that, because with speed guys, it used to be they're just going to run a bunch of go routes. Tyreek Hill did this a lot. Edelman did it a lot with the Patriots, with Brady. I love when guys not necessarily will run vertical with it, but they'll run horizontally, because on a crossing route, a short crossing route, because you can't stay with those guys. So you come down from your safety spot or whatever, and then all of a sudden he's crossing, and he's going to beat you across. That's an easy throw, and if he can turn it up, all of a sudden he uses his speed. So not so much to get vertical, but these quick crossers where he's going to outrun you horizontally, and then he catches it, and if he has one step, he's going to get a big play out of it anyway.
Well, he's got. I mean, that's the one thing you noticed about him on the practice field last year, referring to Danny Gray. He's the fastest guy on the team.
Right.
I mean, he's the fastest, certainly wide receiver. But he does change direction. And when a guy's so fast, the deep crosses, the shallow crosses, he can do all that. But he creates separation because they're so afraid of his speed. And guys have to get up on their toes. And they see number 6. I think when he gets into the game, it's alert. They know 6 is a vertical guy. But I think
that's what they think's coming, right?
But he does have the ability to run. He played basketball growing up as well. He does have change of direction. He's not just a track star. He is a track star, obviously, state title in the 100 meters and the 4.33. But what I saw last year was him get to the sideline easily because they're so worried. And if you're playing bail technique and you're backpedaling and then you open up and turn to run with him, he breaks that route off. He's wide open. It was easy for him. We didn't see him do it as well in the games last year, and I think he was fighting some stuff as a rookie. I think he's more settled down this year, but he dropped one today. And Brock aired it out pretty good. Brock threw. You see the arm strength there. I don't know if he had to throw the ball as hard as he threw it because Danny Gray on that speed out going left was wide open. He hit him right in the hands, but it was a clear drop. But the thing about Tyreek Hill, he does it all. He's not just straight line speed, and there's times when he gets behind you, he's waving goodbye, but he does have the comeback routes. Is what Danny Gray should be able to run those comebacks where he locks it up. And he's going to run a 9 route, or as Kurt Warner was saying, a bang 8. They loved it in St. Louis with the greatest show on turf. That's a skinny post where it's not a go and it's not a post. It's right in between the 9 and the post route. It's a bang 8. But Tyreek Hill has amazing ability, and then when he comes back and catches it, because of his speed but his change of direction, he gets so much space when he comes back to the ball. They can't tackle him now. Now he's a great broken field runner. He's a punt returner. So I did see that in Danny Gray a lot in training camp last year. Didn't see it, frankly, as much on the practice field when the season started. And then in the games, we didn't see it. But he's back to what he was a year ago. And I think now, like he and Ty Davis Price, John, I think just being in their second year now, these are both third-round picks in 2022 that didn't contribute very much at all, frankly. I mean, TDP got to 99 yards rushing, and Danny Gray made some plays on special teams, but he only had the one catch, last year for, 10 yards, and it was able to pick up I think he iced a game against Tampa at the very end. They were able to kneel the game out, but I just feel like they're a lot more comfortable now in their second year.
Well, and that's what I'm bringing it up. I mean, Ty Davis Price, and supposedly he's one of the, as you're pointing out, one of the most improved in training camp this year. It's going to be tough for him to get carries just because you look at the depth at that position. But you look at Danny Gray, there's an opportunity there. You have your 3 that are set, but there's an opportunity. Now, Ray played as the 4th receiver, but, I mean, you got an opportunity right there, and he has a skill set that other guys don't have. And so you've got to think that there's got to be something for him in this offense, and actually to give it another dimension.
Well, I think there's room for the running back room. I mean, Elijah Mitchell's out right now with the abductor. He got hurt. He was hurt perpetually last year.
But he's going to jump JP Mason?
I think, yes. I think Ty Davis Price, yes. That's what I think people are seeing that. I think right now they're interchangeable. I can't tell. And JP Mason came on last year because of special teams, but he also ran – he just fit Bobby Turner's scheme more, where Ty Davis Price just didn't. Well, it was just finding the right hole. It wasn't like Trey Sermon where he was dancing, he wasn't used to it and couldn't get it, and you had to move him off the roster. Ty Davis Price was behind J.P. Mason, but I think he's closed that gap. I think they're pretty interchangeable right now, and then Elijah does miss games. He has not played much. He played 5 games last year. He got hurt. He didn't play in the championship game in Philadelphia. Christian McCaffrey did. And he had Christian had an injury. And, Christian, he's in great shape. I was chatting with him, and he's going to come out and talk to us. He's excited David Shaw's here. But he misses games as well. So I think that third guy, right, that's a good battle. We're talking about the battle for QB2, the battle for RB3 behind McCaffrey and Mitchell. I think it's clearly it was Jordan Mason last year over TDP. I think it's a dead heat right now.
All right, Pop just jumped out to camp. We're playing that George Kittle for you. And again, you mentioned Christian McCaffrey. He's going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour, as is Kyle Juszczyk and Javon Hargrave. So a couple of guys from the offense and one from the defense. But let's get it over to the Giants coming up next. Susan Slusser is going to join us. Disappointing to lose the 2 from the A's, so we'll review that. But you don't have a lot of time to worry about it. You got Shohei and the Angels coming up on
Freudian
the
slip there?
Yeah, of course. You got those 3 coming up, and then things get kind of interesting. It gets really tough this month with 6 against the Braves. You got the Rays. Bochy's coming back next weekend with the Rangers. A lot of teams that are either playoff teams or certainly plus 500 teams. So that's going to be the rest of the way for this month. After the Angels, who have lost 6 straight and have actually fallen below 500. So we'll get into all those conversations with Susan Slusser of the Chronicle, who we talk to every Monday, and we'll do that next live from 49ers training camp on the Sports Leader.
Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants suffer an all-around breakdown. They lose 2. That's a sweep in a 2-game series to the A's. Check out that story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR 8.
So he had Bob Sargent's Sunday annual dinner at the Prosciutto Room in the North Beach Italian restaurant. Came out afterwards just stuffed to the gills. But, I turned to my right, you know what I see? Tony's Pizza Napolitana by the one and only Tony Gemignani. So I had to save time and room for a pepperoni slice because Tony G has the best pizza in the Bay Area. Certainly, I think, in the state and certainly from anywhere in the country, whether it's New York style, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, St. Louis style. He has them all. He even makes the traditional Neapolitan, the Graham and Sicilian pizzas, and he has other restaurants. We were roaming around the North Beach last night. He's got Capo's for Detroit style. Also has the Chicago deep dish and a cracker thin tavern style pizza as well. So we had to go to a little Cobb cocktailing after we got out of the dinner last night. Tony Gemignani is the full artisan cocktails, a curated wine list, and they make other things besides pizza. Italian beef sandwiches, the fresh house-made pasta, the Italian sausages. We had our cannolis last night, and Tony's got all the Italian specialties, tiramisu, gelato, and, of course, cannoli. So the 49ers are a 5-time Super Bowl champion, but Tony Gemignani is a 13-time World Pizza Champion, known for making the best pizza in the world. So look for his Slice House locations across the entire Bay Area.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
It's great. It's a great accomplishment for this team. You know, as you said, we dropped the first two in San Fran. First game was a really tough one. The second game, they got us. And, you know, it's great. It's great to come back and win a series against the Giants. This team, that's a quality baseball team over there. They're in the pennant race. And for us to come out this weekend and show them that, you know, we've obviously improved. This team, you know, has gone from April until July or now in August. And we've just gotten better and better. And we're more competitive, and it showed this weekend.
All right, a lot of stories around the Giants. That's Mark Kotsay, the manager of the A's. They sweep the Giants' offensive issues again on Saturday with the 2-1 loss, and then they actually get some runs for Alex Cobb, who went into that game 15-5 when he starts games, which was tied with the opener for the best record amongst the Giants, and they can't hold that lead. Nick Allen turns into Barry Bonds and hits 2 home runs yesterday, and the A's walk out with an 8-6 win. So that's a story. You got Shohei coming up this week. Casey Schmidt goes down to AAA to work on some things. Brandon Crawford, 0 for 9 this weekend with 3 strikeouts and a couple of errors. He's down to hitting .206. Tyro Estrada did come back. He went 2 for 8 but struck out 2 times on Sunday. So the Giants find themselves in a precarious position. The only good news is, and Andrew Baggerly wrote about this today, Diamondbacks have lost 6 in a row, Reds 6 in a row, Marlins 4 in a row. And tonight's opponent, the Angels, have lost 6 in a row, haven't won since the deadline when they went all in on Shohei. So it would be nice to get some wins, but you did get a little bit of help over the weekend in other teams not catching you.
Yeah, but that was, you know, two games, and the Saturday game was up for grabs. The game yesterday, they were up 6-3, and Craw just kind of shuffled an extra time before he delivered the ball, and uncharacteristically threw it in the dirt, and late night Lamont, Wade had no chance to get that ball out, and then Luke Jackson just spiking everything, and it got ugly, and then all of a sudden the A's take the lead, they add on, and the Giants can't rally back, and you wind up with a tough loss. And, you know, what do we always say? Score 4 and they're going to win.
Right.
Yesterday they scored first. They scored the 4 runs. They got the 6-3 lead, and they weren't able to hold it. So this is a team right now that's in a little bit of a funk. Offensively, they came out of it. Can they sustain? And with Susan Slussel will join us momentarily. She had caught a flight this morning to get down to Anaheim, and obviously it'll be a lot about Shohei. I wonder if she'll get if he'll have some kind of a press conference. How do they treat that when visiting teams come in? If he goes to another city, I could see it. She'll, with her contacts and being around the game for so long, maybe she can get something with Shohei. But that'll be obviously a big talking point going into the offseason and what he says there. And Alex Cobb will not. He'll have time to hang out with his buddies since he pitched yesterday. But Susan Slussel, one thing we want to get into with Susan is just, going back to Oakland. I saw the picture with Dave Stewart, and the A's had their induction into their Hall of Fame, and there were some great people that were put in there. Gene Tennis, Whammy, gave an incredible speech. But Suze, welcome. And did you get a chance to interact with Jason Giambi yesterday before he went into the A's Hall of Fame?
I did. I mean, you know, Greg, you were there in the Giambi years. He is absolutely wonderful, big personality guy, one of those people that kind of makes everybody feel like his buddy. So it's always great catching up with Jason. He and his family have been through a lot the last couple of years, losing Jeremy the way they did, and that still really affects him. But I think he really enjoyed being back at a place where he played with Jeremy. And he mentioned that a couple of times, including in his speech. So I hope that was really good for him and his family.
The weekend itself, especially with the tough schedule coming up, and you got the Angels who have lost 6 straight, so that's good. But they on Saturday, the offense is the same. Then they finally get some offense, and then the defense lets them down. Brandon Crawford, he was 0 for 9 over the weekend, a couple of errors, and so they had a lead on Sunday and they couldn't keep it. So it's either the offense or on Sunday it was the defense and then the pitching.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of erratic. The defensive pitching, by and large, have been just so good. That's what's keeping them afloat these days. But I think it was extra aggravating for really the whole team to finally have the offense produce and wind up with the pitching kind of not being there, and the defense really falling apart. I mean, really, that could and should have been a 3-error game yesterday. And against a team, at times they are still just struggling to beat these teams that they should be. They play their best against the good teams, which sure, that's great, and certainly coming down the stretch, that's what they're going to see is good teams. And if they manage to stick around into the playoffs, that's what they'll see. But they just don't seem to be able to get past these teams that are lower. And we're talking about Oakland. This is an 80-loss team right now.
Yeah, and a lot of it was just, sloppiness. And it started with Craw, where the game began to slip away was that throwing error he made. 6-3 game, and it looks like you're cruising. And then after that, the A's go large and are able to open the game up with the 3-run sixth and take the lead back. But the irony is that they sent Casey Schmidt back down. Matthias is up. Last week when they got A.J. Pollock, they sent Luciano down. So, the roster in Sacramento is loaded, and they're going to Vegas to play against the A's AAA team. Just give me your thought process. Luciano was up here so briefly, and I thought Casey still played very good defense in the game against Texas. I thought he kind of guided them to a victory in the day game last week with his great defense, but he just got into a real funk. So is Casey going to play short or third? And they got Luciano mixing in at second. It's just Marco Luciano and Casey Schmidt are back down to AAA, Suze.
I think Luciano's going to play a ton of second, and I think Schmidt will play short and third. Luciano will play some short. He had to go down. I mean, he just was in his head. Schmidt had to go down. He just in his head offensively, working on a lot of things, maybe almost too many things. And I think he was just kind of almost caught in between. Just from talking to him a few days ago, he really sounded like, well, I want to stay aggressive, but also I'm too aggressive. So, he's got to kind of figure out the right approach for him and knowing when to look for that pitch in the zone that he can handle. And he's not at that spot yet. I mean, he's an excellent defensive player, but I mean, it's not like you're losing anything defensively at shortstop when you've got Brandon Crawford out there. Until that error yesterday, I mean, since he came off the IL, he's been playing defense as well as he had in years. I mean, he's had some superb games in the field. But yeah, you're right. That cost him yesterday. Conforto dropping that ball should have been ruled an error. That cost them. I mean, just it was sloppy. And Luke Jackson comes out of the pen, can't throw strikes. It was kind of one of those days. But Nick Allen hitting 2 home runs. How often is that going to happen? Never. So maybe it just was not meant to be for the Giants. But again, these are things. Cobb said it perfectly. You hope at the end of the season those 2 games do not come back to hurt them, but they might.
Well, and here's the other thing, and Susan Slusher joins us. You're well aware. I'm saying this for the audience. Now you're looking at, a team like the A's beating you twice, and you had Washington, you're 1-5, and Detroit, you're 0-3, and Kansas City early in the season. I mean, you're 4-12 against those teams, and I guess the good news is they're going to play a bunch of outside. Now the Angels have dropped below 500 against plus 500 teams. They do really well, but 4-12 against those teams, like you said. Hopefully that doesn't come back and bite them. Yeah, and if it does, it's one of those, they got nobody to blame but themselves. They really don't. They need to kick up the intensity level, I guess. I mean, I'm sure they don't feel like there's any sort of drop or that they're not taking teams seriously. I can't imagine that's what's going on, but the urgency really needs to be there. If it's not, it just, decisions can't be, based sort of on the level of competition. You can't just sort of save your bullets for the good teams. You gotta go all out in all these games because all these teams are capable of beating another team on a given day. And yeah, that the
Giants saw some good pitching over the weekend. I mean, I don't want to downplay that at all. Paul Blackburn was great. The A's got some good work out of their bullpen and some timely hitting. Some of their good young players look like, eventually are going to be pretty decent big league hitters. But that's a team that Giants should handle. Splitting with them in 4 games is not ideal.
And they lost the last 2 on the road, even though it's in the Bay Area. So they've lost 8 in a row on the road, dating back to the end of the last hideous road trip. And I know you're down in Anaheim going to the Big A. The big story, obviously, is going to be Shohei Ohtani, and I'm sure he'll DH the first 2 games and then be in the lineup as well, but he's going to pitch on Wednesday. How does that work? When he goes on the road, maybe they do a press conference, but when he's home, probably unlikely. But with all your contacts, are you going to venture out and try to sit down with Shohei or the people around him? What's that going to be like covering this series with Shohei going into a walk year, Suze?
He only talks after games that he pitches.
That's it.
So That's it. Yeah, I believe it. Trust me, I think we've all probably tried to find inroads to get him before or during series, and especially in series he's not pitching. You'd be shut out completely. But he's not forthcoming even in interview sessions. He's very careful, as many of the Japanese players are, and kind of understandably so. But when you're at that level, like all-time potential great, I mean, really is one of the all-time greats. I get it, second language and going into a walk year and all of that. He's not going to tip his hand on anything.
Sure. Susan Susser joining us again. It's 3 against the Angels. Logan Webb, Patrick Sandoval, Lucas Giolito, who they got at the deadline, hoping that he would improve their fortunes. And then Shohei Ohtani, as Pop said, is going to pitch on Wednesday. Obviously, this is an off-season thing, but because the Giants are playing them right now, when we talked with you a lot about if Ohtani was going to be available, if the Giants would go after him, do you get the sense in the off-season that this is going to be a team that's going to be aggressive after Ohtani in the off-season?
They better be. I mean, that's who they need. I mean, really, there's no excuse. They keep whiffing on these big guys. They've got the money. I think they were concerned this trade deadline at the high quality of prospects that were being asked for pitchers that I think they thought were not. I think if Ohtani had been available, I think they would have entertained some of those names, the Lucianos, the Montoses, but and maybe even Kyle Harrison. But this way, all they have to do is spend money, and maybe they do have to blow teams out of the water. Potentially that's the case, but why not? This is, as I kept saying, leading up to the trade deadline, this is one of the greatest players of all time. You just can't minimize that. And on 2 different sides of the ball, you got to do it.
So it's an interesting week, obviously, with them going down to play Shohei Ohtani, and we'll look to the future. But then Bruce Bochy, and he's actually in the Bay Area now, playing the A's Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in a day game. And then they're off on Thursday, and then he and the Rangers roll in over the weekend, Sue. So just your thoughts on Bochy coming back to manage against the Giants for one, and specifically, and Bruce Jenkins wrote about this several weeks ago, just the contrasting styles of Gabe Kapler and the way he manages the Giants. So it'll be Boch versus Cap. It'll be fun this weekend.
Oh, it will be. I mean, I think we're all just delighted for Bochy. He's got such a good team, such a fun team. They're really making waves. It's talk about having to play well against good teams. They're right up there with a team that you have to be very careful with. And you're right. I mean, what a contrast in styles. You couldn't get more old school versus the absolute cutting edge new school with Kapler. So I love it. Where there are going to be so many storylines in that series to follow, and you got to, somebody like Brandon Crawford has just got to be. That's going to be fun for him. You got to think he's probably going to be chuckling inside at a lot of the things that go on in that series.
Absolutely. Susan Susser is joining us. Offensively, I guess you just got to wait for the bats to come around, but I just saw this stat. If you take Wilmer Flores out of the lineup over the last 2 weeks, they have a 199 batting average and a 589 OPS. I know we're constantly talking about the offense, but is there something that can be done here to jumpstart it?
Honestly, that's higher than I would have thought. It really is. I was like, wow, 199.
Right.
I mean, yesterday that, I think made up for a little bit of it because they did have 11 whole hits. I don't know. there are a couple of guys that are such keys to that offense, and they keep looking like they're about to kind of turn it back on. Lamont Wade, Crawford. Yaz is coming back soon, and sometimes when he's going, he's really helpful. To me, one of the things I really liked yesterday, and Jock Peterson is a guy who's actually fairly consistently decent last month. He was like sort of number 2, a distant second behind Flores. He had such good at bats. I think if he keeps doing that, Flores keeps doing what he's doing. Oh, that's a tough ask. Stay red hot, Wilmer, because you're the only one. I think the rest of the guys have a better chance to start turning things around because there'll be guys on base. They'll get more pitches to hit, all that kind of good stuff. But it's tough when it's everybody who's slow or ice cold. If nobody's on, you're just not going to get anything. So they need to, especially Lamont. He looked a little better, sometimes a little off. I think some of that's health. I think he's battling through a lot of things this year, but he is a massive key for them.
On the pitching side, the ace is going to go tonight, Logan Webb, and you had Alex Cobb go yesterday, and then they got a pair of TBAs for Tuesday night and Wednesday night. I assume we'll get an opener in one, Suze. Will we get an opener in both? What do you think about the rotation for Tuesday and Wednesday?
It's an opener probably Wednesday, and then it's Stripling who's got to probably be back in the mix to start. I would think he looked so good. I think they really like, especially with Wood and Manaea doing the bulk innings or featured thing or whatever we're calling it. And what the record now is like 16-5 in those games. So it's tough to argue, but I really like that they gave Stripling a real start and set him loose, and he looked good. Maybe I'm a little too traditional in that respect. It is hard to argue with the success that they've had with openers. I just kind of feel like at some point maybe you go to that well a little bit too often, and people are starting to talk about what happens in a playoff series. I think that's a valid question.
Susan, great stuff as always. Thank you so much for the insight. Enjoy Anaheim. Maybe make a stop at Disneyland. No. Probably not. That's a madhouse.
The world's happiest place? Happiest place on earth?
Yeah, not in, what month are we in? Nope, not this
exactly.
month.
Thanks as always. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, kid.
All right.
Good timing, huh?
Just keep it right here.
Let's keep it right here. We got to run
Boys,
CMC
Christian
here.
McCaffrey is here, so we're going to keep it right here. We're going to flip from Giants to 49ers very quickly. Christian McCaffrey joins us, courtesy of the Uma Guest Liners. We're live from 49ers.
We got video you on TV right now. How are they doing this? You got his mic up?
We get a little help here.
It's all right.
Let's see what one we're
We got to go Oscar, and turn your mic up.
Let's get him going there. I think that's the one. Test.
Where's Walter when we need him?
Yeah, where did he go?
What's up, man? We got you? No, we don't have a mic on.
No. Here, hang on. I'll just turn on all these.
We've been waiting all day for you to come in, and we can't hear him talk. There, I think I hear it now.
There we go. Got it.
There we go.
All right, we got it.
Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, David Shaw's here today. Did you see him walking off the field?
I did not see him. No one told me he was going to be here.
He was on NFL
TV
Network.
star.
Yeah, he's hanging out.
TV star.
Hanging out on NFL Network. How's things going so far?
It's going well. Yeah, it's going well. Dog days, man. It's going well. Yeah, definitely.
You getting ready for Vegas? It's hot here, but it's going to be 100 there.
No, I know. Yeah, we're all gearing up for the heat.
Yeah.
So I went out and watched just a couple of sessions. There was one play I want to ask you about where you guys are in the low red zone. Danny Gray dropped a little speed out going to the left from the 3-yard line, and then you motion pre-snap and you line up outside the formation as a receiver, not inside the slot. T. Gipp comes down right away, picks you up. I think he's offsides on the play. And then I think he may have held you on your double move. But then you made a nice block to get Brock to that right front pylon. So take me through all of it, because that's the skill set of you being able to motion that way and not go inside, but go as an outside wide receiver.
Yeah, I think, the first thing is just understanding the offense and everything that Kyle's trying to accomplish on each play. And then after that, Bobby T always talks about just playing ball and being a football player. So when you see a quarterback scrambling out and he's got, intentions to run, some of those blocks end up being touchdown blocks. So that's just, it's running the play, it's doing what the play asks, but then, trying your best to get your teammate in the end zone.
Christian McCaffrey joining us live from Camp Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. So just tell us the difference when you come in the middle of last year and you get thrown in the KC game and now you get a full camp to digest this full offense. Just tell us how much better it is, how much easier it is, what it's like.
Yeah, it's much better. OTAs were great just to really understand the concepts and really not just learn the running back position, but the whole offense and understand timing with what the quarterback sees and what Kyle sees and getting timing right with the O-line and juice and the tight end. So coming into camp, you're not playing catch-up. So it's been great to be able to kind of not just learn the offense, but master it.
And you were out here every day for OTAs. Your work ethic is insane. Seeing David Shaw, and I'm thinking of when you were back on the farm, and it was a lot of power to me, right, in the run scheme. So I think last year a little bit with McAdoo and Carolina, you got into the outside zone. But how much of the outside zone, the signature Shanahan stretch run, had you been in your career?
Well, I think every offense has it, but I don't know if every offense has it as sophisticated as Kyle coaches it up. And I feel like a football nerd every time I'm in those meetings and just really grasping exactly how well he understands not just how to run the play offensively but defensively, and why setting the edge is so important, why running to the ball is so important. And so you start to understand what defenses are being taught and what the play is trying to accomplish. And so every step matters. It's not just running the ball and looking with your eyes. There's an aiming point. There's vision that comes with it. There's setting your blocks. There's so many different cues that are on each and every run play, and some of them are a little bit different than others. So it's just been great to be able to, not just learn but rep exactly all the different plays that we're trying to get, and then having the different pass plays off of it. So it's been a lot of fun.
Let's go back a little bit to last year, just because, you burst on the scene, you go in that Rams game and you score every possible way that you can score, which was just absolutely ridiculous. But now that you're kind of around everybody all the time and you see all these different guys, because when you first came on, and you know this better than we do, this gravitational pull that you would have for all these defenders, and you made it so much easier for everybody else. So now that you're here and he can incorporate all those things in, how nice is it to kind of work with all this offensive talent?
Yeah, it's great. I feel the exact same way. It's fun when you got a guy like, George Kittle and Debo and Ayuk and Juwan, and you got a fullback who can play any position on the field. And then you got a quarterback who, multiple quarterbacks who can dial the ball wherever it needs to be. So for me, it's all about just doing my job and let the game play out as it's supposed to. Sometimes I'll be doubled, George will be open, Debo will be open. Sometimes you're going to double Ayuk, and then some of us get some one-on-one. So it's all about matchups, winning your one-on-one, communicating, and being where you're supposed to be.
What's great about this offense is you have the best route running back on offense, and then you got the best running back / wide receiver in Debo Samuel, and you guys are interchangeable. So last Friday we had your dad on the show, and obviously an accomplished wide receiver, with collegiately in the 3 Super Bowl rings with the 49ers and then the 2 in Denver. And we were talking about your ability to run routes, and I said it's partly because you were a wide receiver, Ed, that you taught your dad, your son, how to run routes. Was your ability to run routes as a running back is special. The history of the league, it's a handful of guys that can do it. Was it partly, Christian, because your dad was an NFL wide receiver?
Yeah, I think growing up, just being in the backyard, we were always getting taught coaching points, and I think some of it we didn't even realize we were being taught. But steps, body position, body lean, understanding, route trees and timing and spacing, and even just watching his highlights and watching guys like him and Rod Smith growing up who were technicians when it came to route running. Definitely, I think we were groomed in a way to play football, whether it be running back or receiver, whatever it was. So I also think just playing multiple sports growing up and being able to, put your body in different positions. And even in high school, I played safety, I played receiver, I played running back. I was kind of all over the field. And I always like to look at myself just as, an athlete, a matchup guy, so, a football player, somebody who, I don't want to put a label on myself just because I think there's many times where, you put Debo in the backfield, and he's, special. But I got to be able to go out there and, do a little bit of what he does as well. So for me, it's just about being a complete football player, being able to pass protect, being a run inside zone, outside zone, gap schemes, and then being able to, perfect my route tree. But I definitely credit it a lot to my dad and my older brother.
Christian McCaffrey's joining us. Maybe this is more of a media thing than with you, but to just coming from Stanford, and your dad played for the Niners, and Mike Shanahan's connection to Kyle Shanahan, and your connection with the McCaffreys, and you're all in Denver and everything. Just how cool is that dynamic that now you're playing for the 49ers and you kind of have all this lineage?
Yeah, it's really cool. I think it's special because I feel like, even having a lot of the guys on the coaching staff that my dad played with that I knew growing up, and it does feel like a little bit of a home. But when I go in the building, it's very professional. You kind of got to put that to the side and be the best player you can be, because at the end of the day, this is a business, and it's my job to just perfect my play and be the best player I can be and help the team win. So, but it's definitely it adds a bit of a home feeling.
Sam Darnold, you guys were teammates in Carolina, and after you got traded here, he took off. Those last 6 games, he began to ball out. It got him close to a playoff spot. Tell us, we obviously know Trey, we know Brock, we're learning Brandon Allen. What should we know about Sam Darnold, Christian?
Oh, man, Sam's great. He's poised, he's under control, he's very coachable. He's a guy that's very fun to play with. He can make any throw. We were joking, I don't know if it was last year or the year before that, he was leading the league in rushing touchdowns through like 5 games too. So
he was.
He can run the ball. He's just a special player and a great teammate to have. He's a great locker room guy. He's a guy who's going to perfect his role, whatever it may be, and always compete and always get better.
How about just at camp so far, when you're going against this defense and your offense and you're both really, really good? What has that all been like?
It's been awesome, man. I mean, our defense is amazing. So much fun to go against, and it's a constant competition. There's some good plays, there's some bad plays, but they're going to bring it, and they make us better, so it's fun to go against.
Go get a shower, man.
Yeah,
nice seeing you.
Thanks, man.
First time he's ever been on KNBR?
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, guys.
Even at Stanford, you weren't on KNBR?
No.
You know how
Stanford
good this guy was?
They wouldn't
do it?
No.
Andrew Luck ever on? Was he ever on?
No, and not Andrew, no way. That's Christian McCaffrey joining us. Very cool to get Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, I love Stanford, but they just, Andrew Luck didn't come on much. We might have had McCaffrey on once at Stanford. I think I can remember that, but not as a 49er, so it's very cool, man. Very cool. He's very professional. He's very businesslike.
Christian?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a hard worker.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean,
he's Bosa on offense.
Yeah.
Second-generation player. Dad was good player, not great. Mom an athlete, grew up around brothers and everybody.
I was
and
going to ask him about mom.
Yeah, she's nuts.
Called him a college dropout.
Did he actually get his degree from Stanford? We should ask him.
College dropout. That's what Mom said last year.
Come
said
on.
he was a college dropout.
That's the only thing he drops. He never drops a pass.
You know what we should have asked him was that punt return he had at Stanford. The one where David Shaw was like, no. And they took it all the way back, like 95 yards or something.
So I was standing next to him when we were, punt return, and I'm seeing Ronnie Bell bobble the ball, and I'm thinking, Christian, you ever go back there and take a punt in a big situation? I think it would be more Ayuk.
Yeah.
And then in a big kickoff return situation, it's Debo.
Yeah.
That they put back there.
I mean, he could do it. He did it at Stanford. It's just that,
Oh, he's great.
We talk about it all the time, exposing guys to unnecessarily hits or whatever the case may be. But, he's incredible. All right, we'll catch up on things because we just went Susan Slusser straight to Christian McCaffrey. If you missed any of Christian McCaffrey, we'll post it for you soon at KNBR.com. Still Kyle Juszczyk to come and Javon Hargrave in the 1 o'clock hour. We're live at Niners training camp on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Where have you been? You missed Christian McCaffrey. He just joined us. His first appearance on KNBR. He just joined us. Papa and Lund today live from training camp, brought to you by the Fortinet Championship. Returns to the Silverado Resort in Napa. The Fortinet Championship, September 14th through the 17th. For tickets, go to fortinetchampionship.com.
Get the burger dog when you're up there.
That's so good.
So good.
We were talking about that last night.
So
even though we were eating so much. All right, we'll talk to you more about Christian McCaffrey, some of the things he said, and then in the 1 o'clock hour, Juice is going to join us. Are you going to do the Juice is going to join us, and we'll go to the defensive side. Javon Hargrave is going to join us. So
the grave digger.
That's going to be awesome. Like him. He's been on with us before. He's a good dude. So we'll do all that in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants set down Casey Schmidt to find out why, more, and when he might be back. Check out that story trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, it's much better. OTAs were great just to really understand the concepts and really not just learn the running back position, but the whole offense and understand timing with what the quarterback sees and what Kyle sees and getting timing right with the O-line and juice and the tight end. So coming into camp, you're not playing catch up. So it's been great to be able to kind of not just learn the offense, but master it.
That's Christian McCaffrey. He was just on with us live from training camp, Pop and Lundy on the Sports Center. If you missed it, we will post it for you on KNBR.com. It's very dreamy. He was wearing the cut-off sleeves.
Dreamy, you said?
I'm not going to say, like, when we used to have Jimmy on, he would walk in, and I don't know how to describe it, but he would be like, Italian tan, and he would walk in, and he looked like he just...
Olive oil skin.
Yeah, olive oil skin, and his hair looked perfect, and it was like he just had like a 3-hour training camp practice. And you're like, are you kidding me? And I would literally, because we have the cameras, you can check us out on YouTube and Twitch. So when players come in, you can see not only can you hear the audio, but you can see it. And thank God we didn't do it live before. We just used to post it later. And I would literally get up, take my chair, and move to the other side because I didn't want to be in the shot with Jimmy.
Don't scorn me.
So, I had no choice. And Christian, they make us sit close, you and I, which I very much like.
Okay, John.
But but I wouldn't say that. But his thing coming in was he wasn't that big. Hey, dude, he's got the guns on the guns now.
Oh, he's caught.
Yeah, he's definitely caught.
I mean, who said he wasn't that big?
When he came in, just a lot of people didn't.
When he came into the NFL?
Yeah, just right when
he's
he first
over
came
200
in.
pounds. He's 5'11".
Yeah, he's gotten a lot bigger.
How big was Walter Payton or Emmitt Smith?
Yeah.
Or the thing about him, and we were talking about his dad and him being having wide receiver ability to play running back, and his dad said, a lot of the people in the league wanted them to be a slot receiver. I remember having him on, his dad, Ed McCaffrey, before he was drafted. So it was the spring of 2017. And, some of the games that he had 461 yards of total offense in the Pac-12 title game. The Rose Bowl that he had, and then he shut it down at the end. Remember, he didn't play in the bowl game because he and his dad were preparing for the draft. But I was going on, and I thought Christian was going to be the next Brandon Stokely, Wes Welker, Julian Edelman, great slot receiver, and Ed cut me off, remember, and said, Greg, my son does play running back, right? So the thing about him is how good of a running back he is. And he came into the NFL right away and put up pretty good numbers, but, the 1,000 year, and he, he's had some big rushing years. He's a far better running back than I thought he was.
Yeah.
I knew he was a special, like when they motion him out, there isn't anybody, even a cornerback. It's hard for Charvarius Ward to cover him. That's why when the play I was talking about today in practice, they motioned him outside the formation, not in the slot. Tashawn Gibson had to come down and cover him. Now, Tashawn's a good player, but he has a hard time covering. He wears that 31. He looks like Dante Whitner.
He's big.
Dante could not cover. Big. You get into a matchup where you have a box safety, or Tashawn's more of a free safety, but he's a hitter. He's just not. But I think who's the best cornerback in football? Patrick Surtain,
probably
in Denver. There's some good young ones. They can't. It's hard to cover him. And then,
Sauce.
But we knew we haven't seen Sauce yet. Surtain's the real deal. We saw him last year, and he's coming in for a preseason game week 2. But it's McCaffrey's ability as a route runner is just special as a back. It's wide receiver like, but his ability as a running back. Way better than I thought. And I got to go back to you when we were talking leading up to the trade deadline. I remember that we saw Saquon Barkley play a Monday night game early in the year, and I started talking about, Kyle and Mike Shanahan in Denver. Remember, it was, Olandis Gary and Mike Anderson and whoever it was. He just flipped running backs and got 1,000 yards. But when he got Terrell Davis, and Davis wasn't, the 8th overall pick like McCaffrey, he was a 6th-round pick, but he was special. And when you got a running back like that in that system, what happened? They won the Super Bowl back-to-back years, and he's doing the mile-high salute. So I was thinking, what if you gave Kyle, and it's not the undrafted, it's not the Breidas and the Mosterts and the Jeff Wilson Jr.'s. It's someone like Saquon Barkley, who I thought the Giants are not. For some reason, they don't love this guy, and he's going to move on. Now, they had a great year, and they kept him, but at some point he may have to move on. But you brought up Christian, and I just, to give up, the 49ers gave up a second, a third, and a fourth this past year, and a fifth next year. All that draft pick capital to get him, and he is the highest paid running back in football. Carolina did redo his deal last year, John, and then the 49ers redid it again before the draft. But where everybody else in the league is devaluing the running back position, the 49ers are quadrupling down. They sent 4 draft picks to get him, and he's the highest paid player. But it's like what we're talking about. He's not just a running back.
Exactly.
And those other guys, Saquon catches more of the check down.
Right.
Bijan Robinson, I want to see if that guy can run routes. But Saquon's he can catch the ball, but he does not run routes like Christian McCaffrey.
We were talking to Kurt Warner. I mean, I'm not saying that Christian's Marshall Faulk, but he's as close as you can get in today's NFL. And so there's a big difference between a multi-dimensional use guy like Deebo Samuel's a wide receiver and a running back. Christian McCaffrey's a running back and a wide receiver. I mean, these guys can play interchangeable positions and put a ton of pressure on your defense. And we saw it right away. We were talking to him about the Rams game. I mean, when he would come out of the backfield, you'd have a corner come up, you'd have a safety come over, you'd have a linebacker move over. So all of a sudden, here's that gap for George Kittle where George Kittle was getting doubled. Those eyes all went to McCaffrey.
Well, go to the Hollywood play in Seattle.
Right, exactly.
They had Ray go in motion one direction, but it was McCaffrey. They knew they could get in there, and their inside linebackers were not very good in Seattle. They've upgraded big time in the offseason, bringing Bobby back and bringing Bush in. But and the other guy, Jordan Brooks, is going to come back from injury at some point. But they knew that they could suck those guys out of the middle. And McCaffrey just going in pre-snap motion horizontally, opened it, Ray one side, Christian the other side. But the game against the Rams, and he threw one, he ran one, but the one that he caught from Jimmy, because that was a scramble drill. And then when he went up high, it wasn't the back of the end zone, but it was to the side of the end zone in the middle, it looked like Cooper Kupp. Him going up and just taking a ball away. And, Kupp's an elite route runner. I'm not sure McCaffrey's on that level, but he's pretty damn close, John. And just the whole package there as an offensive weapon. And then, he is the best running back in football today. And I think he's on a short list of anybody in history. And then you got Deebo, who's really a running back playing wide receiver. And for Kyle to be able to shift it, I love it when they're in the backfield together and you got the quarterback and the gun and one on each side, but you motion them out. Sometimes it starts with McCaffrey to the side in the gun and Deebo, up on the line. Then they just motion out of it. Deebo comes and takes McCaffrey's spot and McCaffrey goes in motion. So it's you know what it is? It's the perfect extreme elite offensive weaponry at the skill position. And then the scheme of Kyle Shanahan. They averaged 33.6 points a game last year when Brock went in the lineup. And right around the same numbers when Jimmy was still quarterback and McCaffrey was in the lineup. Can this team average, 4 touchdowns a game and a couple of field goals and get to 34? And then the defense is not going to give up more than 14, John. I mean, that's what we're looking at. 34-14 Niners drive home safely.
Yeah, look, as long as they can stay healthy, I don't see why not. I mean, you're going to have, Deebo usually miss a couple of games because he plays so hard. McCaffrey has to. I mean, but that's where you're talking about the running backs and the depth. Now, they're not going to give you Christian McCaffrey, but if Mitchell can stay healthy and play key, if this is real with what Ty Davis-Price is doing, Jordan Mason's a north-south runner. I mean, if you can keep these guys healthy, then I think you can be fine. Plus, they might finally have some depth at the tight end position because Georgia's missed some games, so maybe they got something like that going on. A couple of quick things from Kyle Shanahan in the press conference. He said that the plan right now is for Brock Purdy to play both days versus the Raiders.
To practice? Thursday and Friday.
But he said probably not going to play in the game. He said it's possible he changes his mind, but that's the loose plan right now. He was asked directly. He says, quote, "I doubt Brock plays." So that's not a surprise. That's how things are going to go.
And the way they, the structure, the timing of it. So he practiced last week on Thursday, Friday, took Saturday off. The whole team was off Sunday. They work today and tomorrow. Then they fly to Las Vegas right after. And then they're off. Wednesday's a complete off day. So the whole thing will work perfectly to to be able to get him on the field for those joint practices Thursday and Friday. I think this team, we'll ask Kyle Juszczyk here, I think they're ready to scrimmage against another team here and kind of break camp and go down to Vegas.
What's going on?
What's happening, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing great, man.
You agree with what I said? Time to go hit another team, another colors? You guys getting tired of hitting each other?
100,000%. Man. Yeah, I can't remember who I was talking to 2 days ago, but I feel ready to go. I'm ready to play.
Yeah.
I'm ready to cut it loose. So honestly, I'm excited to go to Vegas and hit somebody else.
Yeah. You're an old man. You're the third oldest guy on the team.
Third.
T-Gap.
I know. I had to
and you and I were talking the other day. So there were a couple that are older than you. But have you had a vet day yet?
I've not had a vet day in my career.
Your entire career? You've never had a vet day in training camp?
Like you could take your place.
Coletto. Jack Coletto.
I know.
A little bit.
Yeah, honestly, I try not to think about it because it'd be really easy to just to get upset and get my feelings about it, and then it just ruins practice. So I've just been trying to stay super positive, just excited to go out there and compete. And honestly, this has been the most enjoyable training camp I've been a part of. And I don't know exactly why that is, but something about it has just been fun. And we just have such an awesome group to work with, and everybody works hard. Never do we have to worry about hey, we got to get this guy to work harder. That's never an issue. So it's just we're really down to a point where I feel we're just refining. It's not. There's not a lot of question marks with guys. It's just all right, how can we get just a little bit better?
Right. Well, I would imagine that maybe it would be this way anyway, but the way last season ended, just the motivation that you would already have. Maybe you would already have this motivation, but does that play into it at all?
It's hard to know what because you can't experience both.
Right.
But yeah, no, I'd just say that there's no lack of motivation whatsoever.
Well, I think I know what it is. You're a perennial Pro Bowler. Do you feel when you break the huddle and McCaffrey's there with you, and then you got inline George Kittle, and then you got Deebo Samuel, third and Juwan, Brandon Ayuk is about ready to take off.
Yeah.
This left tackle's not bad, but you're actually playing tackle football, or at least practicing. It's not like the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Do you feel when you're in the huddle and you're looking around and you're wow, we are loaded?
100%. And especially it's almost every game, but especially that first game when you walk up to the line of scrimmage or you jog up to the line of scrimmage, and I get in whatever formation I'm in and I look at who's next to me. That really does go through my mind. It really does. I'm wow, this is a squad, and it motivates you, and it's all right, let's go kick ass on this play because we got the guys to do it.
Is it fun for you too? Because you tend to get lost. We'll see, and all of a sudden there's you running down the sideline going, the defense forgot about 44. And now you have so much, you even have more talent than that. I mean, sometimes are you out there going, hey, I'm wide open here. Do people forget about you?
I mean, yeah, but I understand why. It makes sense. I understand. We are surrounded with, or we are just full of weapons. And if I'm a defensive coordinator, the fullback's not my number one threat. That's not my biggest concern. I'm a little more concerned with Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. Like we just listed off. Yeah, I'm more concerned with those guys. So, I'm hopeful that it does lead to a more just wide open looks for me and that kind of stuff where I get kind of lost in the shuffle.
Christian just sat down with us and visited, and we knew he was good. I didn't know he was this good. And then as a running back, obviously as a route running back, he can run any route like a wide receiver as a running back. But speak to him, and he ran, most of David Shaw's here today from Stanford. When I think of, David, it's pulling guards and running power. And Christian mainly in his career ran a little power, but he had to learn the outside zone, and obviously it's all based on steps and landmarks. Just speak to him in his ability as a running back, and then specifically, majoring now in the inside zone.
Yeah, there's nothing on a football field that Christian can't do. I really genuinely believe that, and he's such a quick learner. Like you said, learning the outside zone and how to run that. He has to be told one time, and it feels like he's got it. And same thing when it comes to running intricate wide receiver routes, not just a slant, not just a flat from the slot, not just these easy routes. He can run intricate routes that are certain steps and timing and understanding leverage and coverage, and he'll be told what to do one time, and he'll go out there and he'll do it. And it's so impressive to see, and it pushes me, honestly. Like, I see how well he's able to just like absorb this knowledge and go over there and translate it to the field, and it's just like, man, we have no excuse. Like, if I just seen how he does it, like, it's not impossible to just get it on the first try. Like, it can be
He's
done.
a Stanford guy, you know.
Yeah.
You do know that, Chase, right?
He's a pretty smart guy.
Yeah, smart guy. Smart guy.
Talking to the Harvard guy about the Stanford guy.
Speaking of which, you know what we were thinking about? You know, in Stanford and Cal, they're kind of left alone now that the Pac-12 is disintegrating.
Come on over
the Ivy League.
Yeah, right.
Could you do that? Would they do that?
No scholarships.
No scholarships.
Yeah.
So what do you do there?
Scholarships make it
Can
tough,
Stanford
for
and Cal
sure.
go to the Ivy League? Would you guys accept them?
I would welcome them with open arms, man. I don't know, the Ivy League's a little stuck up, though. I'm not gonna lie.
College football is crazy right now, man. It's nuts what's going on.
Yeah.
Just in regards, we'd be not doing our job if we didn't ask you about the quarterbacks. But rather than specifics, just it's a talented quarterback room. What has it been like to be with all these guys? I think they've all done really well. I really do. I just feel like, as a whole, the quarterback play has been very good. And I honestly, like, we don't. It's kind of hard to keep track of, like, you know, who's in with the twos, who's in with the threes. Like, it all kind of gets shuffled around, even with the ones, because, you know, Brock's kind of on the schedule that he's not out there every day. So it's easiest to not even try to, like, focus on that and just, you know, go out there and do your job. But I really will say, like, it just feels like it's been high quarterback level, whoever's in there.
All right, so one more practice here tomorrow, and you fly to Vegas, take Wednesday off. Do you have a game plan yet for how Thursday and Friday is going to work? A little back-on-backers for you? What are you looking forward to in this scrimmage?
Looking forward to just hitting another team. Looking forward to doing one-on-ones against, you know, not our guys, and them not knowing exactly what route we're running every time.
Yeah, Fred Warner's smart, isn't he?
Yeah, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's nice. And I don't think people understand that a lot of times. In fact, I think we've talked to you about this in previous camps where, you know, everyone nowadays, for the clicks and everything, they want to throw out, you know, camp stats, which I'm not a huge fan of, but,
right.
You know, camp stats and all these different things. But there's so many things that goes into it. It's not like a regular play where it's like, well, like you said, Warner's jumping this play.
Right, he's seen it 1,000 times, and we're not game planning for practices. Like, we're still, like, the way camp is run, like, there are installs, and it doesn't matter what the defense is running that day. We have certain plays we're running, and you don't do that in games. That's just just not how it works. So to go on these camp stats, it's just kind of crazy.
No. I don't see any numbers for the fullback, though.
I know, right?
Is fullback 4 still in the playbook? Or
It still is. It still is.
They run it one time at all, the dive? We love that play.
You know what?
Not in camp.
I got it in. No, I didn't even get it in the walkthrough. We installed it, but it hasn't come up in practice yet.
Tell me about the other running backs. We know Elijah. We talked about Christian. TDP looks like a whole different guy now in his second year, doesn't he?
Totally different guy. He's grown up so much, and I'm so proud of him because he truly is. He's a different guy on and off the field. He's just become such a professional in the way he attacks the day and how he's prepared properly for practice every day, and he has a good understanding of why we do things, and not just being a robot and knowing, okay, on this play I got to do this, but he understands why, and he's answering questions in meetings and all that kind of stuff. So, man, I think he's going to be such a great addition to this backfield because he kind of has a different style than everybody kind of has different styles, but he definitely brings like an elite explosiveness, a power, a speed. And he's very talented, and I think he can help us a lot.
Yeah, and explain something, just because not necessarily that Kyle's backs get injured, but it's a one cut and then get up the field kind of thing, which can lend itself to that. So Mitchell's been hurt a little bit. The organization as a whole goes in. I mean, the last couple of years, you're getting third-round running backs. I mean, you've got to have a lot of depth on this team. So explain why it is just so difficult in this system.
Well, I mean, things can just happen so quickly. You know, once one guy goes down, now everyone has to make up for those reps in practice, and now everybody's shouldering a bigger load. Then another guy goes down, and it just like compounds. So to be able to have a full stable of guys is huge because it's a long season, and we run the ball a lot, and we are a very physical team. And we're not teaching our backs to get down and mitigate blows. Like we're trying to get every single yard we can on every carry. So you need those guys in case those injuries do come up.
All right, brother. Good to see you, man.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
Great talking with you guys.
Great season, man. Be healthy.
Thanks, guys.
I can go for a while.
That's cool, man.
I can go for a while.
You can.
I can go for a
Absolutely.
while.
Kyle Juszczyk hanging out with us. It's great. We've had.
Should I run that call when we score a touchdown with Tim?
Yeah.
Touchdown, Jude.
That's good. Yeah, you guys got to do that. Yeah, there you go.
I'm
man.
always so surprised when he gets the ball. I'm like shocked.
That's
they gave the ball to the fullback.
Like on those, the 4th and 1.
Fullback force.
Yeah,
fullback force. That's the dive play.
That's what they got to do. So, he was just talking about camp stats, and I'm glad that he did because.
What do you got today?
Well, I do remember a couple years ago I asked him that very same question, and so right in the middle of it, I was like, I already asked him this, but. So Mayoko's got it like this, and this is just the 11-on-11 stuff. This is interesting. Brock with 37 reps today, which is, I think, really interesting. 37 of the reps, 9 of 18 in interception. Trey had 16 reps, 3 of 7 interception. Darnold had 16 reps. So they split them exactly between Trey and Brock with 16 reps each, and then Brandon Howell had 6, and he went 2 of 3. So Brock getting 37, and the other two combined 32. But that's
so. Was today a heavy day? And usually because they were off yesterday, when they come back, they, all the analytics and everything they wear, and they wear these catapults. Yeah. They actually sewn in their jerseys. They monitor everything. There was a real concern the last several years that whenever they took time off, and then came back from a break, somebody would get hurt. Remember, Jimmy Ward hurt the hamstring.
Oh, yeah.
We played the Packers on that Friday night off Saturday, came back for a practice on Sunday. The last rep of the practice, Jimmy Ward pulls a hamstring. Labor Day Monday. Remember, they're off all weekend. They come back. Right before the season started last year, George Kittle got hurt. So it seems like today was a heavier day than usual, but the way the analytics show and the performance staff breaks it down, when they come back the first day off after having a day off, they kind of have a slow build-up. But it sounds like they had a lot of reps today.
Yeah, 37 for Brock. That's a lot. And then, again, 16 each for the backup guys. And, again, if you missed it a little bit earlier, and it was great having we've had Kyle Juszczyk on so far and Christian McCaffrey, and we're going to have Javon Hargrave at some point this hour as well. But if you missed it a little bit earlier, Brock's going to do the sessions that you're going to be watching later this week. Not going to play in the preseason game itself.
So the word is Trey struggled today?
Yes, that's what I have read so far. That's what
I only saw the one when he was rolling to his left. He tried to fit one in, and Parker broke it up, and he didn't get the ball out on time. As he was rolling to his left in the low red zone, he held the ball and had to run for it a little bit. But again, there's so many components on. It's not all the quarterback play. There are other players on the field that make the play work or not work as well.
Yeah. And again, like Kyle Juszczyk just said, I mean, they make it tougher because these are the plays they're going to run. A lot of times the defense will know some of the things that they're going to run, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. Again, when you see the Raiders later this week, then we'll be able to kind of see. And it's interesting whether it's true or not. I'll believe it when I see it. They're saying that the defensive backs and the defense are playing well for the Raiders. That's been a long time.
That's against the Raider offense.
Are you taking a shot at Jimmy?
No, I'm not saying anything.
And then the other big story, obviously, and Kyle addressed this. He was asked about Nick Bosa. He said he doesn't ask John Lynch for updates, but he said he's confident that he's going to be in camp and on Bosa's preparation. So they're still working on that. All right, hopefully Javon Hargrave. So we talked all about the offense, had a couple of backs on the show. Javon Hargrave, how he is acclimating to being a 49er. We'll get into that here in just a few minutes next. We're live from training camp on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Krukow, he joined Murphy Mack this morning to discuss the Giants' disappointing weekend against the A's. That podcast and more are trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, John Lund here for the Dolan Law Firm. My friends at the Dolan Law Firm, and we do remember last winter it was very tough with the heavy rains, dangerous driving conditions, and unfortunately our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. Now, the bad weather wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. We all saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. And the Dolan Law Firm's Employment Practices Group also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, sexual harassment cases. But now that the bad weather is turned into great summer weather, of course, we're almost in the fall. Jeez. Dolan Law Firm, they want to remind everybody to please be aware that good weather brings out pedestrians and motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, and children playing. So let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And for you employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over $1 billion. I said $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And they're headquartered right here in the Bay Area. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Johnson takes the snap. Pressure steps up in the pocket. Throws the ball on the ground as he got wrapped up by Javon Hargrave. As he threw the ball over the middle to Kittle, he was able to avoid the sack. I'm going to say he was sacked on that play.
And I think he was. I think his right knee was down before that ball came out. And it was Hargrave that got him down. 12th sack of the year. He is a handful for any left guard in pro football.
There you go. You and Tim with a call there. Javon Hargrave, but we forgive him for that because then he came to went from the dark side to the good side, that kind of stuff. But Javon Hargrave joins us fresh off the field. We're live from training camp. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader. So right when you signed, we had John that day, and we had a lot of fun with you. But now that you're kind of acclimated, and it's been a little while, how are things going?
No, it's going good. Loving my teammates and just in the grind right now. And we in the grind part of camp, so it's just stacking days, getting the best out of it.
Right.
When you were in Philly, you had some legendary D-line coaches, but the young guy here, Chris Kasarik, is pretty well known. So you knew his reputation before you got here. He was instrumental in luring you here. Now, being on the practice field with this madman, Javon, what's it like?
I mean, he's just very passionate what he do. It's really him. You just know he wants the best out of you. So it's just a lot of respect from the players and me of just trying to give the best every day and keep stacking these days.
So tell us about the process in terms of, okay, you're going to be a free agent. Did the 49ers call it like midnight? I mean, how exactly did the process happen that you would go from Philadelphia to the team that you were playing in the NFC Championship game?
I knew it was a little interest before, but I think that day that's when they kind of called me, and I had some of the players talking to some of the players beforehand, and I mean, like I told them, it was kind of an easy pick when you just think going to free agency and you got a winning team trying to pay you, so it was kind of easy and an easy fit.
Well, you were dominant. Well, last year, obviously, nobody collapsed the pocket better than you did from the interior. But the line they have around here, GTFO, get the F off. In the scheme, and just watching you guys, work it prior to practice, is it different than Philadelphia, where everything about this is just one gapping and shooting and getting off the ball? Did you guys do that in Philly, or was it more two gapping at times? How do you compare, just the style of your front now?
Yeah, it was more two gapping in Philly. We played a lot of 3-4, so it was a lot of 4-eye and three technique, but it wasn't get off. It was more stay in your gap and stuff like that.
So what are you now, mainly 3 tech?
No, I play a little 3 and 2-eye, but it's more of a 4 down front, so it's not a 4-eye and stuff like that. And being on tackle is more me being on guard or centers the most of the time.
Javon Hargrave joined us. So can you tell in camp, I know you've had pads on for a little bit, but in terms of gelling and kind of you've got to have a little bit of continuity, you're going through that process. Can you tell what you're going to be like, or is it just far too early and you haven't hit enough or had pads on long enough for that?
No, I love it. I love our group. It's a lot of talent on the defensive line, so it's just me just being better with my technique and getting used to this style that they play.
Mm-hmm. So both of your former teams are on the schedule. We'll get to Philadelphia later, but going to Pittsburgh. That was your original team coming into the NFL, Javon. What are your thoughts about the opener in Pittsburgh?
Oh, it's exciting. It's just I know. I just want to say, God, just be knowing what he be doing when he be blessing me. But I'm excited to go back to Pittsburgh. That was my first team, and it's gonna be good to try to get after them boys.
Well, man, I live there and work there, and I mean, not to say that 49ers fans aren't big time, but I mean, they live and die with the Steelers back there, man. And it's like, that's it. How, like you said, it's not Heinz Field anymore. I don't even know what it's called anymore. But,
yeah, I can't even pronounce the name of that insurance company.
But I mean, that's a fun place to play, isn't it?
Yes, it was a great place. It was a great start for me. I went back the COVID year, so I didn't really get to see the fans. But this really my first time going back truly. So I'm just excited to see.
How's the field there? And I think Pitt's college team is playing a game the day before on Saturday. How's that surface there, Javon?
Yeah, that's how it is in Philly too, with Temple playing on the team.
Right.
So the grass be good. They do good. It'd be good though. It don't be too bad. I don't think.
I remember we had you on right after you signed, as John said, and we asked you, when's the because we knew it was going to be an Eagle game. We didn't know when. And I think you said week 8, October. Now it's later in the year. December the 3rd. Have you got that one circled in red when you're going back to the link?
Yeah, I love playing my former teams. I love all my former teams.
You got them all on the schedule.
That's why I said I just think God just be blessing me, and I just I look forward. I look forward to all the games, but definitely I look forward to them games.
How about going against Jason Kelsey? Have you thought about that? You guys didn't practice.
I was about to say I went against him.
But now it's a game.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm just wait till we get there, but I'm definitely excited about them games.
You mentioned this, but I mean, if you sign with one team, it's one thing. But when you did sign here and it became public, did some of your boys text you like, "Hey, man, what are you doing?" I mean, how did that go?
They definitely hit me up.
Man,
ain't nobody see that one coming.
Yeah, right.
Nobody really seen that one coming. So
we didn't. That was the first day, right? I mean, that was
an hour into it. Yeah. We're like, what?
Yeah, we were on the air.
Javon Hargrave?
We were on the air when that happened. And we didn't expect the 49ers to make a big splash of, the day one type splashes. All of a sudden your name came across. We're like, damn, that changes things.
I know. I think that's how everybody felt about it. Because, I mean, nobody really knew. But I was excited.
So you're going to be surrounded by Eric Armstead on one side and Nick Bosa. I guess Nick could flip the other side. And I know Nick's not here yet, but you kind of get a feel being in this front now what it's going to be like to be in between 97 and 91, Javon?
Yeah, it's exciting. Even with J.K.
Kinlaw,
and it's just a lot of talent in this room, and it's I think that's a big thing too. Just coming here, knowing you're gonna have a lot of guys to help you out. I've been blessed in the NFL to be with a lot talented defensive
you guys
line.
were loaded in Philly, huh?
So I ain't want to ever get away from that because I mean, playing in the league, it just all that talent helps you out.
So Nick was the most doubled lineman in football last year, but I think we doubled you in the championship game almost every snap. How many snaps were you doubled last year in Philly, and can they double both of you? They got enough guys?
I don't know. I know I got doubled pretty much, but it spread it out a lot because we had Fletch and Hassan and Sweat and just all them boys. So you had to pick your poison. And I think that's how it is here. It's just who you want to stop that game. That's how you're gonna do it. And hopefully it ain't me. So I just hope I get the one-on-ones.
Javon Hargrave joining us from camp. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Center. I know you guys got 70 last year. You guys were just unbelievable, all the double-digit sack guys. I know Nick hasn't come in yet, but you know what he brings to the table. How good can you guys be up front?
I mean, I think we just got to keep pushing it. It looked good on paper, but paper ain't going to, get us where we want to get. So it's just coming in here every day and being able to play together. And just everybody, doing their job and doing it at a high level. So we hope we shooting for the stars.
So one more practice tomorrow, then you fly to Vegas tomorrow afternoon, and then scrimmage off Wednesday, and then scrimmage the Raiders on Thursday and Friday. You looking forward to hitting somebody else?
Yes. Yes. I'm so happy. You just ready to see something new. Just see you go against other people. Where they don't know what you're doing. It's gonna be pretty fun to go out there and compete against them boys.
I know there was last week there was a little chippiness going, but does it get, like you just talked about, monotonous and tiring, and you got to kind of hold yourself back maybe because these are your teammates. You don't want to be fighting with your teammates, and I'm not saying you're going out to Las Vegas to fight anybody like that, but just like you said, to hit somebody else, to see something different because it's rep after rep after rep with the same guys.
Yeah, you just tired. We tired of each other sometimes. Yep. We seeing each other every day, so it's gonna be good to see somebody else. And they don't really know what we do, so it definitely get repetitive a little bit. That's why you got to keep pushing yourself to work on your technique and just keep pushing yourself to get better every day. But it's definitely good to see other people.
So you're mainly inside a tackle and Trent's outside, but we don't have Bosa versus Trent in training camp. Has there been a single rep where you've gone up against the guy who was arguably the best player in the whole league, Trent Williams?
It's more so him trying to scoop me or things like that, or play action pass. But we don't really see each other like that.
That would be fun, though, wouldn't it?
No, I don't like that.
You don't want to have to deal with him?
Nah. I'm gonna stay inside.
Yeah.
I think you'd be all right.
The young guys inside are doing well. Speak to the young guys you're seeing in there.
Yeah, it's just.
Well, Banks is out now, but Brendel was a veteran last year, played a lot, and then obviously, Burford played well at right guard last year.
Yeah, it's my first year, so I don't know where they was at last year, but you can see they keep getting better every day too, and just seeing them starting to make it harder for us and making us better.
Very cool. You all settled in? You ready to go?
Oh yeah.
You got a home down here now?
I do.
You living down here in the South Bay?
I'm moving. I ain't moved in yet, but I'm gonna get settled in a couple weeks.
That's nice. Then it'll feel real, and you can get.
Yeah, I can.
Going.
I can lay on my own bed and just.
What are you doing now? Like door dashing and everything, or what?
Shoot, we here to 7 o'clock.
Right on.
I ain't got no life right now,
so
no it's all good. We all in a hotel right now, so
very cool.
I ain't mad at it.
Yeah, they ain't bad. They got a nice cafeteria and everything. It's very nice. Hey, it's great to have you. Welcome again, and have a great season. Be healthy.
Thank you. Appreciate
you.
you.
The grave digger.
Yes,
there he is.
Thank you, man.
Javon Hargrave.
No problem.
Thanks, bro.
Yes,
good to see you. Javon Hargrave, nice to get some defensive guys in here, talk a little defense, and again, comes over from Philly off season. The big guy, first day. I remember you and I were on the air, man, and it was like, did I just see 49ers? Was that 49ers?
Was it about an hour into the legal tampering period?
That was crazy.
So we were going to have a fourth guy today, John. He was going to be literally number 4.
What happened?
But Jake Moody heard, is this the guy that dogged me on draft day? And went, ah!
No, that was Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
That was you and Dante Whitman.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I did.
So,
we'll get him at some point.
He said, is your partner here? And I said, no, he's not. Yeah, he is.
No,
so we're not going to have 4 guests today because number 4 heard you dogging him.
No way. I wanted to get him on, man. I've heard he's kicked well. I'm open to.
He missed 2 kicks in camp. And one was short from 63.
Both were game winners, right? No.
They're all game
I'm
winners.
all for it. I'm all for it. Let's see. And I've heard all good things in camp. And he's hitting, 60-some yarders, 63 yards?
63, short from 63, made a 60. But the ball, explodes off his foot. What a
Moody! No!
There you go.
Who was that guy?
That's the reason he's not joining us. He said, I'm not doing that.
And you warned me all day.
No.
All day.
No.
telling you, you're probably going to get a kicker. You're probably going to get a kicker.
No, I just talked philosophically. I didn't know when he was going to have
You
it.
knew.
I didn't know.
You knew at some
He
point.
could have gone. I knew they had to take one some
Yeah.
point in the day.
Yeah.
They didn't take one on day 2. It was going to be hard to get one on day 3 because they didn't have any picks.
All right, we'll recap everything. We had a great time with Christian McCaffrey and Juice and Javon Hargrave. So we will we'll get a recap of everything going on, and we've of course have some remnants for you before we get out of here at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund. We're live from 49ers training camp on the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You gone to John or Brog or anybody to just kind of get an idea where things are with Bosa?
No, definitely not.
How do you manage to just stay out of it?
Easily, just stay out of it. It's not much to ask. Nick,
Stressful at all for you?
no, not at all. I don't know because I don't know if Bosa's ever done a training camp, and he's done pretty good. And it's a little different when you're a D lineman. I mean, just how you always, everybody wants people here and you want to do that stuff, but it doesn't affect the team as much from a DN standpoint. I have as much confidence in Nick as any player I've ever been around in terms of how he prepares and everything, and I know they're going to get it right, both sides, and I'm excited for when I do see him.
All right, so Kyle's saying that he is right. When Nick was a rookie, he was coming off injuries at Ohio State, but then he had it was an ankle sprain early in camp. And you know what? I looked this up. It was on August 7th of his rookie year, so today, and he didn't play the rest of camp.
Right.
And then he was pretty good against Tampa Bay in his rookie year. He had a sack and some pressures. So I'm not saying it's great or optimal to not have him here, but he's done it before where he's basically come off the couch and been effective. So.
Well, I remember vividly that year because they shut him down, and then also D Ford had a PRP injection that camp of 2019. Neither one was on the field at all. The first time I saw him was the Wednesday practice before the opener in Tampa, and that's where the gold rush just came to me. And that's the old name of the pass rush going back to Cedric Hardman days. They didn't even count sacks then. I mean, Cedric Hardman really is the franchise's all-time sack leader. But in any event, when they had D Ford and Nick on the outside and DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead inside, I went, whoa, what a front. And then Nick came out right away. He did take part. I remember last year when the 49ers went down to Costa Mesa, his brother and he were on the field. Nick has not played in the preseason game since he's been here, and he would not play anyway. But he did take part in the joint practices. I remember last year in Egan. It was, Nick was a great player every year, but really when you saw him in training camp last year, you're like, whoa. It was obvious who the two best players on the field were when the 49ers scrimmaged the Vikings last year. It was Justin Jefferson, the Vikings wide receiver, and it was Nick. And it was just like Nick's completely unblockable no matter who they put out there. So, if he was here, the work against the Raider offensive lineman would be some value. He wouldn't play in the preseason game, is what Kyle's talking about. But I don't know when the exact thing, is. He's. I talked to Kasarik the other day on the practice field about it. I said, can you send him practice video? And he said on his iPad he can access anything. And I think they have the ability to actually see if they watch it back or not. But Nick's a hard worker. Whether or not he's here, this is probably the one position. I mean, if it was the wide receivers repping with the quarterbacks or McCaffrey, first year learning the outside zone and all the steps, you want him here. For Nick, really, he could show up almost the morning of the game. I mean, what if he signed the contract the morning of the Pittsburgh game, went out and played that day? I remember his brother Joey holding out his rookie year. His first game was against the Raiders. He had 2 sacks. And he also, I think he held out, and he may have had an ankle injury or something that year. But he came in and he was the best player on the field.
He was on Hard Knocks.
The very first
they
game.
had the Rams and Chargers, and he was on Hard Knocks when he was holding out. And Melvin Gordon was, or not Melvin Gordon, the linebacker, whose name is escaping me. But anyway, they both came in, and Joey came in, and then so he was in a little bit of camp. My only concern ever is he's in phenomenal shape, and how am I to speak about whether somebody's in shape or not? My God. But you just don't want him to get hurt, right? You see guys come back.
The soft tissue stuff.
Kind of stuff.
But and then, if he does, and today's day 10 of camp, so he has missed 10 practices. I don't know if the fine is $40,000 or $50,000, but they're not going to make him pay. As John Lynch said, we have the ability to forgive him. So whether it's $400,000 now or $500,000, he's not going to have to pay that back. But I was talking to Kasarik. The one thing you don't want to get into, and even early in the year, that first game is difficult because the starters don't play in the preseason. They used to play in the first game 1 quarter, second game 2 quarters, third game 3 quarters, and then play it all in the fourth. Well, the fourth game is gone now, and most teams, Sean McVay doesn't play any of his guys. And, Kyle's not going to play the starters. Kittle played a little bit last year, so I don't know where it would progress. But the point is, that first game is taxing on a D-line anyway. And the 49ers have opened in some hot weather. Tampa Bay was a hot weather opener. It's
really humid.
Where it's hot. In Philadelphia or Pittsburgh could be hot in Western PA early in the year. It's a 1:00 game there. Typically, going into that first game, you're going to have a lot of D linemen up anyway. You may have 10 up for the game, which is you don't usually do that. Maybe 9 on game day. But that first game, you have to sub them out because it's warm early in the year, even going to Western Pennsylvania. And then these guys don't play in the preseason, so they have to kind of play through that. If you compound that with Nick missing almost all of training camp, the one thing is, do you have to put him on a pitch count?
Yeah, you probably do.
Well, that's one play here or there could cost you a game.
That's what I think.
I mean, Nick is a different guy, and there's no question when he is off the field, the other team attacks the 49ers differently. Now, all of a sudden, I remember the jump ball to CeeDee Lamb last year to Demo Lenore. They ran that play when Nick was off the field. They weren't going to run that play when he was on the field because they wouldn't have time to let CD get down the field and go for the jump ball. So they run. They know when 97's out of the game, and now 97's out of the game, we have time to get the ball down the field. We can run more vertical stuff. So you hope he's not on a pitch count, but I think early in the year he would probably play 65% of the snaps or less ordinarily just to get himself ready for the season.
Well, and one of the things you were saying that one of the consistent themes through or differences in this camp than others is they're blitzing more. So if Nick's not on the field, you may have to take some more chances and you may have to blitz more guys because from what I've heard, tell me if I'm wrong here, it's not like there's been a consistent pass rush from other guys. Now Drake Jackson looks nice and Robert Beal is a good story and there's all these different guys, but nobody's Nick Bosa.
No, nobody's Nick Bosa. That's
it's great that they have these guys inside. And we just had
this guy collapses the pocket.
He's awesome. Now the rush may come from the inside, maybe not the outside, but they may have to blitz more, which means they have to take risks more. I mean, when you say, well, Nick will come in and there'll be no effect, what you just said is 100% true. He may have to be in a pitch count against Pittsburgh, which means maybe he's playing, 10 less snaps. Well, that's a big deal.
It's only August. It's 87 Day. It's Troy Clark Day. So the opener is not until September the 10th. So you got a full month. So, do we anticipate this being another holdout for 3 weeks more? When does the season start? I think it was 5 weeks from yesterday, right?
It's a month from
4 weeks from the Raider game.
Yeah, we're 4 weeks today from the Thursday, or no, not 4 weeks.
4 weeks from the Thursday night game.
Yeah.
For Lions at
right.
Kansas City.
Yeah,
on Thursday.
What, 3 days after
so
that?
when we go play the Raiders in Vegas on Sunday, it'll be 4 weeks to the opener.
Right.
Do you think it'll take another? If it takes 3 weeks, that's workable. To me, you want him back the week of the game. You want him here for Labor Day Monday, and then full go to practice on Wednesday. Before the Pittsburgh game.
Yep, absolutely. All right, there's the latest from Kyle Shanahan today, some of the things he said. We'll give you a wrap on everything, including who he had on today. Not only the players, but Susan Slusser gave us some great insight. Talked to Kurt Warner today. We got a couple other things we haven't hit, and we'll do that before the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us. Happy Monday. Hope you made it through fine. Remember, Pop and Lund, sponsored, I'm sure, proudly by Redwood Credit Union, starting their cash back in your everyday spending. With a Redwood Credit Union free checking account, no monthly fees, no minimum balance, your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started right now at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA. Great day today, man. Christian McCaffrey, first time on KNBR for Christian McCaffrey, which was awesome. Spoke with him, Kyle Juszczyk, and Javon Hargrave, who is such a nice guy.
He had a smile the entire time we were talking to him.
He's the nicest
He's
guy.
the nicest grave digger I've ever met.
And then he stands up, and he's like...
I didn't get into his lowers when he was here.
He's like 100 fire hydrants. Like, it's
He is
just
huge.
like, my
He's huge.
God.
He's huge.
Not tall, but just like...
Javon's got a big old butt. Oh, yeah? And his legs are like tree trunks, aren't they?
Seriously, if you lined up against him like as just an average person, and you went, "Hut!"
Well, hopefully that wouldn't happen.
He would like
He'd kill
catapult
you.
you like 100 yards in the air.
The catapult machine would have the velocity on there, too.
I mean, it would just be.
Yeah.
I don't know how you move the guy. Seriously, when he stood up,
That's why he gets doubled so
Right.
much. He gets double teamed a lot.
Because Armstead came in here on Friday, and it's just like he's just a specimen. It's ridiculous. But you could, if you were an offensive lineman, you could see where you could get underneath him or something. I don't know how you could move Javon Hargrave. You just, seriously, it's just like two tree trunks in the ground.
He's going to have some good matchups. He plays the Cowboys, it'll be Zach Martin. When he plays Philly, it'll be Jason Kelsey.
My God, man.
It'll be good.
No wonder the Niners just doubled him every time. I mean, it's unreal. These guys. It's just
So you're done here now, huh? Are you coming back tomorrow or no?
No.
This is the end of John Lund's training camp
No,
is today?
I'll be back down.
Well, during the season, but I say training camp.
Yeah. And then, well, you're leaving tomorrow afternoon.
The buses roll at 2:15, so I'll be here.
What are the temps down there?
It's going to cool off to 100 degrees in Vegas. Nothing like Sacramento. Sacramento next week's going to be 117.
Oh, my God. Maybe people will flock there like they did Death Valley.
You know what
We just
that means?
talked
Call up Matos and Schmidt and Bailey and
Yeah,
get them
can you
all back.
imagine trying to be balling?
Oh,
that
Bailey's
weather?
already here. Luciano.
Save Casey Schmidt. I mean, I still have the cards just because he got pushed down.
So the 49ers are going to Las Vegas tomorrow. The San Francisco Giants are in Las Vegas now because the River Cats are playing the A's AAA team in Vegas.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, all the people that are down there now, it's incredible.
Oh,
now that Casey's down there.
Right.
You got
Whole
Bart, you got Casey, you got Luciano,
Yeah.
Luis Gonzalez. Who else? Elliot Ramos.
Brett Wisely.
Kyle Harrison.
I mean, they got tons of
Wisely's
guys. They
back
got
down
a
there.
bunch of
Diaz.
former guys, yeah.
Diaz is back down there.
Yeah.
And they've all played for the Giants this year or this week. They've all
And the top
even there.
And the top prospect you never heard of, Wayne Meckler. Wade
Meckler's up there
Diaz
now.
is gone, boys. Diaz is out.
Yeah, he's
yeah,
on
he's.
Detroit.
I'm saying they're down in Vegas.
No, he's in
Esau
Detroit. He
Diaz
got
is in
picked up by
Detroit.
Oh, what happened?
I think
He
they DFA'd him for
DFA'd to
Tyro.
make room for Gonzalez.
We got DFA'd?
To make room for Gonzalez.
Oh, Gonzalez.
Yeah, and
Oh,
so then
seriously? I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Scott Harris poached him?
He must have been a Harris guy. Harris must have loved Esau.
Yeah.
Copes,
What's up, dude?
tell John the story of the guy
The guy.
They came in the bar at the end and told that ridiculous Joe Smith story.
Okay,
the former Warrior.
This is my guy Nick. Shout out Nick. Max.
I love Nick. I
Nick's
love
the
him.
man. Dude.
He's a buddy
fan.
here.
Yeah, he's a buddy of mine.
He's
real.
He came in late.
He's working at Red Jack for 20 years, and he pops in there to drink, and he pops in, he sees us, and we start talking like obscure sports stuff. And Nick goes, I don't know why this came up. We were talking like 1970s Royals, Greg, for like a half hour.
So he went through the whole team.
Yeah,
Dennis Leonard, Paul Splittor.
All their different.
We mentioned Steve Busby.
Steve Busby came up. A Quisenberry, maybe. Patek came up.
We were buzzing, but we didn't get to Busby.
Cookie Rojas, right?
Cookie Rojas,
anyway,
Freddie Patek, Frank White.
So we're talking obscure stories, and this guy, my buddy Nick, comes in and he goes, I don't know why, we're talking Warriors in the early 2000s, and we mentioned Joe Smith. And we start joking about Joe Smith, and he goes,
No, he brought it up. He had the Joe Smith. Do you want to hear the ultimate Joe Smith trivia?
Joe Smith got us Gilbert Arenas. And we were like, what do you mean he got us Gilbert Arenas? He says he made an under-the-table deal that got the Warriors a pick that led with the T-Wolves that led the Warriors to getting Arenas. And we're like, what the hell are you talking about? I look it up. Sure enough, I had no idea this happened. Joe Smith turns down a 4-year extension with the Warriors worth like $80 million, right? In 99. Like it was, what was it, like 97, 98, something like that, Greg? And
he was the number one pick in 95.
He apparently takes a under-the-table deal contract with the Minnesota Timberwolves where he takes $1.5 million, like a minimum contract a year for 3 consecutive years.
He had an $80 million contract he turned down to take a little over $1 million.
So he could get his bird rights with Minnesota and then get a max deal worth $86 million 3 years later. So he was doing all this under the table just to get like an extra, $12, $15 million, something like that. So then the league finds out about it. They investigate. The Timberwolves lost 5 consecutive first-round draft picks.
I do remember that.
Wow. I was like, what? And the Warriors then were awarded one that got them, but they used it on Gilbert Arenas.
Agent Zero.
There you go. So how wild is that? I mean,
that was saintly. That was
a second-round pick, so it must have been a
second. It must have been a second.
Round.
Greg hits me in the arm and goes, how did we know about this, Adam? How did we know, Copes? I was like,
it was amazing.
I was like, I was a kid. It was your job.
That's a great call right there. You should have
right.
known.
I was gone. I was gone when they drafted Gilbert Arenas. I was already in San Antonio winning championship.
Glorious 2 years.
You and Gilbert on the same flight would have been a bad idea. That's probably what had happened. If we want Gilbert Arenas, we got to get rid of Papa. They can't be on the same flight.
They said Gilbert used to shoot from the hip.
Oh, very nice.
Wow. And he could knock down threes, too.
Wow.
Are you sufficiently recovered? Because I came in, I didn't eat this morning.
I'm hungry right now for the first time.
I'm not hungry. I'm
hungry right now.
I'm hungry.
You're not hungry still?
No.
Have you eaten at all, Copes, today?
I've eaten, yeah, but I just went and ordered a cheeseburger from across the street, and I'm going to go pick it up as soon as we get a break.
Right now.
Yeah.
Seriously, I feel like I feel like it's a combination of being pregnant and a bowling ball in my stomach. It's just like the second to the last.
That's just what pregnant is, John.
Or maybe that's just me.
It's redundant.
But the second to the before the main course, the pasta.
The pasta that came out after the season.
I didn't have to have it, but I did. I didn't have to.
You gotta have it.
I did it.
No, Sarge was giving me the Sicilian eye.
Sarge got mad at me. Like,
and don't forget about the fresh pizza.
Dude, he's got to start.
We
did go to Tony Gemignani's after.
We did right there. Yeah, right
we rolled by there.
Oh, I didn't realize it was so late. All right, man.
We got to go.
Have a great show.
All right, see you, boys.
All right, man. See you.
Bye.
All right, Copes. Thanks to Copes for hanging out with us. Walter was down here today. We had great video production as well. Thank you very much. Very nice for all the boys today. And thanks to Danny back in the studio. I think that's it. Thanks to Christian McCaffrey. Thanks to
Javon Hargrave. Juice.
Susan
Kurt
Slusser,
Warner.
Kurt Warner.
The Hall of Famer.
Today. All right. Tolbert and Copes are coming up now on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let him get it on. Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Got to come swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to be joined by Matt Mayoko, Matt Vasgersian, and Bags. We do a little football
little baseball. Hope you don't mind if I finish up the last of my cold cut trio here.
Dude, I looked at you eating cold cuts when the camera flipped on, and I said, just not a Derek. So was he Tony Soprano getting the gabagool out of the fridge, dude? He just comes on home and just opens up that piece of that butcher paper, dude. He starts unfurling it, pulling meat out and dangling it.
Little turkey, little ham, little cheddar cheese.
I'm big on that. You got salami in the fridge. It's I might go and grab a few. I always call them saucers, because they're like little pucks. I just go grab a little 4 or 5 saucers at a time to just peel them off.
Well, I happened to be over there, and I need to do a little. I just got home. Big day, the Tolbert household.
Ooh, what happened? Big purchase?
Camila's first day of school.
Ooh, preschool.
So, yeah, it wasn't really the first day is tomorrow, like first official day. But
it's orientation today. Yeah.
Yeah, get the
kind of class schedules. Yeah, get syllabuses and everything.
Cruise around and see what's going on.
What flavor juice you'll be drinking, right?
Yeah, see who's who. No more juice. No juice at schools anymore.
Dude, they got juice. I saw that. Kids can't have juice anymore.
Just water.
Oh, it's too sugary, Derek. You can't have juice. It's bad. It's bad for you. Juice is too woke, is what happened.
Exactly.
We got woke and we stopped serving juice. See?
You can't drink juice.
No juice.
So, so we were over there. And then I went over and grabbed myself a little, the cold cut trio. Like I said, little ham. It's all one package. It's very, very convenient. You just put them together. It's cheddar, turkey, ham. Just 1, 2, 3. Roll it up. Pow. I'm not. My leafy vegetables take a little bit of a hit, but I drank those this morning, so I'm good with those. I already drank my vegetables.
Drank my leafy veggies,
yeah,
my greens.
So I don't need to get my vegetables. I just want my
your
protein.
Fibers, your whatnots. Yeah.
I just want my protein. So 1 piece of cheddar, 1 piece of turkey, 1 piece of ham, and I'm good till dinner. And then while I was over there, I have a little tasty beverage here. Little Arnold Palmer. Got some tea and some...
You can't miss on a hot day with an Arnold Palmer.
Oh, man, some lemonade.
You can't miss.
Usually I don't go lemonade. Usually I just go straight tea. And then I go, you know what? I'm going to live a little. I'm going to take a walk on the wild side today and throw a little lemonade in there. A splash of... probably a little bit more to splash, about 50-50 split.
Ooh, you go 50-50. I'm more of an 80-20. I go a little bit of lemonade. I don't like that much sweet.
I know. Usually I don't either, but today it just sounded good.
Hit the spot.
Yeah, so I did it. So there we go. So I'm good. I'm good to go. Thank you.
Boom! There you go. I knew it was Kyle. I was like, there it is. There it is. Tom's shilling for.
I'm good.
Look at you.
I'm all good. Other than the baseball, it had to endure this weekend. That sucked. But
what sucked this weekend?
The baseball.
The baseball. Yeah, the baseball was bad.
All of it, from top to bottom.
Giants ball was not good, and Angel ball has continued to not be
worse.
Good. Yeah, we'll get into that. We'll talk a little bit more about the Angels, specifically about this
elixir for the Giants.
Perfect. That's what I said. I said it on Friday. I was like, oh man, maybe we're catching them at the right time. And then the Giants played the A's, and I'm like, damn, maybe the Angels are getting the Giants at the right time too. So Giants this weekend in Oakland, they drop both of them. They get 3 hits on Saturday. They lose yesterday 8-6. Hey, the upside, as I told everybody last night at our 49er dinner. They scored 6, baby.
They did.
I was like, hey, 6.
Got to look at the positive.
They had not given up 10 hits in quite some time. They gave up 11 yesterday. They have scored double digits once since the All-Star break, though. They're 12-10 in that span, the one saving grace. Everybody around them has been losing, too. Arizona, the Reds, they've been bad losing streaks as well. So not a bad situation, but it gets a little bit tougher as we go ahead. We'll talk a little bit more about moves that were made this weekend and what the Giants have facing the Angels starting tonight. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. The Giants lost a 2-game series over the weekend in Oakland to the A's, including yesterday's 8-6 collapse. A couple of errors by Brandon Crawford led to that loss. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
The Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
And now the 3-2 pitch. It is hit on the ground, one high hop to Crawford. It's short. He throws low to first, and Wade can't scoop it. Oh, my goodness. Crawford just made a very poor throw, and Wade tried to scoop it out. It hit him in the shin. 2 for 3, 2 home runs against the starter Cobb. Now a ground ball up the middle, right past Junis. Crawford gets to it and then throws wildly to first. It goes by Wade and into the Giants' dugout. Crawford tops it toward first. It is a fair ball. It hits the bag, but it's fielded by Brown cleanly, and he goes to the bag himself for the putout. And the A's have won their second in a row against the Giants.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. Giants lose both games of the 2-game series over the weekend in Oakland to the A's, the worst team in baseball. The Oakland A's. Giants lose both of those games. And Kapler said after the game, he's like, look, man, like, one, it's not our best baseball for sure, but he goes, you really hope these 2 games don't come back to hurt you? And there's a good chance they could. He's like, these are games you have to have. Giants have not played well at all against opponents that are below 500. Against teams below 500, lately they've been bad. They're 27-24 overall. But against teams that are above 500, they're 34-27. In 2021, they hammered teams that were below 500. They destroyed the bottom of the league, which is what teams like the Braves and the Dodgers traditionally have done. It's tougher when you don't have the pitching, but this wasn't about that. This was about, well, I put a little bit on Kapler. I don't think Luke Jackson should have been out there after the 4-pitch walk yesterday. After he'd walked a couple already, and then he 4-pitch walks, and he leaves him out there after he'd faced the minimum 3 batters, and he gives up a 2-run single. When a guy's struggling to find the zone out of the bullpen like that, and then he finally does after he's thrown a bunch of balls, you know that they're sitting dead red. They're waiting to hit a fastball, and they did just that. So Luke Jackson, I mean, he'd been pretty good since he came off the IL on July 22nd, but the defense yesterday, which is something they've been relying on, I mean, the double that has ruled a double off of the Conforto drop, that was a joke. I mean, that was disastrous.
That was a tough one.
And then 2 errors from Crawford. It was, and by the way, just because I was miffed about it, and it was the difference in the game. I'd like to keep Nick Allen in the ballpark. It's just me, but
how about once?
Like they have 4 career tanks to stay in the ballpark. You know?
Yeah. Like the one on Saturday was, for me, more frustrating.
It was gross. Yeah.
How many balls can you swing at that start at the knees and go to the ankles? I mean, it was just, and Stripling was doing like the same thing. Maybe a little bit different, but Blackburn, I'm like, I went back and looked. I go, when's the last time this guy pitched like 5 innings or more and didn't give up an earned run?
Oh no,
2 months ago is when it was. 2 months. I want to say Milwaukee. I was like, I mean, he did. I mean, give him the credit, but my gosh, it was like, do you guys know what's coming? Do you guys understand, like, with 2 strikes, the ball's going to start at the bottom of the zone and then disappear? And it's just over and over. And I get it. It's way harder than it seems on TV, but it's still nonetheless frustrating. When you're watching it, you're like, how about just not swinging at that?
Yeah.
How about if it starts at the knees, don't swing, period.
It's like Satchel Paige out there with the dive ball or whatever it was.
Yeah,
like
even if it's a fastball. Make him prove he's going to throw one at the bottom of the zone that stays at the bottom of the zone. Because that was a rough one. Because Stripling pitched well, give up the 1 homer, and it's like, God, like, this guy, you should be getting to this guy, and they couldn't get to him. And it was like back-to-back games. The day off did him no good whatsoever. So, yeah, look, it was frustrating, but it was still 3 games up. And you start looking around, and this was, a month. 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, we were talking about this. You just don't see a lot of really good teams around them. That's one of the main reasons.
Nobody's
I think
complete.
I think the Giants are a good team, solid, not spectacular, as we used to say, solid yet unspectacular. But they're just, who is there? I mean, there's Phillies who they're tied with, and there's the Reds that are 3 games back, the Cubs that are 3 games back, the Marlins 3.5 back. Diamondbacks 4.5 back. Padres. You look around, and you're like, oh, this isn't a real stout neighborhood. Like, we can get through this neighborhood. So that I just think they're better than those.
All
teams.
of a sudden, the Cubs are the 3 seed, by the way, in the wild card, the 3rd wild card. They've jumped the Reds because the Reds, while the Giants
jumped the Reds.
As bad as the Giants weekend felt. Well, they're 1 game. They have 1 fewer win and 1 less loss. 1 less win, 1 less loss.
Oh, they already like.
So they're full. They're technically tied with the Reds, but they're a game up in the loss column. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, I got you.
They're mathematically tied, but
gotcha. Yeah, they're both 5-18.
But what's happened here is the Giants had a bad weekend, but Cincinnati have lost 6 in a row. Marlins lost 4 in a row. Arizona lost 6 in a row. The Padres were up on the Dodgers 4-0. They just put up a 4 spot, like the 4th inning or something. Dodgers just roared back, and they're up like 8-4, 8-5.
They put up a 5 spot.
A 5 spot. Mookie had a grand slam.
And then gave up an 8 spot.
There you go. So Padres stink.
I was like, damn, 8-5.
They were making noise last night. I was like, uh-oh, is this the run? I thought last night for a second, I got a little nervous. I was like, is this the run the Padres are going to go on here and maybe catch the Giants? No. Dodgers are going to stifle that for us and be like, it's been Giants and Dodgers for a century plus. So,
and you're right, Mookie Grand Slam.
Mookie Grand Slam. Best case scenario, though.
31st.
It's a monster.
Jason Hayward is 15.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, Peralta 15. You start looking at this team.
The Dodgers are they're built like the Giants, but a class up in power.
Yeah, it's not like the typical murderers row lineup they've had in the past, but you start looking at the lineup, you're just like, damn. They just they got Hayward. I thought he was done 4 years ago. Then here he's hitting 15 home runs, and J.D. Martinez has kind of had a renaissance, and Muncy's batting $198 with 26 or 27.
Right.
It's just, they're just a really, again, it's pretty amazing to me what they've done with that pitching staff, because that pitching staff's been a mess, and they've managed to do it, man. The bullpen stabilized a little bit for them, but yeah, and again, we've talked about it. The Padres have just been all year long, no traction whatsoever. You get a little bit of traction.
Right.
I think they were 7-3 going into the Dodgers series in their last 10, and then and it's the Dodgers, but still, you got to win some of those. Or just, I don't know. Padres that's why last year was an anomaly to me, because the Padres are kind of the Padres until they're not the Padres anymore. Same old Padres.
Same old Dre's, dude. Same old Dre's. So, this is the one thing that has been, and it's sort of, I hate using this as the victory, because this is what I tried to look at, and it's what you gave me, and it makes sense in the silver lining around the trade deadline, right? When I wanted somebody, and you go, that makes sense. You want stuff to happen. It doesn't mean they weren't aggressive. But you see what went out, you see what was traded, what was given up, and what the price tags were. And as we've talked to people about it since, they've told us it was a seller's market. The Giants weren't going to get the value on players that they were hoping to get. Hell, the Dodgers landed a trade for Eduardo Rodriguez, and he just said, no, I'm not going because I want to be closer to my family out here. It's why I signed this contract to stay out this way. He was in Boston and then Detroit, so he's staying out in that part of the country. So I'm sort of, while the victory in my mind, and I think for Giants fans, has to be nobody else got that much better at the deadline, where yesterday I kind of thought, man, things didn't look good. You're hanging in on pitching and on defense. You couldn't throw strikes, and your defense is what allowed this thing to fall apart. You gave up a couple of leads. A's racked up 11 hits. You blew the lead a couple of different times. And Cobb said that. I didn't have sharp stuff, and said it's frustrating to give up the lead multiple times like that when the guys are finally putting up runs for you after they hadn't in some time. But you look around the National League, and sort of the same situation. You didn't lose any ground here. You're still 4 back of the Dodgers as it stands now for the division, and you'll probably be 4.5 back if this lead right now for the Dodgers stands. They're playing the Padres down in San Diego if this lead stands right now. But if nobody else is winning, and not just winning, losing ground. You lost 2 in a row. There's other teams down here who've lost 5, 6 in a row, and they've gained ground, or other teams have jumped them. The Cubs are now in the mix. So while they're in the mix, you're still 3 clear. You didn't lose any ground. You're further back in the division, but it's not the end of the world with September coming. What is going to be sort of it will be a test, and it's probably the most difficult stretch of games the Giants have had this year based on what it means for the season. 3 against the Angels starting tonight. Then you get the Rangers for 3 back home this weekend. They're the top scoring team in baseball, by the way.
My God. Who is?
The Rangers.
Yes.
And here's the thing. While the Angels are, I'm with you in that they're playing bad. They stink.
What are you talking about? They stink.
I'm with you.
They had to win 2 or 3 of those.
I don't think they're an easy out, is what I'm saying. I don't think that's that's not the A's. You're not rolling into a 35-win team, is what I'm getting at here. They're a team that went for it at the deadline with aspirations.
They suck, okay? They quantified however you want.
Like how last week I was just crapping on them, and now I'm like, no, Tom, it's okay, man.
No, they suck. But after the Angels, that's where it gets tough.
That's where it gets tough.
Rangers, Rays, Braves, Phillies, Braves. That hurts. That's you're going to know where you stand. Starting the 11th through the 28th, you're going to know where you stand.
It's going to be a tough stretch. And then the Reds, you get 2, who could still be in the mix there. The Reds are, as I said, tied with the Cubs mathematically for the 3rd wild card spot.
Yeah.
Other big move from the weekend, Mark Mathias gets called up. Casey Schmidt optioned out.
Yeah, I saw that.
And we talked about the roster crunch a little bit at the end of last week. I anticipated that was going to be the move. I think he could have been optioned out instead of Luciano, had Luciano been able to place him second. He just wasn't as versatile and couldn't help you as much. So you kept Casey Schmidt here until Tyro came back. They DFA'd Isan Diaz, who is now he was claimed off waivers by Detroit. So he's gone. They cleared the 40-man roster spot. And then you've got Crawford, who was out there yesterday, a couple of mistakes by him, which were crucial. Matthias comes up. I don't think he'll be here that long. I think he's just a kind of a vet who can give you a little bit more than what Eson was giving you at the plate. And you want Casey Schmidt to play every day is really what it's about.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're going away from the rookies. There's like, what, 2 of them that are holding on right in the middle of the diamond for you. So, I mean, I would still like to see Luciano, but I don't know there's a spot for him anymore because Crawford's playing pretty well. And, you know, with Estrada back, he's going to get the run at second, and then Davis is going to be at. So I just don't know if there's a spot, but presumably one of the reasons they brought him up is because he was hitting the ball so hard down in the minors, and they could use that because there's not even a lot of loud outs. So I mean, Sunday they hit the ball well, but before that, man, it's just been a struggle watching them. I mean, my prediction's looking worse and worse, like by the day.
What was the prediction?
I don't worry. Remember I said don't worry about the offense. Like, I'm not worried about the offense.
It
like,
stays,
that's something.
yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, I'd worried about the pitching. And that still holds after 1 and 2. But my goodness. My God. The offense has just been
my God.
Putrid. just putrid. And I keep waiting for it to like wake up and start scoring some runs and getting going a little bit. I mean, the one thing I did think about over the weekend, silver lining, was looks like Conforto's probably going to pick up his option. I think he's going to be here next
I think he's coming back. I think he'll be here.
I don't think he's the one and done type guy. I think he's either going to pick that up. He'll probably pick it up, or who knows, maybe they'll sign him to a 3-year deal. Who knows what it's going to be, but I thought, at least he's going to be back next year. He's not having a monster year, and he's going to leave. He'll be back next year. So I guess that's neither here nor there, but it did occur to me this weekend.
Yeah, he'll probably be back. What do you think about Minaya? You think he'll pick his up?
Yeah, I think Minaya probably pick his up. Stripling probably pick his up.
Too? I think you're probably right. Yeah, I think that's his.
I would think you're probably probably good there.
You want staying power, Giants. You want staying power. They're all here.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Well, that's what happens.
Get to know them.
Here's what happens.
Somebody your dog is going nuts on your lap, by the way.
I know. I go. You know why? Because she wants to eat. That's the problem with these like 1+1 contracts where it's a player option. Is if they pick it up, that means they didn't play very well. So like you don't want them to pick it up. You want them to like go into free agency or not pick up their option because that means they had a good year. So it's a weird deal in that you're hoping that they have a really good year, but by having a good year, there's a better chance you're not going to have them next year. If they don't have that good of a year, they are going to pick it up. So you do get them next year, and you're thinking, well, do I even want them next year? That's why those contracts are funky, because you're rooting for a guy.
You want a guy to opt out. You want him to be so good.
You want a guy to opt out.
Scenario.
Why would I ever want a player that plays well for my team to opt out? But that's what you want, because the alternative is
he played so bad you're paying a bad player. That's I'm giving it to him. It's never benefits the team. It almost always is a thing to lure a player to come there. It's a thing for the player to have an option to go elsewhere. All right, we got to get Lou fed. She's all up in Tom's face now.
Stop mounting me.
One of our YouTube chatters here says Tommy's like, dude, nice balls. I was like, I think Lou's a girl, dude.
It's a girl. Come on,
see that guy's balls? Yeah, they were weird looking.
What are you
good stuff. All right, let's jump from baseball. We'll get back into it. Matt Vasgersian's actually on the call right now on that Dodger and Padre game. He's going to join us a little bit later to talk more about the Angels and the Giants who get going tonight. A 6:38 first pitch. We got a 5:35 pregame for you. Matt Mayoko, Matt Vasgersian, and Andy Baggerly still to come. But Kyle Shanahan did a lot of media today. We're in preseason week 1, by the way. Niners and the Raiders on Sunday, and we'll have it for you. I'll be out there. Actually, I'll be here doing pregame with Lund and Dennis Brown. Let's talk about what Kyle had to say today to the NFL Network. His confidence. How confident is he in Purdy and Nick Bosa and the rest of the 49er team? So much so, he's already planning for week 4. We'll talk about that next. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Tuesday, August 15th. First pitch 6:45. presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You know, first quarter of the second game, he was back to being our starter. And I was like, wow, I'm glad that we got him because, man, I don't want to have to put Brock in that situation for an entire year and the pressure. But Jimmy ended up coming in, playing well. I think he played about 6 games, I think. And then he got hurt, and then Brock came in. And, I mean, I just remember our owner saying, well, you said how good this guy was. And I was like, yeah, but that's practice. Yeah. Like, this is real, so don't hold me to it yet. And he came in and looked the same way in games that he did in practice. And we had 7 games with him, and he played as high of a level as I believe he could play, and it's kind of what made it easy going into this year.
Is he going to be ready?
Those 7 games.
Yeah, he's going to be ready.
That was Kyle Shanahan earlier today on NFL Network down in Santa Clara. He was with Steve Mariucci. I don't know who the woman was who was with him, but was it Bridget Condon? Was she there? Derek? No? Colleen Wolf was there, and David Shaw, former Stanford coach. He's like part of the NFL Network coverage, certainly for the preseason. So we'll catch up with him soon. We're going to try to get him on, and he's been doing a lot with him. I imagine he'll do some media for a couple of years and then get back into some coaching, hopefully in the NFL. But Kyle, they're talking about Brock, about having the full year of work and the confidence in him. All that said, he's like, is he going to be ready, says Mooch? He goes, he'll be ready. He's probably not playing this week, said Kyle. So what's funny about this, and we'll hear this sound here, is, and we'll get to the preparation for how he's preparing for the season, because I mentioned that he's already thinking about the Steelers, and as far as week 4, Kyle says he's already watched some tape. But I want you to hear what he says here. He talked to Matt Mayoko. Matt Mayoko, in his media session, asked if Kyle was getting any updates on the Nick Bosa situation, because Bosa hasn't been there. They've talked that they would likely waive his fines when he does sign, which I don't think is an issue. And like I said to you last week, I'm sort of in the mindset, like Bosa, stay there, dude. He's probably getting better when he's back home. Like, every time he comes back from Florida, we're like, I don't know what you did or where you were, but it worked. So he's maybe not as polished if he comes back to camp. Here's Kyle Shanahan on if he's getting updates or if he's involved in anything regarding a Nick Bosa contract.
Have you gone to John or Brog or anybody to just kind of get an idea where things are with Bosa?
No, definitely not.
How do you manage to just stay out of it?
Easily, just stay out of it. It's not much to ask. Nick,
Stressful at all for you?
no, not at all. I don't know if Bosa's ever done a training camp, and he's done pretty good. It's a little different when you're a D lineman. Just how you always, everybody wants people here, and you want to do that stuff, but it doesn't affect the team as much from a DN standpoint. I have as much confidence in Nick as any player I've ever been around in terms of how he prepares and everything, and I know they're going to get it right, both sides, and I'm excited for when I do see him.
It's just weird to think a guy can skip a camp and nobody cares.
He's the best guy at his position in the league, and everyone's like, that's fine.
That's where they're at. This guy works his ass off. It's fine. Whatever. We're good.
Can't agree more.
Thank you. It's a sackaroonie, baby. You never get the feeling he wants to get out of camp to save himself some work. Some guys, I just want to miss camp. The drudgery and some of the crap you have to do. It's like, you get the feeling like Bosa's working harder away from camp than he would be at camp.
Right.
That's kind of what you get. And then he comes back, and the proof's in the pudding, right? He shows up, and he's ready to go.
Yep.
It's not like he shows up, and it's takes him a couple games. You're like, you know what? Would have been nice if he was at camp. Would have been nice if he was here working with the guys, get himself in shape. You drop him in, and he's ready. He's fifth gear, zoop, and he's off. So it's a bizarre deal because, again, you don't get that very often where nobody seems to care that this guy misses camp. Whether it's coaches, players, nobody. No, it's cool. He's good. He'll be ready to go. And, yes, he is the best at his position. But even guys that are the best at their position, if they don't show up, you could get even if it's from an anonymous teammate, it'd be nice if he's here, be part of the team. He kind of separates himself from the team. I don't know if that's the case, but it sure doesn't sound like it. It sounds like, again, everybody's totally cool with this. No biggie. Don't worry about it. He's good. We're good with it. And if we're good with it, then and everybody else should be fine with it. And they are. We're talking about a guy that misses camp, and everybody's like, even if he wasn't, even if he was under contract and he missed, people were like, he's working his ass off. He's good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We're good. So it's just a wild, but I think it speaks to this early in his NFL career, what he's established for himself, not only on the field excellence, but off the field. This guy is going to be ready to go. He's going to bust his ass. He's going to work his ass off. He's going to be in the best shape he can possibly be in. He's going to be in the best mind frame he can be in. He's going to be ready to go. You don't have to worry about this guy being ready to go. And it's pretty amazing stuff. So I think with a lot of guys around the league, especially at a position like that, some people might be a little worried, I hope we get it done. I want to get – nobody cares.
Yeah.
It's we'll get it done, and when we get it done, he'll be fine. There might be other players you're God, we'd like to get him in here, just get him a few reps before we start the season. But with him, you get the feeling he could show up a couple days before, and everybody'd feel like he's good. We just put him in, and we're good to go because we know what he's doing. So it's pretty wild. But I don't even think about him. Like, he's not even there, and I don't even think about it. I'm like, yeah, he'll be there. He'll be there, and he'll be good to go. Not even worried about it. No big deal. That's a testament to the professionalism that this guy has come to the NFL with, and the ability to stay mentally and physically disciplined, because it's not always that easy when you're away from the team. You can get away from stuff, but apparently him and his brother have that big-ass gym, and they work their ass off, and they have their routines that they do, and they stick with it. And
they build a gym every summer by hand. That's like part of the workout. They go and it's like Mayan stones, like with the ruins. They're just grabbing big rocks and moving. It's like Rocky in Rocky IV.
But this is what they were supposed to do from the time they were young. This is like what they were going to be, and it seems like everything was pointing toward this. Like, and they take it very seriously. They take what they do in their craft very seriously. So it's nice when you have a team leader like that, one of the best players on the team, one of the best players in the league, somebody that you're counting on that's low maintenance, that you just don't have to worry about.
And we're good. It's not a bull rush pure strength position either, right? It's so much technique involved. It tells me the technique and the mental game for him is at such a high level, and he understands it at such a high level that was ready to go at an NFL rate or form when he got here. Like, that tells me that it's all about getting his body right, and he doesn't need the reps with his team on the field for training camp because he's already up there. I mean, other guys need to figure it out, understand, hey, he's going to put his hands here. Different guys will throw different things at you. To me, this is like, maybe we'll find out more about this, and maybe not because of the personality, but this is like, to some degree, like a Barry Bonds, Tiger Woods type thing, where from the time he was a kid, he had somebody teaching him the mental element and aspect of the game and what he had to do to be so refined at this level. And now he's honed it to being the best player at his position in the NFL. I want to hit one more piece of sound here. As Kyle talked about getting prepped for the start of the season. And we'll talk to Matt Mayoko about this when he joins us at 3:50, because it seems to me this is an early time to be talking about this. And I'm sure all coaches by preseason week 1 game are thinking about week 1 regular season. But I don't know that you can do it at the level Kyle's doing it at unless you have this much confidence in basically every position group on your team. Here's what Kyle said about how he's already preparing for the start of the regular season.
That's usually what I do anytime I have my own time, which I get sick of watching our defense every day. I kind of get sick of going against the same coverages every day. And, when guys are in a meeting or something I don't have to be, that's usually when I turn on Pittsburgh and start to look at our first 4 games and start to get those defensive schemes fresh in my mind so I can sprinkle them in a little bit versus our defense so I don't get so caught up in what we do.
Pretty good.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Just not only for him, just to be able to throw it in there, but for the monotony of it all.
Right.
Just doing a little something different.
It's like mental exercise.
Yeah, because camp can get old. I mean, you're just going against the same people and doing the same things and over and over. That's why you get a lot of skirmishes in camp, because you just get tired of doing the same thing against the same people over and over and over again. And especially if, like, one guy has your number and he's a mouthy type.
Get this guy, dude.
Then you get tired of hearing
Done
it.
with this guy.
You just get tired of hearing it. And, yeah, you'll definitely get some flare-ups. Even in basketball, I mean, football is much more physical sport that's more prone to that type of stuff. But even in basketball, it happens. Like, you just get tired of getting boxed out by the same guy or having the same guy, in your face, jabbing you. Is that
what happened with Draymond and Poole?
Yeah. I don't know if it happened just like that with that one.
A little bit different, though. I don't think that was a box out.
Yeah, that was like that was a very, very one-sided. But, but one of them did get mouthy. One of them did get mouthy, and one of them was tired of hearing it. It's just usually you don't see it.
It's usually not the same guy doing both. He got tired of hearing it, and he was mouthy, and then he just hit him in the face. So
no, I think Poole was the one that was mouthy.
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, definitely.
He was big time mouthy, and it's like, if you're gonna be like really mouthy, you better be prepared to back it up at some point, like with some fisticuffs. I know it's not the most. What's a word I'm looking for?
Appropriate?
No, not appropriate.
Professional,
sophisticated.
Yeah, there you go.
Not the most sophisticated way to handle your problems, but in an arena like that, you got to be willing to you just got to expect someone's going to get tired of your crap. And at that point, Draymond was tired of his crap. Now, it was still Bush League that he sucker punched him without him looking, but if you're gonna, you could also make the case if you're gonna keep yapping at somebody and
shut your mouth. I'm gonna close it for you.
You might want to be on alert.
Yeah,
you may want to have your head on a swivel a little bit more than that. But yeah, I mean, training camp happens.
It happens. It happened this weekend. Niners had a skirmish, I think, last week or last weekend. Somebody was reporting. It just happens. And you know what? This is a team that I think has that fire because teams, and I've always said this about players, and in football, for some reason, it's especially true when somebody's had success and then maybe gets hurt or falls off and has to battle back, which also plays, by the way, to Bosa. Like, you've seen him not do any training camps and be as good as he is. He's also come back from an ACL, not done a training camp, and came back even better. Was maybe the best player in all of football at his position. But this team feels like they didn't get their shot. They think they were the best team in football last year. They still think they would have won that game against the Eagles. And they've got a chip on their shoulder because it's not like they lost a game. They didn't really get their shot. So we heard the Fred Warner clip earlier. I heard it in a promo that played, and it said it's Super Bowl or bust. And I'm pretty confident that's where this team is because there's nowhere else for them to go. Kyle's looking at week 1 through 4 right now. He's watching tape. He's starting to prepare. Teams that aren't in this position don't have that luxury. So this is going to be a fun start to the season. We got a lot of football stuff coming your way all week long. Niners and the Raiders, they got their joint practice week 1. We'll talk to Mayoko about that at 3:50 when he joins us. When we come on back, though, we got to get back into the Giants. This is the biggest month of the year for the Giants. They've got a series starting tonight against Shohei Ohtani and the Angels. Angels have not won a game since the trade deadline. Is that right? Last Tuesday? Last Tuesday. I don't think they've won a game since the deadline. Derek, in my ear. Yes, it is, dude. Yes, it is.
It's been a while.
I asked, but I kind of knew the answer.
I can tell you that.
All right. Well, maybe between this, like in this commercial break, we'll see if they can dig one up. Giants and the Angels tonight. We'll get a little bit into this series. Giants 61-51. 4 games back of the Dodgers. The offense is sputtering. Can they get it going against Ohtani? We'll talk about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Baseball.
Papa and Lund went down to Levi Stadium today and spoke to 49ers Javon Hargrave, Kyle Juszczyk, and Christian McCaffrey. All those podcasts are now trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lick your wounds and head out to Anaheim. That's pretty much what you have to do. This is the time of year where you cannot dwell on a negative. I mean, they didn't play well. What they've done so well the last 6 weeks is catch the ball and pitch, and it didn't happen yesterday. And the A's, to their credit, they took advantage of a couple of errors, and they cashed in. And that was the difference. Move on.
Come on, quit f***ing around.
Giants lose both games over the weekend to the A's, 2-1 on Saturday. 6-8 was the 8-6 the final yesterday as they led, and then they blew it. Do you think Kapler should have came and got Luke Jackson after the 4-pitch walk? I mentioned that earlier.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I thought the same thing.
He didn't have it. He didn't have it. It was pretty clear.
I don't know. Was somebody up?
I don't remember. I mean, he gave up the hit the next batter, and then I think they.
Yeah. I just don't know if someone was up at the time. I don't. Maybe they should have been.
But his errors, you give him a little more leash because it's not all his fault when he's getting ground balls and fly balls and not making plays.
It was sloppy.
It was all bad.
It was all bad.
So it just wasn't.
It was all bad. It was all bad. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you didn't lose any ground, but the bummer is, while they were losing, you could have been winning, and you could have extended your lead 2 more games, which would have been nice.
Right.
Because we just went through the run they're going to have to go through. I mean, it is a gauntlet. Rangers, Braves, Phillies, Braves. It's about 16 games long, and it's brutal. That's brutal. So these are important games tonight. They're going to be playing a desperate Angels team who they've just sucked basically the last week. They haven't really hit. When they've hit, they haven't pitched. When they've done enough to win a game, they give up a grand slam in the 9th. Just anything they can do to lose a game right now, they're doing. So, I mean, when you're the Giants, you got to take advantage of that one. So, I mean, they're 2 desperate teams right now, but the Angels much more desperate than the Giants. I mean, hell, the Giants just got done taking 3 out of 4 from Arizona. You just feel like it's desperation time when you lose 2 in a row to the A's.
Yeah.
Like losing 2 in a row to the A's, I think if you prorate it, it's like losing. It's like a 13-game losing streak.
It feels that way when you score 1 run on Saturday and then you blow it yesterday in that way. You're like,
yeah,
come on.
I mean,
you got 35 wins. You have 2 of them against us.
No, it feels like a varsity team losing to the freshman team.
Derek, you
and then on the way out, the freshman team kicks them in the nuts. I mean, that's kind of what it feels like when you lose to the A's. But
that's
the
a great comp, dude. Every year on Picture Day, we would have a scrimmage because you'd come in uni and you'd do a scrimmage between the varsity and the JV. And like the varsity is, we never cared. Like, except, when I was younger and I get to face my buddies in my class on the JV squad, but the JV team, that was their World Series. Like, they didn't give a damn about their regular season games. They were like, we're going to kick the crap out of varsity and get to show something, right? Because that's bragging rights.
Absolutely. I mean, what are the A's?
That's their play.
He's got nothing. What, the quest for 50? I mean, they got nothing going on this season, like, at all, except for their sell the team chant.
Terry's pride.
That's it. Pride. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So,
how's that going?
So it doesn't feel good if you're the Giants. Like, you're like, oh my God, we just lost 2 to those guys. I mean, the Red Sox lost 2 out of 3 of them, but the Red Sox have been playing, like, they've been terrible too. Anyway, so this series, I would say, for the Angels, it's important because they're just getting their head stomped in. But for the Giants, it's important because you don't want to let this thing turn into something like 4 or 5 game losing streak where now you're not playing great ball and you got Rangers, Braves, Phillies, Braves.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as bad as it sounds. Like it's not pretty. That's one of those. And I think they're all 3-game sets. It may not be.
They
but
are
let's
all.
say they are.
I was just looking at the schedule.
So 12 games. If you can go 6-6 in that, you're like, phew, I'll take 6-6 and get the hell out of here and move on to something else, because that's a brutal stretch. So you'd like to get it off, like turn it around and start feeling good about yourself heading into the Rangers series, because that one's at home and the Braves are at home. So if you start playing good ball, there's no reason to think they can't go 3-3 at home, if not 4-2 at home, even though it is the Rangers and the Braves. But you lose 2 out of 3 here, or you get swept, which I can't imagine happening the way the Angels are playing. Then you go into a little bit of a tailspin, and you're playing good teams. And the Rangers just had a perfect homestand. I think they were 6-0 at home. So they kind of were wobbling a little bit, and they got it figured out, and they're playing good ball right now too. So, yeah, I mean, this is key. This is a key time of the season. Like I said, the 28th. The 28th will be the first game against the Reds. So this will all be passed. We're going to know a lot where they are.
And that series basically wraps up the month, and then you have one game, I think, on the 30th or something against the Padres. Like 2 days later or 3 days later against the Padres, and then the whole month of September is NL West.
Yep.
You get 7 against the Dodgers, the Padres, you get the Rockies a bunch. Like, you get a lot of games against the Rockies, and you're going to have a good chance to catch the Dodgers, but this stretch is going to define where you are.
Yeah, the 28th is a big date. A big date for me. Just to see where they're at. Like, if they're in good shape after the 28th, then they're ultimately going to be in good shape. Now, I still think they're going to make it anyway, but the 28th will be because, again, that's a rugged stretch right there. That is a rugged stretch. You're playing the best team in baseball, if not the best team in the American League, top 3, if you want to throw in Tampa and Baltimore in there.
Yeah.
Best offense in the American League, and then Philly's right there with you. I mean, they actually might be the most important games, because if you can take 2 out of 3 from them, or even get a sweep, I mean, you don't never plan on those, but if you can win that series, that extends whatever lead you might have, if you still have one against Philly. But we said that those are important. The series you're playing against teams that are in close proximity. The Brewers, the Reds, the Phillies, the Diamondbacks, even the Padres. Those are important. So again, these 12 games right here, these are big. These are big, and it starts here. I could say 15, and if I could, I'll say 15, because these aren't as, I don't think they're as dangerous, but you've lost 2 in a row. You're playing another desperate team. You're playing them on the road. It could be tricky. At least you get it going with your ace starting tonight, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you've got Logan Webb on the hill tonight is what you're pointing out. Patrick Sandoval, the lefty, is going to go.
Yep.
And Logan Webb has had a little bit rougher stretch of games. I'll pull up his numbers, his last few starts here. 99. I was a little surprised to look up at the ERA going into his last start, and I think it went up even more. He's at 3.45 now. 3.45, which is not it's not a bad ERA by any stretch, but for Logan Webb as a guy, I expect to kind of be in the 2s. And I think he expects himself to be in the 2s. I bet he doesn't like an ERA of 3.5. Probably doesn't like 9 losses either, but he's been caned a lot this year. He's had a lot of good outings with some very poor run support. I think he's one of the worst run support pitchers in the National League. So the Giants have this stretch of games coming. What's interesting about it is it's one of these scenarios where, when you're behind a team, like they were playing Arizona and they went in with that 2-game lead and they lose game 1, the sky was falling, and then the trade deadline comes, they get a couple of walk-offs, and it all starts looking up again because you're able to build that lead back. When you're not playing teams that you're directly competing with in the standings, like, it's funny to watch these American League games come in such a big chunk right here. It seemed like we had a bunch of them early and they kind of went away, and now you're getting, 3 in a row? Or is it 4 in a row? You're getting Angels, Rangers, Rays, and you just had the A's. You're like 4 American League teams in a row.
Yep.
It seems like it's been a while since we'd had a big chunk like this. You can't. It feels like you won't be able to make up as much ground, but you also doesn't feel like you may lose. I know other teams are going up against each other. You just don't have the double-edged sword either way, I think. But when you get to next month, it's going to be all games like that. What will happen, though, is some of that can happen around the Giants, where the Diamondbacks are playing here's the Dodgers series while the Giants go through this. Dodgers D-backs, Dodgers Rockies, Dodgers Brewers, Dodgers Marlins, Dodgers Guardians, and then Red Sox. So the Guardians Red Sox aren't as crucial to be paying attention to, but the Giants can get some separation from a couple of teams going into September, at least in the wild card, if the Dodgers play good. And if they don't and the Giants play okay, they can make up ground on the Dodgers. So D-backs could get suppressed, Rockies stink, but Brewers and Marlins are teams you should be paying attention to.
Yeah, those are ones that I always feel like, not that I root one way. I don't really care, to be honest with you. But if you are inclined to root, I would always root for the team that's ahead of me to beat the teams that are behind me, because I just want to get more separation from the teams that are behind me. Not as worried about the team in front of me. I just want to keep the teams behind me further behind me and give myself that cushion. Might be a little bit harder to win the division, But at least I'll have a cushion behind me that I'm not worried about 3 teams are breathing down my neck when it comes to just getting in the playoffs, because you don't have the 1-game playoff anymore. You get a 3-game set, and then you can move on from there. So I just want to get.
Do you miss the one?
I just want to get in.
I liked it. People hated it. I liked it as a Giants fan.
This is more. This is more fair, but yeah, that was more fun. I mean, by definition, you throw a game right to a game 7, it's going to be more fun.
163s, Bucky Dent.
That's what it was.
The Rockies Padres in 07 was a blast. That game in Colorado. Like, there's a lot of fun winner take all.
It's a game 7, done. You're good. Boom. But I think that, this is more fair.
This is baseball.
If you believe in fair, if some people don't, so they're like, screw it. Why does everything have to be fair?
Win a
it
division,
doesn't.
right?
Yeah, if it doesn't, then who cares? So, but yeah, I think I like this better. But there was appeal to that. There's no doubt about it. How can you deny there's appeal to a game 7? That's what you're getting. You're skipping 1 through 6, and you just go, boom, game 7, bang, let's go. Let's
get
after it.
Super Bowl right here.
Yeah, and that's kind of fun. That's kind of fun, absolutely.
So tell us about the Angels coming in. Our guy, I like this name, Dragon45 on the YouTube chat. What's up, Dragon? He says, he breaking out the brooms. He says, I'm calling for a giant sweep against the Angels. Angels, again, have not won a game since the trade deadline. Like, it begs the question, like, is it worth it? We can talk more about that later with Ohtani as we get closer to pregame. But Patrick Sandoval has not been terrible, but he's not been very good. He's a lefty. What are we looking at for the Giants tonight against the Angels? You're our scout guy for the Halos.
My scout? They haven't scored very much against the Mariners. I thought the bullpen was going to be solid, and really the whole weekend took a turn for the worse on Thursday night when they had a 3-run lead going into the top of the 9th, and the inning started off with Estevez, who hadn't blown a save all year, throwing 6 straight balls, and at that point I thought it's over.
He was due he was due for a strike.
It's over. And I wasn't even hardly watching it because Camila was burying me under an avalanche of pillows, so I was trying to find a crevice.
I remember
you
said just smother me. You said actually just take it out.
And then I just said I don't need to watch it. I'll just listen to it. So they went walk, and then I think it was an out, a single, bases loaded, and then a grand slam. I was like, you got to be kidding me. So, they lose that one 5-3. Lost yesterday's in extra innings. It's been all bad. Like, Lopez has been good, the guy they traded for.
Ronaldo Lopez, the reliever.
Yeah, Giolito's been bad.
Okay.
The back end of the bullpen's not too bad with Lopez, Matt Moore. Who Giant fans know, and
Smiling Matty Moore.
Yeah, pretty solid. The middle relief, if you can get past Sandoval until you get to Moore or Lopez, gets a little soft in there, a little soft underbelly. You can definitely score some runs.
Soft part in the line, the bullpen there.
Exactly, but they can score. They can score. They haven't scored lately. But the lineup's pretty good. Moniak's having a hell of a good year for them. Drury's back now, and God, I'm trying to think. Everybody knows about Ohtani.
When is Trout back? He's still not back.
Trout, hopefully, he'll be back end of August, maybe.
So we're gonna miss him.
3rd week. Yeah, you're gonna miss. The Giants will miss Trout. Ohapi will be back probably in a couple weeks as well. Who's
playing third base for the Angels right now?
Moustakis playing.
Moustakis is playing third for the Halos every day.
Yeah, so you got Moustakis at third. You have Neto at short. You have Rengifo, who's been bad this year. He's been swinging the bat a little bit better. Theis is behind the plate. Drury is playing some first, and they also have Crone. Crone's playing first, so they traded, got him from the Rockies. And Randall Grichuk, former Cardinal, and then Rocky, he came over in that.
So there's some guys in the lineup.
Well.
There's some guys in that lineup tonight who will have a track record against local.
Yeah, they can hit.
It's not like you won't have seen anybody.
No, they can hit. They got Moniak in center and Renfroe in right.
They can hit.
So they can hit, but they can't pitch. Their pitching has been just brutal. So, if the Angels can't score, if the Giants can't score in this series, then they got some problems.
They can hit.
Because this is a team that I bet you, I haven't looked lately, but I bet you they're probably 4th in the American League in runs scored. and fourth from the bottom in allowing runs.
I've got runs per game right now in front of me. So you're looking for American League. I can just tell you with the Angels, they're 7th overall. They're 1, 2, looks like they are 4th. Or 4th or 5th, yeah. 4th. Yeah, you're right. 4th in the American League with 4.89 runs a game. Last 3, they went 3.5, 3.67.
Yeah, they were good. Yeah, but look what they are giving up runs.
Oh, runs allowed per game? Is it bad?
Oh, yeah.
They're like the
I think the A's are worse,
Bombers.
Tigers are worse, and there's not many other teams that are worse. They're just not good. Again, if you want to be a playoff team, you got to pitch, period. That's never changed. That's never changed about baseball. With all the launch angles and the analytics, if you can pitch, you're going to be fine, period. If you can't pitch, you're screwed. Okay, you cannot score enough to overcome a crappy pitching staff. It's mentally, it's devastating. It's hard enough to do. It just can't do it. And again, their offense has been fine. It could be better. Probably would be if they were healthy, but whatever. Everybody deals with injuries. But God, their pitching staff is just, it's butt cheeks is what it is.
The Angels' pitching staff is butt cheeks. I hadn't heard that as an adjective in that.
Well, I use it along with velo.
Yeah,
It's like,
velo.
it's one of those like baseball terms that they use. Like, oh, that guy's butt cheeks.
By the way, we have a lineup already out for the Giants tonight. This early. Surprising.
Okay.
A lineup is out, and just because I saw people checking in here on the YouTube page. By the way, we are streaming, KNBR.com. You can watch the video stream of the show. Got a great chat room going on the YouTube page. Also streaming on Twitch. Just check it all out wherever you get your streamcasts or whatever it's called. How about this? A.J. Pollock has played 3 games for the Giants. He's in there batting third tonight. Doesn't have a hit yet.
What? Excuse me?
Yeah, A.J. Pollock is batting third.
Batting
Giants
third.
are right, yeah. So we're really trying to show Ohtani. This is the place to be.
There's a hole in the lineup.
There you go. Slater leads off in left. Tyro bats second at shortstop tonight. Pollock is going to bat third and right. Flores hits cleanup at first. J.D. Davis hits fifth at third base. Patrick Bailey does the catching. He bats sixth. Conforto is DHing tonight. They were like, put the glove away, Mike. Seventh, he's going to be your DH. You've got Matos hitting eighth and center. Matthias is at second. And it's going Rengifo, Ohtani, Drury, Moustakas, Crone, Moniak, Renfro, Theis. Matt Theis and Randall Grichuk is in there hitting at ninth. So there's your lineups for tonight. We'll talk more about this a little bit later. Andy Baggerly is going to join us this evening, 5:15, and we'll have a 5:35 pregame for the Giants and the Angels. When we come on back, again, don't forget, Sunday, Niners and the Raiders. It is preseason week 1. We have a Thursday night game this week? No Thursday nights in week 1. It's all later. Oh, Derek says, yeah, we do.
There's Thursday. We got two of them.
We get 2 of them?
Let's go. 2 Thursday night games.
Come on, I'm getting action on both of those for sure. I don't even know who's playing. Give me action. I'll take the under on both.
You want the under on both of them?
I don't even know who's playing. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, let me give it to you.
Give it to me on the other side. Give it
it's
to
a
me.
big one.
Give it to me.
Okay, you sure?
We got a big spread.
I don't know if you're going to be. I don't know. It's so exciting. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to wait until the other side.
All right, the excitement of the.
I'll give you one. How about this one?
Okay.
I don't want you to
give me the
overload.
number. Don't give me the teams. Give me.
I don't have the rotation number.
Give me the one.
Texans Patriots.
Ooh, that is juicy. We'll get the C.J. Stroud. We'll get the spread on some Stroud when we come on back. That and Christian McCaffrey's value to the 49ers. There was a great stuff written about Ty Davis-Price by Eric Branch. And how McCaffrey, it's tough to see runs when you're in preseason. McCaffrey still, even when they're not supposed to be wrapping him up, they're having a tough time putting hands on him. McCaffrey's value may be better to the 49ers than any running back in football. We'll discuss it next on The Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's Sports Leader.
Casey Schmidt has been optioned to Sacramento, and the Giants have called up newly acquired utility player and Bay Area native Mark Matthias. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My guy Marty, the cutout, is sitting here with me, too, in the studio. For Greg O'Donnell. O'Donnell Financial Group. run by Greg O'Donnell, where you're planning on retirement, being retired, passing money on to your loved ones. Don't you want to know how much you're investing, if it's the right amount, if you're taking risk, if your money is going to do for you what you hope it does so you can live the life you've always dreamed of when you get to retirement? That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell's been helping people just like you, or even like Marty here, plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give him a call. He and his team are awesome, easy to talk to. The phone number, give him a call today, 866-496-2300. You can visit him online, O'DonnellFinancialGroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300, or online at O'DonnellFinancialGroup.com, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC. He can hit.
Great job, brother.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, I think every offense has it, but I don't know if every offense has it as sophisticated as Kyle coaches it up. And you know, I feel like a football nerd every time I'm in those meetings and just really grasping exactly how well he understands not just how to run the play offensively, but defensively, and why setting the edge is so important, why running to the ball is so important. And so you start to understand what defenses are being taught and what the play is trying to accomplish. And so every step matters. It's not just running the ball and looking with your eyes. There's an aiming point. There's vision that comes with it. There's setting your blocks. There's so many different cues that are on each and every run play, and some of them are a little bit different than others. So it's just been great to be able to, not just learn but rep exactly all the different plays that we're trying to get, and then having the different pass plays off of it. So it's been a lot of fun.
Everybody getting ramped up for 49er football. That was a Christian McCaffrey comment from Papa and Lund earlier today. You can check out the full podcast on KNBR.com or streaming on the KNBR app. We got the video stream going on YouTube, on Twitch, and KNBR.com. He's breaking down there the complexity of the 49ers running back position. I imagine for a guy like McCaffrey, Tom, this is an extremely because I think I get the impression, I think we all do, he's an extremely smart player. And I think in football, as the availability of information around the NFL and the accessibility of, the all 22 cameras, and people watch the game and dissect it in just such a different way, whether they know the game well or not, or understand or process it differently. I remember as a kid when I started playing Madden and understanding what plays were. What plays did what blitzes did what coverages did what. I can't read them per se, but I knew what did what for what situation you're trying to do. But as we've gotten more information about guys and how they play the game and prepare, I think smart players in all sports, but in football in particular, have become more apparent, and it becomes more apparent how their smarts impact the game. And so for a guy like that to plug into this offense, I think grows up in a football family, he's probably understood route running and concepts for much longer than any of us have. This is probably extremely fun for him.
No, I would imagine it is. I mean, look, when I think about reading stuff, like in a basketball sense, so what would I read? What would I be looking for? Like if I had the ball top of the key and we're running let's say a screen in the left wing. So what are things I would be looking for to read? Number one, I would look to see where the defender is playing on, let's say it's Steph and Looney setting screen. So I'd want to look at the defender and see, is he trailing Steph? Is he topsiding Steph? How's he guarding him? Is Steph going to have a chance to take one jab step out and then back cut? Because if so, I got to make sure I see where the defender's at, because I'm ready for that. If Steph cuts back door, I want to be able to hit him immediately so I can lead him right to the bucket. So, okay, defender's playing on the bottom side. Now I got to see, okay, where is the defender playing on Looney? Is he playing low? So if he's playing low, Looney's probably not going to be able to slip that, and Steph will have a chance to come off of it. But I also got to read if the defender is playing on the high side of Steph, because if he's playing on the high side, then Steph's probably going to want to curl it. And if he curls it, then I got to be aware of where the weak side defender is in the middle of the court, because I can't just throw it to Steph, because if there's a weak side defender that's close, he might be able to jump that. So I got to see if they're pulled over to the side. Is the middle of the court going to be open? So if he's going to curl it, I got that. If he's playing on the low side, then Steph's just going to come out, and I give the ball to Steph and let Steph do what Steph's going to do. But if the big guy is going to try to deny Steph even for a half a step, but if he does it for a full step, for sure. But if I see him jumping out there to deny Steph, then Looney's in a cut back door. And I got Looney on a backdoor cut. And then Looney's got to be able to read where the defense is on the weak side. If the weak side defense comes over, then he's got an outlet to usually the weak side corner, maybe the wing. So you're looking at the defense. I don't know why I say defense. I sound like Canadian. You're looking at the defense, trying to figure out, okay, how are they playing this, and what are the options going to be for the offensive player? And the more you play with one another, the more you get a feel for how a guy's going to set something up. I'm sure Christian McCaffrey is looking at blocks and how he's going to set up a block, how certain guys are going to block, where not only where the defensive line is, but where the linebackers are, and how to kind of set those things up. It's interesting to really kind of dig into it and kind of try to figure out what they are looking at. I still haven't figured out exactly, from a route running standpoint, what you're looking at that lets you know what kind of defense you're playing.
Right.
Because that will let you know what adjustments you can make to your route. I mean, ultimately, route running is all about being in a certain spot at a certain time. Because if you're not, then you're screwed. Anybody that's ever been to a football game knows how small those windows are. Like, guys aren't running free like they are in college football. You can't wait for guys to run free, hold up their arm, and like, gotcha, boom. It's like, I mean, the windows are like there, and then they're gone. So I got to get it quickly into that window and through that window, and you got to be there. If you're not there, then we're both screwed. Mostly me, because I'm the one that's going to get the interception. But it's just about reading the defense, and then the more sophisticated you can get, you can start reading different layers of the defense, not the ones that are closest to you, but the ones that are the second level, maybe even the third level. Like, you're just looking at like what they're doing, knowing that there's a spot that I want to be at. There's a spot I want to throw to, a spot I want to run to. How do I get there? I need to look at those guys, and the best players do that in basketball too. They're like, okay, I don't need to look at my man. I need to look at somebody after my man, because after I beat my man, I need to know where he's coming from. And if he's coming from this side, coming to the middle, like when Draymond gets that pick and roll, you know, he'll run the pick and roll, catch it, go to the middle. He's automatically looking at, like, let's say, Looney's guy. Or back in the day, Bogut's guy. Like, okay,
he knows where he's looking as soon as he turns. Like
because I'm going to take a dribble,
exactly.
And if this guy, if he steps toward me, I just throw it over the top. If he doesn't step toward me, then I'm just going to shoot that a little push shot. And that's, I talk about it a lot, and a lot of athletes talk about it. When the game slows down.
Yeah,
those are the type of things you see. Like, you see it happening in front of you. It's like, okay, got it, see it. Boom.
We talked about it with Brock. When he stopped, we said it doesn't ever appear to be thinking. He's just playing. He saw what he needed to do and would understand it. It developed more and more as the season went. But you're talking about when you get a grasp of the offense or an understanding of what's happening in the game, and it starts to – is that what it means, too, when they say it starts to come to you? Because you're not trying to chase down or catch up to what's happening around you. You know what you're looking for, where and why. And then what you adjust
because you
to
know why things are moving and when they're moving and how they're moving.
Right.
Like, you just understand, like – you're playing certain defenses, how the defenses want to attack you. And you just know, like, okay, if they're going to do this, then that means they have to do this, and they're also going to do this. And you can just see it. Like, you'd see it in your head. Like, I think everyone that's played, at some point or another, the game feels slow to you. It just does. You're like, should I? You don't question. Shoot it, dribble it, pass it, whatever. Okay. It just, catch it. I'm open, I shoot it. Guys pay him on this side, I go to this side, draw, kick, go set a pick and roll, catch, boom. Throw. It comes to you. But I mean, the greats have it all the time. Like, for somebody like me, you have it, and then it's gone. You're like, oh, I wish I could have it. It's like when you go play golf. It's like, this game's super easy. This game sucks ass. Like, I hate it. I love it. You can't keep a hold of it. And for, like, a role player, every once in a while you get that feeling. Like, God, this is fun playing.
You get a
this
grasp.
way. Like,
you get a moment where you're in a stretch and you do it. But there's a reason role players are role players.
This is good. Like, you're fully focused. Like, everything, you get it. And then it's gone. But, like, you know, the superstars have that. Like, they have that, like, kind of grasp of the game, that feel of the game. And then you get, like, the ultra superstars. I mean, then it's just like the game's slow motion to them. They can kind of see things happening and see like Wayne Gretzky. I'm sure he saw everything happen before it happened, which is why he was able to pass to spots you would never even think, why would you pass there? And all of a sudden, some guy's got a stick in the ice, boop, goal, and you're like, wow. How did he even see that?
It's the pass from that hits Norm Nixon in the head in the winning time, the first practice. Like, they're like, all right, Magic, you ready? He rings it up court, and he's like, dude, I wasn't looking. And he's like, why not? He's like, you were open. He's like, why aren't you looking for the guy who has the ball and passing it to you? You got to wait for you now? Like, no, you got to see
there are
stuff
guys
before.
there are guys like that. They just see things.
Yeah.
And that's why you get hit in the head, because you're like, how'd you see that? And then you start saying, well, I better get my head on a swivel. I'm going to keep getting smacked in the side of the head. But, like, that's what guys are looking at. And the best of the best, McCaffrey's one of them. And he's really intelligent anyway. Like, he probably loves that stuff, eats that stuff up, tries to get more of that stuff, just understanding every little intricacy of the offense. But he sees it. I guarantee you. Like, he kind of has a picture in his head how the play is supposed to work and how it's going to work and how to get to that point to where, okay, this is how I get this guy to do that and this block to be set up this way and force this linebacker to go into that hole so I can do all that. I'm sure he has a pretty good picture of it before it ever happens.
He talked about it, and he talked about why he was such a great route runner. We got the sound for it. Here's Christian McCaffrey on what we were just talking about. Why is it that you're such a good route runner?
You know, growing up, just being in the backyard, we were always getting taught coaching points, and I think some of it we didn't even realize we were being taught. But steps, body position, body lean, understanding, route trees and timing and spacing, and even just watching his highlights and watching guys like him and Rod Smith growing up who were technicians when it came to route running. Definitely, I think we were groomed in a way to play football, whether it be running back or receiver, whatever it was. So I also think just playing multiple sports growing up and being able to, put your body in different positions. And even in high school, I played safety, I played receiver, I played running back. I was kind of all over the field. And I always like to look at myself just as, an athlete, a matchup guy, so, a football player, somebody who, I don't want to put a label on myself just because I think there's many times where, you put Debo in the backfield, and he's, special. But I got to be able to go out there and, do a little bit of what he does as well. So for me, it's just about being a complete football player, being able to pass protect, being a run inside zone, outside zone, gap schemes, and then being able to, perfect my route tree. But I definitely credit it a lot to my dad and my older brother.
Derek just said in my ear, he's got a John Lynch cadence, even with how he talks.
He does.
I
was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, I'm a Stanford guy, but also, dude, I'm sitting here going, is this guy going to be a GM at some point? Like, is he going to be a president of a football team? Wouldn't shock me. I mean, his dad's a coach. Is he still at Northern Colorado, Ed McCaffrey? No, he's not there anymore. He was there for a minute as the head coach there. But, is
Northern Colorado even there anymore?
I don't know.
We don't know who's there anymore. We always got to check to see who's there.
Anybody? No Northern Colorado? No, it's not there.
I believe Greeley, Colorado.
Jason Greeley, Colorado?
Jason Greeley, Colorado.
Text line checking in. So the CMC's a complete player. And I think that Kyle, and this relates to what we're talking about with Brock. You've said this, Matt Mayoka said this to us, and we'll talk to him at 3:50. Kyle was looking for an extension of himself to run the offense, right? Kyle's mind is what he wants somebody to see the offense the way he does, to be a bookworm about the playbook, to want to obsess over the game inside and out. And Jimmy wasn't that guy. Jimmy didn't hang with his buddies or text guys back in the offseason. Remember every offseason they talk about that? Jimmy leaves, we don't see him. I'm also I kind of like to throw with my guy. Brock was recovering from surgery and is going to be back on the field. So I think the same goes for the rest of the positions. That if you've got a running back like McCaffrey who can do all the things that he does, I think Juszczyk is the same type of guy at fullback who understands the run schemes and can do these things physically, but understand what everybody's job is around him. That's what you're talking about, Tom, that when you have that foresight, you can set things up for everybody else.
Well, you get a backfield that goes to Harvard and Stanford, you're pretty good.
I was just thinking, it's a pretty smart backfield.
You're probably okay. You got one Ivy League and one Big West, or whatever the hell they're going to be now. Who knows? You think David Shaw's happy?
Probably. He's always hyped on McCaffrey when he comes on. He's always like, this guy's pretty good.
No. I mean happy that he's not coaching Stanford.
Oh, you mean happy that he's not there anymore? Yeah, it was his coach. He was like, I'm out. Remember?
He's like, timing is everything.
Oh, man, tough deal.
Comedy and coaching. You got to have good timing. And by the way, let me just digress and say, why is everybody talking about the Olympics all of a sudden? Like, what about the feeder schools for the Olympics? Like, nobody cared about the Olympics before. Now we're coming up with reasons.
He's talking about with the college. Is this a Pac-12 thing?
They're going to go somewhere. Stanford and Cal is going to go somewhere. They'll go to ACC. They'll go somewhere or be independent. But I don't want to hear about the Olympics and how the Olympic sports are going to be hurt. Nobody cared. Now they care. Nobody cares. No, nobody cares. I don't care. Do you care? You don't care.
I don't care.
Tell you, you don't care. Whether you think you care or not.
I was just going to let you finish because I didn't care.
Nobody cares.
I was like, whenever you're down, well, we're good, dude. I know you care. So I was like, I care about you, man. Like, as long as you're good, I can put up with it.
I don't know if I'm good. Wait till football season in 2024.
By the way, when is the first college weekend? Is that next weekend or is that this weekend?
The 26th, Navy, Notre Dame.
We got some time.
Yeah, we got a couple weeks.
All right, cool.
And then I think there's a few games, not very many games, like that weekend. And then Labor Day weekend is when it really starts kicking in. You start getting some pretty good games that weekend. And
Week 0 is what they call it.
Yeah, there's some good games the following weekend, too. The week I'll be gone, I'll be there'll be Texas and Bama and A&M and Miami, Florida, and the traditional rivalry Auburn and Cal, which will be that's going to be weird. Auburn at Cal. How weird is that going to look?
I don't know.
That's going to be bizarre.
For kids born in 2050, it'll be like totally normal. It'll be like, remember the legendary matchup in 2025 when this rivalry began?
Touchdown, Bama.
Touchdown, Bama. Thank you, Fish. We'll catch up with Matt Mayoko coming up at 3:50. But before we do that, Kurt Warner was on with Papa and Len earlier today. It's actually a really interesting conversation because Warner talked a lot about, he's a guy who came from the Arena League, right? Started his career late. Brock Purdy's a guy who unexpectedly had this big run. Warner threw 41 touchdowns that first year and then comes back the second year, did it again. But what are you looking at as far as a challenge in the second year once everybody has a look on you? Talks about it a little bit like when you see a pitcher who makes his first time through the league. Nobody knows his stuff. What is Brock Purdy going to face in terms of challenges? And what does he expect from Sam Darnold and Trey Lance this year? We'll get Kurt Warner's thoughts on that next, and then Matt Mayoko at 3:50, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction. It's where I had my LASIK vision procedure done just a couple of years ago. I was wearing glasses. I was wearing contacts. The most annoying thing to me were the contacts. Putting them in, taking them out, dealing with them late at night, early in the morning. I get bad allergies. Sticking your hand in your fingers in your eye. It's just it's not a fun or a pleasant situation. Also, glasses can get irritating. They get fogged up. They hurt your ears. You don't want to deal with this stuff. You want to kick it to the curb, and you can do all that simply by booking a LASIK consultation for free with Furlong Vision you do it at furlongvision.com, and you do it with Dr. Michael Furlong and Dr. Sane, who yet again have been voted the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley. They offer the most advanced FDA-approved procedures, including, this is a big one, a new, highly effective FDA-approved alternative to LASIK. It's called EVO implantable contact lenses. A lot of celebrities are using them. A lot of athletes are using them. And Dr. Furlong is the official LASIK eye care surgeon of the San Jose Earthquakes. If it's good enough for pro athletes, should be good enough for you. It certainly was for me. Schedule your correction appointment and get that consultation at furlongvision.com or call 408-453-5600. Let them focus on your vision. You want to start seeing better? Go see the absolute best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I still believe this is obviously Brock's job to lose off of what he's done and the consistency that he showed in the games that he played last year. But I'm hoping that Sam can kind of settle in and find his place in this offense. And it can be something that kind of settles him in to have a really, really good career in the National Football League.
That was Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner on with Papa and Lund earlier today. Really, really good conversation, actually. Some good stuff on Brock, stuff that he could be looking at, and some challenges that Kurt said he faced going into his second year after a breakout first season with the Rams. He equated that more, though, to to teams having to not just figure him out, but figure out the offense, right? He was like, we were kind of an anomaly. And as I was hearing him talk about it, I was thinking about Steph, where, the game changed quickly and the Warriors kind of jumped on everybody fast when Steve showed up because of the shooter Steph became and what the offense allowed he and Clay to do in that year and explode. And then, obviously they're not far and away above what everybody else in the league is doing now as far as three-point shooting, just like Kurt Warner's offense wouldn't look unique in today's game next to Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. It's a passing league. It's where it became while the league was still sort of set in the running ways around the Terrell Davis, Mike Shanahan Broncos. So I look at this as a little bit different situation because teams are going to be adjusting to Brock Purdy. However, the weapons around him are exceptional. I mean, way different than what Kurt Warner had. I think Warner had Hall of Famers. He has better proven talent, I think, than Warner did at that time.
Well, the one thing that would look out of place from that Rams offense would be all the 7-step drops they used to use. Those things are gone. Like, when's the last time you see somebody use a 7-step drop? You don't see them anymore. Guys get to the quarterback too quick and get your quarterback killed. In fact, Bolger almost got killed a couple years. They stopped using that. They used to be a huge part of football, 7-step drop, but now about 5 is about the most you go. But yeah, Bruce and Holt and Falk and God, who was their tight end? I can't even remember their tight end.
On the 01 or the 99 Rams?
Yeah, can you remember?
Derek, you got it. Derek just walked in and raised his eyebrows at me like he knows. Who is it, Derek? He said it wasn't good. Roland Williams.
Okay, well.
So it wasn't good.
All right, Holt and Bruce and Falk.
Let me ask you this. How many of those guys are Hall of Famers before that team? Before Martz takes over as the offensive coordinator head coach?
Falk. That
was my thought. Just Falk. But Bruce might have been.
They might have eventually been one, but yeah, that accelerated it. Like that whole thing, and it only happened because Trent Green got hurt. He got hurt and Warner came in. Maybe at some point Warner would have taken over, but Green was pretty good. Green went on to start games in Kansas City
for a while.
Take them to the playoffs with another great dual threat running back, Priest Holmes.
Dude, Priest Holmes. The Chiefs had some sick ones.
Excuse me, Holmes? That guy was incredible.
Holmes? They went Priest Holmes to Larry Johnson to Jamal Charles.
I can't even imagine what Priest Holmes was like in fantasy.
Oh, he was wild.
He must have just slayed.
I had him when I
killed it.
First year I ever played. Dude, some of I think my favorite fantasy running backs ever were Priest Holmes, and then, dude, if you could get your hands on LaDainian Tomlinson in his prime, dude, that was a joke. Sean Alexander, I had a big year with him that year. He scored like 30-something touchdowns or whatever, too. But
hey, excuse me, Holmes.
That's what I said. I'd like to draft you. Excuse me, Priest.
Excuse me, Holmes.
So, it's funny, the Marshall Faulk thing, and this is what came up with Papa and Lund. Really, if anybody hasn't listened yet, the hit with Kurt Warner was great today. He's a good, he's great at breaking it down because he's a guy who I think we all know, had the Hall of Fame talent and ability, but he had to mentally work harder and be placed into an offense and give something an opportunity that he hadn't done before in the Arena League, which then translated to the NFL. It's very much the Steph thing and how the league changed when he got there, right? It was not just on one guy, like his football's not that way in the 3-point shooting, but the game opened up pretty quickly thereafter. Where have we seen a champion outside of the Ravens in 2000 and then I guess the Bucks in 2002? I don't know that we're going to get another defensive champion like that, right? The game has moved too far to the other side of the ball. But the comp with Marshall Faulk and Christian McCaffrey, he talked a little bit about that, did Kurt Warner. That Marshall Faulk, I can't remember the pass catching Marshall Faulk. I don't think I remember early enough in his career because he was a Colt first, right?
Yeah, because he could run routes too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is he was sort of unique for the time. Now they want guys like this. They want more jack of all trades guys.
Yep.
And it's what's going to help Brock out. Let's get to more what Kurt Warner had to say about Brock, about what he's going to show he can do this year. Because we keep saying there's not a lot of question marks around the team. What we need to see from Brock is solidify what we saw last year, mint that so that we know what we saw is who he is. Here's Kurt Warner on what Brock needs to show this season to prove what we saw last year was real.
Most guys in this league, if their number one guy is there, they can make the throw. And of course, more guys, some guys are going to be better at it than others, but most guys can make the throw. Where guys really separate themselves is the ability to read defenses and get through their progressions and eliminate guys early and find the open guy on any given play. And that's what you want to do with young quarterbacks is you want to force them and see if they can do that. Can they be that guy? Because if not, you feel defensively that you gain an advantage. If you can take that first guy away and force them to hold the football and force them to try to make something happen that they're not comfortable with, now you gain the advantage. So, that's to me kind of where teams want to go with Brock, and they want to see, can he be that guy? Can he go beyond Kyle's system and creating a guy open, and can he find the open guy if we take away his first or second read? And that's something that I think we'll all be paying attention to. And, of course, Kyle's going to try to force it where he doesn't have to do that very much within the system. But that's the cat and mouse of offense versus defense in the NFL.
Sounds good to me. I mean, throwing past your first read, that's something funny because we don't know what plays are called. We don't know what reads are. Fans, I think that's one of the favorite things to criticize. He doesn't know how to throw to he can't. He's a one-read quarterback. Yeah. Like, this isn't QB vision in Madden 04, where you just narrow in on one guy, you can only throw it there, which, thank God they got rid of that little stupid light cone that you had to shine around. Unless you had Manning, his cone was as big as the field. He could see guys who were behind him, which was insane. I was like, you can complete everything with this guy. But it's one of those things where when guys aren't reading things well, you can see it. Whether you know where he's supposed to go or not, frequently when a guy doesn't get to other reads or is getting overwhelmed, you can see it. I don't recall ever seeing that with Brock last year.
No, again, from the first game, he came in. He seemed the game seemed slow. He didn't seem overwhelmed at all. There was no happy feet. There were no jitters. There was no just throws that were way off. Almost got picked because he threw it into. There just wasn't any of that stuff. That was the one that it all jumped out at me. But I remember that game particularly. I believe that was the Dolphin game, and then the Tampa game where he threw it to Ayuk down the left side at the end of the first half. That one really stuck out to me because I remember we talked about it at the time, and I said, "Look, young quarterback." You already got it was 21-0 or 21-3, something. They had a nice lead.
They were getting the ball back, and Kyle went for the throw instead of running it.
We're not going to blow it. Yeah, we're not going to do something stupid here.
I think it was right side, by the way, the Ayuk touchdown.
You sure?
No,
you could be right.
I was there, but I think because I was shocked. I was like, I can't believe he's not kicking a field goal here.
Yeah, I just said, to me, that was wow. He must really trust him because this could have been an easy one to be safe, kick a field goal, keep the momentum going into halftime, and he said, screw it, we're going for it. And then, bam, touchdown. It's 28-3, something. The game was over at that point. So there were a couple of things that I just remember looking at going, damn, this guy, he just sees it. And, again, you don't got to do that much. People look at a game manager as an insult. It's really not. I mean, that's what a quarterback is.
He's operating the team.
Yeah.
As it's designed to be operated.
Can he win games by himself? Probably not. Not yet. But there's not a lot of those dudes out there that you can say, God, we suck. You need to win one for us today. They're just that Mahomes is one of those guys.
Yeah.
Allen, one of those guys. Burrow's one of those guys. But after that, it starts getting a little bit thin. After that one, even a guy like Lamar Jackson, you're like, well, can he do it? Well, I mean, if you're down. And you're asking him to throw the ball, you start getting to guys who are really good, but start having a few limitations. Even Herbert last year was a guy that I like a lot, but I wouldn't put in that top 3 category. And let's be honest, it's really a top 1 category. And then Allen
it's
and
Mahomes
Burrow
and
come
then the next class.
Yes, exactly. It's like him by himself, and then Allen and Burrows, and then after that, then it's 1 space, 2, 3 space, and then start figuring out after that. But it's hard. There's just not a lot of those guys. Everybody needs, you need the help. And he has the help, and he's willing to accept the help. He doesn't have to force it. So it's fun to watch him last year, and it'll be fun to watch him this year because he's not a finished product, and we don't know exactly what he's going to give us. We only saw a little less than half a season last year, but it seems like it's a really nice fit. Like Shanahan really likes him. He fits there. He realizes he doesn't have to do anything. And really all you have to do is manage the game. Play the position Shanahan wants it played. Just this is how you play it. This is what we do. This is where you go. This is how And it should work pretty seamlessly. I mean, it worked last year to the tune of about 30 points a game.
Yeah, it did. I mean, he was better offensively, or had the offense humming at a better clip than Jimmy did. No,
so I think those are the
but still.
Yeah, those are the expectations. Like maybe not 30, but 28. I mean, those should be the expectations. That because there was too many games before he took over last year, and even the year before.
Remember the second half points, and we were like, they're bad in the second half. They couldn't score in the second half. They would score a bunch early, and they couldn't get anything moving once they'd come back out of halftime.
And they put the Saints, and it was like 18-14, something like that.
Lost at the Falcons, dude. You're like, come on.
Dude. Well, that one, because they didn't have anybody that game. But I get your point. But my mind is the games at home, they're playing games that they ended up winning, but you're like, damn. One score, they lose. Like, they shouldn't be losing to these teams. There are too many of those because the offense couldn't keep up. Like, the defense was doing everything they could.
Are we talking about the Giants or the Niners?
But the
offense couldn't keep up, losing to teams they shouldn't? What are we talking about here?
Boom. Maybe it's a Bay Area problem. But when Purdy took over, that wasn't much of a problem because when you're scoring 28 a game, then the defense doesn't have to be perfect. Like now, to make the Giant analogy back in the heyday, when you have the pitching they had with Bumgarner, Kane, and Lincecum, if they never had this type of offense, but if they were scoring 5.5 a game,
it's done.
They'd have won 105 games a year. It's like, well, damn, we don't even need to be perfect now. We can just be good. And they were going to be good.
That was 5.5 a game.
That was bare minimum. They were going to be good. A lot of times they were going to be great, but a lot of times they were great and they still lost because they couldn't score. And that was the 49ers. Their defense would be really good, and it was just good enough, or maybe just not good enough. But it was like the margin for error wasn't as big as it should have been with how good they were. Now you get the feeling if they start off where they left off last year, margin for error is pretty good because that defense ain't giving up over 30 points a game very often. Kansas City rolled them last year, but Kansas City's going to roll a number of people.
They won the Super Bowl. I'm good with that.
It's just not going to happen.
Seems pretty good.
They're going to hold teams to under 21 points more often than not. And you're like, if we score 28 a game, if they score 28 a game, they're going to win 13 games this year. That's the way it's going to be because Stone Cold said so.
That's the bottom line. That's Tolbert 3 and that's Tolbert 13-3 is what that 13-4.
Tolbert 666.
Tolbert 13-4 is what that is, dude. That's another record on Tolbert. A lot of people like checking in, and we'll get back to this later. I said, when did you guys first buy into Brock? That's a good topic because I'm with you, Tom. It was that play where once Kyle believed in him. I mean, I thought it was a shock when he came into that first game against Miami and he had him throw at the goal line to the left side. He threw like a 1-yard touchdown pass from the 1 to McCaffrey. I'm like, man, they're not running at the goal line. Kyle trusted him pretty early on. We'll talk more about that with Matt Mayoko, who's going to join us when we come on back. Of course, 49er insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. It is preseason week 1, Niners and the Raiders. They got a joint practice week 1 this week. We'll talk to Mayoko about that as the Niners get ready to head out to Vegas next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, excuse me, Holmes?
Hall of Famer Kurt Warner joined Papa and Lund today to discuss the 49ers backup quarterback situation. Where do Trey Lance and Sam Darnold stand? And what challenges does Brock Purdy face entering year 2? All that is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
guy's not at press conferences, on the sideline, or in the locker room, he's with us on KNBR. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by UCSF Health, redefining health
on the Sports Leader.
I'm excited to see what Sam can do in this offense because I have seen those glimpses. And you're hoping guys like that can kind of settle in somewhere and find a system that fits them really, really well. You know, because, again, the one thing we have to realize around the league is that there's only 5 or 6 guys that you can say, this guy can carry us. You know, we all want that. Everybody wants their Patrick Mahomes and their Josh Allen. But every year there's only 5 or 6 of those guys. And I know we want everybody to be that, but not every quarterback in the league is that. You know, a lot of guys are good players, but maybe not that player. I'm excited to see Sam in this offense with those pieces around and to see, you know, if he can be one of those guys, you know, a guy that can, you know, start in this league and a guy that can put up good numbers, but not have to be a guy that has to make every single throw because that's what he struggled with.
That was Kurt Warner with Pop on Line earlier today talking about Sam Darnold. That was kind of along the same lines of what we were just talking about with Brock, Tom, what the evolution of quarterbacks and sort of finished products look like once they're in a system that works for them. Here to talk about that, among other things, 49ers. He covers the Niners for NBC Sports Bay Area. Our 49er insider, Matt Mayoko. It is week 1 of the preseason, Matt, which means I got one question for you, dude. We're about 6 days, a little under a week from last time we talked. How you feeling about A.J. Pollock hitting 3rd tonight?
Oh, gosh, is it too late to catch a flight to Anaheim? Can I go to, can I go to John Wayne International Airport?
Yeah,
John Wayne Airport between now. Can I do that?
I bet you can. And by the way, I endorse John Wayne. I endorse it. It's a great air. One of the best in the nation to fly in and out of, in my opinion.
It is very nice.
One of the best.
Very nice.
All right, we got it.
Except when they shut the engines off. That's not nice.
No.
That's right. It gets up.
Yes.
Yeah, it gets up about, 3,000 feet, and they shut the engines off.
And you feel like you're backsliding. The first time you do it, it gets you. Like, if nobody tells you it's coming, they don't get you. Because it's after a certain hour, they fly there, they got a noise ordinance, and you'll be like, oh, a nice flight, a little steeper than normal. Like, yeah, okay, it's still okay. And then all of a sudden it's like, why are we going backward? Wait, what's going on here?
And right then in your mind, it goes like, God, dude, does anybody have a beef with me right now?
Yeah. We're gonna free fall for a couple of minutes here. I'm gonna shut the engines off.
Is there any late phone call I need to make to apologize to someone?
It's like Levi Stadium. You got to shut off the sound after 10. So
exactly,
got to slide back a little bit into this week. Matt, it's kind of. I thought it was interesting. They're doing the joint practice. I know last year they did it a little bit later in the preseason. Feels to me like week 1 is a little bit early. I know this is their only road game for the preseason. But thoughts on this week being the weekend for that, and what are we expecting rolling into this weekend?
Well, yeah, no, it is a little bit interesting because I don't think I've ever been around the team that did it this way. But this is also, I think, teams are trying to figure out this whole 3 preseason games and when is the best time for that. And when you think about it, we're in the stretch right now where teams are practicing against each other, the most they'll ever practice against each other, as far as, just lining up first team against first team, and the defense is doing their thing and the offense is doing their thing. And so it does get a bit monotonous, and it does, you see the defense starting to know, where the ball is going or what the plays are. And the offense starts to know, well, they're in this coverage, so this is going to be there. And so I don't know how useful it becomes at a certain point. And so when you think about it, this probably is a good time for that, because after this, then it's, basically 2 or 3 or 4 days of practices, and then you play another team. So I think there's a little bit of it's calculated a little bit, and this is probably the best way of doing it. So what ultimately happens, and Kyle Shanahan alluded to it today, is that the practices take on more importance than the actual games, because they're able to go through all these different scenarios. You cannot guarantee that in a preseason game you're going to get 1s versus 1s or 2 versus 2 in every scenario. 2-minute drill, red zone, whatever the case may be. And in fact, Brock Purdy won't even play in Sunday's game. And frankly, I'd be surprised, I think, if he plays any during the preseason. But he will get plenty of reps in those 2 practices against the Raiders when it's very controlled. Both teams are, going to this under the, the direction of do not touch the quarterback, no tackling to the ground, all that stuff. So it's a much more controlled setting to get some work in.
What does it say about Nick Bosa that this early in his career, I mean, he's kind of a vet, but not really, not a vet, that he can just miss training camp and nobody cares? Like, everybody's like, whatever. He'll be here. He'll be ready to go. I mean, you would know better than I, but I've never heard a player complain about it. And sometimes players would be like, well, hell, we got to be out here doing this crap. Why isn't he out there doing this crap? And I'm not just talking about the contract. I'm talking about any other time. And then coaches who usually want all their players at training camp are like, he'll be fine. He'll be good to go.
Please
Whenever we
home.
get him,
Really.
we'll plug him in. And
Don't come at all.
It's pretty amazing, isn't it, that everybody seems to be like, he's doing his work and we're good.
It is crazy that the highest profile player on the team is not here, and nobody seems to care. And it's not because we can move on without him. No, I mean I've been covering teams where the coach is like this guy better get his act together. He better get in here. The train's leaving the station and he's not here. There's been none of that with Bosa. And I mean, it's kind of funny. Today, I was asking Kyle Shanahan about, are you stressed out at all? Are you going up to John Lynch and Parag Marate and getting updates? And he's like, no, why would I? Like, there's nothing to report, and I have not a worry in the world. They know that he's taking care of business physically, and whenever the deal gets done, that'll make him far and away the highest paid player in 49ers team history. They know that, the next day he could be on the field and probably terrorizing quarterbacks. So now it really is funny. Like, it hasn't been a topic at all. And I mean, literally, I've gone a couple days without even thinking about, watching practices and not even thinking about Bosa. And I kind of suspect that, a lot of the players are the same way, at least when they're on the field. I know the defensive linemen, they stay in touch with him and they're texting back and forth and everything like that. But it'll almost be like whenever he signs, it'll almost be like, oh, that's right. Yeah, Nick Bosa's on this team. Boy, what a great addition! It'll be like they they made this great trade deadline acquisition. The anti-Farhan, coming through and pulling somebody big.
Wow.
Oh man!
Wow! You got a yellow card there.
Yeah.
Well done.
Who's the Pollock of the Niner offseason is the question. Talking about Mayoko on the Uma guest line, it's funny how Kyle was like sort of perplexed that he was even asked that. He's like, no, I don't want him here. I don't want to be here at all. He's stronger when he's not here with us. And he shows up and he's revving and ready to go. What I thought was interesting in some of Kyle's comments about prepping for the start of the season. I know he did some media today and was on with the NFL Network, but he talked about already prepping for the Steelers. And my thought is, I imagine coaches who are coaches of playoff teams and have playoff expectations start thinking about that stuff pretty early on and watching tape anyway. But if you've got a lot of position battles or things to figure out on your team or injuries, you're probably not as like in depth looking at it this early on when you're trying to figure out who's your starting quarterback or running back or whatnot. How rare is it for a coach to be looking at tape this early in the season? What does it say about Kyle's confidence in the roster?
No, I think it's done. I mean, I think a lot of it is done in the off season. When the schedule comes out, teams will start looking ahead a little bit. Now that you mentioned this, I wish I would have asked Shanahan about this, but there was a part of before practice even started a few days ago, the 49ers were going up against kind of a scout look. Their own offensive players wearing different numbers that you just pull over your pads. And it almost looked to me like they were kind of walking through stuff to prepare for the Steelers. They certainly wouldn't be preparing for the Raiders. So it kind of looked like they've even kind of implemented some stuff, as far as here's some looks. And this is still this is like a month away from the game happening. But going back to Brock Purdy, I mean, that he's not game planning for anything. He's not game planning for facing the 49ers defense every day in practice. He's not game planning to face, the Raiders or the, who are they even playing here? The Raiders, the Chargers, and I'm drawing a blank. I don't even know who they're playing.
Who knows?
Is it Minnesota or something? No, that was last year. Denver?
I couldn't tell you.
That sounds good, yeah.
Yeah,
whatever.
Or whoever. They're playing some team. But that he isn't giving any of those teams he's not wasting any brain cells thinking about those teams. I mean, like I said, I don't think he's going to play at all in the preseason game or in this preseason slate of games. And he certainly won't in Sunday's game against the Raiders. I mean, they know who their starting guys on offense are going to be. And by and large, they even know who their backups are going to be. There might be some, roster spots on the bottom half, the very bottom half, that are up for grabs. But they know their guys, and so there's probably less in dispute as far as this goes. A year ago, it was getting Trey Lance ready, and he needed all the work he could get. And it's crazy to be talking about Brock Purdy being a guy who started 8 NFL games. And, I mean, obviously he still needs work to fine-tune some stuff, just as, it's his throwing, but also the rhythm and the timing with his receivers. But everything looks like it's far further along than it was a year ago.
Speaking of backups, do we know who the backup quarterback's going to be?
No, I don't. But I mean, it's obviously I think Trey Lance looks better than he ever has. No question about it. He looks like he's throwing the ball just better, like better mechanics. Everything's tighter. He looks like he's not thinking and he's just playing football. And Darnold looks very impressive on the practice field, but I just wonder with Darnold, kind of the knock on him has never been, the physical skills. It's just how quickly he sees the game. And so his style and kind of his profile of a quarterback is always going to look really good on the practice field. But I just wonder, with the knock being on him, just how he sees the game, how quickly he thinks on his feet, his processing, all that. I just wonder if he's on point when it comes to that. And so, we might, during practice, he looks really good. There's no question. I mean, everybody knew that he would look really good on the practice field. But the question is whether, when they get into that meeting room, and the question is whether he sees the game in real time like Kyle Shanahan wants him to see the game. So it's, from my standpoint, just being on the outside, on the sideline, watching, I would say it's probably too close to call. And if you were to lean one way or the other, you would probably lean a little bit more toward Darnold. But I think where Lance has a possible advantage is that he's been in the system for 3 years, and it looks like he's just kind of, I don't know if I'd say he has the offense wired, but it certainly looks like he's further along, and he should be further along when it comes to just making the reads and the quick decisions and seeing the game the way Kyle Shanahan wants him to see the game.
Talking to Matt Mayo, go on the Uma guest line. Niners and the Raiders, first preseason game on Sunday. They'll have joint practices this week. Any indication which of those guys is going to start preseason game one?
I would think that they would go with, I would think they would go with Trey Lance just because he's been around. And, he started last season as the starter. So, I don't think they consider it a big deal. But my guess would be that kind of as a courtesy to Trey Lance, having been here, that he would get the first crack at it.
How is, I'm guessing, the starting safety is going to be Gibson and Hufanga?
I think so, yeah.
How's Brown
there was a part... I think he looks like a young guy trying to find his way. When they made that pick, that was the one thing I thought, like, okay, third rounder, there's a possibility that if he just stands out and gets it, that immediately he could just say, look, not saying it, but obviously his actions say it, that he needs to be on the field. I don't think he's there yet, and Gibson looks pretty good. He's a pro. He's always around the ball. He seems to just kind of have a sense for where things should be, and he's a really good mentor to all those guys, and he and Hufanga seem to play very well together. So at this point, I don't think there's a role for Jair Brown, at least to start the season. So that's kind of one thing that I was kind of looking at the beginning of training camp, where I thought that door was open for Brown to just come in right away and take that job, but I don't think that's happening.
Got it. 4 minutes here with Matt Mayoco on the UMA guest line. Is there anybody who has to have a good camp? Because for a rookie like Brown, you go, okay, well, we've got an opportunity to develop him. He doesn't have to perform right now. It would have been a bonus if he had and broke out as a guy they could start or have a role for. But is there anybody you're looking at that maybe could have a role on this team, but you're saying they've got to have a good camp to prove that?
Well, I mean, the one guy that just fell off the face of the earth last season was Ambry Thomas.
Yeah.
Remember, he started the final 5 games of the regular season in 2021. That was his rookie year, and then he had the big interception in overtime against Matthew Stafford as he was covering Odell Beckham Jr. down the field, and he started 2 games in the playoffs, and he really finished that season with some momentum. But I was talking to him last week, and he fully admits he did not put in the work that should have been required of him, or that was required of him. He just did not follow through. He kind of fell into that whole trap of, we see a lot of times a young guy will finish his rookie season strong and think, I got this. I know what it takes. I got this figured out. And he fully admits that that's the way he entered last offseason. He lost weight when he should have gained weight, and he should have been stronger. Instead, he was weaker. And then when there were injuries, it was Diamond Lenore who stepped in and played pretty well and kind of lived up to his hyena moniker. He kind of plays with that kind of aggressiveness. And so the pressure was on Ambry Thomas this training camp, this whole off season, to open eyes and show some more urgency and be more aggressive. And he's done that. So that's a guy that, if he continues to do that, there will probably be a spot on the team for him. But if he drops off in any way, I think the 49ers are going to have a pretty short leash with him. And one of the younger guys will have an opportunity, a pretty solid opportunity to take his spot. So that's one guy whose name kind of comes to mind as far as a young guy who was a 3rd-round draft pick who really has to step up.
I don't know if Kyle or anybody had talked about, got a couple weeks to talk about this, but just getting off to a quicker start, trying to not come, because they've had to come from off the pace the last few years, and they finished strong, but they started slow. I'm wondering if there's anything they've looked at that they've tweaked or changed a little bit to try and maybe help them get off to a better start. I mean, it's worked out okay, but I'm sure they'd like a little bit more of a cushion coming down the home stretch.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes back to what we were just talking about. I think that, it's starting to look ahead to week 1 and making sure that, they put their best foot forward early in the season. They don't take that, they certainly won't be taking the Steelers lightly, but, that's a big game, week 1. They'll be traveling across country, going into a pretty intense environment, and then week 2 with the Rams. I think that they feel better about where they are this year. I mean, they feel like there are fewer question marks about the quarterback who opens the season this year than there was about the quarterback who opened the season the year before, and maybe even the year before that. Remember they were ready to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo. They were ready to move on, 2 years in a row, and so in the last 2 years they were under 500. 6-7 games into the season. So I think that one of the big surprises to me, or probably the biggest story of training camp for the 49ers, has been how Brock Purdy's injury situation, or his elbow, just isn't a story. He's practicing, he's throwing the ball well, not perfect. I think he still needs to gain a little bit of arm strength, but he looks pretty darn good, and there's no question that he's the guy they're getting ready to start that season opener. So that's probably plays into why what Kyle Shanahan said today about they're looking at Pittsburgh's defense. They're starting to kind of kick around ideas of how to approach that thing week one, because last thing they want is to give away a game in week one or week two or week four or whatever that ends up biting them, and the end of the year making it to the NFC Championship game again and having to go on the road again.
Part of me half expects Jimmy Garoppolo is going to start the game on Sunday for the Niners. I just until he's actually not playing for them, part of me thinks it's still a possibility. So
I thought you were going to say week one at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, well, that's on the table too, or week four, wherever. It's just seriously till he plays a whole season somewhere else, it's on the table. You know what I mean? I'm not sold any of this is official yet. So
stranger things have happened.
Yes, they have. When do you leave for Vegas, Matt?
So the team leaves. The team will practice tomorrow and then fly to Las Vegas Tuesday afternoon, evening, and then they get a day off Wednesday, and then they practice Thursday, Friday. I will be flying Wednesday evening, getting there, then covering practice, which starts bright and early Thursday morning, and it should be nice triple-digit or even 110-degree weather.
Nice, yeah.
It should be. Yeah, I'm going to take a carton of eggs and see how many I can fry up on the sidewalk.
Yeah, nice.
Where are you staying while you're there?
Well, the teams will practice in Henderson, so I'm going to stay 2 nights in Henderson and then a couple nights at some. I don't want to say the name of the hotel chain, but I'm kind of a
Radisson Inn, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, something like that. I go out of my way to stay at a particular hotel chain.
Oh, okay, got it. You're one of those guys that wants those points.
Yeah, I'm a points guy.
Yeah, you're a points guy. Most media members are. They love their points, baby. So great.
Are there any breweries in Vegas I should go
No, to? Vegas stinks for breweries. It's not good. There's a few places you can go, and they sell Revision beer there. Revision's really good. They're from Sparks. But other than that, now I've been there a number of times because, of course, my mom and brother live there, and I'm like, when are you guys going to get a good brewery here, man? Your breweries stink.
Here's my theory. My theory is really hot weather places, desert places, generally don't have good water, and so you can't have good beer without good water.
Well, that's a possibility. I know it's hard getting in there too. For whatever it is, the alcohol. The people that I don't know how they do it. The ones that get the licenses and stuff like that. It's hard. Because I know some breweries have tried to get in there and they can't. They make it almost damn near impossible. So, yeah, you're stuck with what you're stuck with, and you can get some good canned stuff. But as far as going to a microbrew or a craft brew, good luck. It's probably not going to happen.
You're saying in Nevada you can almost anything is legal, including the world's oldest profession, but they don't allow breweries in there.
Well, good ones.
Okay, so they allow crappy ones?
Yeah, apparently. At least that's what I've found. I have not found a good brewery in Vegas. It's sad. Okay. It really is.
Yeah.
Look, when I go, I would like to have. That's my dream. If I win the lottery, I'm going to open up a craft brew, high-end craft beer, and chicken ranch, a chicken ranch and craft beer. And tell me, that would be a winner. And then swim up blackjack too. So I think you got all three of those elements. And I'm going to corner the
batting
market.
Cages or anything else? No.
It's going to be. If you want batting cages, and maybe
I'd like to get some bets,
and then steak and eggs after 2. I'll get that for you.
Only
too,
after 2 a.m. Sorry.
Yeah, something like that. But
I think on Thursday night. We'll do it up.
Yeah, my menu will be incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Fantastic. Good stuff. I'll be cans of tuna and Coors Light.
Easy.
I'll be it, Matt.
Easy.
Have a great trip out to Vegas, dude. I will talk to you on Sunday before Niners and the Raiders. Fun to get going again. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Sounds great. Talk to you guys next week.
See you, Matt.
All right, good deal. We got Giants and Angels tonight. 5:35 pregame coming up, about an hour and 15 till we get to pregame. Matt Vasgersian is going to join us. We thought at 5, but he's going to join us in about 15 minutes or so at 4:35. So we'll get to our Sound Soiree, then Matt Vasgersian, then Andy Baggerly at 5:15. Well, in our Sound Soiree, the fight of the weekend was not Nate Diaz and Jake Paul.
Someone got dropped.
The fight of the weekend was Jose Ramirez and Tim Anderson, and the statement or the comments of the weekend came from Terry Francona after the game. That is all coming your way next, only here on the Sports Leader. The Giants lost a 2-game series over the weekend in Oakland to the A's, including yesterday's 8-6 collapse. A couple of errors by Brandon Crawford led to that loss. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda and my Pilot. I've had my Pilot, or iteration of a Pilot for 10 years now, and I love it because room. I'm 6'8", 270. I need room. My family is big. My friends are big. A lot of gear, golf clubs, this, that, and the other thing. Plenty of room in the Honda. Nice and comfy. All the gadgets in the Honda. Listen to whatever I want, whenever I want. I want to blast some Tool, no problem. The Pilot is just one of Honda's impressive line of SUVs. There's also the rugged Passport, sporty HRV, and the legendary CRV, now available in fuel-efficient hybrid. Your NorCal Honda dealers has loads of new SUVs available now with special lease and financing deals. Every model, it's perfect. It's a perfect time to come in and buy or reserve yours. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda like me or visit your NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There's no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. Quick change of plans here. We've got to catch up with Matt Vasgersian now. We're going to do it in just a couple of minutes. We'll take a quick break. We'll do Vasgersian, then we'll come back, and we got a lot of good stuff to talk about and sound to play for you in terms of that Tim Anderson, Jose Ramirez fight. Suspensions have already been handed down. Vasgersian was on the call for the Dodgers and the Padres earlier. The only day game today that's already wrapped up. Dodgers win 13-7. So Giants entering play against the Angels tonight, 4.5 back of the Dodgers. We will talk to Matt Vasgersian next, and then a sound soiree coming your way. Tolbert & Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Oh, he got another one. Get going. Ohtani has done it again. Santa Maria. Complete game shutout. Check. 2 homers in the nightcap. Check.
Back when the Angels looked like a legit team. Check. Matt Vasgersian. You catch him on the MLB Network calling Angel games. Does it all. Matt, what's going on?
Mr. T, Adam, that was only 2 weeks ago, too. What the hell happened?
It's so frustrating. It seems like I see it every single year. It just the thing is, they just haven't been able to pitch this year. They've hit enough. They have not been able to pitch. Even Ohtani with the cracked fingernail hasn't been great the last month or so, aside from that doubleheader in Detroit. But Detmer's too inconsistent. Sandoval too inconsistent, and then it just goes. Then it just kind of tails off from there. It just, it kind of what I've seen over the last 10 years, Matt. Just kind of, a lot of hanging in there is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this too. As far as what they've tried to do, Perry Manassian is not going to win the award, but he should definitely get some consideration for Executive of the Year because under extreme duress, he has been able to at least stay kind of, fluid enough to make some really nice acquisitions. Granted, Lucas Giolito has not pitched great since coming forward, but they lose guys, they suffer these really bad injuries, and he's there to kind of fill the spots. Getting Mike Moustakas was a big deal. Eduardo Escobar, helpful. Grichuk, helpful. Crone, are any of these guys Aaron Judge? No, but they're not sitting on their laurels, and it just hasn't come together. The bullpen's been a problem. You're right. Starters have been a problem. It's really hard to exist in a 6-man rotation all year. As much as you do that to make Ohtani comfortable, I've always wondered, who's that hurting? Because you've got these dudes that have been used to working in 5-man rotations their entire minor league careers, and now it's a whole different calculus. So for a ton of reasons, it hasn't come together yet. Haven't counted them out yet because the American League wildcard race is wide open. It's been a tough 2 weeks.
Yeah, there's no consistency. The starting pitching, and then when the starting pitching gets going, the bullpen will blow a game, and then the bullpen kind of. I thought they look good. They got Moore and Lopez and Estevez now, and that's a pretty good back end of the bullpen. And then at the worst time, Estevez blows a save on Thursday night, and it's the only one he's blown all year. It's just that one seemed to count as 9. It was but let me ask you this. Enough about me whining. I can do that later on. I appreciate they asked me what I would do with Ohtani. I said probably trade him and get prospects, but that was like a 51-49. I didn't mind them doing what they did. Hell, go for it, see what happens, roll the dice. You don't want to be the ones that trade Ohtani. I get it. So I appreciate the fact that they said screw it. Let's see what happens. Although from an Angel fan standpoint, Matt, is worst case scenario staring you in the face if he leaves, which I'm not sure he will. Everybody has him going. He's never said that. But if he does and the prospects go too, that's a rough one. It makes these next 2 months a little bit more important.
I go back and forth on that one too, Tom. And I'll say this, where I am now with it has everything to do with the fact that they did hold him. But now I'm seeing the value in that. I'm seeing the rationale a little bit more clearly. First of all, at the deadline, they were 3.5 games out of a wild card spot. They were trending in the right direction. They knew they were going to get a starter. They felt good about adding Lucas Giolito at the time and Lopez. And not to mention, what are you going to get for 2.5 months of Shohei Ohtani? Because teams are reluctant to giving up their best players for a 2.5-month rental. And if the Mets, if the Red Sox, the Cubs, the Twins. Who else was rumored to be involved here? The Rays. If all those teams were being realistic about their chances, even if you did land Ohtani, you have to know that his preference is to sign with a West Coast team at the end of the year. I firmly believe that the right answer for where he plays in 2024 and beyond is Seattle, Los Angeles, or San Francisco. And if you know that and you're one of the other teams, are you going to give up everything you've got for 2.5 months of Shohei Ohtani? Everybody was talking about, it's going to be a Herschel Walker trade. It's going to be 9 for 1. I don't think that was ever on the table. Not to mention, Ohtani is going to set all kinds of new milestones and records for the remainder of the year. And his accomplishing those things in an Angels uniform has value.
Yeah.
If all those highlights occur with him wearing your logo, there's value in that. Not to mention the additional money he brings in from Japanese advertisers, what he does at the gate. I get the idea of holding on to him and making a push. I'm fully okay with that, and that's not just me being a homer.
Yeah.
Talking about Vasgersian on the UMA guest line. Matt was on the call earlier today for the Padres and the Dodgers. Hell of a game. 5 spot for the Pods, and then Dodgers came back. Would they put up a 7 or an 8 spot right after? Mookie, it's a grand slam. Dodgers, I think final was 13-7. I was looking this weekend, Matt, going, oh, man, the Padres decided they weren't going to sell at the deadline. And that was the most concerning thing for me regarding the Giants, was it's not that anybody got way better. It's that teams that were kind of on the fringe didn't sell off. They didn't sell for parts. They kind of either stayed the course or teams like the Cubs bought in. Padres didn't start their run that I thought they were going to start maybe this weekend. Dodgers now 4.5 up on the Giants. Where are you with the Dodgers and their pitching staff? Because they didn't land Rodriguez. Nobody really has 3 big guys, but the Dodgers have some young talent. Who do you think, as far as pitching goes, and the Dodgers could be is leading the National League after Atlanta?
Yeah, I think, Adam, it's interesting because the Dodgers, who have, let's face it, I mean, they've been to the postseason every year under Dave Roberts because of starting pitching in particular. And this is the first time that he's managed a team where they are a low middle of the pack team ERA staff, and they are. And without Walker Buehler, without Clayton Kershaw, with Julio Urias being less than himself, without Dustin May, they've been a different kind of animal as a pitching team. Now, the good news is that Kershaw is going to come back this week. Doc told us today that he's going to start either Wednesday or Thursday. I think the Dodgers' preference is for Thursday. That's going to be a huge help. I'm not sure what they get out of Walker Buehler, if he's able to come back and pitch in September like they want him to or like they've talked about. And even if he can, how effective is he going to be? That means that Lance Lynn is super important. Super important. That means Tony Gonsolin, who's been a little uneven after the great year last year, is super important, because without those guys, you're talking about these young kids in the rotation. Now, all that having been said, since July 1st, they're averaging 6 runs a game. Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman at the top of the order is the biggest problem, 1-2 in baseball for any pitching staff. Freddie Freeman, in ordinary circumstances, without Ronald Acuna going crazy, is the chalk for National League MVP. I mean, there's no flaw in this dude's game. He is one of the best players in baseball. And I like the Dodgers' chances to repeat and win the division again. We all thought San Diego was going to be better. And whenever the Padres win 2 in a row, we think that's the start of a great run. Hasn't happened. They got boat raced today. They lost 3 out of 4 from the Dodgers. And since Dave Roberts became the manager of the Dodgers, when he had spent 5.5 years on the Padres coaching staff and somehow wasn't good enough to manage the Padres under a different San Diego administration that wasn't very good, he went to L.A., and he has beaten his old team, the Padres, at a near 700 winning percentage. I mean, they beat the snot out of the Padres.
That's stupid. That's outrageous. First of all, I've always loved Dave Roberts. I was hyped when the Giants got him. I still think the stolen base in Boston's like the biggest play in the history of baseball. Everybody in the stadium and watching on TV knows he's going, and he swipes the bag. The guy beats cancer, and he becomes a great manager. And I think there were questions around whether or not he was managing or was able to manage, because when you have great talent like that and there's so much analytics at play, it sort of looked like maybe he was handed the lineup card, and who knows what he was doing. But I think this year has really proven what you're talking about, Matt, with the pitching staff they've had, the sort of I mean, even last year in 2021, when they won 106 games, they had 3 guys, I think, and they were going with David Price as like a super starter in Game 5 against or super reliever in Game 5 against the Giants. They went with an opener before they went to Urias. So I think he deserves credit. And I'm wondering if you can evaluate managers in the same way we used to, because it's tougher now. We don't know who makes sometimes what decision or whether or not they've scripted a game for relievers to pitch. And I mean, there's something that goes into that, but what role does a manager play now in a game like this, where sometimes it's, when things are going great, it's fine. When things are going poorly, it's where guys like Dave Roberts, I think, shine.
Yeah, that's a really good observation, too, Adam. In 2018, when the Red Sox beat the Dodgers in the World Series, I do not think that Dave Roberts was 100% empowered to do what he wanted with that lineup, with that rotation. There were a lot of voices from the baseball ops people in the analytics department back then. He buys into that, so I think they work more in concert now than they used to. But I think he's also been given a bigger fork and knife at the table where he can kind of do what he wants and flex in and out of things that are suggested by the analytics people. And for a manager now, the relationship that he has with that front office is more important than ever, because if you're not walking in lockstep with the front office and what they want, you're not the right guy. And I remember when Larry Boa interviewed for a managerial job, it was probably 6 or 7 years ago, and we know that Larry's an old baseball curmudgeon, right? He's an old codger. He's going to do it his way. Dirt in the spikes guy. The question was asked of him, how would you respond if, as the manager, we suggested the starting lineup for a series or for a week of games?
What did he say?
You can imagine what he said.
He said, who's we? Who's we?
Right.
Who the hell are you talking to?
You got the wrong guy. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go have a sandwich. Get some college kid in here. And it's funny how, like, a lot of these front office philosophies where look at the list of major league coaches these days. It's not necessarily guys that played even professionally. It's a lot of guys who are smart, who know the game for sure, but they're looking at a game through a different lens than the old-time coach that would sit behind the cage with dirty hands and, flip you a bucket of balls and say, close your front side. It's hey, let's look at the iPad. Let's look at the data. That's the way the game has evolved, and it's not a bad thing. But to evaluate managers the same way that we did in the 1970s probably misses the mark.
We're talking about, Matt, we're talking to Matt Vasgersian, nice enough to join us, talking a little baseball. And we're talking about how important this Angels-Giants series is to both these teams, because the Angels are just flat out taking on water. The Giants kind of feel like they're taking on water, because when you lose 2 in a row to the A's, I think you feel like you're taking on water. But after the Angels, they go 3 Rangers, 3 Braves, 3 at Phillies, 3 at Braves again. Like, this is a really big stretch for the Giants, and if they can get through this next 2 weeks in good shape, I think they're going to be in good shape. The Angels just need to kind of get a win and start trying to get some momentum before Ohtani comes back and Trout comes back and they get a little bit healthier. Like, talk about this series and the dynamics of it and the importance of it for both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head there with your Angels take, Tom. I mean, the Ohtani was en route to being a really good player, and I'm convinced of this, that if Ohtani and Neto are healthy all year, we're not as wishy-washy on the Angels as some people may be right now. It's a hugely important series, and I'll also add this, that, for the Giants to struggle against the A's, not what anybody would expect, not what any odds maker would have laid out, because you could have gotten, plus 250 on Oakland on both of those nights. But there's no such thing as an easy series starting this time of year. Look at Kansas City. I mean, Kansas City just upended the Phillies. They reeled off a really nice over a week-long winning streak, and that is not a very good team with less than household names 1 through 9, with the exception of Sal Perez and Bobby Witt. But, that's not the kind of team you want to play if you're a pennant contender, if you're in a race, and you're playing a team of guys that have been called up from AAA with nothing